The secret sorcerers are individuals who attain their powers through unique and often sinister means, frequently invoking malevolent deities or unknown forces. At some point, they inevitably face a backlash from these powers in a world where the miraculous and the scientific coexist. Dean has transformed into a living corpse and embraced the path of the secret sorcerer. To survive, he must delve into the true essence of power within this unfamiliar realm. Chapter 1. The Living Corpse. He has become a living corpse. Gazing into the mirror, the 14-year-old boy with raven black hair and golden eyes reveals beneath his pallid skin patches of dark purple, the telltale signs of decay. 2 hours prior, Dean Doug was merely an ordinary ninth-grade student, still unmerged with the soul of Wang. This moment, his memories are not only jumbled, but he is also a cadaver. Meow. A tortoise-shell cat named Lilith softly called from outside the bathroom door. Dean turned his head, meeting Lilith's wary gaze, and sighed. "Lilith, did you sense it already?" He took a deep breath, striving for calm. It was late at night, and any loud noise might draw the attention of Mrs. Blake, the landlady. Emerging from the bathroom, he found himself in a modest 13-square-meter apartment. The living area had been cleared to reveal a pristine space where intricate patterns were painted in red pigment on the gray cement floor. Alternating red and black candles were placed in specific positions, though they had long since extinguished. When Dean regained consciousness, he lay at the center of this design. Fleeting memories surfaced. Dean shivered. His existence as Wang lasted a mere 22 years. It was a different world devoid of sorcerers and extraordinary powers, a world best described as modern. It was a splendid era. Wang had perished while attempting to rescue several drowning children. The memories of death are ineffable, stretching into an eternity of silence. He could not articulate how long he lingered in that pitch-black, tranquil void, where the only visible aspect was the azure stone beneath him, shrouded entirely in darkness. No sounds reached his ears, not even the rhythm of his own breath. Time lost its significance there, devoid of seasons, hunger, or thirst. Wandering aimlessly through the interminable silence, Wang ultimately succumbed to madness. In that instant of mental collapse, the tranquil darkness rippled, and faint whispers began to echo around him. These voices carried a peculiar cadence, sometimes uplifting, at other times inducing nausea. The cacophony exacerbated Wang's descent into despair. When he awoke once more, he had become Dean Doug, an orphan emerging from a welfare institution, scraping by through odd jobs and social assistance while attending a public school. Dean now inhabited a world brimming with wondrous forces, where the miraculous and scientific progressed in tandem. Sorcerers constituted the core of this world's power, an integral facet of its authority. Yet, to become a sorcerer, one must possess innate talent, a quality bestowed at birth. A powerful magical network monitors the emergence of every child with sorcerer's potential, inviting them to various wizarding schools upon reaching the age of 8. Meanwhile, ordinary individuals lead mundane lives, confined to conventional educational institutions. Dean, lacking such innate gifts, understood that the most effective path to alter his fate lay in becoming a sorcerer. Thus, he diligently sought methods to attain this goal during every spare moment. Investing his meager savings in the pursuit, he explored every tome on sorcery and mysticism, from the city library to the hidden bookstores and alleyways. On a rainy night over a month ago, guided by an inexplicable force, he veered his dilapidated bicycle into an alley. There, he discovered a tattered book titled Summoning Spirits. The volume appeared on the verge of disintegration, yet Dean felt compelled to pick it up. It contained ancient spells and rituals, including a secret technique for summoning a sorcerer's spirit. The book posited that to become a sorcerer, one must harbor within themselves something extraordinary, known as the sorcerer's spirit. The ritual involved intricate and mysterious formations, employing bizarre materials like powdered insect corpses to invoke an extraordinary force that would empower one's beliefs and summon the spirit. Consequently, Dean dedicated a month to preparing for this ritual. Upon awakening, he found himself transformed into this grotesque form. Lilith, usually docile, now bared her teeth at him, her fur bristling as if poised to attack. Dean quickly noticed the decay afflicting his body. Am I dead? Or am I alive? He pondered, seated on his bed, bewildered. A shiver coursed through him. The silent, dark void he had previously experienced now seemed more terrifying than his current state. Would he decompose? It was summer in a few days. Would his body begin to rot? If he called for help, would they dissect him? He needed to leave this place and seek another solution. With a bitter smile, he called softly. Lilith, the tortoise-shell cat, abandoned as a kitten, had mirrored his own plight when he found her, and he had secretly cared for her during his time in the welfare institution. Their bond, forged over 6 years, rendered her family to him. If he had to leave, he wished to take Lilith with him. Upon hearing Dean's call, Lilith displayed a flicker of confusion in her golden eyes. Lilith, it's me, Dean. Dean! He extended his hand cautiously, refraining from approaching too swiftly. Slowly, Lilith relaxed and crept closer, scrutinizing him with curiosity. I am leaving. Will you come with me? Dean hoped she understood his words. Lilith cautiously approached within a meter of him. Dean extended his hand, gently stroking her chin as he had always done. Lilith hesitated but did not shy away. Now devoid of a heartbeat, Dean could not feel the softness of her fur, merely acting on instinct. Lilith, sensing the familiar gesture, narrowed her eyes and emitted a soft purr. Observing her reaction, Dean felt a slight relief that it was now past 3 in the morning and time was of the essence. The city would awaken by 4:30. In his current state, venturing outside could attract the attention of the patrols. A living corpse would likely be met with lethal force. Surveying his surroundings, he found his possessions scant, his savings pitifully meager, originally intended for the next semester's tuition. Lilith, sensing Dean's stillness, opened her golden eyes and mewed softly. Dean patted her head and began to gather his belongings, while Lilith circled him. As Dean sorted through his clothes, he attempted to piece together his memories. Suddenly, Lilith turned her gaze to the window, her fur bristling once more. At that moment, an inexplicable urge surged within Dean, compelling him to join her at the window. Chapter 2: The mysterious figure outside the window. A dilapidated alley lay shrouded in darkness. Not far away, a street lamp struggled to cast a flicker of light. A figure stood there, gazing up at Dean. The individual was diminutive, cloaked in an ominous dark robe. An instinct whispered to Dean that this person was indeed watching him. Come down, let me see you. A raspy voice echoed in Dean's ear. It resembled the harsh sound of countless pebbles sliding against one another. Who is he? Why is he seeking me? The thought of calling the police flashed rapidly through Dean's mind. A piercing scream erupted from Lilith. No, if I call the police, I will expose myself too. Panic gripped Dean. Come down. The voice rang out again, this time enveloped in an inexplicable softness, akin to the warm winds of spring. The previously agitated and terrified duo now found solace. Lilith whimpered softly and lay down on the ground, while Dean, clad in his pajamas, made his way outside. Residing on the 3rd floor, he traversed the narrow corridor and the winding staircase, arriving at the entrance on the 1st floor. The door, which should have been locked, stood ajar in an eerie manner. Come to me. The voice reemerged in Dean's ear. On this midsummer-esque night, a gentle warmth lingered in the air. Dean approached the alley beside the black apartment without hesitation. There stood a man, less than 4 feet tall, entirely enveloped in a black cloak. His face a tapestry of wrinkles. His right eye was wholly replaced by a constantly rotating mechanical dial, while his left eye flickered with a faint red glow. Let me see. Has something gone awry? The man seemed unsurprised by Dean's arrival, slowly extending a hand. His large, wrinkled hand resembled thorny bark. Just as the hand was about to touch Dean, he recoiled sharply. Terror etched across his face as he gazed at the diminutive man. Who are you? Everything that had transpired felt like a surreal dream. He was utterly devoid of the will to resist, having left his home and arrived here. The man's face bore a look of surprise for the first time, and the red hue in his eye flickered rapidly. You must be the one who found my book. The man spoke slowly. Your book? Dean tightened his guard. I went to fetch it for you. A wave of guilt washed over Dean. After all, he had taken someone else's possession, and now the owner had come looking for it. Not so fast. Your condition is quite peculiar. If this continues, you shall be utterly lost within 5 days. The man spoke deliberately. Are you a wizard? Dean immediately connected the dots. Indeed. I am a wizard. The man nodded in affirmation. Can you save me? Dean clung to the lifeline desperately. I can give it a try, but first, allow me to examine your body. You seem to be a mere shell of a human, yet something feels off. A hint of confusion laced his voice. Dean held his silence. He hesitated, recalling how the man had attempted to touch him moments ago. Had he not awakened in time, he could only dread the outcome. Do you doubt me? The man discerned Dean's thoughts. If I truly wished to harm you, you would be powerless to resist. An untrained mystic is scarcely stronger than an ordinary person. All right. Dean nodded, his mind in turmoil, aware that he had no means to resolve his current predicament. The man, unfazed by Dean's decision, slowly reached out his hand. Dean did not shy away. Do not resist me. I must ascertain what has transpired within your body. The man's voice grew slow, once again infused with an irresistible compulsion. Yet this time, Dean felt a burgeoning vigilance within him, as if some innate force resided in his mind to counter this influence. The wrinkled hand clasped Dean's own. A chilling cold enveloped him. This was the first time Dean had awoken to a genuine sensation against his skin. The man's hand felt like ancient ice. Do not resist. The man's voice turned thick and languid. Dean felt as though his body was melting away. What is happening? Dean sensed his brain sluggishly unraveling. Clarity was being stripped from his mind. A primal instinct of caution ignited a latent power within him. A derisive chuckle echoed. The force within Dean was suppressed. His eyes lost focus, his expression vacuous. Tell me, what is your name? The man's right eye whirred incessantly. Dean felt an eerie pull from behind him, and in an instant, he found himself in a suffocatingly quiet, dark expanse. However, before him appeared a mirror. Within the mirror, the man's visage was vividly reflected. Where do you attend school? William Public School. Where do you come from? The Bruzac District Orphanage. Their exchange continued, question and answer flowing for over 10 minutes. Finally, the man ceased his inquiries, disappointment etched across his face. It seemed he assumed Dean could not hear him. As he muttered to himself, there are no signs of parasitism. Yet you have become a mere shell. The cost of transformation is too great. You hold no value. However, I could sell you to that puppet fellow for some coin. The man scrutinized Dean closely, his hand never leaving Dean's. Dean observed the man's actions and expressions with clarity. Suddenly, the man's demeanor shifted dramatically, every wrinkle taut with tension. This is troublesome. They have come after me. Instantly, the icy grip upon Dean dissipated. Dean grasped the necklace. And before he could utter a word, the man's form began to fade, vanishing before Dean's eyes. Someone was searching for him. At this moment, Dean's mind raced with clarity. He spared no time to examine the necklace in his hand. To avoid collateral damage, he swiftly turned and sprinted towards the apartment. Just as Dean entered the building, an elderly man clad in white, with hair to match, appeared in the alley. The elder's gaze drifted into the distance before turning to regard the black apartment where Dean resided, a faint white mist enveloping his form before he gradually disappeared from sight. Chapter 3. The Secret Sorcerer. He is deceiving me. Dean sat on the bed, his mind now calm, replaying the earlier scene in his head. His previous actions were instinctive responses of the naive Dean dog. Now, with clarity and drawing upon memories and experiences from his past life, Dean recognized that the strange sorcerer had spoken falsehoods. The book was likely a deliberate offering from the sorcerer. He vividly recalled that rainy night in the narrow alley. Under normal circumstances, he would never have ventured there, given the city's poor security. Yet, at that moment, an inexplicable instinct compelled him to enter the alley, as if an invisible hand were guiding him. Opening his left hand, he beheld a necklace woven from colorful twine. The twine was frayed, yet the black stone at its apex shimmered with an eerie light. Dean pressed his right hand against his chest, where his heart, which had momentarily ceased its rhythm, now pulsed weakly yet persistently. This black stone, no larger than a fingernail, resembled a peace symbol from his past life. Holding it towards the light, he noticed swirling wisps of smoke within the stone. Dean attempted to place the stone on the bed, detaching himself from his body. A chill enveloped him, and his heart stopped once more. He became a living corpse again. Although he did not comprehend the nature of this object, he had no choice but to wear the necklace. The moment the necklace encircled his neck, Dean felt as if he had donned a shackle. It was evident that the sorcerer harbored no goodwill towards him, perhaps even wishing to sell him to another sorcerer. He did not wish to die. Having endured the endless abyss of silence, Dean yearned for life more than anyone else. He clenched his fists in determination. Lilith leaped onto Dean's knees, curling up and gently licking the back of his hand. Once more, Dean sensed Lilith's soft fur and warm body. "Lilith, I will not perish," Dean uttered softly, a smile gracing his lips. He was resolute in finding an opportunity to secure his survival. His body gradually warmed, becoming soft. Familiar fatigue washed over him. and he collapsed onto the bed, slipping into slumber. Lilith lay beside him, slowly closing her eyes. Darkness enveloped him, silent. Dean frantically surveyed his surroundings. Wang En was he. And he was Wang En, the fear of this place deeply ingrained in his soul. Why? Am I dreaming? Dean shouted. Suddenly, he fell silent. He could hear his own voice now. In that space, there had been no sound at all. The darkness remained, and beneath him lay the same greenish stone slabs. Although seemingly unchanged, it felt as if something had shifted. Dean walked slowly, occasionally glancing at his feet. In the blackness, only the sound of his footsteps remained. Exhausted, he finally sank to the ground. This world seemed to leave him utterly alone. Had he died, destined to endure endless years of madness here? The thought made his body tremble. His mind began to spiral into chaos. The peculiar whispers echoed in his ears. Darkness gradually consumed him. Dean opened his eyes to the blaring horns of cars outside and footsteps in the corridor. Meow? Lilith jumped onto Dean's chest, then leaped to her food bowl, indicating that she desired a change of cat food. He was back. Looking around the aging apartment, Dean felt a wave of familiarity wash over him. Under Lilith's reproachful gaze, he filled her bowl with food and water and cleaned her litter box. Today was Saturday, no school. His previous milk delivery job had been replaced by a full-time worker, so he wouldn't head to the restaurant until 10 o'clock. He had no intention of eating breakfast, as the restaurant provided lunch. After a quick wash, Dean noticed that the marks on his body had vanished. He resolved to thoroughly search through his collection of books on the occult to uncover any relevant knowledge. Soon enough, he discovered that all his books were filled with fanciful tales, making it difficult to extract useful information. His gaze fell once again upon the book titled Summoning Spirits. This was the tome left behind by the sorcerer. It contained many bizarre and bloody rituals, with effects that were as diverse as they were strange. For instance, combining the heads of 3 adult cats with various peculiar items could summon a being known as the Dark Cat Spirit. Upon reading this, Dean glanced at Lilith, who was basking in the rare sunlight on the windowsill. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, as if sensing something, and threateningly bared her teeth at Dean. He chuckled silently and continued to search. His goal was to find information about the black stone he bore. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from outside the door. "Sir, he lives here. Has he done something wrong?" boomed the voice of an elderly woman. Dean's instincts told him she was referring to him. Lilith's ears perked up, and she suddenly stared at the door. A series of knocks followed. Dean swiftly tossed the book under the bed, took a deep breath to steady his racing heart. "Who is it?" Dean inquired. 3 figures stood at the door. Mrs. Blake, clad in her nightgown, and with her gray-white hair wrapped in curling rollers, looked at Dean with evident displeasure, her blue-gray eyes filled with discontent. She stood slightly behind a young man, appearing somewhat intimidated. The young man, dressed in a black tailcoat with a white shirt underneath and a black hat atop his head, bore a serious expression on his handsome face as he scrutinized Dean with his pale golden eyes. Beside the young man stood a police officer, whom Dean had seen on nearby streets before. "Sir, it's him. He lives here alone." Mrs. Blake immediately pointed at Dean. As the young man laid eyes on Dean, his serious demeanor softened into a faint smile, his voice deep and steady. "Hello, I am Feynman Archiester. It is a pleasure to meet you." Feynman Archiester's gentle demeanor puzzled Mrs. Blake. "Hello, is there something you need?" Dean remained vigilant. "I would like to ask you to come with me," he said, raising his hand. An invisible force enveloped Dean. Instinctively, he struggled, and this time he distinctly sensed an unfamiliar power within him surge forth, allowing him to break free from the unseen grasp. Indeed, the gentleman had not erred. A secret sorcerer had truly emerged here. "Then let us go?" Feynman, feeling his power disrupted, was not angered but rather relieved. He could sense a unique aura emanating from the boy, but could not ascertain if he was indeed a secret sorcerer. Just moments ago, his power had provided the correct answer. Secret sorcerer? What secret sorcerer? This was the second time Dean had heard the term. The sorcerer had mentioned it the previous night as well. Chapter 4. Departure. Feynman, still wearing a gentle smile, beckoned. "Come with me. I shall reveal what you seek shortly." A sense of wariness blossomed within Dean, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. Despite the amiable appearance of the man before him, his intuition warned him that this individual harbored no goodwill towards him. "If you do not cooperate, I possess the authority to eliminate you on the spot," Feynman declared, extending his finger towards Dean, invoking a binding spell. It felt as though an invisible rope ensnared Dean, rendering him unable to break free despite his struggles. Lilith emitted a piercing scream, appearing ready to pounce. Lilith, stay put. Mr. Archester, I shall accompany you. Dean's face paled. He understood that Feynman's words were not mere bluster. Feynman retracted his finger, and the binding spell dissipated, casting a glance at Lilith, who immediately recoiled against the wall, visibly frightened. My apologies for the disturbance, Feynman addressed Mrs. Blake with utmost courtesy, ignoring the feline turmoil. It is quite all right. Has Dean done something wrong? He was referred from the welfare institution in Brusac district. I am merely engaging in charitable work. Mrs. Blake attempted to distance herself from any implication of wrongdoing. Nothing of the sort. We are merely conducting routine inquiries. Feynman responded as he strode towards the exit. The police officer behind him gestured for Dean to follow suit. Mrs. Blake regarded Dean with skepticism. The apprehensive glances she cast reflected the landlord's greatest fear, troubles arising from their tenants. Dean closed the door and trailed behind. The group exited the apartment and entered a van powered by both magic energy and gasoline, a stark contrast to the fuel or electricity that powered vehicles on Earth. As Feynman and Dean boarded, the local police officer remained outside, watching the vehicle depart. Inside, a burly man with a scarred face drove, exuding an intimidating demeanor. He glanced at Dean through the rearview mirror, his expression one of disdain. Feynman, is this kid a secret wizard? Indeed, Brother Locke, Feynman replied from the passenger seat, taking in Locke Cruz's contemptuous expression without comment. Humph, another reckless fool causing trouble, Locke declared, unabashedly revealing his distaste. Dean, seated in the back, felt increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the man named Locke. What? Do you have an issue with me? Locke scoffed, an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloping Dean. The color drained from Dean's face as he felt as though a great weight had been thrust upon him, making even breathing a laborious task. Another wizard. Brother Locke. Feynman's expression hardened, his gaze sharpening. Humph. Locke Cruz reigned in his imposing presence and accelerated the vehicle. Dean sensed the temperature within the van plummet and fell silent, staring out the window. Soon, they departed the dilapidated Brusac district, and the streets transformed into a cleaner, more orderly expanse, with well-dressed pedestrians and an array of vehicles. They arrived in the Solington district, an administrative and affluent area of Hollis City, where the city library was located. The van halted before an opulent office building. The trio disembarked, with Dean closely following Feynman, while Locke trailed behind him. Dean could feel an icy gaze penetrating the back of his neck, sending shivers down his spine. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Feynman presented his identification to the security guard before entering the building. The lobby was bustling with people dressed in formal attire, exuding an air of busyness. Upon noticing Feynman, many nodded in acknowledgement. They approached 3 elevators. The first 2 were operational, while the third remained stagnant on the ground floor, devoid of passengers. Feynman headed straight for the 3rd elevator and pressed the button. At the moment Feynman's finger met the button, Dean distinctly sensed a surge of energy. The elevator doors slowly opened, and the 3 entered. As the doors closed, the only button illuminated led to the basement level 3. Watching the elevator descend, Dean's heartbeat quickened, anxiety swelling within him. He felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly powerless to resist. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. Locke suddenly let out a harsh laugh, his voice gruff and grating. Do not be anxious. We harbor no ill intent. Feynman also cast a glance at Dean. Dean remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The elevator doors parted, revealing an expansive reception area crafted from marble. Behind the reception desk stood an intricately carved marble partition that concealed the interior. Flanking the partition were corridors leading further inside. What can I do for you today? A melodious voice inquired. As enchanting as her voice, the speaker was a petite girl clad in a polka-dotted summer tank top, her youthful face radiating vitality. Lily, is there something on your mind today? Feynman inquired. Is it just Paige here? Feynman asked. Yes, Paige. Paige. Lily Candace called out into the depths. Noticing her demeanor, Feynman and Locke exchanged knowing glances, recognizing that Lily was alerting Paige, who was likely engrossed in wizardry games. Coming. A boy's voice responded, laced with urgency. Footsteps echoed as a brown-haired youth dashed out from the left. He appeared to be of similar age to Dean. Paige, take him to the spirit chamber. You know the procedure, right? Feynman asked. Of course. Paige replied eagerly, his blue eyes sparkling with excitement, his freckles accentuating his youthful exuberance. Do not be careless. This is quite dangerous. If something goes awry, We may not reach you in time. Locke admonished, his tone laced with concern. Let him go. He must face it eventually. Feynman interjected. Be cautious, lest we find ourselves collecting your remains later, Locke warned, his expression increasingly menacing as he shot a disdainful glance at Dean. Understood, understood. I studied this at the White Tower Academy. Rest assured. Page nodded fervently. Take him along. Feynman said, his tone tinged with resignation. The conversation among the three disregarded Dean's presence entirely. You have yet to explain what a secret wizard is. Dean finally spoke up under the pressure, feeling uncomfortable with the differential treatment he was receiving. Chapter 5. The cave Locke's eyes narrowed, emanating an aura of danger that enveloped him. This chilling sensation cascaded over Dean like a cold shower. Dean's gaze was intense, his inner strength brewing, refusing to yield. Oh, once we reach the spirit ignition chamber, I will tell you everything. Come on, there is nothing to fear. We are not villains. Paige swiftly approached Dean, grasping his arm and guiding him forward. Her interruption alleviated the tension in the air. Dean did not resist. He sensed Paige's good intentions. The two entered from another side that Paige had come from. It was a corridor imbued with a metallic essence, where the ceiling, floor, and walls were crafted entirely of silver metal, seamlessly integrated without a single gap. A closer inspection revealed faint patterns woven into the metal surface. Paige led Dean onward. Have you truly become a mystic mage? Sensing Dean's stiffness, Paige released his arm, her face alight with curiosity. Yes, Dean nodded, affirming what Feynman had told him. He had indeed become a mystic mage. Wow, that's incredible. Could you share how the ritual was conducted? Her tone was a mixture of curiosity and envy. Oh, I wish I could perform an evil ritual. It must be so exhilarating. Alas, I dare not. Paige's voice dipped into a tone of disappointment. Are you a wizard? Dean inquired. Indeed. I just graduated this year at the age of 14. How old are you? Paige's pride surged immediately. Truly, everyone here was a wizard. Oh, don't mention it. I still have 4 more years of cultural studies to complete. She quickly fell back into a melancholic tone. My name is Dean Dog, he said. Despite knowing her name was Paige, he felt it polite to inquire further. Moreover, Paige was the only wizard who had engaged with him warmly. Oh dear, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Paige Glass, a graduate of the White Tower Academy, currently serving in the Special Handling Department of Hollis City. She promptly introduced herself. The Special Handling Department must refer to this place. Can you enlighten me on what exactly a mystic mage is? Dean asked. A mystic mage? Well, it refers to those like us who possess magical essence from birth, while individuals like you, who activate their magical essence through rituals or other special circumstances, are termed mystic mages. Yes, that is a fitting explanation. Paige affirmed her own answer. There is certainly a distinction between the two, correct? Dean queried, noting their differing attitudes indicative of a significant divide. Indeed, we have arrived, Paige exclaimed, her surprise palpable. After walking about 20 meters, Dean stood still beside Paige. The surroundings remained uniform in silver metal, and he was perplexed as to how Paige discerned their arrival. Paige's expression turned serious. You must follow my instructions precisely from this point onward. Should anything go awry, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Though clad in casual shorts, she now wielded a simple black wizard's staff. As she raised it, the once smooth metallic walls rippled like water, creating a door that materialized before them within 3 to 4 seconds. Follow me, Paige commanded, pushing the door open with her staff. Dean followed closely, stepping inside. What lay beyond was a vast cavern. Dean's eyes widened. He had expected a mere room. This cavern was as expansive as a football field, towering over 20 meters high, with black rocks exuding a dense aroma, the light within emanating from these very stones. Dozens of enormous metallic gears hung from the ceiling, interlocking with one another, projecting an air of heaviness. The ground was comprised of smoothed black rock, adorned with colossal interwoven patterns forming a grand magical array. At the center, a platform with a diameter of 1 meter was left untouched. Dean, step onto the Eye of the Void. Paige's body tensed, revealing her nervousness. The Eye of the Void. Where's that? Dean was utterly bewildered. Paige's face flushed as she pointed to the center platform. Cough, it's right there, the Eye of the Void. Dean nodded and approached the platform. Standing beneath the immense gears, he felt an unprecedented weight pressing down upon him. To alleviate his anxiety, he glanced down and finally understood the name Eye of the Void. The black rock comprising the platform was distinct from the surrounding stones. interspersed with silver and purple particles that twinkled faintly, transforming the roughly 1-meter diameter platform into a celestial expanse. Even more intriguingly, 3 linear eyes intertwined upon it. Though simply drawn, they exuded an air of mystery and antiquity. "Please, cut your fingertip and let a drop of your blood fall upon it." Paige had retreated to a corner of the cavern. Perhaps due to the elevation, she appeared unusually tall to Dean. Without hesitation, Dean bit into his fingertip. Unlike ordinary vibrant blood, his was a deep crimson, with a somewhat coagulated texture, an effect of having become a living corpse the previous night. As his blood dripped onto the ground, it vanished instantly. Reminded of his own undead status, a wave of panic washed over Dean. He turned to Paige and asked, "What should I be cautious of?" Paige's serious demeanor faltered for a moment before she quickly scanned the surroundings and spoke rapidly. "Soon, I will ignite your spirit. This process will awaken your magical essence, allowing you to gain full control over it. However, be aware that a mystic mage's essence does not entirely belong to you. It is more closely tied to the malevolent deities or unknown entities. They assist in awakening your essence, but their intentions are far from benevolent. The stronger your essence becomes, the more intense your connection with them will grow. The moment your spirit ignites will mark your first intimate communication with them. But fear not. This magical array will adequately shield us from them. Just focus your attention and maintain your composure." Paige spoke swiftly. In truth, such matters were best left unspoken, for they could disrupt one's mental state and heighten the risk of corruption. Should Dean become tainted during the ignition process, Paige herself would be in grave danger. However, seeing Dean's apprehension, Paige felt a pang of compassion and instinctively sought to comfort him. Chapter 6. The Flame of Spirit Evil Gods. Unknown Beings? Contamination? Despite Dean being mentally prepared, he could not help but feel a surge of tension. He finally understood why Feynman and Locke were so guarded around him. At this moment, he felt akin to a ticking time bomb. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at Paige with resolute determination and declared, "All right, I understand. Let us commence." Paige scrutinized Dean with a heavy gaze, inhaling deeply. This was his inaugural experience leading the spirit flame. Although he had practiced in school, this was his first encounter with the real thing. Dean acutely sensed the air around them beginning to ripple. The first notable change was in the gears above their heads. They commenced their silent rotation, and as they turned, invisible currents of energy were stirred into motion. Intricate patterns emerged upon the gears. The luminous points atop the eye of void beneath Dean began to flicker and come alive, extending along the patterns that radiated outward. The colossal magic array gradually illuminated, and at one point, the 3-lined eyes upon the platform suddenly blinked. In an instant, Dean felt a force enveloping him. His consciousness detached from his physical form, soaring into the void. Though his body remained rooted in place, his awareness ascended through countless dimensions. This sensation was utterly extraordinary. Darkness enveloped him, silence reigned supreme. Dean endeavored to tame his anxious emotions, striving to maintain his composure. Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated within him, akin to the blooming of a flower, the awakening of spirit, and the transformative essence of life itself. His witch spirit had awakened. Dean slowly raised his hand, a surge of power emanating from his right palm. This was the essence of a wizard. This was his power. It felt as fragile as a newborn babe, yet undeniably belonged to Dean. "Is it successful, Dean?" Paige inquired, sensing the birth of power in Dean. As Dean immersed himself in this newfound perception, Paige had already ceased his incantation, and the surrounding magic array returned to tranquility. "Success. Thank you." Dean found himself unable to articulate his emotions, feeling akin to a mother witnessing the birth of her child. Though an odd metaphor, no other words could encapsulate his feelings. "Wonderful," Paige exclaimed, eager to rush forward, but halted, his eyes reflecting caution as he regarded Dean. He recalled a case from their dark magic defense class, of a secret witch who had been tainted during the spirit flame ceremony, yet appeared normal, deceiving the assisting wizard. When the wizard approached unguarded, the secret witch had launched a sudden attack, slaying a genuine wizard with the nascent power he had just acquired. Evil gods are cunning and ruthless. "Dean, look at me." Paige suppressed his impulse and assumed a defensive stance. Dean regarded him with curiosity. "Can you recount what just transpired?" Paige asked. "Did you hear anything?" A warning bell rang in Paige's mind. "No." Dean shook his head, confirming he had heard nothing. Doubt flickered in Paige's eyes as he inhaled deeply, the earlier joy evaporating. "Dean, shortly, I will cast a spell, and I need your cooperation. Dean sensed Paige's trepidation, his heart sinking. He gazed earnestly at Paige. All right, but could you assure me that this spell will not pose any danger to me? It will not. It is merely a spell to discern evil gods. With Dean's cooperation, Paige visibly relaxed. All right, I trust you. Dean met Paige's gaze, sincerity radiating from him. He felt a profound sense of powerlessness regarding reality. He comprehended Paige's behavior, yet also felt his own vulnerability. The only course of action was to cultivate a modicum of goodwill from the other. This time, Dean was no longer lost in the hazy waves of power, but distinctly sensed the energy emanating from Paige. A magnificent halo materialized above Dean's head, scanning him from top to toe. A warm sensation enveloped him, penetrating his very soul. As the halo dissipated, Paige, beaming with joy, glided effortlessly before Dean, his speed astonishing. Congratulations, you have become a true secret witch. Paige's happiness was genuine. Thank you. Dean exhaled in relief, his face pale from the earlier tension. You startled me. I thought you had become parasitized or tainted by an evil god. You frightened me as well. Dean retorted. Haha, what can I say? You have no idea how Professor Helly often shares. Paige began, momentarily embarrassed before venting his frustrations. Dean appreciated Paige's optimistic nature. I'll take you to register. Once, Professor Helly brought a blind snake. Paige was overjoyed to finally encounter a peer his age. Sister Lily, Dean has succeeded. He has become a secret witch. Upon seeing Lily Candace, Paige instantly curbed his enthusiastic chatter. He shrugged, stuck out his tongue, and cast Dean an exasperated glance before turning back toward the direction they had initially arrived. Congratulations on becoming a secret witch. Lily Candace wore a formulaic smile, lacking the playful demeanor she had displayed with Feynman and Locke. Thank you, Dean responded politely. Please fill out this registration form, and afterward, I will provide you with detailed explanations regarding subsequent matters. Lily handed Dean a form and a pen. Dean nodded and began to fill it out diligently, answering basic information such as blood type and contact details. Next, I will remind you of certain matters. For your own safety, you must remember them well. Lily tucked away the form and produced another, her expression growing increasingly solemn. Chapter 7. Another self within a span of 3 years, you must not depart from Hollis City. From this day forth, please report here on the 30th day, the 120th day, and the 365th day. We shall conduct periodic surveillance of you, yet shall not interfere with your life. This is an obligation. On the 15th of each month, you may come here for a day of training that encompasses, but is not limited to, information dissemination and the teachings of witchcraft. Should you encounter any mysterious events, please contact us immediately, and we shall provide appropriate compensation. Assistance in resolving such events will also be rewarded commensurate with your efforts. Compensation may include, but is not limited to, magical artifacts, alchemical tools, and cash. This is your right. In his hand, he held a tome of sorcery and a secret witch identity card. Instinctively, Dean touched his chest and swiftly retrieved a necklace. The black stone had shattered. Dean's complexion paled as he recalled the halo he had just seen. It might have been a form of sorcery capable of detecting the chaotic forces of darkness. This black stone was undoubtedly devoid of any association with light and goodness. However, Dean was more concerned about his physical condition. Placing his hand over his heart, he found it still, the heartbeat absent, and in 2 to 3 hours, or perhaps sooner, mottled skin would reappear. How long could he endure without his body decaying? The joy he had felt from igniting the witch spirit dissipated once more. Considering Locke and his companion's attitudes, Dean's pride forbade him from succumbing to despair. As Dean grappled with his thoughts, he sensed a force anchoring itself to his heart, and the previously still organ began to beat once more, steady and powerful. In that moment, Dean nearly wept tears of joy. It turned out that the powers of a sorcerer could be utilized in such a manner. In his moment of confusion, his mind had been ensnared by a whirlwind of emotions, and he had forgotten to bring any money. Nevertheless, Dean felt elated, invigorated with boundless energy, free from the burdens of fatigue. Even in the sweltering heat, he sensed no warmth. Dean suspected this might be related to his current state. Although his heart beat and blood flowed, he was likely not a living man. The evidence lay in the prickling sensations emanating from his skin. His skin exposed to the sunlight burned with a fierce sting, compelling him to seek out shaded areas. "What's the matter, Mrs. Blake?" The coolness of the apartment provided Dean with great comfort. Look, your foolish cat has scratched me. Get it away from me at once," Mrs. Blake exclaimed, raising her arm to reveal several dried bloodstains. Mrs. Blake, did you enter my room without my permission? Dean frowned. Lilith is a timid little creature, never venturing outside. That is my house, and I am no longer renting it to you. Leave immediately, Mrs. Blake retorted, her indignation rising at Dean's assertiveness. You Mrs. Blake stared incredulously at the boy ascending the stairs. Dean seemed transformed, as though he were a different person altogether. Dean exhaled softly. After holding his breath all morning, he finally felt some relief. Upon opening the door, he found Lilith waiting at the threshold, mewing plaintively as he entered. Dean cradled Lilith in his arms, gently soothing her. It's all right, Lilith. Lilith curled up in Dean's embrace, mewing softly. Dean collapsed onto the bed, feeling utterly exhausted. In truth, his body bore no fatigue, rather. The weariness stemmed from a mental strain. Sensing his fatigue, Lilith obediently nestled beside him. Gazing at the dilapidated ceiling, Dean's eyes gradually lost focus. When he reopened them, he found himself once again enveloped in darkness. Drawing from his previous experience, Dean felt less panic, though he remained cautious as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, he was taken aback. The previously impenetrable darkness seemed to dissipate, allowing him to discern shapes around him. Dean surmised this was perhaps linked to the ignition of his witch spirit. What truly astonished him was the silhouette that materialized within his line of sight. Hello? Dean did not approach, but instead took a step back. He waited, then cautiously drew nearer. Ultimately, he beheld the true form of the figure. His breath momentarily halted. It was another version of himself. Identical black hair, golden eyes, and skin as pale as marble. He stood still, resembling a sculpture. Who are you? Dean inquired softly. The figure slowly turned its head, golden eyes reflecting Dean's own image. Expressionless, without uttering a word, Dean retreated again, maintaining a perceived safe distance. The other Dean suddenly began to raise his hands slowly, bringing them to chest level, fingers intertwining with great care and precision. The gestures were repeated multiple times, performing the same motion without deviation. Are you instructing me to replicate your movements? Dean asked. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to mimic the gesture. Though it appeared simple, the motion defied the natural mechanics of human anatomy. Yet, Dean persevered, feeling as if his bones might shatter. Once he became accustomed to the motion, he pushed forward toward his chest, and his body felt as though propelled by an unseen force. Dean jolted awake, eyes wide. Beside him, Lilith stirred, her ears twitching as she emitted a steady purring. Dean paused for a moment, a thought crossing his mind, and he replicated the same gesture in reality. Upon completing the final motion, he was abruptly engulfed in an endless darkness, finding himself once more in that shadowy space. Chapter 8. Consuming the moonlight in the dark realm. Another Dean had ceased all movement, becoming once again as motionless as a statue. Dean cautiously approached and then retreated, ensuring that the other posed no threat before drawing closer to observe. This Dean was an uncanny reflection of himself, even sharing the same nearly vanished blemish on the left side of his face. What exactly are you? Dean murmured to himself as he circled around. Let us call you Zombie Dean. Ha ha ha. He recalled a certain film. Zombie Dean, of course, had no grounds for protest. Dean attempted to enter and exit the dark space twice more, ultimately achieving fluidity in his movements. The dark realm remained as silent and shadowy as ever, with no changes aside from Zombie Dean. Having mastered the art of passage, Dean found an inexplicable sense of peace and relaxation here. He lay directly on the ground, gazing up at Zombie Dean. As he stared at that familiar, vacant face, a thought struck him. Could Zombie Dean be linked to the ignited spirit? This speculation was not without merit. The first alteration in the dark realm coincided with the birth of the spirit, bringing forth sound. By this reasoning, it was conceivable that the ignited spirit had birthed Zombie Dean. What, then, was the nature of this dark space? Dean had spent what felt like an eternity here without uncovering its mysteries. He recalled what Paige had said during the spirit ignition process. Evil God, unknown contamination, voices. Yet, none of these phenomena had manifested during the ignition. However, he distinctly remembered hearing countless whispers and murmurs during his breakdown as Wong-on. Those voices had hastened his descent into despair. With a sudden surge of energy, Dean sprang to his feet and confronted Zombie Dean. Are you sent by the evil God? Zombie Dean remained immobile. He sighed, realizing how little he truly understood. The most pressing concern was to enhance his own strength. The 15th of the month had come and gone. Today marked the 16th. That sorcerer had mentioned he would come for him in half a month. By that calculation, Dean had merely a fortnight left. Report to the Special Handling Department. That is the last resort. The optimal method is to augment my power. But how could he elevate his strength? Neither Dean nor Wang An's memories offered any guidance. As Dean grappled with his frustration, a sudden illumination appeared overhead. Instinctively, he looked up to find a full moon less than 10 meters away. Staring at the round moon, Dean's thoughts became sluggish. This is a false moon. There was no doubt about it. Why would the Dark Realm undergo such a transformation? Just as Dean hesitated, Zombie Dean suddenly stirred. He crouched down and began to draw. Soon, Dean realized that Zombie Dean was inscribing a magical array. The array was simple, with a diameter not exceeding 2 meters, even less complex than Dean's summoning ritual. Upon completing the array, Zombie Dean commenced a series of peculiar movements. This sequence comprised a dozen different actions, weaving together to evoke an eerie and unsettling sensation. Dean watched intently, then began to learn. In less than half an hour, he had mastered the entire routine. The room was enveloped in darkness, and without his notice, night had fallen. Dean approached the window, where the moonlight trickled in, sparse due to the obstruction of neighboring buildings. Today was indeed the 16th, a full moon night. Linking this to the false moon of the dark space, an audacious hypothesis emerged. Descending from the bed, he replenished Lilith's food and water. From beneath the bed, Dean retrieved a can of dye. This dye was special, easily washable, and was the same used to draw the magical array last night. Drawing upon his memory, Dean replicated the array. Once the dye dried, he positioned himself at the center of the array, beginning to crawl in accordance with the initial movements. Lilith approached him with feline grace, her head held high, and upon a cursory glance, one might think Dean was worshipping a cat. "Get!" Dean exclaimed, tossing Lilith onto the bed. She landed gracefully and meowed at him, clearly expressing her discontent. "Meow again, and I'll cancel your fish treats for tomorrow," Dean threatened. Lilith glared at him with her feline eyes, then elegantly sprawled on the bed, feigning fatigue. Dean shook his head, calming his thoughts, and began anew. As he performed the movements, Dean sensed an inexplicable chill in the air. Since becoming a living corpse the previous night, he had become less sensitive to temperature. However, the apartment was equipped with a climate control system, typically maintaining a comfortable 25 to 26 degrees. At that moment, Dean felt the temperature drop, a wave of comfort washing over him. Completing the series of movements, he glanced at the temperature control panel on the wall, 21 degrees. His perception was accurate. Dean commenced the second round of movements. With each repetition, he distinctly felt his spirit connecting with the external world. Chilling energies formed an invisible tether that coursed into Dean's being. The spirit drew forth the cold essence, slowly nurturing Dean's body. This sensation was exquisite, and Dean found himself unable to halt. Unbeknownst to him, the chilling energies gradually waned and dissipated. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the sky outside had turned a deep blue, dawn approaching. After a night spent in motion, Dean felt not fatigue, but an unusual lightness in his body. He extended his hand slowly, power coursing through his fingertips, as if he had indeed gained strength. Whether this was mere illusion, he could not ascertain. What was certain, however, was that he was consuming the moonlight. Dining was no longer part of Dean's routine, but it was essential for Lilith. Ensuring her needs were met, Dean re-entered the dark space. Zombie Dean remained as still as ever, his expression blank. Dean circled around him a few times, detecting no discernible change, and ultimately shook his head. He ventured deeper into the darkness. After an indeterminate period, a sudden intuition struck him, prompting an immediate retreat from the dark space. Knock, knock, knock. The door quaked under the force of a knock. Dean, Dean, Mrs. Blake called from outside. Upon opening the door, Dean was met with an irate expression from Mrs. Blake. "Is there something you need, Mrs. Blake?" Dean maintained his respectful demeanor toward the elderly lady. "Oh dear, are you still online?" Dean suddenly recalled that he had not reported to work the previous day. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he realized it was already 10 o'clock. Ordinarily, he would have been at the restaurant by now, not just for the 10 o'clock shift, but also because the restaurant offered free lunch. Those circumstances had changed drastically. Life must go on, and the restaurant remained Dean's primary source of income. "I have already hung up. If you wish to call, it will cost you, Mrs. Blake remarked with a smirk, stifling her amusement. At that time, the telephone was still an old-fashioned landline, and the costs were not negligible. Mrs. Blake was the only one in the entire apartment complex to possess one. "Very well, I shall make a call," Dean conceded, extracting some coins. A 1-minute call cost 5 copper coins, causing Dean's heart to bleed. He labored part-time for an entire month and earned merely 20 silver coins. In this world, currency was categorized into copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins, following a decimal system. Copper coins existed in both coin and bill forms, while silver and gold coins were exclusively bills. 1 copper coin was equivalent to 1 unit of currency from his past life. Chapter 9 New Transfer Student The Pineapple Restaurant is situated at the intersection of the Brusac and Solington districts, benefiting from the affordable housing in Brusac, while also catering to the office workers of Solington during lunchtime. This has always been a source of pride for the restaurant's owner, Duke. From a distance, Dean spotted the imposing figure of Duke standing at the entrance. To avoid any tedious conversation, he skillfully maneuvered his old bicycle through the bustling traffic and slipped into the restaurant's back alley. After securing his bicycle, Dean slipped through the back door into the kitchen, ignoring the whistles of the chefs and helpers, and quickly darted into the changing room. Table 6. Dean heard the call as he emerged. It was his area. The restaurant boasted a total of 45 tables, with tables 1 through 15 designated for Dean, conveniently located near the ordering counter. Balancing a tray, he swiftly made his way to table 6. Along the way, he encountered Duke, who shot Dean a disapproving glance, but refrained from speaking due to the presence of customers. Dean offered Duke a somewhat obsequious smile and called out to the patrons at table 6, "Your sweet and sour chicken combo has arrived. May your spirits be as bright as the weather outside." The customer generously tipped Dean with 2 copper coins. "Thank you." Dean thought to himself that this marked a promising start to the day. Duke watched the scene in surprise. After just 1 day apart, Dean seemed to have undergone a transformation, becoming significantly more cheerful. This was his daily routine. While Dean previously found such work exhausting, he now relished it. He had discovered a remarkable ability of his spirit. He could keenly sense the emotions of each customer. For instance, patrons in good spirits emanated a lively and buoyant aura, while those who appeared amiable yet were internally irritable radiated an equally vibrant but disturbingly restless energy. Noticing these shifts in atmosphere, Dean adjusted his greetings accordingly. As a result, his tips increased by 1/3 compared to usual. However, the drawbacks of this ability soon became apparent. By the time he clocked out at 8:30 in the evening, fatigue washed over him. Initially, Dean intended to moderate his efforts, but he quickly realized that he still struggled to fully harness the power of his spirit. The moment he entered his apartment, he disregarded Lilith's complaints about not being held and collapsed onto his bed. Waves of exhaustion surged through him. He longed for sleep, desperately craving it. With his eyes shut, he felt the world spinning around him. Yet, a frail, hunched figure loomed in his mind, preventing him from succumbing to slumber. Suddenly, Dean opened his eyes wide. He wanted to live. Living was now his sole motivation, even if it meant existing like a living corpse. Counting down from 5, Dean abruptly leapt from his bed. The sudden movement startled Lilith. "Oh, woo." Lilith's voice changed as she lunged towards Dean. "Lilith, stop it." Dean caught Lilith, feeling her weight, and couldn't he help but tease, "Lilith, you've gained weight again." "Oh, woo." Lilith protested, pouncing at Dean's face. It took a bag of fish jerky to pacify her. Dean deftly drew a magical circle and began the rituals from the previous night. Focusing intently, the power within him began to flow and sync with his movements. This time, his spirit established a connection with the moon more swiftly than before. His previously weary body rejuvenated quickly. Dean discovered that in this state of extreme fatigue, his concentration sharpened, allowing him to absorb the moon's energy more effortlessly. The next day was Monday, and Dean had school. Upon waking, he felt remarkably refreshed. After quickly preparing Lilith's belongings for the day, Dean grabbed his backpack and set off for school. Brusac High School was 10 kilometers from his apartment, and Dean sprinted the entire way. The following Tuesday would mark the beginning of a 2-month summer break. Public schools were notoriously loosely managed, with classes starting at 8:30 in the morning and ending at 3:30 in the afternoon, including a 1.5-hour lunch break. Brusac High was particularly known for its lax administration. "Dean." A sharp voice called out to him as he approached the school gate. Dean locked his bicycle in the parking area. "No one would steal your old bike even if you didn't lock it." The voice belonged to a dark-skinned boy of Dean's age, who walked with a flamboyant gait and casually draped an arm over Dean's shoulder. It won't be stolen, but it might end up in a trash bin. Dean sidestepped Philip's arm. Philip was openly gay and a close friend of Dean, in the most innocent sense. "How's your ritual coming along?" Philip inquired nonchalantly. "Not much progress." Dean was reluctant to disclose his situation to an ordinary person. What a pity. If you succeeded, I would give it a try too. I've heard that wizards can change their gender, Philip said, disappointment etched on his face. Not only can they change gender, but they can also alter biological vitality. Dean thought to himself, have you done your homework? Philip asked. I forgot. Dean admitted. Every minute of his day felt overwhelmingly busy. I didn't do it either. Philip cast a flirtatious glance at a tall, handsome boy. Dean felt invigorated in the lively atmosphere of the school, where youthful energy permeated every corner. As the final bell rang, the two of them rushed to the back of the classroom. Students surged in haphazardly. A minute later, familiar footsteps echoed as a plump figure entered. Due to her excessive weight, Miss Lauren's blonde hair resembled a wig perched atop her head, and her strikingly red lips stood out prominently. As she moved, her Barbie pink dress seemed on the verge of bursting apart. Hello, everyone. Today, we welcome a new student. So let us give a warm round of applause. Ms. Lauren puffed, attempting to make her voice sound sweet. Who on earth would transfer at the end of the semester? Are they trying to avoid passing the exam? Philip whispered beside Dean. Not only he, but other students also murmured among themselves, with some bold girls discussing the necessity of relationships with each other. Ahem, quiet down. Ms. Lauren coughed loudly. Dean felt his facial expression stiffen. He recognized the new student. With a beaming face and lively freckles adorning the sides of her nose, it was none other than the witch, Peggy Glass. Chapter 10. The scent of corpse applause filled the air as Ms. Lauren initiated the clapping. A few scattered students joined in, while several boys whistled provocatively. Thank you. Thank you. Peachy on stage waved in acknowledgement, embodying a charismatic leader. I like him. Philly whispered, his admiration evident. Dean rolled his eyes, uncertain of whether Peachy possessed the sorcery to transform people into rabbits. If so, he worried for Philly's fate. The thought of a black rabbit stirred an inexplicable excitement within Dean. Please introduce yourself. Ms. Lauren glared disapprovingly at the boys who had whistled. Hello, everyone. I am Peachy Glass, male, 14 years old, Sagittarius. I enjoy reading comics and playing video games, and I hope to get along well with all of you. Peachy flashed a bright smile, revealing pearly white teeth. Ah, we share similar interests. I like him more and more, Philly murmured. Dean, however, noticed Ms. Lauren's expression twitch, sensing that the seemingly well-behaved boy might not be what he appeared. All right, find a seat and sit down. Ms. Lauren offered a polite smile. The classroom contained 53 desks, with around 40 students present. Peachy walked directly towards Dean. Oh dear, he is coming over, Philly whispered excitedly. Dean felt an urge to toss his friend out of the way. Dean, good to see you again. Peachy settled into the empty desk behind Dean. Aren't you worried about failing? Dean inquired, his tone laced with skepticism. In truth, Dean was not pleased. He suspected Peachy was a pawn of the agency keeping tabs on him. It was logical to ask, especially with finals just 3 days away. The grading system comprised 70 written exams and 30 practical assessments. The latter typically awarded full marks for volunteer work. Thus, as long as one's written score wasn't abysmal, promotion was attainable. However, Peachy, having just transferred, held a 0 for practical scores and would need near-perfect written results. Haha, I'm an honors student, with an excellent memory. Peachy replied without a hint of concern. Cough, cough. Ms. Lauren's gaze sharpened in their direction. Hello. Philly quickly re-established his presence and sat properly. Dean listened intently. In any era, for someone without a familial background aiming to ascend the social ladder, education remained the most effective avenue. Now that he had become a secret sorcerer, Dean still harbored ambitions of attending a prestigious university. If that were the case, Peachy's memory, as a formal wizard, should be nothing short of extraordinary. Overall, the school day passed peacefully. However, during lunch, Peachy was summoned to a neglected storage room by several unruly students. Minutes later, he emerged with a gentle smile. Dean recognized this as a common rite of intimidation, but alas, they had encountered Peachy. In Dean's recollection, he and Philly had endured similar encounters, albeit to a lesser degree, as they were largely invisible in the school. As the dismissal bell rang, Peachy queried, Dean, what are you off to do? I'm going to work. What about you? I noticed a nearby arcade that looks promising. Shall we go together? Philly suggested, unabashedly seating himself next to Peachy. Hiki, no thanks. I think I'll review my studies. Peachy replied, slightly choking on a whiff of perfume, forcing a smile. While they conversed, Dean had already bolted from the classroom. His classes ran from 4:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. At the Pineapple restaurant, Dean arrived to find a sparse crowd, with dinner service still half an hour away. After enjoying a staff meal, the owner, Duke, began assigning tables since Brown, a full-time employee, had once again failed to appear. Time flew by in the bustle of work. Finally, at 8:30 p.m., the establishment displayed its closed sign. As a part-time employee, Dean was not required to lock up. "Dean, do you live on Bondi Street?" Duke inquired. "Yes," Dean replied, stopping at the door, a foreboding feeling settling in his stomach. Brown's apartment was located at 33 Bondi Street. Yet he hesitated to contradict his boss's directive. Mounting his dilapidated bicycle, Dean navigated swiftly through the streets. The Bruzac area was chaotic, with numerous homeless individuals whose bodies had been ravaged by illicit substances. These people could be dangerous when provoked. Alongside them were thugs and streetwalkers, rendering the nighttime Bruzac district unsafe, especially for a child. Dean had faced 2 robbery attempts before. Upon finishing work, he pedaled furiously, avoiding any glances around him, aware that even a fleeting gaze could invite trouble. A street with 1 or 2 malfunctioning streetlights was commonplace. After traversing several flickering streets, Dean finally spotted the sign for Kane Street. This residential avenue was far more pleasant than Bondi Street, with all streetlights functioning properly, lined with independent 2-story homes. Warm light streamed from the windows, creating an inviting ambience. Dean had once envisioned owning such a home, with a wife and children of his own. Sighing, he reflected that his heart now beat with the essence of a sorcerer, leaving him uncertain of his humanity. The memory of sunlight stinging his skin cast a shadow over his hopes. To his left were odd-numbered houses, and to his right, even-numbered ones. Soon, Dean arrived at 21 Kane Street. Unlike the neighboring homes, number 21 stood shrouded in darkness. Crossing the lawn, he approached the front porch and knocked on the door. "Brown, Brother Brown, are you home?" He pressed the doorbell again. Since becoming a secret sorcerer, Dean's senses had sharpened considerably. He distinctly heard movement on the second floor. "Brother Brown, it's Dean. The boss asked me to check on you." Dean called towards the sound. 2 seconds passed before footsteps echoed from above. As the light flickered on, the footsteps drew nearer, prompting Dean to step back. "Dean, is that you?" The door opened to reveal Brown, his face gaunt and adorned with a scruffy beard, appearing unusually haggard. "I've been ill these past few days. I should be better by the day after tomorrow," Brown sniffled, indicating his discomfort. Dean waved goodbye and rode off, while Brown watched him depart before closing the door. A peculiar scent lingered in the air, a scent of death. Chapter 11. The succubus call the police? Absolutely not. Dean immediately rejected the idea. Would he tell them he caught a whiff of a corpse? Handle it himself? Dean believed he wasn't losing his mind. This world was filled with peculiarities, including sorcerers. If it were merely a case of murder, he might manage. But if it involved something bizarre, with his current abilities, he would be doomed to a fate worse than death. The Special Affairs Bureau. Dean rode his bicycle to the nearest convenience store and, for a mere copper penny, dialed the number. "Hello, Special Affairs Bureau. How may I assist you?" The familiar voice on the other end echoed. "Page." Dean was momentarily taken aback. "Dean?" Page also recognized him. "Come to Kane Street. I'm waiting for you at the corner. There are some peculiar matters to discuss." Dean glanced at the timer on the phone and wished to waste no time. "All right." Page's tone was laced with excitement as she hung up. Half an hour later, the familiar van made a sharp turn and came to a steady halt in front of Dean. "What is going on?" Page stepped out of the driver's seat, glancing toward Kane Street, her voice brimming with anticipation. Dean did not hesitate to recount the events that had transpired. "Oh, let's take a look." Page secured the vehicle. "It's dangerous to leave your car here," Dean remarked. "They won't steal the car, but they will definitely vandalize it." Page dismissed his concern nonchalantly, striding eagerly in the direction Dean indicated. Dean shook his head and followed. Instead of standing at the Brown family's doorstep, they found themselves beneath a large tree at the neighbor's house. "What is the situation? Any issues?" Dean inquired. Page's expression turned serious. "Do you smell something peculiar?" "Something peculiar?" Dean sniffed the air but detected no scent. "A succubus has arrived in Hollis." Page's brow furrowed. "A succubus?" An image of an enchanting demoness flashed in Dean's mind. Succubi were among the most widely known of such entities, their tales intertwined with sensual narratives. Most adult-themed novels and films drew inspiration from them. Generally, succubi were female, though Phil had once mentioned a rare collection featuring a male succubus. Dean had attempted to borrow it under the pretense of a friend's interest, but alas, he was denied and ridiculed by Phil for an entire week. "What should we do?" Dean asked, sensing Paige's demeanor indicated the succubus was no trifling matter. At this moment, Paige exuded an air of rational composure, a stark contrast to the impression she'd given Dean previously. This was Dean's first true realization that Paige was a sorceress, one who understood the importance of discernment. The two promptly left Kane Street. Who did this? Who smashed my car window? Paige growled in a hushed tone. The side window of the van lay shattered, glass strewn across the ground. I just wanted to point that out. They might not steal the car, but they will certainly cause damage. Dean silently critiqued. Not just cars. Even my old bicycle could fall victim, he mused. Paige took a deep breath, surveyed the surroundings, and, suppressing her fury, gritted her teeth. Let us get inside the car. I'll call the others. Dean nodded in agreement as they both entered the vehicle. Paige produced a green frog-shaped device. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? This is the latest research achievement. I hear the public version hasn't been released yet. Paige flaunted the gadget before Dean, who looked on in astonishment. It was a mobile phone. More precisely, it resembled a handheld gaming device. The green frog casing concealed a small black and white screen, while Dean could accept the van and landline. The sight of this peculiar mobile device left him astounded. Though it possessed only basic calling functions, it still impressed him. Paige quickly dialed a number, swiftly explaining the situation to the person on the other end. After a few more calls, he stretched. Brother Locke will be here shortly. Dean recalled Locke's formidable demeanor from the other day. Actually, Locke is quite decent. His hostility toward you has its reasons, Paige sighed, observing Dean's expression. I heard his younger brother perished at the hands of a secret sorcerer. What does that have to do with me? Dean thought bitterly. Follow us. Providing clues and participating in the case are two entirely different rewards. Moreover, you can gain invaluable experience in handling such matters. Paige tempted, sensing Dean's reluctance. All right, Dean acquiesced, recognizing Paige's intentions were for his benefit. Since he had already stepped into the world of sorcery, he would inevitably encounter supernatural phenomena. An experience was indeed a precious asset. Are succubi truly terrifying? Although Dean was unaware of Paige's true prowess, the Sorcery Academy would not have allowed her to venture out without some confidence. Whether they are terrifying depends on the circumstances. If a succubus confronts me directly, I certainly wouldn't be afraid. However, succubi are not known for direct confrontation. They are cunning and exceedingly troublesome. Paige elaborated, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Succubi are the nemesis of all male creatures, so be careful not to embarrass yourself. Upon observing Paige's expression, Dean understood her implication. Indeed, hormones were rampant at this age. He instinctively glanced at his own anatomy, feeling a twinge of concern, and resolved to experiment, should the opportunity arise. As they conversed, Paige, both intentionally and inadvertently, shared bits of knowledge from the realm of sorcery. Dean was grateful for the insights, having set aside any grievances about Paige's surveillance of him. Before long, the roar of a motorcycle echoed in the distance. Locke arrived, riding a colossal, ostentatious bike, and parked in front of the van. Paige, what's the situation? Locke dismounted and peered inside the vehicle. Upon seeing Dean, his expression darkened. Dean called me. His colleague hasn't shown up for several days. I caught a whiff of a succubus. Paige swiftly explained, clarifying Dean's role in the matter. Can you confirm it's a succubus? Locke inquired. Chapter 12. Vigilance. You insist on attending a public school despite being sent to a private one. Since you've promised him, you must keep a close eye on him. After all, succubi can be perilous. Locke furrowed his brow, his tone softening. Thank you, Brother Locke, Paige said, winking at Dean. Dean smiled back, choosing to remain silent. It turned out that Paige was not specifically there to monitor him, and Dean felt a pang of guilt for his earlier suspicions. Kid, we'll follow your lead. You knock, and I'll ensure your safety, Locke instructed. All right, Dean replied with a nod. The trio departed from their parked vehicle. As they left, Locke waved at the two cars. Dean immediately sensed strange fluctuations of energy in the surroundings. Why didn't I think of this? Just using invisibility magic would diminish the car's presence from the eyes of ordinary people. How foolish of me, Paige muttered in frustration. This was merely a matter of experience. They arrived at 21 Kane Street, and along the way, Locke and Paige simultaneously cast invisibility spells upon themselves. As they approached the porch, Dean suddenly felt the absence of Locke and Paige's presence. Yet he knew they remained just behind him, somehow concealing their auras. The official employees of Pineapple Restaurant were all insured. Brother Brown, are you all right? Dean knocked vigorously on the door. Soon, he heard movement from the room upstairs. followed by the lights flickering on downstairs. "Dean, is that you?" Brown's voice called from within. "It's me," Dean replied nervously, trying to steady his trembling voice. The door swung open, revealing Brown's bearded face. "My insurance? I need to file a claim. Otherwise, you may as well come in." "I'll fetch some paperwork for you," Brown said. At that moment, Dean clearly saw Brown's face. Beneath the beard, his once rosy complexion appeared pallid, and a faint odor of decay wafted from him. "All right." Dean caught a glimpse of Locke and Paige leaning against the wall. Locke nodded slightly, signaling him to enter. Although reluctant, Dean took a deep breath, forcing a stiff smile. "Okay." Brown nodded, his large frame creating a narrow gap for Dean to slip through. As he did, the stench of decay invaded his nostrils. Upon seeing Dean enter, Brown displayed a sinister grin and swiftly closed the door behind him. The room was a typical bachelor-esque living room, cluttered with discarded clothing strewn across the sofa, and several empty bottles lay toppled beside the coffee table. Contrary to Dean's expectations, the room did not reek of death but instead was infused with a subtle, indescribable fragrance. This scent was akin to a feather, gently tickling the soles of his feet, reaching his heart. The scent of a succubus. Dean recalled Paige's words. Holding his breath, he instinctively made a judgment. Unfortunately, it proved futile. Even without breathing, the aroma seemed to permeate through his pores, influencing his mind. "I'll go find the documents. Wait here for a moment," Brown announced before heading upstairs. "All right," Dean replied, stealing a glance out the window. Outside, darkness enveloped the scene, with only the faint glow of streetlights visible. Where are those two? Dean surveyed the room, but could not spot Locke and Paige, leaving him puzzled about their whereabouts. His tension heightened, causing his magical energy output to accelerate, and his heartbeat quickened. Taking deep breaths to calm his nerves, suddenly an overwhelming fragrance invaded his nostrils. Someone was descending the stairs. The footsteps were light and graceful, akin to a deer in the woods, striking a resonant chord in the man's heart. Even without seeing the figure, the sound alone conjured images of an alluring presence. Dean turned to face the source of the sound, his blood boiling with excitement. He had previously doubted his own capabilities, but now he felt his blood surge with vitality. In terms of beauty, the woman descending from the stairs was not conventionally attractive. Yet, every expression and smile she bore struck a chord with Dean's aesthetic sensibilities. Innocence laced with temptation, shyness infused with fiery passion. She paused midway on the staircase, offering Dean a delicate smile, radiant as a blooming flower. This was a succubus, Dean thought, though his instincts alerted him to danger, prompting him to step back. As his blood boiled to its peak, his magical energy relinquished control over his heart. His heartbeat ceased, and the rush of blood subsided, leaving his body's nerves utterly unresponsive. Without feedback, Dean could not react to the enchanting scent, and the mesmerizing vision before him lost its ethereal allure. The beautiful woman transformed into a lithe, humanoid creature of temptation, a succubus. Dean had to admit that even in her true form, she exuded a unique beauty. The succubus paused, her body suddenly darting deeper into the room, alarmed by Dean's bizarre transformation. She noticed. Dean shouted. The succubus vanished from his sight. A surge of terrifying energy emanated from the second floor. "Watch out, Brother Locke," Paige screamed, his voice echoing from above. Unbeknownst to him, the two sorcerers had already ascended to the second floor. Dean hesitated for a moment before bolting up the stairs. As his heart resumed its rhythm, he felt his body revitalized, likely due to the peculiar actions he had undertaken over the past few nights. Upon reaching the second floor, he witnessed a colossal figure engaged in a fierce struggle with a petite one, the walls around them riddled with gaping holes. Locke's form blurred into a mere shadow, limbs flying in a chaotic dance as he cornered the smaller figure. Even the residual energy from their skirmish was enough to shatter the walls. A melee sorcerer? Dean's mind went blank as he processed the overwhelming energy fluctuations. His preconceived notions of sorcerers engaging in elegant battles, gracefully wielding staffs to unleash devastating spells, were shattered. Paige's previous demonstrations had solidified that image for Dean, but the reality before him was an entirely different spectacle. "Brother Locke, I've got her," Paige suddenly exclaimed with excitement from a short distance away, hands outstretched as if grasping something invisible. "Be careful," Locke shouted, his voice layered with urgent concern rather than delight. Chapter 13. The bait. Paige paused momentarily, his hands instinctively completing their motion. The ethereal figure of the succubus seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, soaring toward him. With unwavering determination, Paige pressed his 10 fingers against the ground. The succubus was suddenly yanked downward by an unseen power. She spun around, locking eyes with Paige. In that fleeting moment, he was captivated by her hauntingly beautiful gaze, a dreamlike allure that ensnared his attention. Even though he sensed the danger, it was too late. A mesmerizing voice halted all his actions. "Not good," Dean exclaimed, recognizing that Paige had fallen victim to her charm. The succubus glided behind Paige, pressing her entire body against his back. Her head gently rested on his shoulder, her scaly visage radiating a beguiling aura. "Release the binding array, and I shall let him go." Her voice dripped with temptation. Dean scanned the surroundings, failing to detect any signs of the array. "You must release him first," Locke interjected, his brow furrowed in concentration. I am no fool." The succubus opened her mouth, revealing a set of sharp fangs. Her blood-red, elongated tongue flicked teasingly at the artery in Paige's neck, a clear threat. "How can I trust you once he escape when I do?" Locke's voice trailed off, confusion flickering in his clear eyes. The succubus giggled melodically, stepping away from Paige with a triumphant expression. Dean instinctively took a step back, preparing to flee at a moment's notice. "Undead, if I were you, I would not attempt to escape." The succubus delicately caressed Paige's face. "How did you control them?" Dean demanded, fists clenched tightly. "Look above." The succubus gestured triumphantly toward the ceiling. Dean cast a fleeting glance upward. A faint turquoise liquid glimmered above. Before he could react, the succubus vanished from sight. A chilling sensation enveloped Dean, his body tensing instinctively. She was incredibly swift. He could hardly track her movements. In an instant, Dean, driven by instinct, darted to the right. His body careened sideways, colliding forcefully with the wall. The succubus gasped in surprise. She had only heard the sound of bones cracking. Her claws had failed to pierce the skin of this undead being, whose resilience surpassed that of a blade. Dean felt a surge of force, yet no pain coursed through him. Being undead, his heart had ceased to beat, rendering him impervious to suffering. The power of the necromancer within him surged, compelling him to shield himself with outstretched arms. Crack! The sound echoed sharply as the succubus's fearsome claws latched onto his crossed arms. Her razor-sharp nails dug into his skin, drawing blood. The succubus gazed into Dean's eyes, astonished by the inexplicable smile that danced upon his lips. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Naturally suspicious and cruel, she resolved to retreat. However, before she could act, a fist struck the back of her head with tremendous force. The succubus's skull exploded, deep blue blood splattering everywhere. Dean was doused, momentarily blinded by the overwhelming scent, a bizarre blend of sweetness and rot. In the instant of her demise, Paige regained consciousness, momentarily dazed before his face flushed with color. "I will take the body. You report this incident," Locke commanded, seizing the headless corpse. "All right, Brother Locke, but please don't mention what just happened in the report," Paige implored, his expression hopeful. "Report truthfully." Locke shot Paige a glare. Immediately, Paige's face fell, adopting a look of despair. Locke cast a glance at Dean, choosing silence as he exited with the body. Dean glared at Locke's retreating figure, anger simmering within him. Locke had not been ensnared. He had used Dean as bait. If not for Dean's unusual resilience, he shuddered to think of the consequences. The more Dean pondered, the more enraged he became. "Quickly, let us gather this." "It's all valuable," Paige exclaimed, producing a multitude of glass vials from seemingly nowhere. He began to collect the blood using energy manipulation. "What purpose does this serve?" Dean queried, rising from the ground. Overwhelmed by fear, his heart had instinctively resumed its rhythm. Pain radiated through his shoulder and arm. He suspected his bones were fractured. Valuable indeed. High-end fragrances often contain a touch of succubus blood. It's a pity this one didn't produce dream essence. Otherwise, we'd be in luck. Paige mused. Dream essence, is that what's above? Dean pointed toward the ceiling. It was not that he wished to hoard it for himself, since Locke was aware. He too understood the significance of the dream essence. Leaving behind 2 individuals, the corpse was the primary prize, while the blood and essence would serve as a mere consolation for the others. It truly is dream essence. No wonder I fell for her charm. This succubus is cunning. Paige exclaimed in frustration. Does dream essence have any special properties? Dean asked, his complexion pale. The primal dream essence is colorless and odorless. It directly affects magical energy. Once tainted, it can influence the necromancer. Paige levitated, cautiously bottling the essence. "We struck gold. We struck gold," he chanted excitedly. Dean remained seated, motionless, as the pain intensified with the rhythm of his heartbeat. Yet he remained silent throughout. Paige sensed the oppressive atmosphere, glancing at Dean. "Oh dear, it's all my fault. Let me heal you." As he spoke, Paige descended, a wand appearing in his right hand. With a flourish of the wand and an incantation, a white light enveloped Dean's injury. A strong warmth enveloped him. As his bones began to heal, the pain magnified beyond what he had felt before, and Dean felt darkness closing in, nearly losing consciousness. "What is wrong with you?" Paige inquired, curious about Dean's reaction, stepping closer to investigate. "I'm fine," Dean replied, sidestepping Paige's reaching hand. The magic must possess a luminous essence, which was why Dean experienced such agony. Paige stowed the wand, scratching his head, puzzled as he observed Dean. He could not fathom why Dean had reverted to his previous demeanor after their relationship had improved significantly before the battle. Something must have transpired during his moment of control. Paige closed his eyes, his mind racing to retrieve the images he had witnessed. Unlike ordinary individuals, a wizardess, every organ can function as an independent entity. Even while controlled, his eyes could still capture images to be processed in his mind, though it required time to sift through the memories. Such memories would not fade quickly. However, the longer one waited, the more nebulous those subconscious recollections would become. "Oh, I see now." Paige's eyes flew open, realization dawning. He finally understood the shift in Dean's attitude. Chapter 14. Compensation first and foremost. "I must extend my apologies on behalf of Brother Locke. Furthermore, I wish to clarify that Brother Locke would never permit your demise. I can assure you of that." Paige adjusted her demeanor, speaking with utmost sincerity. "I am not deceiving you. Were I in your position, Brother Locke would act similarly. The combat prowess of a succubus is not particularly formidable against wizards, yet they are exceedingly cunning and ruthless. At the slightest indication of danger, they will prioritize fleeing. You have witnessed her speed." Dean acknowledged Paige's assessment of the succubus. However, the most terrifying aspect of a succubus is her vengefulness. Should she escape, she would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of bloodshed upon this city in short order. Imagine the fate of an ordinary person encountering a succubus. Paige's expression turned grave as she recounted having watched several documentaries on sealed entities, including those concerning succubi. You can scarcely fathom the hellish scenarios depicted therein. Thus, our guiding principle is to eliminate the source of danger above all else. Brother Locke does not harbor any ill intentions towards you. I understand. Dean grasped his explanation but could not condone Locke's actions. Observing Dean's demeanor, Paige sighed, her earlier excitement considerably diminished. After gathering all available items, Paige called the police station to summon assistance. Dean beheld Brown, who had become a mere skin, a true human hide, with his internal organs and blood vanished, leaving only bones discarded in a corner of the room. The sight from earlier must have been the succubus slipping into his skin. The succubus's cruelty was manifest. "Are you not going to dismantle the magical array?" Dean recalled the succubus mentioning that Paige and Locke had set up a confinement array here. Locke had departed without taking any extraneous actions. "Can you not see?" Paige initially displayed surprise. Then realization dawned upon her. "Indeed, you do not know how to apply your magical power." As she spoke, a clear hesitation crossed Paige's face, and ultimately, she seemed to resolve to tell Dean. Certain things require payment to acquire. In the world of wizards, equivalent exchange is the most fundamental principle. Dean refrained from responding, patiently awaiting the continuation of Paige's discourse. "Thus, I shall impart to you some insights on the application of power as a means of atoning for Brother Locke, shall we?" Paige's face radiated hope, awaiting Dean's acquiescence. "Very well." Dean nodded in agreement. "Dean, having undergone the spirit flame, I trust you have begun to sense the changes within your magical essence?" Paige inquired. "Indeed," Dean nodded. He could discern the emotions of others, which was undoubtedly related to the magical power Paige had mentioned. In truth, we must learn to control our magical essence, allowing us to apply our power with agility and ease. For instance, focus your magical energy in your eyes. Give it a try. As Paige spoke, her eyes momentarily gleamed with an unusual brightness. She was deliberately demonstrating for Dean, as the enhancement of magical power in the eyes typically does not manifest any visible change. "You must proceed with caution. The eyes are exceedingly fragile," Paige quickly warned. Dean silently nodded, directing a portion of his magical power toward his eyes. The sensation was nebulous. Yet Dean could perceive it, a chilling force. As the magical energy surged into his eyes, a hint of ethereal blue emerged within his golden irises. That is too much, relax, or your eyes may explode, Paige exclaimed. While they practiced, there were designated guiding spells and supervising instructors, thus the danger was minimal. However, she lacked the authority to impart the guiding spell to Dean. Upon hearing this, Dean immediately slowed the flow of his magical energy. He saw it. On the floor and walls, lines of peculiar energy intertwined, radiating from the battlefield's center. This is the magical array. In some places, the energy lines had been severed, and the energy began to dissipate. Within an hour, this fragmented magical array would vanish entirely. In the brief time he spent downstairs, Locke and Paige had already ascended to establish a confinement array. They were well aware of the succubus's suspicious nature and knew she would likely flee to the second floor, where she had constructed her lair. Do you see? Not only in your eyes, your energy can be applied in various places. Upon witnessing Dean's accomplishment, Paige exhaled a great sigh of relief. Just as you fought earlier? Dean was quick to comprehend. Correct, yet different. Each individual, influenced by their personality and upbringing, has a unique method of applying their power, resulting in varied combat styles. Paige answered earnestly. Dean nodded, as this clarified Locke and Paige's fighting methods. Why do you not employ wands in battle? Dean still wished to voice his lingering question. In both his memories and his understanding of the world, wizards wielded wands in combat. A wand? A wizardess staff? Paige was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood what Dean meant and chuckled softly. Wizardess staff. Dean murmured to himself. This term was indeed more fitting for wizards. He realized that his initial terminology, magic wand, was likely influenced by the fanciful novels he had read. Suddenly, Dean recognized a significant discrepancy. The information about wizards that ordinary people encountered seemed greatly distorted. As I previously mentioned, each individual's combat style is unique. For instance, Brother Locke and I are not particularly adept at wielding wands. We only employ them during lengthy incantations, as they amplify the spell's intensity. However, some wizards, like Brother Feynman, excel with specially crafted wands. Paige spoke candidly. Dean nodded, seizing the opportunity before the police arrived. Could you enlighten me further about the fundamentals of wizardry? Certainly. Paige did not hesitate. Since she sought to alleviate Dean's concerns, she would not withhold information. Let us discuss the distinction between wizards and sorcerers. Dean nodded, listening attentively. In essence, wizards and sorcerers are not vastly different. Both ultimately seek truth. The distinction lies in that wizards become increasingly rational as they approach the truth, while sorcerers tend to descend into madness. Noticing the confusion in Dean's eyes, Paige continued. Sorcerers ultimately confront their own corruption, leading to tragic fates. What you can do is control the growth of your power and seek out the source of corruption to eliminate it. Are there any who have succeeded? Dean furrowed his brow. Indeed, he was experiencing rapid growth in power. In just over a week, his skin had already begun to withstand the succubus's attacks. There must be some. Sorcerers are regarded as unique entities within the wizarding world. Although the Wizarding Alliance provides oversight, it is primarily limited to the initial stages. Paige was uncertain. Dean nodded, recognizing that he could not afford to cease enhancing his power, at least not at this moment. Half a month had already passed. That enigmatic wizard loomed above him like a sword, offering no opportunity for growth. According to your assertion, I have indeed been tainted by an unknown force, have I not? Dean inquired. Chapter 15. Unperceived. Dean immediately understood and nodded, expressing his gratitude. Paige, observing his demeanor, could only sigh softly. He had done all that he could. In the realm of wizards, it was commonplace for wizards to harbor prejudices against secret wizards, particularly among the established wizarding families. Only the newly minted wizards, such as themselves, displayed less disdain towards secret wizards. Paige imparted some practical techniques to Dean. By the time the police car arrived, a crowd of neighborhood residents had gathered on the street in front of the house, drawn by the considerable noise of the earlier commotion. Paige exchanged information with the police, casting a spell to render themselves invisible to the onlookers, allowing them to depart with ease. The blood of the succubus and the dream essence were divided equally between them. On weekends, Paige planned to take Dean to Wizarding Alley in Hollow City to sell their findings, which were rumored to be worth a substantial sum. As Dean opened the door, he found Lilith sprawled on the floor, her legs in the air. Upon seeing Dean enter, she lifted her head, presenting a pitiable expression. What have you done this time? Dean asked, cautiously surveying the surroundings, particularly checking for any signs of urine or feces on the bed. Each time Lilith misbehaved, she would adopt such a posture. Meow, meow, Lilith called out softly, attempting to endear herself. Don't feign innocence. You are a tomcat. Dean began to inspect the area. Lilith was a tortoiseshell cat, and typically, tortoiseshell cats are female, with the likelihood of a male being 1 in 3,000. Lilith was indeed that rare exception. Meow, meow. Lilith protested with a sense of grievance. Dean searched thoroughly but found nothing amiss, leaving him perplexed. Now, tell me what you've done, he said, crouching down to scoop up Lilith. Lilith, with her large eyes, squirmed and leaped from his grasp, raising her plump head and swishing her tail haughtily as she distanced herself from Dean. It seemed she had decided to play coy, having realized that Dean found no evidence against her. Dean stepped forward, disregarding Lilith's struggles, and began to pet her. Lilith feebly resisted for a moment, then closed her eyes, adopting a posture of surrender, no longer putting up a fight. By now, it was past 11 in the evening. After taking a shower, Dean wasted no time and resumed practicing his movements. So engrossed was he that he failed to notice Lilith cautiously observing him, gradually mimicking his actions. The following days passed in a flurry of activity, especially in light of Brown's demise, which had increased his workload. Then came the end-of-term examinations, to which Dean devoted himself wholeheartedly. The weekend soon arrived. On Friday after school, Paige and Dean had made plans to visit Wizarding Alley on Saturday. Their clandestine arrangement was spotted by Philip, who expressed his displeasure and threw a tantrum. Dean felt helpless regarding his friend. He could hardly bring him along and would have to seek another opportunity to reconcile. Dean took a day off, which greatly irked his boss, Duke. He was highly eager about Wizarding Alley, believing it to be a gateway to another world. Rising early, Dean prepared food and water for Lilith and made his way to their meeting spot. At 10 minutes past 8, Dean arrived at the northwest corner of the park in Hollow City. The morning was bustling with individuals exercising, mostly middle-aged and elderly, making Dean feel rather out of place. Within less than a minute, Paige appeared in Dean's line of sight. You're here early. Have you eaten? Paige inquired. Dean, however, he had grown accustomed to Paige's exuberance. What did you summon me here for? There's a fried pastry shop here. It's absolutely delicious. My treat, Paige exclaimed, his mouth watering at the thought. Dean took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain calm. Ever since Paige had mentioned that secret wizards could be invisibly tainted, he had begun to monitor his temper. Let us go, let us go. It's fantastic, Paige urged, leading the way. Dean had no choice but to follow. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. The two walked down the street like ordinary youths. Who would have thought one was a secret wizard and the other a wizard? As they traversed a short alley, a sweet aroma wafted through the air. Do you smell that? Paige quickened his pace. I do. Dean nodded in agreement. Soon, they arrived at the fried pastry shop, where a queue had already formed outside. Fried pastries, which were stuffed with various fillings, could be chosen freely. After waiting for over 10 minutes, they finally obtained their treats. Each fried pastry cost 5 copper coins, which Dean thought was exorbitant, considering a fruit-filled pastry and a box of milk only cost 3 copper coins. However, since it was Paige who was treating, Dean refrained from voicing his discontent. As they walked and ate, they soon reached the Church of Light. Churches were plentiful in this world. To Dean's knowledge, there were 12 renowned types of churches in Hollowies. Naturally, the Church of Light remained the largest. You cannot be telling me that Wizarding Alley is located within the Church of Light, Dean whispered as they stood at the church's entrance, feeling somewhat uneasy. He believed that wizards existed within the Church of Light, but the notion that Wizarding Alley resided there was beyond his comprehension. How could that be? Paige rolled his eyes dramatically. Are you a follower of the Church of Light? Dean asked. Of course not. I'm not that bored, Paige retorted. But upon seeing Dean's face darken with skepticism, he quickly gestured for Dean to look towards a narrow alley beside the church. There. The alley led directly to the church's back entrance. Dean's skepticism remained. Paige guided Dean towards the alley. The moment they stepped into the alley, Dean felt an energy fluctuation emanating from Paige. Instantly, Dean infused his vision with magical power. Sensing Dean's scrutiny, Paige slowed his movements. Intertwining his fingers, an energy seal materialized. Paige pressed the seal against the wall, and the once gray surface silently revealed a door. Dean noticed that this door was imbued with a layer of energy, making it invisible to the naked eye. Paige glanced around before swiftly pushing the door open. In, he urged. Dean followed closely behind. The two vanished, and the wall reverted to its normal state. Before them lay a winding alley. Chapter 16. Wizard's Alley. On either side of the alley, houses of varying heights stood tall. There were red mushroom-shaped homes, orange-hued abodes resembling oranges, strawberry-colored cottages, and peculiar toad-like structures that appeared to be bursting with odd growths. The diversity in the appearance, size, and colors of the houses seemed as though they had been forcibly assembled, creating a striking visual contrast that nonetheless imparted a sense of harmony. The street was sparsely populated, with only 3 or 4 individuals meandering about. Dean spotted a wizard with a serpentine visage, his mouth flicking his tongue in a bizarre manner. "Don't stare too long. That's a secret wizard," Paige whispered urgently. In a small town like Hollis, a grand wizarding street was an impossibility. If you ever find the chance, visit the wizarding capital. Verity, that is the true haven for wizards. Paige discerned Dean's yearning. The wizard capital? Dean had never heard of a city named Verity. Upon hearing this, he too felt a stirring of desire. "Paige, do you know of any means to swiftly enhance one's power?" Dean inquired. "In just a few days, that wizard will be arriving. Is your power not elevating quickly enough?" Paige gazed at Dean with astonishment. "I was merely asking," Dean reflected, aware that even if he reported the strange wizard to the Special Affairs Office, he would likely be disregarded. The most probable outcome was an evaluation of the combat risks, leading to his abandonment. He understood his value in the eyes of the office was minimal. Which potions? Alchemical artifacts. These can significantly augment one's strength. Paige advised him sagely. But remember, Dean, in the wizarding world, knowledge is the greatest power. Dean nodded in acknowledgement. "Once we sell these items, how much which potions and alchemical artifacts can we acquire?" Dean queried. "It's uncertain. Let us first dispose of our goods." Paige sighed internally, sensing Dean's lack of focus on the main point. Paige strode towards a house resembling a vibrant flower in full bloom, the 1506 branch of the Enchantress's Temptation perfume shop. The two entered, greeted by a melodious voice. "Welcome to Enchantress's Temptation. How may I assist you?" A short, rotund woman approached, adorned in a pink jumpsuit and exaggerated pink frog-eyed glasses, swaying as she walked. "Hello, we are here to sell materials," Paige stated, revealing his wizarding credential. The woman glanced at it, and her demeanor shifted to one of indifference. "Understood. What materials are you selling?" "Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of knowing your name?" Paige retracted his credential, refraining from producing the succubus blood or dream essence. Such a charming little brother. "I am Dana, the proprietor of this perfume shop. Now, what materials do you wish to sell?" "I must inform you we have ceased purchasing ordinary pollen." Dana clearly relished the titles of beautiful and lady. "Of course, we have no time to gather pollen. I am not a little bee," Paige quipped mischievously. "Such a little rascal." "You think bees are small?" Dana teased, a blush creeping onto Paige's fair cheeks, causing his freckles to dance. Dean observed in silence, noting Paige's willingness to sacrifice for a good price. "Good sister, I am offering this," Paige proclaimed, producing a small glass vial filled with deep blue liquid that had transformed into a mesmerizing purplish-red hue. Under the shop's lighting, it shimmered with an alluring glow. This is the normal reaction of succubus blood upon oxidation. Upon seeing the succubus blood, Dana's breath quickened. She reached out to take the vial. Her chubby fingers, adorned with bright red nail polish and extravagant gemstone rings, trembled slightly. Eagerly, she uncorked the vial, bringing it to her nose. A sweet, cloying fragrance invaded her senses. While the scent of unrefined succubus blood was not remarkable, it was a primary ingredient in the most luxurious perfumes. "I heard that the Marquis of Windsor's pleasure garden went awry, releasing many treasures. It seems a succubus has made its way to Hollis." Dana's face glowed with delight, though her gaze remained fixed on Paige and Dean. Paige wore a playful grin, while Dean maintained a stoic expression. "We are merely selling some items that our elders no longer require." "A succubus? We have never encountered one. Young men like us, brimming with vitality, would have been drained dry upon seeing a succubus like you." Paige jested, his spirits lifted. "How insufferable. For you, I shall part with this vial for 50 guineas. Dana spat playfully. "Dear sister, you are quite heartless. 70 guineas, not a penny less." Paige remained undeterred. Thus ensued a protracted negotiation, lasting half an hour, filled with glances and banter. Dean admired Paige's cunning. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. Ultimately, they settled on a price of 59 guineas for the vial. Each received 354 guineas in exchange for their 6 vials of succubus blood. As Dean looked at the guineas in his hand, He felt an exhilarating sense of wealth. Surprisingly, throughout the exchange, Paige never mentioned the dream essence. Once outside, after walking a short distance, Paige rolled his eyes and breathed heavily. I am quite impressed with myself. All for the sake of the 5th-generation wizarding game console. Dean was unaware of what the 5th-generation wizarding game console entailed, but he could only assume it was quite expensive. Paige, why didn't you sell the dream essence? Dean voiced his curiosity. The dream essence is indeed a superb material for perfumes, but it wouldn't fetch its true value in a perfume shop, Paige explained, patting Dean on the shoulder. Brother, if you wish to procure which potions and alchemical artifacts, it will depend on whether there are genuine buyers for our batch of dream essence. Paige's words heightened Dean's interest. In truth, they had collected a remarkable 56 vials of dream essence, far surpassing the single vial of succubus blood. Dean felt a rising anticipation for the profits to come. This is the place for which potions. That shop sells alchemical artifacts. This establishment specializes in standardized wizard staves, though custom orders are available for a price. As they traversed the alley, guided by Paige's insights, Dean learned of the wares each shop offered. Finally, they arrived at the alley's end, where a black thatched roof cottage awaited them. This is our destination. Paige's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 17. Crollo, a hut constructed of blackened thatch, stood before them. Its entrance veiled by a black cloth, its simplicity bordering on the extreme. Were it surrounded by foliage, it would blend seamlessly into the background. Here, disbelief etched itself upon Dean's features. From the exterior, it scarcely seemed capable of accommodating for adults. This is it. I've always longed to visit, but alas, I never possessed anything of sufficient value. Paige exclaimed with palpable excitement. What is this place? Dean inquired, his curiosity piqued. As they spoke, they approached the entrance. Dean distinctly perceived the hut enveloped in an invisible force. Paige, now at the threshold, produced a phial of dream nectar. To Dean's astonishment, she hurled the vial, no larger than a finger, towards the curtain. Upon contact, the phial adhered to the fabric, held by an unseen power. Paige retrieved the vial, her gaze riveted to the curtain's movement. Slowly, the black drape parted, revealing a lightless void beyond. It's open. Let's go in. Paige rejoiced, tugging Dean forward. They entered the thatched hut, the curtain silently closing behind them. A silent, inky expanse surrounded them. Dean found the sensation unsettling. Were it not for Paige's presence, he might have believed himself once more within the confines of a nightmarish abyss. Your offering is dream nectar, then? A sonorous voice echoed through the darkness. Indeed, Paige replied, her eyes darting about, though only darkness met her gaze. How much? The voice pressed. Rumors abounded that the void market was truly situated within the void itself, the black thatched hut merely an entryway. However, spatial experts dismissed such notions, arguing that even if stable void portals existed, establishing so many entrances would be impossible. Furthermore, the cost of spatial transit would far outweigh the profits of many transactions. Esteemed guests, welcome. Please proceed 20 paces to your left, the voice announced, now imbued with a familiar deference. How utterly pragmatic. Only after ascertaining our worth do we become esteemed guests. Dean mused inwardly. Let's go? Paige urged, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. She knew that such a quantity of dream nectar would grant them access to the true void market. Following the voice's directions, they advanced 20 paces to the left. As the final step landed, they felt a sensation of weightlessness. Before they could react, their feet touched solid ground. Welcome to the Secret Witch's Void Market. I am Crollo, your designated concierge, a youthful voice chirped from above. Looking up, they beheld a rotund wooden puppet suspended in the air, constructed of 2 spheres, one large and one small. The puppet possessed a small sphere as a head and a large sphere as a body. Its mechanical eyes darted about, and a coin-operated mouth emitted sounds. Devoid of limbs, it possessed only a pair of crudely crafted wings. They stood in a desolate wasteland beneath a somber sky. At intervals of 10 meters, wisps of black mist drifted. The horizon was obscured, stretching endlessly before them. Crollo, we wish to sell items, Paige declared, observing her surroundings with fascination. This differed greatly from her understanding of the void market. How might we go about selling our wares? Dean inquired, a peculiar sense of familiarity washing over him. The air held a unique essence, foreign to the ordinary world. Secret Witch's Void Market. Revered Secret Witch, welcome to the Secret Witch's Void Market. According to regulations, If you opt to sell, you may avail yourself of the search function for purchase requests and the barter system, free of charge, Crollo stated, addressing Dean. Its tone noticeably more cheerful, its wings beating with increased speed. Hold on, will we be charged for using these functions? Paige interjected, her eyes widening. Indeed. Each function costs 10 guineas per use, esteemed sir. Crollo replied, its tone reverting to its initial state. That's not fair. Just because he's a secret witch and I'm merely a witch, I have to pay? I protest this discrimination. Paige exclaimed indignantly. I apologize, esteemed madam. But such are the regulations, Crollo answered, its tone unwavering. Paige's brow furrowed. As a witch, she was unaccustomed to such treatment. A palpable aura of danger emanated from her. Esteemed madam, damaging Crollo incurs a penalty of 10,000 guineas, madam. This compensation is approved by the Wizards Alliance, madam. Please consider this, madam. Crollo's cost is only 50 guineas. Madam. Crollo rapidly flapped its wings, emitting a series of urgent sounds. 10,000 guineas. Paige instantly regained her composure. A cost of 50 guineas. A selling price of 10,000. What a profit margin. Dean remarked, his gaze upon Crollo now tinged with newfound respect. You search, Paige grumbled to Dean, then muttered under her breath, I shall lodge a complaint. I wish to search for purchase requests for Dream Nectar. Dean directed at Crollo. Dean and Paige watched as the boundless black mist receded, replaced by white mist of varying distances. Crollo, how do we view the information? Dean inquired. Does the distance signify anything? Dean inquired. Dean nodded, turning to Paige, only to be met with a sight that startled him. Paige's face was contorted with rage. Her fists clenched, her expression one of utter indignation. Let's go take a look, Dean suggested, placing a hand on Paige's shoulder. He knew that she was deeply affected by the situation. Paige nodded, her heart heavy. She could not comprehend why so many revered the secret witch's void market, a place that openly discriminated against witches. Never again, she vowed silently, never again will I return. They swiftly approached the nearest wisp of white mist. As they touched it, information materialized before them, seeking 250 milliliters of dream nectar, offering 50,000 guineas. Dean's breath hitched at the sight of the sum. Chapter 18. An unexpected acquisition. Would 50,000 guineas suffice to procure a residence within the Hollis Municipal District? Combined, he and Paige possessed 56 vials of phantasmal congealment. At 5 milliliters per vial, their aggregate amounted to 280 milliliters of the precious substance. The price is not exorbitant, after all, Paige remarked, her tone tinged with surprise. Dean's countenance reflected his astonishment. Let us proceed and examine the subsequent establishment, Paige declared without hesitation. With an abundance of time at their disposal, they embarked on a deliberate comparison of prices, scrutinizing each purveyor in turn. The zenith of the spectrum reached 260 guineas per milliliter. However, upon careful deliberation, they surmised that the imposition of transaction fees rendered a price of 240 guineas per milliliter the most judicious selection. Just as they were poised to finalize the transaction, Paige experienced a sudden recollection. She turned her gaze toward Clickrow, who had been hovering silently above them, and inquired, in the realm of barter, does one happen to possess a 5th-generation wizard gaming console? Paige's query was merely a casual utterance, yet the affirmative response she received filled her with incredulity. Are you certain? Not a 4th generation, but a 5th? She exclaimed. Esteemed patrons, the 5th-generation wizard gaming console within the barter sector is among the inaugural batch to have passed internal testing, expressly designated for the esoteric wizard void bazaar, Clickrow affirmed. Impossible. Utterly impossible. Paige vociferously protested, her face flushed with excitement. The esoteric wizard void bazaar holds dominion over 30% of all 5th-generation wizard gaming consoles. Therefore, you need not harbor concerns regarding authenticity, Clickrow elucidated, presenting the facts with reasoned precision. Paige's nostrils flared, her face incandescent. Indeed, it is the esoteric wizard void bazaar. Truly, truly magnificent. Your commendation is most gratifying, esteemed patron, Clickrow responded with evident delight. Paige's lips quivered as she fell silent, her gaze then directed toward Dean. Dean, would you indulge me? Might we first explore the barter section? Certainly, Dean acceded, perceiving Paige's evident distress at being manipulated by a mere automaton. He was also intrigued by this 5th-generation wizard gaming console. We wish to peruse the barter offerings and select a 5th-generation wizard gaming console, Dean announced. A moment. If you please, while I curate the selection for your perusal, Clickrow responded, as it levitated once more, pausing for several seconds. The opalescent mist dissipated, giving way to a sable haze, which then receded, allowing the white mist to re-emerge. However, on this occasion, the white mist was markedly diminished, numbering fewer than 100. Paige's eyes sparkled as she beheld the ethereal display. Clickrow, what is required to barter for a gaming console? Dean inquired. Clickrow had previously intimated that these consoles were exclusive editions, implying that the esoteric wizard Void Bazaar retained ownership. By extension, Clickrow might possess knowledge of, or even the prerogative to provide, the requisites for acquiring a console without cost. Dean immediately discerned the fervent gaze of Paige upon him. It implied that Dean could procure the gaming console by offering an equivalent concession, foregoing the need for specified items. The concession, in all likelihood, entailed furnishing his personal information to the esoteric wizard bazaar, thereby becoming a neophyte member. Paige was cognizant of this implication. Yet she hesitated to solicit Dean's accession to the esoteric wizard void bazaar, mindful of the inherent yearning for autonomy among wizards. Furthermore, divulging one's personal information posed considerable peril to a wizard. Should adversaries gain prior knowledge, they could orchestrate targeted stratagems, resulting in dire consequences. Might I inquire as to the obligations incumbent upon becoming a member of the bazaar? Dean inquired. The esoteric wizard void bazaar is dedicated to serving esoteric wizards, fostering unity, and striving to provide an optimal environment for their existence. There are no specific obligations, esteemed wizard, Clickrow replied, its voice resonant with pride. Dean's countenance betrayed a nascent inclination. Paige had been amiable toward him, and assisting her in acquiring a gaming console would serve as a gesture of reciprocation. Dean, permit me to apprise you of certain matters. Paige interjected, perceiving Dean's nascent interest. Despite her fervent desire for the gaming console, she harbored no intention of ensnaring Dean. Subsequently, Paige candidly elucidated the potential ramifications. Upon hearing her explanation, Dean chuckled and dismissed her concerns. Dean's reaction elicited surprise in Paige. Clickrow, how much phantasmal congealment is required to barter for a fifth-generation wizard gaming console? Dean inquired. The gaming console's price was estimated to be approximately 500 guineas. A figure Dean had gleaned from Paige's muttered conjectures throughout their journey. At this price point, Paige had asserted that the proceeds from the sale of the phantasmal congealment and incubus blood would suffice to acquire a gaming console. Is it you who is purchasing? Clickrow inquired. Affirmative, Dean responded. Do you desire to become a member of the esoteric wizard void bazaar? Clickrow persisted. Affirmative, Dean reiterated. Even absent Paige's entreaty, Dean harbored a profound affinity for the esoteric wizard void bazaar. From his entry into the void bazaar, Clickrow's demeanor and the bazaar's promulgated policies evinced an exceptional benevolence toward esoteric wizards. It was evident that in this wizard-dominated world, the esoteric wizard void bazaar's overt establishment of such stipulations must have engendered considerable pressure. Whether the bazaar concealed ulterior motives remained unknown to Dean. As for the potential compromise of his personal information, Dean remained unperturbed, his current capabilities being readily discernible to any wizard of even moderate experience. Observing Dean's decision, Paige parted her lips, yet her selfish desire for the fifth-generation esoteric wizard gaming console restrained her. A moment, if you please, while the requisite information is collected, Clickrow announced, levitating once more. This time, the process extended for nearly 2 minutes. A wisp of pale golden mist materialized, hovering before Dean. Kindly proceed to the collection chamber. Esteemed wizard, it is imperative that the information you provide be veracious, lest untoward consequences ensue, Clickrow cautioned, descending from its aerial perch. Dean, Paige exclaimed, unable to contain herself any longer. Fear not, Dean reassured her with a comforting glance. Dean stepped into the golden mist and found himself transported to a circular platform. A writing desk and chair appeared. Dean seated himself, whereupon a form and a golden quill manifested upon the desk. As Dean grasped the quill, an irresistible force seized control of his body. Chapter 19. The wizard's staff. This peculiar feeling was akin to the strange wizard's touch. Dean materialized in a dark, silent expanse. Unlike the previous occasion, he was now accompanied by Zombie Dean. Before him, a mirror-like reflection reminiscent of a first-person perspective reappeared. Dean observed as he inscribed his intricate details, as if an invisible hand were guiding him. How did you come to know about wizards? From legends, literature, and comics. Please detail your journey to becoming a secret wizard. I obtained a tome titled Summoning Spirits without hesitation. His body continued to write. Upon completing an entire sheet, Dean quietly exhaled in relief. The trio of inquiries regarding the dark space, cultivation issues, and the origin of his body and soul had not surfaced. Just as Dean's spirit began to relax, a new line unexpectedly materialized on the already completed questionnaire. Do you possess secrets unknown to others? Upon encountering this question, Dean felt as if his mind might explode. No, 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 Dean shouted vehemently within the dark space. His body, without faltering, inscribed below no. Witnessing this scene, Dean felt utterly drained. The questionnaire and pen gradually vanished, replaced by a black card that materialized before him, adorned with swirling patterns of black mist. A gentle pull ensued, and Dean regained control over his body. Welcome to the Secret Wizard's Void Marketplace. Please keep your membership card safe. Your current member level is D. The voice of Kekro resonated. Everything around him began to blur. Just before the chair beneath him dissipated, Dean hastily stood up. Moments later, Dean reappeared within the Secret Wizard's Void Marketplace. Dean, is everything all right? Upon seeing Dean emerge, Paige immediately inquired with concern. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Secret Wizard's Void Marketplace. As a new member, you may now utilize your privileges. Next time you enter the marketplace, simply present your membership card. Kekro cheerfully flapped his wings. I'm fine. Let us procure the 5th-generation wizard gaming console you need. Dean attempted to maintain a normal smile. Dean was uncertain how other secret wizards felt upon becoming members of the marketplace, but his experience was decidedly abnormal, especially the last additional question. As if the other party had sensed something and added it on a whim. Kekro, if we consider 5 milliliters per bottle of dream liquid, how many bottles will be needed for a barter exchange? Dean inquired. Please present your membership card. As he spoke, Kekro flew directly opposite Dean. A mouth resembling a currency slot opened, indicating Dean to insert his membership card. Dean inserted the card into Kekro's mouth. Kekro's large mechanical eyes whirled ceaselessly. Soon, a cloud of mist surged towards them, arriving before them. The membership card was ejected by Kekro, who stated, after the member discount, 24 bottles of dream liquid are required. Please personally deposit the dream liquid into the transaction intermediary. 24 bottles. Fewer than Dean had anticipated. Clearly, Kekro's mention of a discount was indeed valid. Upon hearing this, Paige's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly handed dream liquid to Dean. One by one, Dean deposited the dream liquid into the white mist. After being cast in, the liquid sank without a trace. Upon depositing the final bottle, Dean and Paige intently observed the transformation of the white mist. Dean was eager to discover what the 5th-generation wizard gaming console would resemble. Paige, growing increasingly impatient, waited alongside him. However, as they waited for a minute, the white mist gradually dissipated, revealing nothing. Kekro, does receiving the item require a personal signature? Dean inquired. They exchanged glances, and Paige promptly provided her address, thoughtfully leaving her contact information. The transaction has been completed. You may continue selecting your goods, esteemed customer. Kekro's mechanical eyes returned to normal. Dean, allow me to assist you in selecting a wizard's staff. Paige suddenly interjected. Dean regarded him with curiosity. While his expression remained unchanged, his heart soared with elation. The very reason he aided Paige in acquiring the gaming console was for this moment. Paige, a quintessential wizard, adhered to the principles of wizardry. He was also remarkably innocent. Dean understood his current situation well. He required a trustworthy guide to navigate the path of secret wizardry, rather than stumbling blindly through the darkness. Paige was someone Dean could place his trust in. What Dean needed to do was to gradually encourage Paige to relinquish some of the less critical principles to assist him. Very well, thank you. Dean nodded. If you don't mind, could you share your current physical condition and the status of your spirit? Paige inquired. Dean recounted his situation. Naturally, he omitted the secrets he kept to himself, including his unique cultivation methods at night. After listening attentively, Paige fell into deep contemplation. The wizard's staff is a distinct discipline, encompassing a vast array of knowledge. The staff is of paramount importance, not merely for casting spells, but also for the survival of a wizard. Each wizard's staff is unique, with bizarre appearances and functionalities. For instance, Paige's staff is exceptionally suited to him. He is not a combat-oriented wizard. Rather, his staff amplifies long-duration spellcasting. This capability also facilitated his direct entry into governmental circles. Nearly all secret wizards are combat-oriented, possessing a myriad of extraordinary abilities. After absorbing Dean's description, Paige concluded that Dean's abilities were rather simple, indeed very ordinary. Historically, a few renowned secret wizards have ascended to greatness while in a state of living corpse, and their staff characteristics could be summarized. Dean remained silent, patiently awaiting a response. After nearly 20 minutes, Paige spoke slowly. Dean, based on my current knowledge, I can only present you with 3 options. Chapter 20. Dean's choice with eager anticipation. Dean gazed at Paige. This is my wizard's staff. With a flourish of her hand, Paige conjured a black wizard's staff. It was Dean's first close encounter with Paige's staff. The staff was entirely jet black, reminiscent of the magical wands Dean had envisioned. Though not identical, they bore a striking resemblance. Intricate dark patterns adorned the shaft, subtle enough that they were difficult to discern at first glance. At the top, 3 dark green vines spiraled around the handle. Each wizard is destined to possess a staff uniquely their own, accompanying them through the passage of time, aiding in their inner quest, and standing by them throughout their lives. This is my staff, Nightshade, Paige remarked, her eyes reflecting a profound focus as she regarded her wand. Ahem, didn't you mention there were factory-made wands? Dean recalled Paige stating that one could either purchase a finished product or have one custom-made. Indeed, and that is also what I wish to convey. Factory-made wands apply equally to what I previously mentioned. Once you choose your wizard's staff, it signifies that this staff will be your eternal companion, Paige asserted, her gaze intense. What if the staff is damaged? Dean questioned, struggling to comprehend. At this moment, you may not fully grasp it, but trust me, once you have selected your staff, even if it breaks or if it is the most inexpensive wand, you will not abandon it. You will only seek to repair it. Paige maintained a serious demeanor. Dean, though skeptical internally, responded earnestly, I understand. I entered the White Tower Academy at the age of 8, and for 6 years, one mandatory course was titled Wizard's Staff, Dean revealed. Paige instantly discerned Dean's thoughts. Dean was moved. I have shared so much to ensure you reflect carefully before making your choice. Paige emphasized. I understand. I will think it through. Dean nodded. Paige acknowledged him, and the wizard's staff vanished from her hand. The first option, factory-made wands. We currently have 32 vials of dream essence, sufficient to acquire a wand with special abilities. The most significant feature of these wands is that each contains one or more types of sorcery. With our current funds, we could purchase a wand imbued with at most 2 types of sorcery. You simply need to channel your magical power to activate the sorcery within. The drawbacks of such wands are apparent. Due to material constraints, the sorcery is fixed and cannot be augmented later. Furthermore, there is an element of choice at play. It is not solely you who selects the wizard's staff, but the staff also chooses you, which introduces the possibility that you may not be able to select a wand that resonates with you. The second option, custom wands. This is the most preferred choice among both secret wizards and sorcerers. Regardless of the material's cost or the final product's appearance, it will undoubtedly be the most suitable for you. The drawbacks are time and expense. Customizing a wand can be both straightforward and complex, depending on your requirements. Some individuals can have a wand crafted in 3 or 4 days without demanding much in terms of materials or design. Others may invest years, seeking only the finest materials and the most intricate designs. The third option, which I recommend to you. Upon hearing Paige's suggestion, Dean's spirits lifted. Original bone of a wizard. In simpler terms, it refers to the bones of deceased wizards or the bones of otherworldly entities. Due to your unique constitution, the wizard bones will likely resonate harmoniously with you. You merely need to refine them using your magical power. The advantages of such wands are strikingly clear. Those capable of becoming wizard bones inherently possess formidable power. Their malleability is also notably high, allowing for the potential to infuse advanced materials or inscribe your abilities into them in the future. However, the drawbacks include a steep price and an element of uncertainty. In truth, the primary issue is the cost. If one possesses sufficient funds, they can purchase already identified wizard bones with known abilities. Yet, our financial resources fall short, leading to a dilemma. Unidentified wizard bones carry significant uncertainty. When a wizard bone attracts you, it may resonate perfectly with you, or it may be lurking with malice, coveting your soul. The moment you obtain it and successfully refine it is also the moment it could taint you, slay you, or even become a parasite upon you. After delivering this solemn warning, Paige regarded Dean with seriousness. Paige, once a staff is chosen, can it truly not be changed? Dean inquired. grappling with the importance of such an instrument in his understanding. When the time comes for you to select your staff, you will comprehend why. Your body, your eyes, and your magical power will reveal it to you. It is not you who chooses the staff. Rather, it is your destiny that selects your staff. Page refrained from further elaboration. He realized that Dean would not believe his words until he faced the choice himself. Dean nodded, internally dismissing the option of a custom wand, now weighing the factory-made wand against the wizard bone wand. In terms of safety, the factory-made wand appeared more reliable and adequately powerful for his current situation. However, the allure of the wizard bone wand was irresistibly potent. Intuition urged him toward the wizard bone wand, yet reason cautioned that this instinct stemmed from Page's recommendation. The wizard bone wand felt akin to an unopened mystery box, rife with uncertainty. Dean found himself ensnared in a web of indecision. Page waited patiently, fully understanding Dean's tumultuous emotions from his own experiences. "I choose the factory-made wand," Dean finally declared. Page raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise gracing his countenance. He was perplexed as to why Dean would make such a choice. Without guidance, most secret wizards would gravitate toward factory-made wands, often leading to regret later on. This was a flaw within the secret wizard's path. The higher one ascended, the deeper the bond with their staff, resulting in diminished combat prowess due to staff-related issues. "Dean, may I inquire why?" Page asked earnestly. "This is my choice," Dean replied, intending to disclose the formidable adversaries he would soon face, but ultimately refraining from doing so. He did not wish to involve Page. Noticing Dean's resolve, disappointment washed over Page's face. "Very well, I respect your choice. Perhaps this is fate's design. Thank you. Could you assist me in selecting one shortly?" Dean requested. "Certainly. Since you have chosen a factory-made wand, we can head to Wizard's Alley, where the Rosrog family wand shop is the largest in the wizarding world," Page affirmed. "My lord, the Void Market for Secret Wizards also offers excellent factory-made wands," Kekro dutifully interjected. "No need. I have heard that the wands at the Void Market are quite expensive." Page promptly dismissed the suggestion. Chapter 21. The unfulfilled choice. Kekro's mechanical eyes ceased their rotation for 3 seconds before he spoke stiffly. "The Secret Sorcerer's Void Market boasts the finest alchemical sorcerers for crafting wands, offering the most exquisite and high-quality wand materials, providing you with the most exceptional wizarding staffs. Let us sell the dream essence." Page disregarded Kekro's words. Dean nodded in agreement. The two sold the dream essence at a price of 240 genie per milliliter. "We look forward to your next visit." Kekro's voice echoed as the black curtain parted, revealing the streets of Wizard's Alley outside. Upon exiting the Secret Sorcerer's Void Market, Dean realized that it was already evening. The distant horizon was painted with a sunset that filled half the sky. Have we wandered for so long? They had arrived around 9 in the morning. Dean felt they had spent no more than 3 hours inside. "There are rumors that the Secret Sorcerer's Void Market exchanges time for space," Page explained. "Is that true?" Dean was taken aback. If that were indeed the case, the power of the Secret Sorcerer's Void Market surpassed all expectations. "Who knows?" Page shrugged nonchalantly. In the world of sorcery, strange occurrences and wondrous legends abound. It is best to maintain a calm demeanor. Dean sensed that as a novice in the wizarding world. He felt like a country bumpkin entering the city. "Let us visit the wand shop," Dean suggested, directing his gaze towards the Roslog family wand store. "Very well." Page's mood was not particularly high. He harbored doubts about Dean's choice. However, it was ultimately Dean's decision, and he was merely offering his perspective. The two made their way to the Roslog family wand store. This establishment was the most conventional shop along Wizard's Alley, with a black exterior that exuded a solemn, old-fashioned ambience. Through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, wands similar to Page's were displayed. As Dean pushed the door open, he was momentarily dazzled. The wands inside exceeded his expectations once more. The wands on display resembled Page's in style, yet those within were fantastically diverse. At the center of the shop stood a 3-meter-long sword, enveloped in black and red flames, with a dark chain snaking from the hilt and coiling around the blade. Both its design and presence were strikingly impressive. There were wands shaped like rings, bracelets, hairpins, chains, and even canes. All were wands. Dean had never realized that wands could take on so many forms, completely shattering his preconceived notions. "Welcome to the Roslog family wand store. How may I assist you?" A man with a handlebar mustache approached them. "We seek to purchase a custom wand." Page spoke first, his eyes scanning the more conventional-looking wands. "Right this way." The Roselog family wand store has the largest and most comprehensive selection of wands. You are sure to find the one destined for you. The man greeted them with a polite smile and guided them further inside. The interior of the store was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside. We require a custom wand with 2 spells, Paige spoke again. The man's pace faltered, and a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. I am Dewey. Esteemed guests, please follow me. As he spoke, Dewey changed direction. At that moment, Dean noticed an inconspicuous staircase in an unassuming corner. The staircase was barely 20 centimeters wide, resembling a decorative feature. As Dewey approached, the staircase suddenly began to expand on both sides, causing the display cases to retract. Within moments, a staircase suitable for one person appeared before them. Please, after you. Dewey gestured, leading the way up the stairs. The two followed Dewey to the second floor. This room was similar in size to the one below, but the number of wands within had decreased by nearly 2/3. Like the first floor, the variety of wand styles was still abundant. Which of you shall choose your wand? Dewey inquired. Do you have any specific requirements regarding appearance or spells? Please speak clearly. I have no requirements for appearance. My only stipulation is that it must possess great offensive power, Dean declared. Please hold on. Dewey instructed with a smile. Do not be alarmed or resist. Just remain relaxed. He produced a wand in his hand. Dean glanced at Paige, and upon seeing him nod, he understood this was part of the normal procedure and nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, Dean felt the spirit within him become unusually lively. The incantation continued, and Dean waited patiently. After about 5 minutes, beads of sweat began to form on Dewey's forehead. Dean looked at Paige in confusion. Paige's expression grew serious, and when Dean looked at him, he merely shook his head silently, indicating that he should wait patiently. Dewey's voice rose again, and all the wands began to tremble violently. After a few more minutes, Dewey's incantation softened, and the surrounding wands gradually calmed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Dewey turned to Dean with an apologetic expression. Esteemed guest, I am truly sorry, but there is no wand suited for you here. Dean was left bewildered, staring at Paige. Thank you very much, but we shall not impose further. We will discuss this matter and return if necessary, Paige replied with a somber expression. Dewey offered repeated apologies as they exited the wand shop. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Dean finally asked, Paige, what happened? Why did he say there was no wand for me? Dean was utterly perplexed. As I mentioned before, it is not merely you who chooses the wand also chooses you. The opportunity for selection is born of fate. This should not be the case. It should not be. Paige appeared more distressed than Dean. Seeing his friend's troubled demeanor stirred something within Dean. If a custom wand cannot be chosen, perhaps I should opt for a bone wand. Are you certain? Paige looked at Dean. Absolutely, Dean affirmed with a nod. He had little time left. Dewey was equally astonished by Dean's sudden change of mind, but continued to lead them to the bone wand sales room. After several minutes, the two returned empty-handed once more. This is impossible. This entirely contradicts the rules of wizarding wands. Paige felt his understanding of the world shattered. Chapter 22. The Cursed Item. Let us explore other shops, Dean suggested, noticing Paige's despondent demeanor. Very well, there are 2 more shops nearby. Paige quickly pointed out the one closest to them. Half an hour later, as twilight descended, the two stood silently in Wizard's Alley. Dean realized that being unable to spend money was quite a torment in itself. More importantly, he urgently needed to enhance his abilities. I can choose a wizard's staff later. Perhaps I should purchase some potions or alchemical tools first. Dean sensed that Paige was even more troubled than he was. This simply cannot be. I already said, Paige began, but upon seeing Dean's expression, she halted, her mood deflated. In that case, it's all right. If we cannot find it this time, we shall try again later, Dean reassured her. You do not understand. Choosing a wizard's staff is of utmost importance, especially for the first time. Paige sighed, her head drooping in disappointment. Dean, too, felt a twinge of frustration. Yet he believed it necessary to maintain his composure as someone who considered himself more mature than Paige. As they stood by the roadside in despair, a voice emerged nearby. Do you two seek a wizard's staff? I have one available. Quite inexpensive. The voice was faint and low, just audible to the two. A shadowy figure had appeared beside them, seemingly out of nowhere. We do not need. Paige, already in a foul mood and wary of the potential for trickery in Wizard's Alley, quickly dismissed the offer. However, before she could finish her sentence, Dean tugged at her arm firmly. Turning to him, Paige caught a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. I wish to see the item. Dean managed to steady his heartbeat. At that moment, Dean felt a peculiar sensation, a calling from within his very essence, as if his magical spirit beckoned him. His gaze fixed intently on the stranger. Let us speak in private. The man, cloaked in a black wizard's robe, appeared more furtive than enigmatic. Judging by his voice, he seemed to be a middle-aged man. Dean gently pulled on Page's sleeve, nodding in agreement. Let us go. The architectural style in Wizard's Alley was eclectic, with an array of unusual corners between buildings. The trio found a secluded nook. From the moment I laid eyes on you, young brother, I sensed a connection with this particular bone. Hence, I called out to you. The man lowered his voice, his face obscured by the hood, rendering his features indistinguishable. I wish to examine the item first, Dean asserted, striving to keep his voice steady. Though he had yet to see the item, he instinctively knew it was his wizard's staff. He finally comprehended the feeling Page had described, a deep resonance from the core of his soul. The man produced a rectangular black bag from his possession. He swiftly opened it, revealing a bone, a human femur. The bone appeared darkened by the light, emitting a musty odor. Page grimaced, her chest tightening as she muttered, "This is a cursed item. Ha ha ha. If it were not cursed, how could it resonate with you, young brother? It is a valuable item. I would not have offered it had I not sensed your affinity." The man chuckled hoarsely. "What is your price?" Page pinched her nose. "Name your bid." The man gazed intently at Dean. Feeling the weight of the man's scrutiny, Dean fought to maintain his composure. 1,000 guinea. Page declared. Ha ha ha. Young brother, a properly crafted staff is worth far more than that. The man scoffed, securing the bag once more. What price will you offer? Do not forget. This is a cursed item. You would be wise to tread carefully. Should you violate any taboos, I doubt you would fare well. Page furrowed her brow. Dean could feel the tremors in Page's wrist as he held her arm. Could this truly be Dean's staff? The thought flickered through Page's mind, though he did not betray his thoughts outwardly. 2,500. The man countered. You are quite audacious. A staff etched with dual enchantments barely fetches that price. Let us leave. Page feigned nonchalance, turning to exit. Dean understood her intent, despite his reluctance. He had no choice but to comply. Wait, what is your sincere offer? The man called, realizing they were not easily deceived. 1,500. That is my utmost offer. Page halted. 2,000. 1,004. Thus began a protracted negotiation, ultimately culminating in the purchase of the cursed bone for 1,740 guineas. The man pocketed the coins and hastily departed. Let us go? I shall explain on the way. Page handed the black parcel to Dean, scanning their surroundings. With the bone in hand, Dean felt an electrifying energy coursing through him. The two hurriedly exited Wizard's Alley. Page moved swiftly, and Dean followed closely, refraining from asking questions. After traversing several streets, Page finally paused. Phew, I believe we are in the clear. I did not sense anyone following us. How about you? Page exhaled deeply. Indeed, it is a cursed bone, Page nodded. Then why did you refer to it as a cursed item earlier? Dean inquired, puzzled. All cursed bones possess formidable power. Do you see what this is? Page whispered. A femur. A human femur, Dean replied. To be precise, it is the femur of a wizard, and this wizard must have been exceptionally powerful in life. Or else this bone would not possess such potency. This bone was just exhumed from a grave. The man emanated a distinct earthy scent and appeared shifty. This bone was undoubtedly procured through illicit means. We refer to such items as cursed goods, Page explained as they walked. Grave robbers, Dean exclaimed, realizing the existence of such individuals in the wizarding world. Is there any danger? He asked, a rush of anxiety washing over him. Are you certain this is your staff? Page inquired anxiously. Yes, I now comprehend your sentiments regarding the wizard's staff. Dean affirmed resolutely. Hasten the refinement process. You must pray that no one comes seeking it in the next few days, Page sighed. Chapter 23. The unrest of zombie Dean felt a surge of anxiety as he stood on the bustling street, clutching a cloth bag that contained a human femur. Its origins shrouded in complexity. Thank you, Dean expressed with solemnity. I will assist you. Page puffed out her chest, relishing the sense of being needed that youth often craves. He hailed a taxi without hesitation, unwilling to delay even for a moment. The cab sped through the streets, heading straight for Bondi Street. Let us disembark at the corner. There is a pizzeria renowned for its delightful aroma, Dean suggested. All right, I am quite famished, Page nodded in agreement. They had been busy all day, particularly in the last hour, which had been both tense and exhilarating, though Page felt quite well. Minutes later, Dean settled the fare, and they alighted from the vehicle. The pizzeria lay before them, its inviting scent wafting through the air. Is there anything I should be wary of? Dean inquired softly. Maintain your composure. Should you hear any sounds, disregard them. If it becomes unbearable, abandon the effort. Transforming a witch's bone into your staff is no trivial task. Paige cautioned in a hushed tone. The hour was around 8, a peak dining time, and the street was teeming with people. Can the appearance change? Dean asked, envisioning the peculiar sensation of wielding a femur in combat. A chuckle escaped Paige's lips at the thought. You'd best not reinforce that image, or else. Dean attentively absorbed Paige's words until he noticed a sudden silence, turning to find Paige staring intently at something. Paige stood frozen, his complexion paling as he gazed at a figure. Following his line of sight, Dean spotted a young man. The Brusac district was the most chaotic area of Hollis City, inhabited predominantly by the urban underclass. Here, survival was a daily struggle, with basic sustenance being their foremost concern. The attire of the crowd was simple and unadorned. A man in an elegant tailcoat and gentleman's hat stood in stark contrast to the surroundings. Such an individual venturing into Brusac was likely to be robbed, or worse, dragged into a dark alley, perhaps to be discovered the next day in an unknown sewer. Strangely, the passers-by seemed oblivious to him. Dean recognized him. Feynman Archester. Feynman's gaze fell upon the black bag in Dean's hand, his brow furrowing slightly. Cousin. Paige forced a strained smile. Today is my day off, not a duty shift. Paige struggled. Anger flickered across Paige's fair face. Feynman ignored him, directing his attention to Dean. Hello. His tone was polite yet distant, even more unsettling than on their first encounter. Hello. Dean nodded. Let us proceed. I parked on a street with better security. Feynman spoke to Paige, but cast his gaze toward Dean before turning away. Paige glanced at Dean, then down at his feet, before hastily following Feynman. Dean watched the two depart, his gaze settling on the spot where Paige had stood moments before. Number 6, Wizard Lane. Just then, Paige had inscribed those 5 characters in the ground with his foot. Connecting it to their previous discussion, it seemed there might be a solution there. Dean felt no resentment towards Paige, only a sigh of resignation. Through their conversations, he had discerned that the secret which was not well regarded in the wizarding world, often facing discrimination. The reasons were becoming clearer to him. Pollution. Upon entering, Lilith did not greet him as usual. Instead, she lay sprawled on the bed, asleep. Dean glanced at the clock. 8:13 p.m. This was not the hour when Lilith typically retired. Lilith? He placed the femur on the table, observing her reaction with concern. Upon hearing his voice, Lilith remained still. Dean breathed a sigh of relief as he noticed her cat ears perked up. Perhaps she was unaware of the cause. But Lilith seemed irritable again. Cats are notoriously temperamental creatures, and Dean had grown accustomed to their peculiarities. I bought pizza. Would you like some? Dean opened the pizza box, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Lilith showed no response. Undeterred, Dean washed his hands and quickly indulged in the pizza. As he unwrapped the black cloth bag, a pungent odor assaulted his senses once more. In the dim light, the femur appeared a grim, ashen hue, suggesting it was quite ancient. Suddenly, Lilith sprang forward, her feline eyes fixated on the femur, displaying an intense curiosity. Do not touch that. It is not a toy, Dean cautioned, gently patting her cat-like head. Lilith nestled closer, squinting her eyes as if inviting him to pet her. Refining. But how? Dean pondered. Wizard Lane number 6 should hold the answer. With a lengthy sigh, he rewrapped the femur. He recalled Paige's words, recognizing that the process of refinement was no simple endeavor, and Dean hesitated to attempt it recklessly. He shook his head, surveying his surroundings before placing the femur in his cabinet. Having experienced the earlier encounter, Dean found little motivation to practice. He lay down on the bed beside Lilith. After nights of diligent training, the familiar scent enveloped him, and he felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over him. A wave of fatigue swept through his body, and Dean succumbed to darkness. A sudden pull drew him back into the shadowy realm. Zombie Dean stood beside him. Would he never again enjoy the luxury of sleep? Dean felt a pang of sorrow. Abruptly, Zombie Dean raised his right hand, devoid of expression, clutching a femur that emanated a sinister black aura. In this silent, dark expanse, it appeared utterly malevolent. Dean paused, his gaze fixating on the bone, identical to the one in reality, save for the unsettling, eerie black mist surrounding it. Slowly, Zombie Dean turned and began to walk away into the distance. Hey, where are you going? Dean called out. After a moment's hesitation, he followed. Chapter 24. Dancing with skeletons in an atmosphere shrouded in darkness and silence. Dean followed the zombie version of himself. Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath him give way, nearly causing him to stumble. Lowering his gaze, Dean was taken aback to discover that the once azure stone slabs had transformed into soft, black soil. The zombie Dean continued its unhurried pace ahead of him. Crouching down, Dean scooped a handful of the earth and brought it to his nose, detecting the dampness and a faint, earthy scent. It was indeed soil. Confused by the bizarre occurrence, Dean quickened his pace to keep up with the zombie. Not only had soil appeared around him, but also wild grasses and even insects. In mere seconds, the environment had transformed, and Dean finally realized he was in a graveyard. Tombstones stood solemnly like silent faces, and the zombie Dean, clutching a femur, stood amidst them. Dean observed from a distance, watching the zombie's movements. The zombie began to chant, its voice carrying a peculiar tone as it waved the femur in specific gestures. The sound gradually penetrated Dean's ears, imprinting itself in his mind. The motions of the femur expanded in Dean's vision, vividly recorded in his consciousness. The once tranquil graveyard seemed to awaken. The tombstones began to sway, and the ground trembled. Dean felt his spirit spreading, reaching out. He was summoning. Something beneath the earth began to respond to his call. A skeletal hand emerged from the soil, struggling to climb out. At last, a complete skeleton rose from the ground. Dean witnessed this not through sight, but through his essence. Another skeleton emerged. When the third one appeared, the ground settled, and the tombstones ceased their reluctant swaying. Only the zombie Dean continued its rhythmic movements. 3 skeletons approached, that of a child, a middle-aged person, and an elder. They encircled the zombie Dean and began to dance. The zombie ceased its chanting, using the femur to join the dance. Dean too halted his song and joined in the rhythmic dance. He noticed the femur in the zombie's grasp starting to visibly dissolve, until it vanished entirely. The surrounding darkness once again engulfed everything before him. Dean found himself still standing in the shadowy space, with the zombie Dean silently beside him, the ground beneath his feet reverting to the solid azure stone. The earlier events felt like a fleeting illusion. Contemplating the fate of the dissolving femur, Dean understood its significance, the quickest method to refine the femur. "What are you?" Dean inquired, directing his question at the zombie Dean. Once more, silence prevailed. With a sigh, Dean deftly performed his sorcery, retreating from the dark realm. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself beneath a familiar ceiling, surrounded by darkness and silence. Slowly sitting up, the vividness of his dream lingered in his mind. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was just past 1 in the morning. "Lilith?" Dean softly called out, feeling a chill in his body. The familiar cat did not appear. Scanning his surroundings, he found the darkness no longer obstructed his vision. Lilith was absent from the room. Dean rose from the bed and turned on the light. Neither the room nor the bathroom bore any trace of Lilith. His gaze fell upon the window, which had been left ajar. Approaching the window, he noticed remnants of cat fur caught in the gap. Lilith had slipped out through the window. Dean opened it wider and peered outside, calling softly, "Lilith, Lilith." The dark, silent alley evoked memories of that fateful night. A distant meow broke the stillness. Soon, Dean spotted Lilith sprinting towards him, a struggling mouse clutched in her mouth. "Lilith, drop that thing and come here," Dean exclaimed, bewildered by when Lilith had dared to venture out, and when she had learned to catch mice. Lilith halted, her large eyes darting around, seeming oblivious to Dean's command. With a firm bite, she dispatched the mouse, blood trickling from her mouth. Dean knew her too well. This was intentional. With her ears perked up, Lilith hesitated for a moment before dropping the mouse onto the ground. She trotted down the stairs with a light step, effortlessly making her way to the 3rd floor. Observing the blood at the corner of her mouth, Dean seized the scruff of her neck without resistance, placing her on the wash basin. He cleaned her thoroughly, using a towel to wipe her down. Lilith squinted her eyes in enjoyment. Dean tossed her onto the bed. Lilith shifted slightly, rolling onto her back in a carefree manner. Witnessing her antics, Dean felt a sense of resignation wash over him. Yet, the terror from his recent experience in the dark space faded away. He poked at Lilith's belly. Sensing his tone, she immediately rolled over and nestled into his embrace. The following day, Dean retrieved the femur once more. The connection he felt was extraordinary, as if this bone had always belonged to him. This sensation compelled him to make a decision. He must swiftly employ the method from the dark space. Only by refining it could this femur become his true wizard's staff. Finally, During his last practice, a chilling aura enveloped Dean. In an instant, every hair on his body stood on end, and the magical energy within him began to stir. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Dean promptly ceased his movements. Concluding his practice, he concealed the femur in the wardrobe and rode his bicycle to the Pineapple Restaurant for work. He did not wish to waste any time and resolved to act after his shift that evening. Chapter 25. The Haunting of the Cemetery. Hala City is home to two cemeteries. The first, the resting cemetery to the north, is well kept and pristine, with caretakers tending to it and the church regularly blessing its slumbering inhabitants. The second, the Wanlin Cemetery to the west, is overgrown with wild grass, where many impoverished families bury their loved ones, alongside countless unidentified corpses. As night falls, shadows dance among the weeds, giving rise to numerous terrifying legends. On a suburban road, a car emits a piercing sound as it speeds down the street. Ah, what a thrill! The boy behind the wheel is inebriated, his vision blurred. The car sways in rhythm with his movements. Beside him, the girl in the passenger seat, her cheeks flushed, presses her voluptuous form against him, shouting in delight. In the back seat, two boys and a girl roll down the windows, welcoming the summer breeze as they belt out songs. One of the boys tosses a bottle of alcohol out of the window. The bottle shatters on the roadside, releasing a crisp sound as half its contents splatter, the scent of liquor wafting through the air. Where are we? The girl in the back seat, sandwiched between the two boys, peers around. Ha ha, Wanlin Cemetery. Ha ha, I want to go to Wanlin Cemetery. She bursts into fits of laughter, clearly intoxicated. Wanlin Cemetery. Wanlin Cemetery, echoes the boy who threw the bottle. Another boy chimes in. Brad, let's go to Wanlin Cemetery. Ha ha. Brad, the driver, slams down on the accelerator. The car's undercarriage glows with arcane symbols as the fuel converts swiftly into power, and the vehicle lunges forward. 5 teenagers, aged 17 or 18, scream and shout as they race towards Wanlin Cemetery. The quiet night is startled into chaos, insects and birds scattering from their perches. After 2 or 3 minutes, the car emits a whimpering sound and gradually comes to a halt. Brad presses the accelerator a few more times, the vehicle shuddering as if gasping for breath, but it falls silent. What's wrong? What's wrong? The girl beside him looks bewildered. I'll get out and take a look. Brad unsteadily opens his door and stumbles toward the front of the car, feeling as though the entire world is swaying. Suddenly, his legs buckle, and he collapses against the side of the vehicle. The other 4, equally inebriated, fall silent for a moment. An hour passes, and Brad slowly regains some clarity, propping himself against a tire as he surveys his surroundings. The tall grass rustles ominously under the mournful cries of birds, and a chilling wind sweeps through. In the pitch-black night, the wind stirs the grass, revealing tombstones scattered around them. Brad's sobriety returns in an instant, and he rushes back into the car, twisting the key in the ignition. The car remains mute, as if it has breathed its last, trembling slightly before succumbing to silence. Lita, wake up! Brad pushes vigorously against the girl in the passenger seat. Lita struggles to open her eyes. Oh dear, what's wrong? Wake up. Do you know where we are? Brad inquires. Where? Lita responds, looking confused. Amon should know. I think I heard him mention it. Brad leans back to the rear seat and shakes the boy who threw the bottle. Amon, wake up. Wake up. He then proceeds to nudge Marcia and Ryan. What is going on? Are we home? Amon stirs, his breath reeking of alcohol. Do you know where we are? Brad asks again. Where? Amon leans against the window, feeling nauseous, and suddenly bursts out of the car, retching in the grass. As he vomits, Amon's consciousness begins to clear. Unexpectedly, he spots a pair of eyes glimmering in the underbrush barely 10 meters away, golden eyes radiating an eerie light. Ah! Amon screams in terror, stumbling backward several steps before bolting back into the car. What's wrong? Marcia, now awake, asks in confusion. A ghost. I just saw a ghost. Amon cries out, his voice trembling. At the utterance of this word, the others fall into a profound silence. It is a widely accepted truth that strange things exist in this world. Do you know where we are? Brad asks. It seems to be Wanlin Cemetery, Amon recalls, his voice tinged with despair. With a click, the car doors lock swiftly. Those near the doors immediately roll up the windows, sealing off the outside world. Brad, does your father's car have an exorcism service? Lita's voice shakes, her makeup smeared, as the dark environment exudes a sense of horror. I don't know. It seems it doesn't, Brad whispers, as if afraid of being overheard by whatever lurks outside. The others fall silent, afraid to speak. Brad twists the key again with all his might, yet the vehicle remains unresponsive. Is the legend of Wanland Cemetery true? Marcia anxiously surveys the surroundings. Everyone says that. Who knows what's real? Brad insists once more, turning the key with fervor. It must be false, otherwise. Those churches and sorcerers would surely come here. Lita reassures her boyfriend. Yes, it must be false. We'll be fine. We just need to wait for dawn, Marcia affirms. The other two boys remain mute. After nearly half an hour, Lita suggests, let us crack the window a bit. It's too stuffy. All right, Brad nods, equally uncomfortable. The four of them roll down the windows just enough to let some cool air in. Doesn't the wind feel cold here? Marcia shivers, nestled between the two boys. In the darkness, only the wild grass can be seen swaying gently. Did you hear someone singing? Ryan suddenly speaks up. Stop it, what's singing? Who would sing at this hour? Brad scolds. There really is a voice. I can hear it. Ryan insists, straining his ears. For his sense of hearing has always been sharper than the others. Stop talking nonsense. Amon, recalling the golden eyes, shudders. You're the one talking nonsense. I really heard it. Ryan, noticing Marcia's skeptical expression, feels a surge of indignation. Where? I didn't hear anything. Amon shakes his head defiantly. Can you two stop arguing? Brad interjects. It's right there. Ryan is adamant. He indeed hears a faint melody, or perhaps it is more akin to a chant. Seeing the disbelief etched on their faces, Ryan feels a mix of anger and intoxication surge within him. Suddenly, he flings open the door and steps out, declaring, I'll go take a look. Embarrassed by Marcia's disbelief, Ryan's face flushes as he strides toward the source of the sound. The others soon only see his silhouette moving through the underbrush. Ryan pays no heed, pressing onward. 2 minutes later, Brad finally musters the courage to say, I'll go find Ryan. I'm coming with you. Lita insists, worried for her boyfriend. I'll go too, Marcia exclaims, knowing Ryan ventured out for her sake. I'll go as well, Amon says, unwilling to remain alone in the car. The four of them exit the vehicle, following the path Ryan took. After walking for 3 or 4 minutes, they hear a series of melodic chants drifting from the distance. They glance at each other, fear evident in their eyes. They hold their breath and tread softly as the sound grows nearer. Not far ahead, they spot a figure crouched down. The four halt in their tracks. As they approach, they see Ryan squatting in place, his gaze fixed on something ahead. Kneeling beside him, they follow his line of sight, and, 50 meters away, observe a boy dancing with a bone in hand, his lips moving in rhythmic incantations. Though it is night, the boy seems to emit a faint glow, illuminating his form for the five to see clearly. Suddenly, they notice nearby, a small figure moving closer to the dancing boy. As the diminutive figure approached the boys, the five of them discerned what the figure truly was, and their breaths came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 26. Dean's staff before them lay a diminutive skeleton, presumably that of a child. Yet, even as a child, it remained a skeleton. The five individuals, encountering the supernatural for the first time, felt their legs weaken, relying on one another for support. The small skeleton paid them no heed, swaying unsteadily towards a peculiar shadow. A glance exchanged among them unveiled the fear mirrored in each other's eyes. Suddenly, the underbrush rustled. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped their hearts, and their breaths caught in their throats. They huddled together. Gradually, a large cat emerged from the thicket. Its golden eyes regarded them, exuding a chill, beneath which lay a hidden eagerness. For reasons unknown, the moment they laid eyes on the feline, a soul-deep shiver coursed through them. Far more terrifying than the sight of the eerie boy, the resonant chanting persisted. The large cat hesitated, as if struck by a thought, and slowly retreated into the grass. The five felt tears welling up. They sank to the ground, too afraid to utter a sound. In the midst of it all, Dean was wholly absorbed in the ritual of transmutation. In this darkened realm, everything appeared to unfold seamlessly. Yet, the reality of execution revealed that summoning just 3 skeletons had already consumed over 2 hours. For the first time since becoming a zombie, Dean sensed his vitality waning. The arcane energy within him radiated outward with the cadence of the chant, imparting a profound emptiness, leaving the world in silence save for the genuine call of his magic. At last, he heard the first voice, faint and delicate. A small skeleton emerged from the brush, clumsily making its way to Dean. The skeleton gazed up at him, dancing joyously around him in pure, innocent delight. The second voice followed, a lively tone, As a tall skeleton strode from the thicket, its steps robust and swift, executing its dance with confidence. The third voice approached, steeped in the wisdom of ages, moving with a serene grace. Its dance narrated the passage of time. Dean ceased his chanting, gradually lifting the thigh bone, and joined in the dance. At this moment, his body moved uncontrollably, oscillating between joy, strength, and tranquility. The ashen thigh bone began to transform, dark tendrils of gas erupting from it. The black mist slithered like venomous serpents, entwining around Dean, infiltrating his features and pores. His pallid skin grew even paler. The spirit relinquished its hold on Dean's heart. His skin began to alter, golden eyes flickering with an eerie green luminescence. An unsettling, ancient laughter echoed within Dean's mind. It was the first time he had heard such a laugh from the outside world. He recalled Page's warning and strained to maintain his sanity. "Do you desire my power? Then trade your life for it." The aged voice whispered with seductive malevolence. Ghostly hands materialized silently upon Dean, grasping him tightly and scuttling swiftly. Not merely upon the surface, but within his very flesh, hands began to swell, threatening to emerge. Dean envisioned himself, witnessing the impending disintegration wrought by countless hands, from within and without, blood bursting forth like fireworks, organs and skin shattering into fragments. This was Dean's fate. He swayed, the three skeletons continuing their rhythmic dance. The scene was hauntingly surreal. Dean began to contort grotesquely. Were he human, he would have felt the agonizing rending and the terror of being torn apart. Yet Dean was no longer human. He was an undead being. He persisted in his movements, slow yet resolute. The first to falter was the elderly skeleton, drawing away the specter of Dean's horrific future. A third of the spectral hands dissipated. Dean glimpsed his own ravaged form. The second to collapse was the middle-aged skeleton, strong and valiant, staunchly resisting the onslaught. All spectral hands vanished entirely. The eerie voice raged in Dean's ears, yet it receded, as if drawn into an endless abyss. The youthful skeleton, however, maintained its cheerful rhythm, inching closer to Dean. He continued to laboriously execute his established steps, wielding the thigh bone. The bone, now translucent and radiating a pure white light, began to melt from the top, gradually merging with Dean's arm. As the thigh bone approached, the young skeleton drew nearer. When the thigh bone finally vanished, the young skeleton embraced Dean's leg. Its small, bony face tilted upward. Though devoid of expression, Dean sensed its smile. The small skeleton too collapsed. Dean's body trembled violently, gradually regaining its form. His pallid skin remained pale, yet bore a hint of greenish hue. Closing his eyes, Dean attuned himself to the fluctuations of his arcane energy. He extended his hand, and a sphere of pale light manifested in his palm. This was his wizard's staff, unlike any other. A sensation of kinship enveloped him, as if the staff mirrored his breath, inhaling and exhaling slowly. Just as he was an undead entity, the staff radiated a soul-soothing chill. As the staff dissipated, Dean inspected his skin, which now exuded a resilient aura. He was confident that even bullets would struggle to pierce his flesh. Should he encounter a succubus again, her claws would no longer breach his skin. Approaching a nearby stone, he struck it with his fist, shattering it into fragments. This was the power of his physical form, unenhanced by his arcane might. Witnessing his transformation, the terrors he had endured were rendered worthwhile. Dean did not depart immediately. Instead, he sought a clear patch of ground. He did not search for the true graves of the three skeletons, but instead excavated 3 new ones. Within the graves, Dean meticulously reassembled the 3 skeletons before entombing them. Having completed this, he turned towards the direction of the others and walked deliberately forward. Before long, he encountered the 5, who were slumped together, unconscious. A familiar feline call resonated. Lilith poked her head from the underbrush. "How did you follow me?" Dean inquired, astonished. Lilith approached Dean's leg, nuzzling against his pant leg. "Meow, meow, meow," she struggled, her gaze fixated on the 5, her eyes betraying a glint of greed. Dean seized Lilith firmly, offering her no chance to wriggle free, and turned towards the direction of his bicycle. Lilith emitted a mournful wail, her eyes filled with reluctance. Chapter 27. The Advancing Dean in the Darkness of the Night. The piercing cries of a cat rendered the graveyard even more sinister. Dean scolded Lilith a few times before she ceased her wailing. Lilith, with her golden eyes, cast a lingering glance towards the direction they had come from. Dean located an old bicycle abandoned in the overgrown grass and pushed it onto the road. Lilith immediately jumped into the dilapidated frame of the bike, turning her back to Dean, displaying a stubborn and irate demeanor. Dean was perplexed by her sulking. He had school the next day and was reluctant to waste time. The bicycle sped swiftly along the road. Soon, Dean realized a peculiar fact. With his current physical condition, he could outrun the bicycle on foot. However, being seen by others could lead to complications. As if sensing his thoughts, the spirit stirred slightly. After a moment of hesitation, Dean grasped the handlebars with his left hand while a pale light emanated from his right. This cold glow offered no warmth in the night. Instead, it added a chilling ambience. Despite a flicker of uncertainty in his heart, Dean followed his instincts and pressed his right hand against the handlebars. The pale light spread over the bicycle like flowing water. Lilith suddenly leapt onto Dean's shoulder, her heavy body resting firmly upon him. If Dean were still the same as before, he would likely have toppled over. Yet at this moment, Dean maintained his steadiness on the bike, his full attention devoted to it. The formerly battered bicycle was enveloped in a dim white light, so faint it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In that instant, it seemed as if the bicycle and Dean had merged into one entity. With a powerful push from his legs, the bicycle transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing into the distance. Lilith emitted a startled cry, her short legs clinging to Dean's neck. On the road, a truck driver, weary from driving at night, struggled to stay awake. Suddenly, a shadow darted past him. The driver jolted awake, an inexplicable chill coursing down his spine. He squinted ahead, only to see the road merging with the night. Dean had never experienced the flow of magical power so effortlessly before. He finally comprehended the true purpose of his wizard staff, which had completely altered his perceptions. In less than 10 minutes, Dean burst into Hollis City. Once inside the city, he moderated the bicycle's speed, savoring the coolness of the night. The empty streets stretched before him, streetlights casting elongated shadows of his figure. By the time he returned to his apartment, it was already past 4 in the morning. Dean felt no fatigue. He cleaned Lilith and then issued her a couple of warnings before letting her be. Lilith buried her head against the headboard, presenting her back to Dean, as if unwilling to face him. Seeing Lilith in such a state, Dean sighed. Her current transformation was perhaps for the best, at least. If that wizard were to take him away in 5 days, Lilith would have a chance for survival. Of course, Dean had another option, to leave this place. With his current strength, he had enough ability to wander outside. Yet, Dean knew he could not escape. Especially after the flame spirit incident, this feeling had become increasingly clear. What he needed was the courage to confront it. With his fingers dancing in the air, he pressed against his chest. Dean found himself in the dark space. Zombie Dean sensed his arrival and remained motionless. "Can you teach me to fight?" Dean inquired, having understood the role of Zombie Dean. Although he was still unaware of the nature of this place, the true essence of Zombie Dean, or the purpose of this dark space, Dean felt he had no choice. Suddenly, Zombie Dean charged towards him with startling speed. The sudden movement caught Dean off guard, and he was struck. Dizziness washed over him, and he emerged from the dark space. Closing his eyes, Dean's mind vividly recalled Zombie Dean's movements, including his shoulders, legs, and the motions of his hands during the collision. After a while, Dean re-entered the dark space. Without any pause, Zombie Dean lunged at him again. His speed was swift, but Dean was already prepared. He exerted his utmost effort to evade the first strike, only to endure Zombie Dean's second and third blows, until he was expelled from the dark space. As dawn approached, the sky turned pale blue. Dean hastily tidied himself, prepared food and water for Lilith, and set up her litter box before leaving home. Hearing the door close, Lilith turned her head towards it, gently rising to eat heartily from her bowl. Dean exited the house, hopped on his bicycle, and made his way to the city park. In a secluded corner, he practiced imitating Zombie Dean's movements, throwing punches and kicks. His actions gradually transitioned from awkward to more fluid. Time passed slowly, and the once silent park began to buzz with life as the sun rose. Dean paused his movements, bought breakfast from a roadside vendor, and rode directly to school. At the school gate, Dean secured his bicycle in the rack. Just then, a sharp voice cut through the air. Dean calmly locked his bicycle while Philip approached him. "Where did you and my page go over the weekend?" Philip leaned against a post, poking Dean playfully. "Ouch, your skin is so tough." Dean rolled his eyes. What could 2 men possibly do? They likely just played games. Dean tugged his backpack and headed towards the classroom, with Philip trailing closely behind. "There are plenty of things 2 men can do. We really did play games, you know," Philip insisted. "Honestly, You should be more concerned about today's final scores. Dean shifted the topic. Huh, I'm sure I'm fine. You wouldn't believe who I was with yesterday. Philip's voice was laced with excitement. Who were you with? Dean immediately pressed. Rob. Philip raised his eyebrows, his expression and tone brimming with exhilaration. Director Rob? That's impossible. His kids are already grown. Dean finally found a way to relieve his stress. Keep your voice down. Philip glanced around cautiously. How did you two meet? What did you do? Dean lowered his voice. You wouldn't believe it. That stern director is actually in a bar, of all places. We didn't do much. Just had a drink, Philip boasted, full of pride. Suddenly, Dean elbowed Philip, causing him to wince. What was that for? Philip protested. Dean gestured for him to look ahead. The director, dressed in formal attire and wearing a serious expression, was walking directly towards them. Cough, cough. Philip straightened his posture, attempting to appear composed as he glanced at Rob. The director strode past them without even sparing Philip a glance. Dean erupted in laughter, showing no regard for Philip's dignity. Ugh, what a jerk. Not one decent man among them. Philip spat in exasperation. Chapter 28. Sudden incident. Before long, the school bell rang. With just 2 days left until summer vacation and having recently completed their exams, the classroom was filled with a relaxed atmosphere, buzzing with lively chatter and playful antics. Where are Dean and Paige? Philip inquired softly. I don't know, Dean replied, having also noticed Paige's absence. Aren't you concerned as a friend? Why not call him and ask? Philip expressed his dissatisfaction. Why are you so worried? It's only been one meeting. Paige is a perfectly normal guy. Dean decided to extinguish Philip's unrealistic fantasies. Without delving into gender, their worlds were simply different. Ugh, you dirty man. How vile. This is purely a concern of friendship, Philip retorted, refusing to back down. Well then, you can pay for the call. Dean feigned a stiff smile. You must be joking. Philip playfully pinched Dean's waist, feeling the chill of his skin. Firm yet cool to the touch. Why is your skin so cold? Philip asked, surprised. The two immediately hushed their voices. During the lunch break, Dean and Philip made their way to a public phone booth. Dean paid for the call, unable to let Philip foot the bill. Philip came from a single-parent household, his father working at a construction company and often succumbing to alcoholism. Dean recalled their first encounter in the alley behind the Pineapple restaurant. Philip had been taking out the trash, resembling a wounded kitten curled up in a corner, crying, covered in injuries. Dean couldn't bear to see him like that and fetched some medicine and food from the restaurant. Philip wept as he confided in Dean about his troubles. That was the first time a man had embraced Dean so tightly. As their friendship blossomed, Dean began to regard Philip as a brother, while Philip considered Dean a sister. It was Philip who intervened, rescuing Dean from the clutches of school bullies. Lacking Paige's personal number, Dean was left with no choice but to call a special affairs office. Hello, how may I assist you? Came a sweet voice from the other end. Dean guessed it was the charming receptionist. Dean? That mysterious figure? Lily Candace had an excellent memory. Thank you, Dean replied politely. You're welcome. Goodbye. Lily Candace hung up the phone. What did he go off to do? Philip inquired. Oh, what a pity. Philip sighed. What do you mean by pity? Dean rolled his eyes. It's a pity I can't go to the bar with you. Paige is only 14 and too young to enter. Huh. Well, I wonder who begged me to take him to the bar, Philip scoffed. After turning 15 and visiting the bar, he couldn't help but boast to Dean about his experience. Dean, still a child at heart, always felt a sense of longing for the unknown. The two casually enjoyed their lunch. After school, Dean returned to the Pineapple restaurant, braving the piercing gaze of the owner. Duke, to request time off. Dean had to do this. He desperately needed the time, even feeling disinclined to attend classes. It was only 2 more days of classes. He could endure, perhaps even doze off during lectures. The restaurant, however, was another matter entirely, bustling with activity. After much pleading, Duke, seeing Dean's determination and sensing urgency, begrudgingly granted him a 10-day leave. In 10 days, he would have results. Upon returning home, Dean once again entered the realm of darkness. He was still being mercilessly beaten by Zombie Dean. Late at night, he rode his bike to the park, determined to practice diligently. Every minute and second was precious. He had only 5 or 6 days left. Zombie Dean employed close combat techniques. With no practice partner available, Dean used the park's large trees as his target. He swiftly maneuvered between the trees, delivering punches and kicks that echoed in the night. In his mind, Zombie Dean's movements continuously overlapped with his own. Suddenly, Dean unleashed a powerful punch, striking a tree with considerable force. The tree cracked and broke. Dean stood frozen, realizing he had not utilized his magical powers. It was all raw physical strength, a momentary lapse in control. Ah, someone. A piercing female scream echoed from nearby. Soon after, Dean spotted a man and a woman emerging from the bushes, the man hastily pulling up his trousers while chasing the woman, who was dragging a piece of white fabric from her ankle. Dean, he couldn't fathom that, so late at night, anyone would engage in such activities outdoors. Without lingering, he dashed toward the other end of the park. Amid Lily's disgruntled cries, Dean hurried toward the school. The results would be announced in the next few days, followed by the allocation of 10th grade classes, akin to high school in his past life. Philip was still waiting in his usual spot, and together they walked to the academic office to check their results. Dean found himself in a comfortable position, successfully entering the 10th grade. Philip, with barely passing marks, also made it into the 10th grade. Oh, Philip exclaimed, pointing at the results. Look, Paige managed to get into the top 20. Dean followed his gaze and indeed saw Paige's name at the 17th position. He had wondered why he hadn't seen Paige's name earlier. Paige had scored full marks in the social practice category, which was 30 points. Wow, that's impressive. Philip dramatically covered his mouth with both hands. Let us go. Class is starting soon. Dean rolled his eyes and turned towards the classroom. Little Dee, what's wrong? Are you feeling jealous? Philip teased, jogging to catch up. Philip was unfazed, incessantly recounting his exploits from the bar the previous night, mentioning how he had encountered their stern principal, to which Philip had paid no heed. Upon arriving in the classroom, they awaited Ms. Lauren to announce the class allocations. Unlike the 9th grade, which was mandatory, many students had failed, such as Philip the previous year, resulting in a significantly reduced number of attendees. The classroom remained chaotic as they took their seats. Dean closed his eyes to rest, using Philip's chatter as a lullaby. Suddenly, silence enveloped the room. Dean opened his eyes to see Ms. Lauren approaching with 2 fully armed police officers. Chapter 29. The homicide. The once boisterous classroom fell into an unsettling silence, as all gazes fixated on the 3 figures moving through. 2 police officers, one portly and one slender, momentarily halted upon spotting Dean. He recognized them from the Incubus case. They were the same officers present during the handover with Paige. At that time, Dean and Paige had stood together, and the officers had also acknowledged him. The portly officer, Robert Milburn, and the slender one, Andre Elm, approached Dean with a hidden excitement evident in their demeanor. Hello, we are from the Hollis City Bruzac District Police Department. Could you please accompany us? The officers displayed their badges. Confused, Philip Claudy stood up, stammering, what's wrong? We need to clarify some matters with you. Please come with us, Andre commanded, his voice laced with authority. Philip instinctively glanced at Dean, fear evident in his eyes, his body trembling slightly as he complied and left his seat. He was merely a 15-year-old boy. Andre handcuffed Philip's wrists, causing Dean's expression to change. The handcuffs signified the gravity of the situation. He rose silently, trailing behind the trio. Where are you going? Lauren, the teacher, grasped Dean's arm, feeling the coldness of his skin. To the restroom. Dean gently extricated himself from her grip. It's just the beginning of class, Lauren reprimanded softly. Dean nodded silently. Philip felt a warmth in his eyes, on the verge of tears. The 4 exited the classroom and proceeded down the corridor, which was eerily quiet during class time. Officers, what is happening? Dean quickened his pace to catch up with the trio. They halted, and the 2 officers turned to him. Dean offered a polite smile. I'm Dean Doug. We met at 21 Kane Street when I was with my colleagues. He steadied his voice to mask his anxiety, aware that Paige's department held significant authority. In this world, wizards were indeed a unique presence. With Paige's backing, Dean felt emboldened. He could not simply watch as Paige was taken away without understanding the reasons. Hello, Robert nodded. He is involved in a murder case. Oh, Dean furrowed his brow. Could you provide a brief explanation, Robert? My friend here is quite innocent, and this situation seems peculiar. We are following protocol. If you wish to know more, you can request the files, Andre replied curtly. Haha, you know our department only deals with special cases. Please understand. As he spoke, Dean stepped forward and discreetly handed Robert several bills. Robert glanced down at the 8 bills. Let us discuss this in the car, he indicated to Andre. Andre remained silent and led the way. Dean approached Philip, whispering, Don't be afraid, just speak the truth. Philip nodded vigorously. The 4 entered a police car. This morning, someone confessed to killing his wife and child. After we apprehended him, he claimed he was incited by a student from this school, Philip Claudy. Andre explained succinctly. I didn't instruct anyone to kill. I'm innocent. I haven't done anything. Philip protested immediately. Dean grasped Philip's hand, signaling him to be quiet. Robert, who is the perpetrator who confessed? Dean inquired. He is also from your school, your principal, Rob Pearson. Robert started the engine. Rob. Dean's eyebrows shot up. He recalled Philip mentioning their encounter at a bar, where they seemed to have had a pleasant conversation. I didn't do anything. I only had a drink with him once. Philip exclaimed, his agitation rising. Silence. Andre barked, prompting Philip to quiet down. He turned to Dean, his hand gripping Dean's arm in desperation. Dean, I truly didn't incite him. We're leaving now, Andre stated. All right. Robert, Andre. I'll visit the station later, Dean replied, stepping out of the vehicle. Robert nodded in acknowledgement. Dean closed the door, watching them drive away. Inciting murder? Philip could never commit such an act. Yet, why would Principal Rob claim otherwise? Dean's brow knitted in concern as he turned back towards the school. Today was supposed to be the final day. Tomorrow was reserved for cleaning. He headed straight for the principal's office. The door was tightly locked, bearing a seal. Through the glass, he could see that the office had already been searched. Dean scanned the surroundings before leaving the doorway and swiftly made his way to the garden wall outside the office. The aluminum windows were tightly sealed. Placing his hand on the window's latch, he pressed firmly. His innate magical energy surged, a force emanating from his palm. With a sudden crack, the latch flew open, and the window swung wide. Dean quickly climbed through. The desk was cluttered with various school documents. He crouched down and began rummaging through the drawers. Soon enough, he discovered Rob's home address. Jotting it down, he continued his search, hoping to uncover additional clues. Just as Philip had alluded, Rob had interests that extended beyond women. And this only intensified Philip's suspicion. Why would Rob assert that Philip had incited him? Finding no further evidence, Dean exited the office and hopped on his bicycle, heading straight for Rob's residence. Rob lived on Crown Street in the Bruzac district, mere feet away from the Sorlington district. Under the blazing sun, the streets were devoid of pedestrians. Dean cycled leisurely, appearing as a carefree youth. Before long, he spotted Rob's house. The lawn was overgrown, and the front gate was sealed with white tape. All the curtains were drawn, making it difficult to discern the interior. Dean parked his bicycle under a large tree and approached Rob's home on foot. Instead of using the front entrance, he circled to the side. A tall tree stood there, its branches noticeably trimmed toward the house. During summer, trees grow rapidly, and the branches now reached the second-floor windows. Dean skillfully scaled the tree and slipped through a window. A chill enveloped him upon entry. Chapter 30. The Battle of the Corpse and the Shadow Soul. Confronted by the chilling aura, Dean felt his pores open wide. A sensation of comfort washing over him. He sighed, experiencing true relief for the first time since becoming a secret sorcerer. He had grown averse to excessively warm environments, where heat was not merely a matter of temperature, but an unspoken discomfort. Particularly during the day, the sun relentlessly scorched his skin. Even in the vast Lynn cemetery, he had never felt such ease. The coolness that permeated the air was not simply a chill, but rather a lingering essence of shadow. Here, Dean felt akin to a fish returning to water. This was a boy's bedroom, likely belonging to a child of tender years, with a small indoor tent nestled in the corner. Inside the tent lay an assortment of toy cars. The bed, however, was stripped of any linens. Approaching the bedside, Dean's keen eyes caught sight of blood splattered upon the headboard. He placed his hand upon it, feeling the lingering cold of the blood. A child had been slain on this bed, and it seemed the act had occurred not long ago. With a sigh, Dean surmised it must have been Robbo's child, for Robbo had a son and a daughter. Suddenly, the bedroom door burst open with a bang, unleashing a wave of icy air that swept over Dean. His heart instinctively ceased its rhythm, his fair complexion turning ghostly pale, tinged with a sickly hue. The chill dissipated, and Dean glanced towards the doorway, where the empty hallway revealed nothing. Yet, upon the less than clean floor, a small shadow emerged. Judging by its size, it appeared to be a child, brandishing a sharp knife. Dean remained motionless, observing the shadowy figure as it approached him step by deliberate step. It halted before Dean, raising the knife high, aiming for his waist. Suddenly, Dean felt a sharp sting at his side, a sensation of pain unlike any he had felt in his undead state. This was the first time he truly experienced suffering. The shadow on the floor continued its relentless assault, stabbing repeatedly at Dean's waist. Despite the slight pain, he suffered no further harm. "Who are you?" Dean inquired, reaching out towards the direction of the child. His hand, enveloped in sorcery, met an icy chill. A piercing scream erupted from the child's lips as the shadow's arm was severed and the figure vanished. Dean sprang into action, rushing towards the door. The chill lingered, and he focused intently on the flow of the cold presence as he sprinted downstairs. In the silent house, a semblance of life returned for the first time that day. As Dean descended the staircase, he felt as though he had penetrated a chilling veil upon stepping onto the first floor. "You're awake. Come have breakfast." A woman's voice echoed. A woman was busily preparing food in the open kitchen, arranging toast and eggs on a plate. Mrs. Pearson, the wife of Robbo Pearson. A woman who had already met her demise. Mrs. Pearson appeared weary, her complexion drained, likely due to an early rise. "Mrs. Pearson," Dean uttered. "Robbo, what are you saying?" She replied, her expression one of confusion. Mommy, where's my school uniform?" A sharp voice of a girl pierced the air, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. A girl of about 10, clad in pajamas with disheveled hair, descended from upstairs. "I just ironed it. I'll go fetch it for you," Mrs. Pearson said with resignation. Then turned to Dean. "Hurry and eat. I've placed the newspaper on the table for you. What are your plans for today?" Dean's expression momentarily faltered. These were not his words, nor did they belong to him. "Ha ha ha," he sneered coldly. "You're going to Mike's house to do your hair, aren't you? What are you talking about? The child is still here." Mrs. Pearson's face shifted dramatically. "What do you mean? Don't think I'm unaware of everything." Dean stepped forward in anger. "Ha ha ha. And even if you know, what of it? You think I'm oblivious to your sordid affairs? What did you do the night before last?" Mrs. Pearson retorted with a mocking laugh. "Uncle Mike treats us so well, buying us everything, unlike you, who never buys us anything." The girl's voice, innocent and naive, chimed in. "Indeed, my newest toy car was bought by Uncle Mike." A boy of 5 or 6 peered from behind the counter, displaying a sinister grin. An indescribable fury surged within Dean. 3 faces, mocking and derisive. He could hear his own ragged breaths. "Kill them! Kill them!" A frenzied voice roared in his mind. Dean advanced step by step. Mrs. Pearson defiantly lifted her chin. Dean halted, his voice icy. "Is this why I killed you?" The light within the house dimmed suddenly, rendering the mother and her children's faces ghastly. A gash appeared across Mrs. Pearson's neck, and blood gushed forth. The girl turned pale, her legs, arms, and chest marred by wounds. The boy was headless. "You did this," Mrs. Pearson hissed ominously. "You are mistaken. It was your husband who did this," Dean retorted fearlessly. Opposite him stood 3 phantoms, yet Dean was a living corpse. They were all the same. "It's all you're doing," Mrs. Pearson screamed. As her fury echoed, the light transformed into that of dusk. A chilling wind howled. The family ascended into the air, brandishing sharp knives, lunging toward Dean. He recoiled, his right hand suddenly adorned with a writhing, pale luminescence, his wizard's staff. In an instant, the staff vanished from his hand, enveloping him in a thin membrane. With a single punch, Dean sent Mrs. Pearson flying, deftly evading the boy's attack. The girl appeared behind him, her knife aimed at his neck. The blade grazed Dean's throat, plunging deep. Yet, the edge scraped against his skin, failing to penetrate. The girl hesitated for a moment. Dean retaliated with a powerful blow, sending her flying. The 3 ghosts besieged him with reckless abandon, as if they had lost all reason. Even if they could inflict no harm upon Dean, they hesitated not in their assault. With each of Dean's strikes, the trio's forms began to grow increasingly insubstantial. He understood that if this continued, he would eventually disperse them. But this was not Dean's desire. They were all victims. He slowed his pace, seeking a means to resolve the conflict without causing them harm. At last, when the boy charged at him, Dean swiftly embraced him. The boy thrashed in desperation. Dean lifted the child, shielding himself with the boy's body as Mrs. Pearson's knife plunged into the child's form. A piercing scream erupted from the boy, echoing with agony. Chapter 31. Direction. Madame Pearson recoiled, gazing at her son who was screaming in agony, her eyes filled with a wild and brutal confusion. Dean once again evaded the girl's assault. The young boy continued to wail, struggling fiercely. Even without his head, his voice remained piercing, stabbing through Dean's eardrums. Suddenly, a whisper not belonging to this realm materialized in Dean's ears, as if it transcended countless dimensions. For a fleeting moment, Dean's consciousness plunged into a brief void. The little girl's dagger struck mercilessly at Dean's head, yet it left no trace of harm. The bizarre voice provoked the spirit within Dean. causing his magical power to surge as the staff enveloping his body underwent a peculiar transformation. As his form became exposed, a pallid light clung to the young boy. Dean sidestepped, evading the girl-esque strike. The light flickered and morphed into a white flame, dancing upon the boy's body. In an instant, the flame enveloped him entirely. When the flame reached the boy's neck, a black dashed line abruptly appeared, extending upwards and vanishing into the darkness. The flame swiftly severed the line. Simultaneously, the boy ceased his struggles, and tendrils of black smoke erupted from within him. As the smoke dissipated, the boy's head reappeared atop his neck. A look of bewilderment etched on his face. All of this transpired within mere seconds. Dean released the boy, and the wizard's staff morphed once more, effortlessly subduing the girl, subsequently rendering her powerless. Minutes later, Madame Pearson and her 2 children stood together, their expressions vacant, as if they could not recall what had transpired. Dean observed the trio, feeling an absence of their previous malice. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Madame Pearson emitted a strange sound, as if something were lodged in her throat. "Can you hear me?" Dean inquired. Madame Pearson continued to produce that hissing noise, yet her gaze was fixed upon Dean. "Do you know why your husband killed you?" Dean pressed on, unable to shake the disbelief at the scene that had unfolded. Madame Pearson grasped her children by the hand and finally uttered a single phrase. "It was not him." "Not him? Who then?" Dean concentrated intently. Madame Pearson's throat continued to emit hissing sounds, and at that moment, the figures of the mother and children began to waver. She pointed in a direction, and then the 3 transformed into countless white specks before Dean's eyes. The specks ascended into the air, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "They have departed to another world." Dean turned his gaze towards the direction Madame Pearson had indicated. It was a display cabinet. In this world, there were no videotapes, let alone cameras. After searching for a considerable time without finding anything of value, Dean meticulously scoured the area again, yet to no avail. Following the departure of the trio, the house felt significantly warmer. Dean made his way to the master bedroom, gazing at the wedding photograph of the Pearsons, letting out a sigh. If what he had witnessed was true, Pierre had already possessed a motive for murdering Madame Pearson. But why then had he taken the lives of the 2 children? Were they not his? And why had it been said that it was Philippe who incited the act? Leaving the Pearsons behind, Dean mounted his bicycle and headed directly to the police station in the Bruzac district. Upon locating Robert, he informed him of Madame Pearson's affair with a man named Mike, suspecting it to be a crime of passion. Robert harbored no skepticism. He had already surmised that Dean was a wizard, making everything seem plausible. What they needed now was evidence. Perhaps due to the earlier confrontation, Dean was feeling fatigued. Upon seeing Dean enter without seeking her out, Lilith stealthily approached and nuzzled against him. Dean stroked Lilith's fur. She promptly lay beside him, purring contentedly. Listening to her soothing sounds, Dean felt an inexplicable sense of tranquility and gradually drifted into slumber. At the Bruzac District Police Station, in the interrogation room, "We have confirmed that your wife had an affair with a man named Mike. Did you kill her because of this?" Andre's gaze was piercing. I killed my wife." Robert Pearson's expression, previously stoic, shifted for the first time. "Then why did you kill your children?" Andre regarded the exhausted man before him, unable to fathom how he could commit such an atrocity. I killed my children." A bitter smile crept onto Robert's face. "I killed my children? Indeed, why?" Andre persisted. "Why do you claim Philippe coerced you?" Andre continued to question. Afterward, neither Andre nor any other officers could extract further information from Robert. Dean opened his eyes, believing he had slept for an eternity. The surroundings were cloaked in darkness. He found himself in a shadowy realm. Strangely, he did not see Zombie Dean. "Zombie Dean!" Dean shouted. Cautiously, he navigated through the darkness. Suddenly, his body stiffened, as if something were binding him. The restraints grew tighter, making his breathing increasingly labored. Dean struggled violently, breaking free from the clutches of the dark space. Opening his eyes, he found his mouth and nose obstructed by something furry. "Lilith!" he exclaimed, spitting and forcibly removing the cat that had perched on his face. "Meow?" Lilith protested, then lunged at Dean. He caught her, exclaiming, "Do you realize you're nearly as heavy as a pig? You almost suffocated me." Upon hearing herself compared to a pig, Lilith squirmed even more fiercely. Yet, she was no match for Dean, who soon subdued her. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 4 in the morning. He wondered if Philippe had been released. Dean promptly rose, changed his clothes, freshened up, and rode his bicycle directly to Philippe's residence. Philippe's home was situated in the older, more chaotic section of the Bruzac district, a place Dean typically avoided. The road was riddled with potholes, and Dean felt as though his bicycle might fall apart beneath him. In this moment, darkness posed no obstacle for Dean. Though not as clear as daylight, most things were still discernible. Under the corners of the walls lining the road, drunken men could be seen curled up occasionally. Halt! A tipsy voice called from behind Dean, followed by a bottle hurtling toward him. Dean swiftly pedaled forward, dodging the bottle, which shattered upon impact with the ground. This scenario occurred 4 times during his journey, a testament to the chaos of the area. Chapter 32. Doubts arise before long. The most perilous situation emerged. In the darkness, several figures staggered towards Dean, their movements reminiscent of zombies. Philip had once advised that the best course of action upon encountering such individuals was to sidle to the edge of the road and crouch down, mimicking the behavior of inebriates. Dean, though unafraid, opted to push his bicycle to the roadside and bow his head to avoid drawing attention. However, this gesture proved futile. The staggering figures approached him directly, the pungent odor of alcohol assaulting his senses. Dean frowned, detecting an unusual scent amidst the stench, blood. Suddenly, all of them brandished knives and lunged at Dean with swift decisiveness. The sound of cracking bones echoed in the air. Within mere moments, the limbs of those attacking him twisted grotesquely, followed by anguished cries. Dean, maneuvering his bicycle away from the roadside, disregarded them and continued on his path. An inexplicable sense of foreboding plagued him, heightening his concern for Philip's well-being. A flash of white light flickered in Dean's palm, and his bicycle surged forward, accelerating more than twice its usual speed. He soon found himself at Philip's residence. The bicycle came to a halt before a dilapidated 2-story wooden house, long neglected, with corners showing signs of rot and mold. Looking up, Dean noticed Philip's window on the 2nd floor ajar. With a determined leap, he scaled the wall, entering through the window to find Philip soundly asleep on the bed, breathing evenly yet furrowing his brow in a manner that suggested unease. Relieved to confirm Philip's safety, Dean felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. The tedious spot in Philip's room was the vanity, adorned with an array of cosmetics. Satisfied that Philip was unharmed, Dean wasted no time and leaped from the 2nd floor. At dawn, when the world was at its darkest, Dean arrived at the park to continue practicing the zombie moves taught by Dean. As his movements grew increasingly fluid, a sense of calm began to envelop him. A glimmer of light appeared on the horizon. Dean sensed a slight discomfort emanating from his body, an unfamiliar sensation that left him momentarily bewildered. He paused, attempting to reconnect with the feeling, but it had vanished. In the distance, the sounds of elderly individuals engaging in morning exercises wafted through the air. A wave of irritation surged within him, extinguishing his motivation to practice further. He took a seat on a bench, reflecting on the source of his discomfort. Yet he remained at a loss. As the sun rose, Dean had a light breakfast and made his way to school. That morning, he was tasked with cleaning, and the afternoon promised a well-deserved break. He intended to inquire about his class placement and check on Philip's situation. With only 3 days remaining until the mysterious deadline mentioned by the enigmatic figure, Dean felt a tightening anxiety grip him. Upon arriving at school punctually, he spotted Philip, accompanied by an unexpected visitor, Officer Robert. "Good morning," Dean greeted, securing his bicycle and approaching the pair. "Morning. I came to your apartment looking for you." "But you weren't there," Robert replied, nodding at Dean. "Haha, youth is indeed invigorating," Robert chuckled lightly. "Did you hear? Rob Pearson took his own life last night." Dean froze, his expression betraying shock. "Suicide? How did it happen?" Robert scrutinized Dean's reaction, sensing authenticity in his surprise. He recalled his own astonishment upon hearing the news, immediately thinking of Dean, particularly considering how emotionally volatile the young sorcerer was. He died by crashing into the wall in the prison restroom. Robert's gaze remained fixed on Dean, out of guilt. But why not take his life during the incident, instead choosing to frame Philip first and only after his release? Dean, for reasons unknown, recalled Mrs. Person's words. It wasn't him. Until this moment, he had dismissed that phrase, but now it resonated with an unsettling implication. Was it a cover-up? "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Robert inquired softly, as if wary of alarming Dean. Catching a glimpse of Robert's expression, Dean discerned the suspicion lurking therein. Robert nodded, unable to identify any anomalies. "Without evidence, even if I raise doubts, the sorcerers won't act against their own colleagues. It's a common occurrence in any society. I won't keep you any longer," Robert concluded, nodding in farewell. "Officer Robert, if anything unusual arises, Could you please inform me? Dean felt an instinctive unease about the situation. Of course, what is your contact information? Robert asked. Dean provided Mrs. Blake's landline number. As Robert departed, Dean turned to Philip. Are you all right? I'm fine, Philip replied, appearing somewhat lackluster. Dean understood that it was normal to feel downcast after such events. You faced your share of storms. Dean jested. Philip rolled his eyes dramatically, yet upon noticing Dean's concern, he felt an inexplicable lift in his spirits. The students began to chatter excitedly about the previous day's events. Dean stepped back, allowing Philip the space to take center stage. Energized by the attention, Philip exaggeratedly recounted his experiences, captivating their youthful audience. For these adolescents on the cusp of maturity, such an event was novel and thrilling. Gradually, Dean found himself pushed out of the crowd. Observing Philip's vibrant face, he recognized that his friend had emerged from the shadows, transforming his ordeal into lively conversation. However, it soon dawned on Philip that the chance to bask in the spotlight during the holiday had slipped away. Dean stifled a silent laugh at the thought. What are you all doing? Don't you want a holiday? Lauren's sharp voice cut through the air. The gathered students dispersed, resignedly beginning their cleaning duties. Dean shrugged and joined the effort. The sun blazed fiercely, prompting Dean to glance at it disdainfully, abandoning his task of wiping windows. He remained blissfully unaware of the dangers that a seemingly trivial action might soon bring. Chapter 33. The eerie puppet. The thorough cleaning soon concluded, and close friends decided to gather for a meal. Philly, let us go for barbecue. It's on me, and we can have some beer today, Dean urged Philly. Don't you have to work at the Pineapple Restaurant? Philly inquired, puzzled. I took a 2-day leave. Come on, Dean insisted, pulling Philly along. Well, in that case, I'll treat. I promise to repay you for yesterday's expenses later, Philly replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Let us talk about that when you are back at work, Dean patted Philly's shoulder. After a brief silence, Dean contemplated the impending reality that, after the 10th grade, tuition fees would have to be borne by them. You could also take up a job, and I would gladly support you, Dean suggested. I don't think school is of any benefit to me, Philly declined. What good is your frail body if you don't go to school? Dean countered. The two continued to debate this issue, even as the barbecue lost its appeal. However, after their meal, Philly finally seemed less adamant about not attending school. After lunch, Dean and Philly parted ways. As Dean opened the apartment door, Mrs. Blake caught sight of him and shot him a glare. Despite this, Dean maintained his politeness, noticing Mrs. Blake's unusually pale complexion, as if she were unwell. She turned her back on him. Dean shook his head and ascended the stairs. Upon retrieving his keys, he heard Lilith had already arrived at the door. As he turned the key, the door swung open, and an envelope tumbled to the floor. Lilith nuzzled against Dean's ankles before heading to her food bowl. Dean picked up the envelope and first attended to Lilith's meal. The white envelope bore a black wizard hat emblem in the lower right corner. Dean's eyes narrowed slightly as he prepared to open the envelope, only to find it firmly sealed, resisting his attempts. The envelope even showed signs of tearing. Immediately, Dean halted his efforts to force it open. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned his magical energy. This time, he successfully unsealed the envelope. Upon inspection, Dean concluded that it was crafted by a wizard. The pristine white paper unfolded to reveal, "Greetings, esteemed new mystic. The Death Poetry Society of Hollis City extends a warm welcome to you. Should you be interested, please visit the Fashion Boutique at 36 Champagne Street tonight between 8 p.m. and midnight. The secret phrase is, Dance with Death. We look forward to your arrival. June 26th, today." Dean ripped the envelope apart. Had it not been for the mysterious wizard's involvement, he would have certainly attended. But he had no time to spare. Dean lay on his bed, slipping into a dark void. Zombie Dean had vanished again. He surveyed his surroundings, engulfed in darkness, unable to see anything. Zombie Dean, Zombie Dean, Dean called out, his voice echoing into the abyss. This scene reminded him of last night. Could it have been a dream? The thought crossed his mind, prompting him to become alert. Dean moved forward slowly, and the oppressive darkness enveloped him once more. Suddenly, he felt that suffocating sensation return. He struggled, only to discover his entire body was bound. It felt as if countless invisible ropes were constraining him. Such a description was inadequate, for the sensation was far more tormenting. "Ah!" Dean gasped, jolting awake. He sat up, raising his hands, his gaze fierce. The sensation evoked memories of nearly drowning. The river water had invaded his nostrils. The more he struggled, the heavier his body felt, every pore screaming for air. Ultimately, darkness had consumed him. The previous sensation was hauntingly similar. Surely, something eluded his understanding. He recalled Zombie Dean's peculiar behaviors. This new predicament arose only when he confronted a novel challenge. Dean re-entered the dark void. He remained still, silently counting the moments as he awaited the suffocating feeling to return. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Suddenly, Dean sensed something light landing on his shoulder. So faint, so delicate. If he hadn't calmed himself, he might have missed its presence entirely. Dean turned his head, finding nothing on his shoulder. Yet, he was certain something had settled there. Abruptly, the same sensation coursed through his left shoulder, then his cervical spine, and his elbow. Within mere minutes, the feeling spread throughout his body. Soon after, that familiar suffocating sensation returned. Dean struggled once more, yet found himself unable to break free. With a sudden awakening, he emerged from the dark void. What was it? He could see nothing. Then, he recalled the method Paige had taught him to observe magical patterns. Infusing his eyes with magical energy, Dean felt his body tremble uncontrollably. Surrounding him, a dense web of black lines emerged. With each step he took, he became increasingly ensnared by the dark threads. The more he fought, the quicker they engulfed him. Was this the cause of his suffocation? Dean gazed upwards, recalling the sensation of something descending upon him. Above, a colossal puppet hovered, its tangled hair and grotesque visage. A pumpkin face clad in a wizard's robe dropped countless black lines towards him. One line descended slowly, aiming directly for Dean. Puppet, black lines. Dean remembered the black lines above the heads of the Pearson family from yesterday. It was strikingly similar. Control? Not him. Mrs. Pearson's voice echoed in his mind. Dean hadn't seen Principal Rob Pearson, so he was unaware if such a line was controlling him. If it were true, then Rob Pearson was under someone else's control. Mrs. Pearson's earlier remark must have referred to this. What could these black lines be? Thoughts raced through Dean's mind. At that moment, the first black line was about to attach itself to him. Dean could not evade it, as more lines surrounded him. A pale light emanated from his right hand, and as one materialized, Dean grasped the black line, pulling forcefully, severing it. The puppet's eyes above shifted slightly, its jagged maw stretching into an eerie grin as dozens of black lines descended. In an instant, the wand morphed into a membrane that adhered to Dean's skin. With both hands, he seized all the descending lines and yanked downward, attempting to pull the puppet down. The black lines snapped one after another. Yet the puppet remained suspended above. The puppet flailed its limbs, and a multitude of black lines swiftly ensnared Dean once more. Chapter 34. Solving it himself, the mystical energy within surged ceaselessly, and under the enchantment of the wizard's staff, Dean unleashed a terrifying force. Tendrils of black energy broke free, only to be ensnared once more. Within mere seconds, Dean found himself enveloped, forming a dark chrysalis. The shell of the chrysalis grew ever thinner, gradually fading away, leaving Dean motionless, akin to a marionette, until his very being disintegrated. Gasping for breath, Dean's eyes widened, his chest heaving violently. The sensation of disintegration felt profoundly real. Yet, Dean understood with clarity that it was not his body that was collapsing, but rather his soul. In the realm of reality, he would be rendered a soulless puppet. Lilith leapt onto the bed, her eyes wide as she observed Dean, then nuzzled against his arm with her feline head. Cradling Lilith in his embrace, Dean felt her warmth, and gradually, the tumultuous energy within him calmed, restoring a steady rhythm to his heart. It was not a swift pace. The attack required accumulation. The strikes lacked potency. Dean discerned the peculiar characteristics of the eerie puppet within the dark space. How to vanquish it occupied his thoughts. At last, Dean reappeared in the shadowy realm. He immediately lifted his gaze, the staff materializing in his right hand, swiftly transforming into a thin membrane that enveloped his entire form. With a powerful push from his feet, he surged forward like a cannonball towards the puppet, which maintained its unsettling grin. In an instant, Dean found himself beneath the puppet, his fist raised, the staff's membrane dissipating as it encased his fist. A pale light radiated from his fist, resembling the sun of this dark domain. Die! Dean roared as he swung his fist. The glowing fist did not make contact with the puppet, for Dean's body was descending. He landed on the ground, leaping again, the white fist reappearing. Before he could launch his strike, all the black tendrils ensnared his fist, swiftly spreading outward. Dean plummeted, shaking off the black energy from his fist. The surrounding tendrils began to shift, closing in on him. With his eyes closed and a deep sigh escaping his lips, Dean made a hand seal and proactively withdrew from the dark space. Too slow, his movements were far too sluggish. Sitting on the bed, he reflected on the reasons for his failure. The sequence of encasing himself in the staff, then leaping, followed by the staff receding and re-wrapping his fist, consumed excessive time. His body could not linger in the air indefinitely. There was no time for him to unleash that fatal blow. Dean shut his eyes and re-entered the space, without hesitation, leaping forth and throwing a punch. Once, twice, thrice until the deep of night, Dean remained unable to achieve his desired goal. At this point, he was utterly exhausted, his mind clouded by dizziness. The repeated failures weighed heavily on his spirits. He lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Lilith zoomed onto his chest, her golden eyes filled with curiosity. "Lilith, I'm quite distressed. Go play elsewhere." Dean gently moved her aside. Lilith swiftly returned to his chest. After several repetitions, Dean's frustration began to boil. Finally, as Lilith leapt onto him once more, Dean tossed her away, yet he controlled his strength. He was no longer the youthful Dean of yore, but a formidable creature of immense power. Lilith mewed, performing a flip and landing on the windowsill. Ever since Dean had ignited his spirit, the room had remained in darkness. In the shadows, Lilith's eyes shone brightly. Hearing her disgruntled cries, Dean felt a twinge of guilt and turned to apologize. "Lilith, my apologies. My heart is troubled." Lilith tilted her head, then sprang towards Dean once more. He did not flinch, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Lilith gracefully landed on his chest. Before she could react, Dean flicked his hand, sending her flying again. "Meow?" Lilith protested, launching herself at him again. Each time she landed, Dean would toss her away, and her plaintive cries filled the air. "I understand now." Dean suddenly sat up, exhilaration illuminating his face. Lilith landed on his shoulder, then slipped and fell onto the bed, ultimately tumbling to the floor. "Woo-woo, meow," Lilith lamented. Dean made a hand seal and pushed towards his chest, reappearing in the dark space. The moment he materialized, his wizard's staff appeared in hand, its pale light extinguished. Simultaneously, a faint glow flickered about his feet, propelling him upward, transforming him into a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, Dean stood beneath the puppet. The glow at his feet vanished, the staff reappearing in his right hand. He unleashed a punch. The pale light erupted in an explosion at the puppet's midsection. After a brief pause, Dean descended. The puppet shattered into countless pieces, and all the surrounding black tendrils dissipated. Dean landed gracefully, a smile gracing his face. He had fallen into a misconception. The staff's initial manifestation was to form an all-encompassing membrane, enhancing the object's capabilities. The experimental subjects had been a bicycle and Dean himself, yielding satisfactory results. This led Dean to believe that the staff's purpose was to envelop his entire being. From Lilith's earlier leaps, Dean conceived the idea of concentrating the staff's enhancement solely on his feet. Applying all the power to a specific area should yield greater strength than distributing it evenly across his entire form. The practice validated his theory, yet he had but one opportunity. Should he fail upon his first landing, all would be lost. Emerging from the dark space, Dean found Lilith already perched on the bed, her large eyes fixed upon him. Upon noticing Dean's awakening, she promptly turned, presenting her sturdy back to him. Dean stroked her fur, smiling. "Don't be upset. Shall I fetch you some fish treats tomorrow?" Dean chuckled, shaking his head as he re-entered the dark space. Following the same method, he succeeded once more. After consecutively entering the space 6 times, as long as Dean did not hesitate, he could shatter the puppet with a single punch. This marked Dean's first triumph in addressing the challenges of the dark space through his own methods, and his spirits soared, the earlier fatigue evaporating entirely. After obliterating the puppet for the final time, Dean did not exit. Instead, he continued his journey deeper into the shadows. Before long, he beheld Zombie Dean ahead, standing there, still as a statue. Suddenly, Zombie Dean stirred. Chapter 35. The emergence of the secret which sequenced. Dean instinctively assumed a defensive posture, having endured numerous beatings from Zombie Dean. The agile figure of Zombie Dean moved with remarkable swiftness, dodging left and right, bending and twisting. This was no dance. Confounded, Dean struggled to comprehend Zombie Dean's actions. Soon, however, a clue revealed itself. Zombie Dean's eyes glimmered with an unusual brightness. In an instant, Dean's gaze was imbued with witchcraft, enabling him to perceive the unfolding scene with crystal clarity. Zombie Dean was evading a sinister black line. This black line was bizarre and relentless, attempting to latch onto Zombie Dean's form. Suddenly, 2 faintly glowing, Pallid beams emanated from Zombie Dean's feet, transforming him into a shadow that surged in a singular direction. Dean followed closely with his eyes. Zombie Dean's fist, enveloped in radiance, pierced through a humanoid silhouette. This figure vanished into the darkness, its true visage obscured, perhaps merely a symbolic representation within the shadowy realm. Yet this was of little consequence. The moment Zombie Dean's fist penetrated the shadow, the entire dark space erupted with a cacophonous roar. The darkness began to tremble and writhe. Dean retreated in haste, swiftly forming hand seals as he sought to extricate himself from the dark realm. However, his actions abruptly halted. Countless eerie whispers, screams, and howls reverberated in Dean's ears, as though the most malevolent curses had burrowed into his brain and heart. A cry of agony escaped Dean's lips, and he collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing as the dark space rumbled ominously, as if on the verge of explosion. He clutched his ears, becoming akin to a half-rotted corpse rolling helplessly on the floor. His desperate screams could not alleviate the torment inflicted by the terrifying sounds. The spirit of witchcraft had spiraled into chaos, transforming from the most docile of lambs into a ravenous wolf, voraciously devouring Dean's very soul. A ghastly light emanated from Dean's right hand, expanding until it enveloped him completely. The horrifying murmurs diminished significantly. Time lost meaning as peace gradually returned. Crouched on the ground, Dean trembled, emitting pained groans. At last, he emerged from his torment, rising slowly to his feet. He gazed blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings before him. No longer did he face an abyss of darkness, but rather a terrifying grand hall. The ground, paved with blue stone slabs, stretched endlessly, and upon closer inspection, each slab bore the agonized visage of a human face. Towering, grotesque statues stood in solemn silence, exuding an aura of predatory menace. The lofty dome above depicted a fusion of malevolence and chaos, as if it sought to consume the very souls of those beneath it. After enduring such torment, Dean's cognitive faculties felt dulled. Before him lay an identical scene echoing in every direction. Uncertain of what had transpired, he approached the first statue. The statue shimmered with light and appeared to writhe. It was then that Dean realized the statue possessed only a lower half, devoid of its upper body. An irresistible force compelled Dean to reach out and touch the statue. The path of ascension for witches was laid bare. Level 9, Living Corpse, Level 8, Walking Corpse, Level 7, Diamond Corpse, Level 6, Flying Corpse, Level 5, Transmuter, Level 4, Unknown, Level 3, Unknown, Level 2, Unknown, Level 1, Unknown, Level 0, Unknown. This was his own path to ascension. Instantly, Dean recognized its significance. As he touched the words Living Corpse, a passage appeared. Ascension conditions, extreme fear of sunlight. Ascension formula, 3 milliliters of decaying grass juice, 3 eyes of a 3-eyed spider, 10 milliliters of lemon juice, 10 rotting pupae, boiled down to 1 bowl of water, to be consumed while sleeping in the soil of a graveyard for 3 days and nights. His conditions had yet to be met. Although Dean despised sunlight now, he had not yet reached the point of terror. Sunlight merely burned his skin with a stinging pain. Dean turned his gaze to the next statue. It resembled a humanoid monstrosity, or more precisely, half a puppet. Standing before the puppet statue, he reached out to touch it. Unlike the stillness encountered with the Living Corpse statue, a bizarre, mocking laughter echoed in Dean's ears. Simultaneously, the surface of the statue began to manifest. The path of ascension for witches unveiled itself again. Level 9, Puppet Maker, Level 8, Actor, Level 7, Chameleon, Level 6, Director, Level 5, Theater Master, Level 4, Unknown, Level 3, Unknown, Level 2, Unknown, Level 1, Unknown, Level 0, Unknown. Dean returned once more to the Living Corpse statue and touched it again, revealing the text. Level 4. Yet none of the ascension paths exceeded this tier. Reaching out to the inscription of Puppet Maker, another passage appeared. Ascension conditions. Create 20 puppets, of which 4 must be living puppets. Ascension formula. 3 grams of purple-eyed mantis droppings, 1 hair each from 5 different adult males, 1 hair each from 5 different adult females, 1 hair each from 5 different children, 1 hair each from 5 different elderly individuals, 10 grams of confusion bug powder, 3 grams of hallucinatory rice bug powder, and 200 milliliters of a woman's tears. These ingredients must be mixed together and consumed in a location with at least 10 witnesses present. Dean approached the third statue. This statue bore no identifiable form. To Dean's eyes, it was an indescribable amalgamation of chaos and malevolence. The fourth, fifth. Despite learning the methods of his ascension, Dean felt no joy. Certainly, this was a matter worthy of celebration. However, his mind was preoccupied with the perplexing presence of the puppet ascension path. According to the signs from the dark space, he must have encountered or been compelled to confront a certain power for such a phenomenon to manifest. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Dean couldn't shake the suspicion that a witch with knowledge of this path was behind it. The ascension paths indicated that the adversary possessed the ability to manipulate both body and soul. From the previous encounters in the dark space, it was evident that their combat prowess was not particularly formidable. If Dean were to engage in battle, he would need to maintain witchcraft upon his eyes at all times and identify the core for a decisive strike. Dean's sole lingering question was why this adversary had targeted him. Unable to fathom the answer, he resigned himself to uncertainty. Considering his experiences at the Pearson residence, if the adversary had indeed orchestrated this, it would be a test of his abilities. Suddenly, a chill ran down Dean's spine. Philly. If the adversary was indeed plotting against him, they must have started with Philly. Without a moment's hesitation, Dean withdrew from the dark space. Unbeknownst to him, dawn had arrived. He disregarded the need to feed Lilith, bursting from his apartment and cycling swiftly towards Philly's home. Chapter 36. Walking into a trap as Dean sped along. He completely disregarded the drunken men around him, kicking away anyone who dared to provoke him. Finally, he spotted the house concealed among a few large trees. He leapt off his bicycle and sprinted towards the dwelling. Just 3 meters from the entrance, Dean abruptly halted. Instead of advancing, he took 2 steps back. The puppet sequence's secret sorcerers were known for their strategic foresight. If his suspicions were correct, it was highly likely that the adversary lay in ambush within the house. Philly! Philly! Dean yelled towards the window. After calling out, he strained to listen for sounds from inside. A bottle crashing to the floor echoed from the living room, and faint noises emanated from the second floor. Philly, wake up! I need to speak with you. Dean raised his voice. The morning light was gentle, the golden rays casting a soft warmth upon him, unlike the harsh glare of midday. What are you shouting about, you brat? A tall, burly man opened the porch door, his face flushed and eyes still clouded by drunkenness. This was Philly's father, a name Dean had never learned. Dean's eyes glimmered with a faint light as he regarded the man. A black line extended from behind him, disappearing into the roof. I see you, Dean declared. Ha ha ha. How did you discover me? The man wore a strange smile. Just then, a youth's head peeked out from the second-floor window. Who else could it be but Philly? Dean, what are you doing here? Philly appeared as if he had just awakened. Jump down, Philly, Dean shouted. Still groggy, Philly seemed momentarily confused. What did you say? Do you want to save your friend? The man's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Then come inside. As his words fell, Dean witnessed a gloved hand emerging from behind Philly, swiftly covering his mouth and dragging him inside. The second-floor window slammed shut. The man retreated, vanishing from Dean's sight. Rationality warned Dean against entering. The presence of the adversary indicated that a trap had been meticulously laid. In the dark space, the puppet Sequence 8 had illuminated, whilst Dean remained at Sequence 9. Yet, within lay his dearest friend. At school, Philly had intervened on his behalf during numerous bullying incidents, even enduring a beating for him once. In those moments, they had resembled 2 beasts tending to each other's wounds. Dean stood frozen, his facial muscles twitching, fists clenched tightly. After a deep breath, he moved forward. A brilliant light emanated from his right hand, enveloping him in the sorcerer's aura as he stepped into Philly's home. The air was thick with the stench of alcohol. The living room lay deserted, the aged house still emanating an air of melancholy even in the morning light. Dean scanned the surroundings, searching for the black line. He could not allow himself to be tainted. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the kitchen. I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you. The man charged at Dean with a cleaver, his face contorted in rage, eyes alight with madness, having lost all sense of reason. A black line descended from the ceiling, striking the man's spine. Dean remained impassive, deftly evading the man's assault before delivering a powerful kick to his legs. With a sickening crunch, the man's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the floor. As if impervious to pain, he attempted to rise, but his bent legs betrayed him, sending him crashing back down. Dean cast a sidelong glance before addressing the empty living room, his voice resonating. I am not acquainted with you. Why do you wish to harm me? Ha ha ha. Indeed, we are unfamiliar, but you are the property of my mentor. You have been sold to him, a young, unfamiliar voice responded. Property? I have just become a sorcerer. How could I be considered property? I do not have a master, Dean replied, cautiously edging towards the kitchen. Manufactured? His? Mysterious sorcerer? Dean deduced, piecing together the explanation. As he neared the kitchen doorway, the voice rang out again. You lure me into conversation, hoping to discern my whereabouts. Ha ha ha. Dean's body stiffened. That indeed was his intention. The previous voice had originated from the kitchen. The voice shifted once more. Come up. Our battleground awaits on the second floor. Philly's voice echoed. He stood on the second floor, looking down at Dean. After speaking, Philly turned and walked deeper into the house. At that moment, Philly's father crawled towards Dean, raising the cleaver threateningly, shouting, I will kill you. I will kill you. Dean dodged the attack, delivering a swift kick that shattered the man's wrist before ascending the stairs. The cleaver clattered to the ground, producing a sharp sound. Dean noticed that, unbeknownst to him, the ceiling above had become ensnared with black lines. He needed to escape this house swiftly. Memories of the dark space flooded his mind. Confirming that the staircase lay free of ambush, Dean hurriedly ascended to the second floor. Since entering, his sorceress power had remained active in his eyes, allowing him to observe his surroundings with clarity. The second floor housed 3 rooms, with Philly's room nearest to the staircase. Countless black lines still hung from the ceiling. Dean kicked at the wall beside the door. He refrained from entering through the doorway to avoid a surprise attack from behind. With a resounding crash, the wooden wall caved in. In that instant, 2 gleaming blades flew towards Dean. He swiftly dodged as 2 silver darts whizzed past him. Philly stood within the room, a strange smile on his face, brandishing a fistful of darts. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Dean's back. His body, inherently resilient and shielded by the sorcerer's aura, suffered minimal damage. Yet, these darts appeared to possess a peculiar quality, inflicting harm upon him. My darts are made of silver, inscribed with bright runes. They are particularly effective against creatures like you that embody darkness. Ha ha ha. Philly's voice brimmed with glee as he casually flung 3 more silver darts. Dean charged towards Philly, fully aware that his friend was under control, yet his objective was to sever the black line ensnaring Philly's neck. Philly recoiled, launching another 3 silver darts. 6 darts now obstructed Dean's path. Seizing a vanity table, Dean swung it to deflect the 6 silver darts, sending cosmetics spilling across the floor. Dean stood before Philly, who still wore a smile. You've fallen for it. Chapter 37. The entity. As the words fell, 6 darts embedded themselves into Dean's limbs and waist. The wounds were shallow, yet blood flowed freely. This time, the injury was far more severe than before. The witch spirit instantly relinquished its hold on Dean's heart, and the pain dissipated. Dean swiftly pivoted and positioned himself behind Philip, his right hand slicing through the black, ethereal line. In an instant, he embraced Philip, preparing to leap through the window together. If you dare to leave, I'll kill your friend. A man and a woman suddenly appeared at the doorway, their faces adorned with insincere smiles. Dean hesitated for a moment before casting Philip out of the window. It's me, Philip shouted as he flew through the air, regaining his senses, but his voice abruptly vanished. The adversaries had silenced the entire house. Excellent. The man and woman simultaneously raised their darts, declaring in unison, being struck by a dart will only intensify the injury. Dean surged forward towards them, undeterred. The duo shot 4 darts each. Dean lowered his body, seizing the dressing table and using it as a shield. 5 darts struck the table, but one found its way at an awkward angle into Dean's arm. This dart embedded itself, yet Dean felt no pain as he approached the pair. Armed with silver daggers, they lunged at Dean, fully prepared to exchange their lives for his. Dean deftly evaded their attacks, employing close-quarters combat techniques. He seized both adversaries and hurled them out the window. Very well, indeed a losing trade. Were it not for my mentor's command, I would have abandoned this task. A young man emerged from the master bedroom, clad in a black wizard's robe, which appeared bulging, as if filled with an array of items. You may forfeit this task. As Dean spoke, he lunged towards the youth. With his breath, the black ethereal lines frenziedly spread. Dean began to retreat. Simultaneously, the man and woman he had thrown out reappeared at the staircase. Do you know how I locked onto you with the darts? The man suddenly spoke, his voice stiff. How did you lock onto me? Dean adjusted his stance, moving cautiously. The wounds from the darts had begun to darken. So, it was you who killed the Pearson family? Dean furrowed his brow. Indeed. Do you know the reason? The man inquired. I do not, Dean replied, slowly shifting his position. I believed you to be merely a newly initiated sorcerer, yet upon seeing you, not only had you successfully ignited your spirit, but you also seemed to wield a wizard's staff. To test your strength, I used the Pearson family to gauge your combat abilities. Truly formidable. I despise the living dead. So, you have been observing me all along? Indeed. Do you recall that couple in the park? Was it you? Indeed. I intended to test your compassion. So I organized a few drunken men. Yet who would have thought you would show no mercy? However, it is fortunate that you are quite protective of your friend. You've said much. Are you merely stalling for time? Dean inquired. The black ethereal lines had descended from the ceiling, mere inches from his head. Indeed, do you know? I too am stalling for time. This should do. Dean suddenly revealed a smile. His feet shimmered with a pale light as he kicked downward. In an instant, the entire floor shattered. The wizard's staff enveloped him as he plummeted to the first floor. The youth's previously smug expression turned tense. The man and woman at the staircase rushed downwards. With only one chance, Dean, upon landing, relinquished all defenses. Barely a meter, Dean beheld the grotesque visage of Philip's father, who displayed a cruel smile. Philip's father lay on the ground, breathing faintly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, the intoxication vanishing, replaced by a piercing clarity. His body writhed unnaturally, akin to a serpent attempting to flee. Dean's voice echoed in his ears. You feel quite proud, don't you? Thinking no one can discern that you are the true entity. As the words left his lips, a fist glowing with a pale light swiftly pinned Philip's father to the ground, piercing his torso. A wave of dizziness surged through Dean's mind. He had reached his limit. Darkness enveloped him as he collapsed onto the pool of flesh. The man and woman rushing down the stairs froze in place, motionless, like marionettes. The flautist descended from above, his face pale, casting a smile at the gasping Dean. I am his most prized creation yet. I thank you for killing him, but I still must complete his final strike. This is my mission. The man's voice grew increasingly strained, his essence fading with his primary form's demise. In the final moment, the man played the flute. This is his gift to you. On the first floor, a flickering light suddenly illuminated beneath the sofa. It was a gathering array. Outside, sunlight seemed irresistibly drawn inside. In an instant, the light within a 100-meter radius of the house dimmed slightly. Countless white beams flooded the entire ground floor. They harbored no intent to harm, merely wishing to converge. Dean emitted a piercing scream. He finally understood the profound dread of sunlight. It felt as though he were immersed in boiling oil, his body beginning to dissolve within the radiant light. Had he been at his peak, he would have been unafraid. However, he was now utterly drained, with barely any sorcerer's power remaining. Dean's anguished wails echoed, filled with despair. Philip, awakening from his stupor, heard Dean's cries, his vision consumed by the brilliant light. Dean! Philip shouted, rushing towards the house. Yet, his body still uncoordinated from previous control, he stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Dean! Philip crawled with all his might toward the interior. As the light dissipated, he finally managed to enter the house. He beheld a charred corpse, instantly recognizing it as Dean. Dean! Woo-woo Dean! With every ounce of strength, Philip reached Dean's side. Dean lay amidst a pool of blood and flesh, his consciousness fading. Spotting Philip, he summoned his last vestiges of strength to dial Peichi. Regardless of who answered, he wanted them to know of the events unfolding here. The numbers escaped Dean's lips before he succumbed to the darkness. Chapter 38. Activation of the second sequence. Dean opened his eyes, feeling an unsettling absence of his heartbeat. This was entirely normal. After all, he was a living corpse. The blinding white light indicated that it was neither the deep of night, nor was he in a confined space. A peculiar scent filled the air around him. Stale and moldy, yet Dean found it oddly appealing. You are awake. A calm woman's voice resonated. Dean turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. In the corner of the ceiling, a speaker was affixed, from which the voice emanated. I apologize for the unpleasant odor. I prefer not to linger in such an environment. You may look to your right. Dean turned his head and beheld a smooth, pristine wall that quivered momentarily, transforming into a transparent glass panel. Beyond the glass lay a medical room, where a woman clad in a white robe stood. Her expression was impassive, but her eyes bore a gentle warmth that was undeniably comforting. Hello, I am your primary healer, Claire Winston. The woman introduced herself. How do you feel? I feel nothing. Dean wished to smile wryly, only to realize that his face seemed enveloped by some unseen restraint. Thank you, he replied politely. There is no need for gratitude. Once you are discharged, the bill will certainly astonish you. Claire responded with a mischievous smile that added a playful touch to her demeanor. The mention of the bill made Dean inwardly sigh. Yet living was always preferable. Please rest for now. You may call for me if you need anything, Claire advised. Very well. May I inquire about my friend's condition? Dean asked. Oh, thank you. Closing his eyes, Dean felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, a weariness that seemed to stem from his very soul, compelling him into darkness. Blake turned to observe the readings on the instruments before shutting the observation glass. If Dean were to gaze at the ground, he would find it entirely covered in soil, littered with decaying bones, moldy leaves, and unidentifiable insects glimmering with a dark sheen. Dean's body began to descend. Soon, he found himself enveloped in a realm of darkness. Before him stood towering statues, silent and imposing. Approaching the first statue, he noted that the figure of the living corpse remained unchanged. Moving to the second, Dean observed that the one who had activated this statue was no longer alive. Suddenly, the second statue flickered, and a line of text appeared. Activate sequence 2? Confused, Dean pondered the meaning behind this. In his boredom, he decided to activate it. The colossal puppet statue trembled slightly, and a beam of light shot forth, enveloping Dean. He attempted to evade it, but there was no escape. Dean felt an eerie transformation take place within him. No longer did he resemble a living corpse. He had morphed into a figure adorned in vibrant garments. Wearing a featureless mask, though there were no mirrors present, this new visage vividly imprinted itself upon Dean's mind, along with the battle modes, experiences, and skills associated with this sequence. He had switched sequences. Dean was astounded. He realized this was highly irregular. What consequences would arise if he were discovered in the outside world? Despite his current ignorance of the wizarding realm's basics, he understood this was undoubtedly abnormal. If exposed, he could very well be imprisoned for experimentation. The pursuit of knowledge among wizards was not only zealous, but also bordering on madness. Returning to the first statue, Dean reached out to touch it, and indeed, the option to switch back to sequence 1 appeared. He promptly chose to revert. Familiar sensations surged forth, enveloping him in a strange warmth. Realizing this was the sequence of the living corpse, Dean found the feeling somewhat unsettling. Lacking a real-world reference, he held no excess curiosity regarding this transition. He began to observe each statue in turn. As before, all the statues manifested chaotic and malevolent abstractions, their forms indistinct. The statues seemed to stretch into infinity. As time wore on, Dean felt an increasing sense of spiritual agitation. 15 days of this monotony, and he feared he might lose his sanity. Zombie Dean, he called out. Suddenly, the surrounding statues contorted and blurred. This transformation startled Dean. Darkness enveloped him, causing the statues to vanish. There stood Zombie Dean not far away. Upon seeing Zombie Dean, Dean felt joy surge within him, a smile breaking across his face. Zombie Dean, come and attack me. No sooner had he spoken than Zombie Dean's eyes flickered with a faint light, and a pale radiance erupted from his right hand, transforming into a shadowy figure that charged towards Dean. In less than a minute, Dean found himself overpowered, his wizard's staff reverting to its original form, and his magical energy dissipating. Dean recognized that Zombie Dean possessed the same rank as himself, yet his combat skills were leagues beyond. Had he possessed Zombie Dean's combat prowess, facing that secretive wizard would have been far less perilous. However, he consoled himself, noting that he had only practiced for a few days. Mastery of combat techniques required continual practice and real-world experience to forge muscle and magical memory. In this regard, Dean felt a sense of fulfillment. Zombie Dean acted as a perfect mentor, imparting all his combat skills to Dean. In the dark expanse, Dean became wholly absorbed in an unending fervor for battle. In the infirmary, the observation glass slowly opened. Inside, Feynman stood beside Claire. How is he? Feynman's brow furrowed slightly. This isn't normal. I recall him being a living corpse. Indeed, by all accounts, living corpses and undead entities do not require sleep, Claire replied respectfully. Why is that? Feynman inquired. It is possible that his soul has been affected. The battlefield report indicated a confrontation with a manipulation-type wizard, which may have involved the soul, Claire hypothesized based on the report. Monitor him closely. Report any anomalies to me. Feynman instructed. Yes, sir. Claire acknowledged. Feynman nodded. having witnessed the remarkable potential of the wizard named Dean. In the short span of just over 10 days, he had managed to slay a practitioner ranked at Sequence 8, which seemed rather extraordinary. There must be some hidden secret at play. Chapter 39. Paige's visit. Unaware of the circumstances outside, Dean remained absorbed in his battle against Zombie Dean. The finesse of combat could only be honed through actual confrontation, and Dean relished the visceral thrill of close-quarters combat. 1 minute turned into 2, then 3 when Dean managed to endure for half an hour. An unexpected flutter of realization stirred within him. Something must have transpired outside. Has he awakened? How could this be? A boy's voice, tinged with excitement, broke through. It was Paige. Dean slowly opened his eyes. Awake at last. Blair's voice was laced with relief. Dean's prolonged slumber had caused her considerable anxiety. Dean, can you see me? Can you hear my voice? Paige's face pressed close to Dean's. Oh, thank goodness. I thought you might never wake up. Paige exhaled in relief. How long have I been asleep? Dean inquired of Claire. Quite a while, Claire replied, her expression reflecting disbelief. Dean had been so engrossed in his battles within the dark void that he had lost all sense of time. Are you feeling unwell? Claire asked, concerned. Although Dean's data readings appeared normal, the length of his sleep baffled her. At that moment, Dean felt a slight surge of energy. Lie detector. Dean's senses heightened, a familiar sensation flaring in his mind. He distinctly perceived that he had seamlessly transitioned to Sequence 2. Presently, Dean's rank in Sequence 2 stood at Sequence 8 actor. This statement bore no ambiguity, merely omitting the implanted timestamps. Claire nodded in tacit agreement, having witnessed Dean's dart wound, perhaps indicative of a soul injury. Is he all right? Paige inquired, her voice tinged with worry. Dean's peripheral vision caught a fleeting glimpse of Feynman. Yet, Paige's expression revealed no joy. As a certified wizard, he understood the implications of a soul injury. Claire spoke lightly, though the study of the human soul remained an enigma. Have you seen Philly? Dean asked. That's good. Dean nodded, as this outcome was anticipated. During Dean's trials, it was Philly who had consistently tended to Lilith. You two chat for a bit. I shall step out. Call me if you need anything, Claire instructed. Thank you, Sister Claire, Paige responded graciously. Claire acknowledged her with a nod and departed. Upon exiting the ward, she spotted Feynman in the distance and approached him. Master, has he truly injured his soul? Feynman's brow furrowed. There's a significant possibility. The duration of his slumber was excessive. However, those attuned to darkness are adept at sleep, so it might also be a hidden injury that he is treating through rest, Claire explained candidly. All right. Keep a watchful eye. Inform me of any peculiarities, Feynman replied, his disappointment evident. Back in the room, Dean sighed. It seems I owe a considerable debt. Indeed. A staggering sum, 120,000 guinea. Paige affirmed. 120,000. Dean bolted upright. Astonishment etched across his face. He had anticipated high medical expenses. Yet this was beyond his expectation. Working at the Pineapple restaurant, his fixed monthly salary was only 20 guinea. Ha ha ha. Paige chuckled at Dean's reaction. Don't worry. You can manage it. Dean, perplexed by her demeanor, queried. What do you mean? Have you forgotten those 3 puppets? Paige raised 3 fingers, detailing 2 living puppets. One at 50,000 guinea, and a spiritual puppet at 100,000 guinea. So, you're left with 80,000 guinea. Dean's mouth fell agape. He had never fathomed that the 3 puppets would hold such value. The only relief he felt was that he had not destroyed them. By the way, how did you find that secret witch's essence? Paige asked curiously, recalling their thorough examination of the scene. The adversary was quite experienced and possessed a spiritual puppet, making the encounter formidable. Paige felt confident that even unprepared, defeating the opponent would require tremendous effort and perhaps the use of an alchemical device. Such manipulators of secret magic were particularly troublesome. Without locating the essence, victory was elusive. In the moment Philly was thrown from the window, he had uttered that he was not. The complete phrase was that he was not Dean's father, yet it had been muted. This was but half the reason. The other half leading Dean to his conclusion was the presence of the spiritual puppet. In Sequence 2, a prerequisite for a puppet master to advance to actor was the creation of 4 living puppets. This implied that producing 4 living puppets constituted a standard. However, in Philly's household, Philly, his father, a male and a female, and the spiritual puppet, there were 5 in total. The actoress ability did not elevate the cap on crafting living puppets. Thus, it could be inferred that one of them was indeed the puppeteer himself. Exempting Philly, Dean's primary target was the least conspicuous, Philly's father. While on the second floor, Dean had been calculating the whereabouts of Philly's father on the first floor. At that moment, Dean had been precariously close to peril, essentially gambling for his life. Naturally, Dean could not disclose his understanding of the opponent's sequence, thus attributing it to Philly. I see. You're quite impressive, Paige complimented. Nearly perished. Impressive, you say? Dean recalled the ordeal with a shudder. If advancement in sequence continued, he would increasingly dread sunlight. Should the opponent orchestrate their plans, Dean would face immense difficulties. You've only recently become a secret witch. Do not be overly modest. When will you be discharged? Paige rolled her eyes. Well then, how do you plan to spend this summer? Paige inquired. Dean shook his head, uncertain of his own plans. Initially, he had intended to continue working at the Pineapple Restaurant, but with 80,000 guinea at his disposal, he had ample resources for his expenditures. Most importantly, the man had previously mentioned being sold, which indicated that the mysterious figure had abandoned the pursuit of him, alleviating a considerable threat. For a moment, Dean found himself at a loss regarding his next course of action. Do you remember what I once told you? Paige suddenly asked. Chapter 40. Discharged from the hospital. Dean immediately recalled the address that Feynman had inscribed on the ground when he took him away. He had been so preoccupied with preparing for the enigmatic wizard that he had completely forgotten the address that Paige mentioned. Have you ever been there? Paige inquired. I've never been. I forgot, Dean admitted with an apologetic smile. Well, now you have a place to go during your summer break. And you can put your money to good use, Paige suggested. What place is that? Dean asked, intrigued. A bookstore, the Wizard's Bookstore, where you can acquire most of the common knowledge in the wizarding world, Paige explained. She added, of course, you must pay to read the books inside. Wonderful. Dean's face brightened. This was an excellent opportunity to gain knowledge. They chatted for a while longer before Paige bid farewell. As Paige left the hospital room, he fell into contemplation. He was fully aware of the entirety of Dean's battle and naturally knew that Dean had refined the wizard's staff. He mistakenly assumed that Dean had visited 6 Wizardess Alley to find the books necessary for the refinement. For this, Paige was astonished, repeatedly marveling at Dean's good fortune. However, Dean had just mentioned he had never been to 6 Wizardess Alley. How, then, had he refined the staff? Everyone harbors their own secrets, and Paige chose not to probe further, leaving him with a lingering curiosity. Dean watched Paige depart and conducted a thorough examination of his own body. His health had returned to normal, and his skin was even more refined than before, akin to having undergone cosmetic treatment. His magical energy had been restored. Dean got out of bed, strolled around the room, and felt no discomfort. Approaching the door, he grasped the doorknob, but found it unyielding. Clearly, he was still confined to this hospital room. The walls surrounding him were solid, obscuring any view of the outside world. Without the shackles of the mysterious wizard, Dean felt significantly relieved. A week later, Dean finally awaited the moment of his discharge. Exiting his room, Claire guided Dean along the corridor, where the doors to the patient rooms were tightly shut, concealing their interiors. Nonetheless, Dean still heard a few piercing screams echoing through the halls. The hospital maintained strict management. Along the way, Claire verified his identity 3 times. Upon seeing the blue sky and white clouds outside, it felt as though he had transcended into another realm. Even though the sunlight stung his skin, Dean was filled with joy. Claire opened the front gate with a smile and said, "Congratulations on your discharge." "Thank you," Dean replied gratefully. "You are the most tranquil and worry-free patient I have ever encountered." "Of course, I hope you want to be a frequent visitor," Claire chuckled. Dean returned her smile. He had spent the past half-month in a state of peaceful slumber, which certainly made him a low-maintenance patient. Stepping through the gate, he was greeted by a lush expanse of greenery. A well-paved pebble path led straight ahead. Not far away, a familiar van was parked. Suddenly, a nimble figure sprang out from the van's window and dashed toward Dean at a rapid pace. "Meow, meow, meow." Lilith let out a piercing cry, seemingly reproaching Dean for leaving her alone at home. "Lilith!" Dean exclaimed joyfully, scooping the leaping cat into his arms. Lilith nestled her head into Dean's embrace, continuously emitting a sound of complaint. The van's door swung open, and Philly emerged, covering his mouth, his eyes glistening with tears, appearing hesitant to approach. "Get in quickly." "I snuck out with the van," Paige called from the rolled-down window. Dean noticed that Philly had lost considerable weight, as if he had endured a grave illness. "Should we celebrate?" Paige suggested, indicating that Dean should save his money, for he was now quite affluent. "Sure. Where do you both want to go?" Dean nodded. Philly remained silent, unusually withdrawn. "What's wrong?" Dean asked, noticing Philly's uncharacteristic behavior. I'm sorry. Philly looked at Dean, his eyes brimming with tears. It should be I who apologizes. Dean's expression turned serious. The matter had been resolved, and he did not mind discussing it. He then recounted the events that had transpired, omitting only the details of the dark space. Philly listened, his face a mask of astonishment. How could you face something like this without telling me? Paige frowned, realizing that Dean had been concealing such a heavy burden. Paige fell silent, recalling the time he took Dean to Wizard's Alley, only to be confined by his cousin Feynman. So, you have borne such a tremendous weight. Oh, Dean, how unfortunate you are. Philly exclaimed, enveloping Dean in a tight embrace, bursting into tears. Lilith wriggled out of Dean's grasp, casting a disdainful glance at the man vying for his affection. It's all over now. Dean understood Philly well. He was a person of deep emotions. Philly wept for quite some time before finally calming down. Meanwhile, the van had already entered the city. By the way, Dean, I want to ask you something. Paige could no longer contain his curiosity. What is it? How did you refine your wizard staff? Paige inquired. The spirit within Dean relinquished its control over his heart, allowing him to maintain a composed demeanor. On the night you left, I received an invitation from a secret wizard organization known as the Death Poetry Society. As a welcome gift, they offered me a method for refining a staff at a remarkably low price. I took a leap of faith and, to my surprise, it actually worked. Dean hastily concocted an excuse. Oh, so that's who they are. Paige exclaimed in realization. Do you know them? Dean asked. It's best to avoid that organization. I've heard they tend to gather for odd rituals. Engaging in such activities often leads to unforeseen incidents, Paige cautioned. Understood, Dean acknowledged, quickly shifting the topic. Has the Wizard gaming console you ordered arrived? Upon hearing about the Wizard gaming console, Paige's spirits lifted, and a broad smile spread across his face. Dean, you absolutely must try it out. You cannot fathom how incredible this console is. Words cannot do justice to its greatness. It's the most magnificent invention of this century. Chapter 41. Number 6 Wizard Alley. As they continued down the path, Paige enthusiastically extolled the wonders of the Wizard gaming console. Ever since Philly learned of Dean and Paige's extraordinary nature, he had been harboring an indescribable feeling. However, upon hearing Paige extol his gaming device, he suddenly found that sensation dissipating. Dean nudged Philly, prompting him to look over. Their eyes met, and they shared a laugh. What are you two giggling about? Paige queried, glancing at them through the rearview mirror, a frown forming on his brow as he was caught up in his own excitement. Philly stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. Video games. Please don't compare video games to a Wizard gaming console. They are entirely different realms, especially the 5th-generation gaming console, which represents a revolutionary leap forward. Paige felt somewhat insulted by the comparison. The amusing part is not that. I took him to the arcade to play dance games. Ha ha. Philly burst into laughter, recalling Dean's ecstatic expression when he had accompanied him, only to see his face fall upon realizing the truth of the situation, surrounded by same-sex couples. He felt an overwhelming urge to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Paige shook his head at the two of them, their silly laughter drawing him into memories of his own good friends. Ever since graduation, he had been placed in Hollis City by his parents, uncertain of when he would next meet his classmates. During their meal, as Lilith was left alone in the car, she grew irate, prompting Dean to purchase some cat food and dried fish to placate her. Dean had previously asked Philly how he could be certain that the man was not his biological father. That day, he had even spoken with his father. It was then that Dean understood. That evening, Dean did not enter the dark space, but instead allowed himself to fully relax and sleep. The following day, after breakfast, Dean made his way to Wizard Alley. It was his second visit, and his mood was entirely different, making the experience feel much more leisurely. As Dean pushed open the door to number 6 Wizard Alley, he noticed a counter on the left side of the bookstore, where a man in his 50s sat. Are you here to read or to buy? The elderly man inquired, setting aside his book and adjusting his spectacles. Do you have your wizard credentials? Huh. Dean was momentarily taken aback before producing his secret wizard identification. Is this acceptable? He had never applied for a wizard license, only possessing the identification granted after igniting his spirit. Secret wizard credentials? That will do. The old man accepted the identification and swiped it on a machine. A deposit of 1,000 guineas, with an hourly fee of 100 guineas. By the way, certain special books require a higher membership level to access, and some books necessitate additional fees. If you encounter such books, do not attempt to force them open, or you may find yourself in peril. The elderly gentleman slowly recounted the reading regulations. Dean felt overwhelmed by the information, particularly given the exorbitant fees. The library in Hollis City was free and even provided complimentary drinking water. Do you still wish to proceed? The old man asked after finishing his explanation. Yes, Dean nodded, handing over his bank card. The old man processed the payment and requested Dean's signature. With his secret wizard identification in hand, Dean followed the old man's directions and soon spotted a red wooden door marked reading room. The door stood approximately 3 meters tall, adorned with intricate circular patterns, and a card reader was situated at a height of 1.5 meters. Dean swiped his secret wizard identification on the reader. The patterns on the door began to writhe, and in the blink of an eye, a jelly-like entrance emerged. Without hesitation, Dean stepped through. He was astounded by the scene that unfolded before him. As far as the eye could see, shelves upon shelves of books surrounded him, constantly adjusting their positions. A solitary desk stood quietly to his right, accompanied by a chair, and behind that, a daybed, clearly designed for those who might wish to lounge while reading or even doze off. Such thoughtful service. 1 hour for 100 guineas? It's like dreaming on a bed of gold, Dean mused internally. He took a seat at the desk, where a selection interface for books materialized instantly. Without hesitation, he chose Fundamentals of Wizardry. Dozens of shelves swiftly rotated to present themselves before Dean. Books adorned with bold titles lined up neatly, exuding an aura of knowledge as power. Dean quickly pulled out a volume titled What You Must Know to Become a Wizard, a recommendation from Peachy. The moment he grasped the book, an image of a bald man appeared, beaming at him. Welcome to What You Must Know to Become a Wizard. This book is authored by me, Wovi. Dean abruptly flipped the pages, interrupting the author's self-introduction. This was something Peachy had mentioned. Every book featured an author's introduction on its cover. Some were brief, lasting a minute or two, while others could take 7 or 8 hours. Given that every minute for Dean equated to expenditure, he deemed it unnecessary to listen to the author's drivel. The high fees for the reading room were justified by the remarkable memory of wizards. Especially after igniting their spirits, wizards' memories transcended ordinary human capabilities. Initially, Dean remained skeptical, but upon learning the reading costs, he resolved to adopt Peachy's strategy. For 10 hours a day, Dean immersed himself in reading, neglecting food and water entirely. As a living corpse, he could control his need for sustenance. Upon exiting the bookstore, he felt mentally exhausted, more so than after a physical confrontation. Having spent 1,000 guineas, Dean had perused 21.5 books, skimming through them without delving deeply. By the time he emerged from Wizard Alley, darkness had enveloped the sky. Boss. Dean's thoughts lingered on the books he had browsed, reinforcing his impressions, and he momentarily failed to register his surroundings. Your employer. Mrs. Blake coughed impatiently, punctuating her words with 2 sharp coughs. Mrs. Blake, are you all right? Dean inquired, concerned by her violent coughing fit. He shook his head and exited the apartment, heading towards the public telephone booth. Chapter 42. The phone rang several times, and the voice of Duke, the owner of the restaurant, came through. Pineapple Restaurant. Brother Hank, it's me, Dean. Dean stated, having mentioned to Duke the day before that he would not be coming to work. What are you busy with today? Duke inquired. Well, the restaurant has been quite busy lately, and we're short-staffed. Could you come help out for a few days? Duke asked. Dean hesitated. He was reluctant to squander his time, yet he felt indebted to Duke for the assistance he had provided upon his departure from the welfare office. Boss, my friend is looking for a job. How about I bring him over for a couple of days? Dean suddenly recalled Philip. Philip's father was utterly irresponsible, and survival still required one to rely on oneself. That would be splendid. Ha! Duke exclaimed with delight upon hearing this. After concluding the call with Duke, Dean pedaled his bicycle directly to Philip's home. With Paige's help, Philip had applied for the Hollis City Welfare Fund, which had repaired their house. Dean rode swiftly, paying no heed to the drunken men loitering by the roadside. Before long, he spotted Philip's house. Before Dean could approach, he heard the sound of shattering glass and a man's furious shouts. This is my house. Do you hear me? I can sell it if I choose. You're my son, and if you utter another word, I'll beat you to death. Dean parked his bike in an open space, his brow furrowed. He proceeded directly to the porch and pushed the door open. Inside the living room, Philip stood in a corner, trembling like a wounded quail. His father was a burly middle-aged man with dark skin, his arms nearly as thick as Dean's thighs. Philip, Dean called out. Dean, Philip exclaimed, his emotions surging uncontrollably, but instinctively covering his mouth. Who are you? His classmate? The man glared at Dean. a flicker of barely concealed disdain crossing his eyes. I overheard you discussing selling the house. What about Philip? Where will he live? Dean's brow knitted in concern. Why should I care where he lives? I've raised him long enough, the man retorted impatiently, glaring at Dean. Mind your own business, you little brat. He is your son. Even a beast wouldn't abandon its own offspring. Dean's expression darkened. Huh. The man scoffed, pointing at Philip. Look at him. He doesn't resemble my son at all. Just a sissy, surrounded by all this feminine rubbish, just like that worthless woman who bore him. Philip, upon hearing this, could no longer contain his tears and began to sob uncontrollably. You can leave. Dean's voice turned icy. The man, seeing Dean's cold gaze, dismissed him as just a child. Sneering, this is my home, so get out. He reached for Dean. Dean did not flinch. Instead, he seized the man's wrist forcefully. Ah! The man felt as if his wrist were caught in a vice, a sharp pain coursing through him. A surge of fury ignited within Dean. Dean, stop! Philip rushed over, grasping Dean's arm. Upon meeting Philip's fearful gaze, Dean instinctively released his grip. You better watch out. I will sell this house. The man threatened as he turned to leave. The living room fell into silence. I'm sorry, I was just afraid you would hurt my father. I'm sorry, Philip wept, tears streaming down his face. Dean's mind lingered on the terror in Philip's eyes. It was not merely fear of a human, but of something far worse. At this thought, Dean's heart momentarily froze. I'm sorry, Dean. I didn't mean anything by it. Please forgive me. Your demeanor was truly frightening, Philip pleaded, fully aware of the risk of losing this friend. Sit down, Dean sighed, regaining his composure. All right, let me get you some water, Philip said, dashing towards the kitchen. Seeing his frantic demeanor, Dean could not help but shake his head. He found a broom and began to sweep up the glass shards from the broken bottle. Do you have any money? Dean couldn't resist provoking him. I'll find a job, Philip declared. My boss, the owner of Pineapple Restaurant, called me. Dean recounted his conversation with Duke. Though the pay was a mere 20 guineas a month, it sufficed for students like them. The bulk of their income would come from tips. Really? That's wonderful. Dean, you are the best friend I have in this world, Philip exclaimed, throwing his arms around Dean as he sobbed. Dean had long grown accustomed to Philip's fragility. If they had once been like two wounded creatures licking each other's wounds, now Dean had grown strong enough to protect Philip. As night enveloped the sky, Bunker Cloudy stumbled along, muttering curses under his breath. Little brat, one day I'll throw you into the filler machine. Bunker was incensed. He had been startled by a mere child. He touched his swollen right wrist, wondering how that boy possessed such strength. Remembering those cold eyes sent a shiver down Bunker's spine. He was determined to sell the house. And as for Philip, why should he care? As thoughts of Jenny's soft figure filled his mind, the pain in his wrist seemed to lessen significantly. Jenny lived nearby, just a couple of streets away. Who would have thought that a blonde beauty resided there? This neighborhood belonged to the old town, where streetlights had long been damaged, leaving only a few flickering in the darkness. Feeling the urge to relieve himself, Bunker hurried to a nearby bush. As he sighed, a child's giggle suddenly reached his ears. The stream stopped abruptly as Bunker tightened his belt and nervously scanned his surroundings. Soon, he spotted the source of the sound. Under the glow of the streetlight stood a little girl in a floral dress. This girl was familiar to Bunker. She was Elena, Jenny's daughter. With golden hair and blue eyes, she resembled a doll, far from the typical children of Brooklyn. When she grew up, she would undoubtedly be a beauty. Feeling a sudden warmth at the thought, Bunker approached Elena, fastening his pants. Hee, Elena laughed cheerfully, her voice laced with playfulness. Uncle, you're familiar now. Chapter 43. Disappearance. Elena's voice was sweet, reminiscent of candy. What ripened? Bunker paused, sensing something peculiar about Elena today. You have ripened, she responded, swallowing hard and unconsciously sucking on her index finger. Bunker distinctly heard the sound of her swallowing, a wave of unprecedented panic emanating from every cell in his body. It was a fear rooted in his very genetics. Elena sighed like a miniature adult. Mother knows. She moved here just for me. It's such a lovely place. The disappearance of a few people hardly raises any eyebrows. Disappearance? Bunker's eyes widened. The doll-like girl before him appeared exceedingly eerie. Her milk-white skin radiated an unsettling pallor. However, I do enjoy the ripened ones, which leaves Mother in a bind. Fortunately, I don't need to eat them often. Elena reassured herself. Uncle, there's something today. So I want to be coming to your house. Bunker stuttered, forcing his feet to move in the direction he had come from. Uncle is quite the hypocrite. Just yesterday you told Mother you wanted to be with her forever, saying something about melting into her. Elena's voice chimed in his ear. Her laughter as chilling as it was melodic. The cold, slick sensation sent shivers down Bunker's spine, summoning his last ounce of strength. He sprinted wildly back the way he came. The girl's laughter echoed like a music box, hauntingly persistent. Bunker could no longer contain the terror rising from within. He screamed in madness, desperately fleeing into the darkness. For the first time, he loathed those who shattered the streetlights, forgetting that he was one of them. His feet stumbled through the uneven terrain, the damp wild grass enveloping his ankles, and his body collided with tree after tree, ensnared by the creeping vines. Bunker fell to the ground, surrounded by the towering trees. How did I end up here? He realized he had run in the wrong direction, towards the dense outskirts. Uncle, you truly understand. You know to seek out a quieter place. Elena's saccharine voice floated towards him, her petite figure resembling a forest sprite hovering not far away. Bunker pointed and shouted, it's you, yes, it's me. I did it. Elena's wide eyes sparkled with innocence, akin to a fawn in the glade. Yet to Bunker, she appeared far more terrifying than any legendary demon. The fear paralyzed his ability to articulate coherent thoughts. Uncle, look. You've truly ripened. You're about to burst. Elena licked her lips. Bunker watched in horror as his arm suddenly swelled, a blackish-red wire piercing through his skin. Aghast, he let out a piercing scream, the visual horror coupled with physical agony overwhelming him. Accompanying his cries, more black and red wires sprouted like mushrooms after rain, erupting into vibrant red blossoms. In an instant, Bunker transformed into a humanoid hedgehog, grotesque wires protruding from his body, exuding a savage, sanguine aura. Elena, enraptured, savored the moment, her small, white hands effortlessly snapping a black-red wire and bringing it to her mouth. The sound of crunching echoed like the delightful snap of a chocolate bar. Oh. Philip awoke abruptly, having experienced a nightmare, though the details eluded him. The surroundings were quiet, the sounds of night insects chirping outside. Lilith's cat bowl lay empty. When Dean entered, Lilith sat at the doorway, casting a reproachful glance his way. Reluctantly, Dean offered another can of cat food to appease her. The knowledge he had acquired filled the gaps in Dean's understanding. Of course, what he had read was merely superficial knowledge, but Dean recognized it as a commendable beginning. After a brief rest, Dean rose to sketch the magical array. The next few nights were to be full moons, and he did not wish to squander this opportunity for cultivation. During his practice, Dean noted a significant improvement. A chill coursed through him, invigorating his magical energy. Lilith watched intently, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. As dawn broke, Dean hurried to the park to continue his training. After returning, washing up, and having breakfast, he set out to fetch Philip. Dean, I had a nightmare last night, Philip said, frowning. It was now 2 in the afternoon. The restaurant had just finished the lunch rush, allowing them a moment to eat. What was the dream? Dean inquired. Duh. Dean paid little mind. After spending 2 days with Philip, he was finally fully engaged in his studies again. According to Duke, the owner, Philip was putting in considerable effort, and he was quite pleased. A week later, Dean remarked, Isn't that splendid? You won't even have to move. He devoured a hearty serving of sausage risotto. However, something feels off. My dad said he had already arranged for a buyer. Philip frowned. Don't overthink it. Focus on your work and strive for improvement. Dean casually reassured him. Another week passed. Dean, my dad has gone missing. Philip stood outside the Blake apartment, visibly distressed. Dean raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. I swear, it's not my doing. If it were me, I would have made him jump off a building or slit his throat right in front of you. I believe you. Philip's anxiety was evident as he understood Dean. Where do you think my dad has gone? Perhaps he went on a trip. You know, he found himself a little stepmother, didn't he? Since they've decided to be together, they ought to honeymoon or something. Dean concocted excuses, feigning concern for Philip's father. But he said he sold the house to get the money for it. Philip's expression flickered with doubt, beginning to accept Dean's rationale. Who knows? Maybe your stepmother has money and is covering the expenses. Dean rolled his eyes, feeling Philip was overthinking. Perhaps, Philip sighed in relief. Why don't you accompany me to visit that woman after work tonight? Chapter 44. Forbidden signage. Dean observed Philip's demeanor and nodded in agreement. After seeing Paige off, he completed his grooming and made his way to the bookstore. Concerning the specialized tomes, Dean realized he would need to absorb the knowledge gradually, particularly the incantations of witchcraft. These spells entailed a novel language of sorcery, which, according to the texts, bore the weight of rules and power. Dean was prepared to commit these to memory and engage in a slow, steady learning process over the years. As for witchcraft, each spell came at a steep price. For instance, the basic spell of invisibility that Paige had once employed cost a staggering 20,000 guineas, far too extravagant. The day, filled with activity, swiftly passed. Dean checked the time and arrived at the Pineapple Restaurant at 7 o'clock. It was the peak hour, bustling with patrons. This marked Dean's inaugural visit as a customer, and he found the experience somewhat novel. After exchanging a few words with the owner, Duke, Dean settled into a corner to await Philip's shift end. As night fell, the restaurant gradually quieted down. "Boss, we're leaving." Dean waved to Philip. Duke returned the gesture. The two mounted their bicycles and headed towards the old district of Brusac. "Do you know your stepmother's address?" Dean inquired. "Why are you so curious about that?" Philip retorted, intrigued. Whenever Philip mentioned his father, he was haunted by the nightmare from a fortnight prior. "Dean, what is it? Do you think something might happen to my dad?" Philip asked, his tone serious. "Just wish your dad well," Dean teased. "With a son like you, he should consider himself fortunate." "No, I'm not joking. I have this unsettling feeling that something bad is brewing," Philip insisted earnestly. Dean halted his bicycle, glancing at the genuinely serious expression on Philip's face, and furrowed his brow. Recently, he had perused a book entitled On the Relationship Between Bloodline and Inspiration. The text posited that blood ties formed a peculiar connection, one that could transcend the boundaries of time and space. Such bonds were evident among wizards and ordinary individuals alike, with several examples recounted. One particularly striking story involved a young girl weaving at home who suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation upon glancing outside, a fleeting feeling that lingered in her mind. Over the years, each time she looked out, the sensation returned. Only on the year of her marriage did her parents reveal that she was adopted. Upon seeking out her biological family, she discovered that her mother had passed away on the very day she first experienced that strange feeling. From that moment on, whenever she looked outside, the peculiar sensation vanished. Philip had often expressed his belief that something unfortunate might befall his father. "When we arrive at your stepmother's home, don't go inside. I'll enter first," Dean suggested. "Is there danger?" Philip's expression shifted, and he bit his lip, resolutely locking eyes with Dean. "Then let's not go." He could not bear the thought of Dean encountering peril. In his heart, Dean had become family. "Come on, we're already halfway there. Do I not know you? If we don't go today, you'll sneak off without me." "Don't worry. I've grown quite strong," Dean proclaimed, lifting his chin with pride. Philip shook his head. "No, I don't think it's necessary. Keep talking, and I might get angry." "Brothers don't waste words," Dean retorted. "We're sisters," Philip emphasized. "Ugh." Dean feigned a gagging motion and pedaled away, prompting Philip to hastily follow. Half an hour later, they ventured deep into the old district. "I thought your neighborhood was run down, but this place is even worse," Dean remarked. All around were dilapidated houses, some overgrown with weeds. Glass bottles and various types of refuse were strewn everywhere. Dean also keenly sensed several unfriendly gazes upon them. "As long as we don't go out at night, we should be fine," Philip assured, accustomed to such an environment. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with not a single streetlight illuminating the way. While Dean felt little concern, Philip had to navigate cautiously. At last, Philip pointed out a rusted sign adorned with an indecipherable symbol. "There it is," he indicated. Yet, as he attempted to move forward, his bicycle stalled. "Wait." Dean grasped Philip's handlebars, halting him. "Are you sure your stepmother lives there?" "Yes," Philip nodded. "Why?" Philip's heart raced. Was there a potential danger? That sign. Dean gestured towards the emblem on the iron placard. "If I recall correctly, I came across this symbol in all about wizard signage a few days ago. It signifies danger and prohibits entry." "Danger?" Philip understood Dean would not deceive him, his mouth suddenly dry. "I'll go in. You stay out," Dean asserted. "No, we should leave," Philip declared firmly. "Don't you want to know about your father's situation?" Dean asked. If Philip chose not to enter, he would sneak in regardless. "Dean, I cannot allow you to take risks." Philip's expression was grave. "Then we shall go in together." Dean stepped back. "All right," Philip acquiesced. "If anything happens, you must follow my lead," Dean instructed. "Okay," Philip nodded earnestly. Such decisiveness, Dean sighed. If danger arose, Philip would undoubtedly not abandon him. The two rode their bicycles towards the destination, which lay less than 100 meters from the sign. It was yet another old structure. Light filtered through frosted glass, casting a warm glow. Since hearing Dean's words, Philip had grown increasingly anxious. They parked their bicycles, and Dean gestured for Philip to follow closely. Upon reaching the porch, Dean knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A gentle woman's voice replied, laced with caution. Chapter 45. Fright, innocent women, and the villains lurking outside. The roles of the villains were embodied by Dean and Philip. It was I. Philip perceived Dean's subtle gesture and instinctively spoke up. "Who are you?" The woman's voice drew closer, evidently moving from the living room to the front porch door. "Oh, just a moment," she said, illuminating the porch light before opening the door. For a fleeting moment, Philip felt a pang of anxiety, but soon he clearly discerned her appearance. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, around 40 years of age, with skin as creamy as milk, golden hair, and azure eyes. Philip marveled inwardly, realizing that even in the heart of Hollis City, it was rare to encounter such a stunning woman. However, his gaze was not drawn to her beauty, but rather to the swift mental calculations of her worth. Golden waves of hair, 300 to 500 copper nicks. Eyeshadow, 100 copper nicks. False eyelashes, 50 to 100 copper nicks. "You must be Philip. Please come in." The woman could not have mistaken him, as Bunker had dark skin. Ahem, Dean coughed deliberately. "All right, thank you, Aunt Jenny." Philip was instantly jolted from his habitual appraisals. He had heard his father mention her name before. The two entered the house, and Jenny closed the door behind them. "Please, have a seat. Would you like something to drink?" Jenny was exceedingly warm. The living room exuded a cozy and tidy ambience, with several Barbie dolls strewn across the sofa. "No, thank you. Auntie, I came here to ask if you have seen my father." Philip turned to Jenny. "It was about half a month ago. He said he wanted to discuss something with you." A flicker of panic crossed Jenny's face. "Hasn't my father come by in the past 2 weeks?" Philip's conviction deepened. "No, I thought that man was irresponsible." Jenny shook her head. A brief silence enveloped the room. "Thank you. Then I'll take my leave. If my father comes to see you, could you please let me know?" Philip rose first. Of course, Jenny nodded eagerly. As they exited the house, the atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive. "I feel that something has indeed happened to my father." Philip's voice was heavy. "Let us leave here," Dean suggested. "All right," Philip agreed. The two rode away on their bicycles, and Dean glanced back at the house. This time, he perceived countless distorted black figures encircling it. He understood that they were the manifestations of his fears. Dean? What's wrong?" Philip sensed Dean's unusual silence and felt a tinge of concern, realizing something was amiss. Philip quickened his pace. "Mother, are we just going to let them go?" Suddenly, a pink Barbie doll on the sofa turned to gaze at Jenny. Jenny's expression shifted from warmth to a chilling coldness. "Elena, how many times have I told you? Girls must exhibit modesty. I'm sorry, Mother. It was my fault." The doll immediately lowered its head in apology. "Prepare to move. There have already been 3 occurrences of witches here, and I suspect there are witches watching outside as well. If we take action, we may not be able to leave," Jenny stated. "I actually like living here." The doll replied, feeling aggrieved. "So do I, but what can we do? Do you want to be captured by those lunatics?" Jenny's gaze turned piercing. "I don't want to." The doll seemed to recall something terrifying, shaking its head vigorously. "Then prepare to leave, pack your things, and don't leave anything behind," Jenny commanded. The doll nodded obediently. Dean took a cup of water, gulped it down, and sighed deeply. The moment he entered the living room, he had felt an unprecedented malice. This malice was infused with greed and brutality, as if he stood before the gaping maw of a terrifying beast, ready to be devoured at any moment. Seeing Dean in this state, Philip asked, "What's wrong? Are you all right? Sit down." Dean gestured toward the sofa. "Philip, I must say, it's very likely that your father is in grave danger." Dean spoke candidly, not wishing for Philip to venture there again. "Why? Could it really be that woman's doing?" Philip was agitated. Philip fell silent, his expression turning vacant, before suddenly grasping Dean's arm. "Call Paige. Have her come to handle this. Perhaps my father can still be saved." "I will, but you must accept reality. That woman has never inquired about your father's whereabouts." "Has she?" "This implies that she knows where he is." Dean sought to dispel any illusions Philip might harbor. Philip was momentarily stunned, yet he did not weep. He could not fathom why tears did not come. Observing Philip's demeanor, Dean chose to remain silent. After a while, Philip slowly spoke. "Call Paige. So that woman doesn't harm anyone else." "All right, you should rest for a bit." Dean transitioned to a softer tone, laced with a soothing quality. Philip felt his mind growing heavy, his eyelids drooping, and gradually succumbed to slumber. Dean tucked him in with a blanket and swiftly dashed toward the nearest telephone booth. "Are you saying it's terrifying? How terrifying?" Paige inquired seriously upon receiving the call. Dean elaborated on the sensation he had just experienced. After a brief silence, Paige responded, "Dean, do not approach there again. Await our assessment." Understood, Dean nodded in agreement. The following days passed quietly. To Dean's surprise, Philip exhibited an astonishing calmness, accepting his father's death with remarkable composure. Dean speculated that this was tied to Philip's earlier premonitions. Deep down, he had already reconciled with the notion of his father's demise. One day, Dean suddenly spotted Paige waiting for him at the apartment entrance, with a van parked nearby. "What brings you here?" Dean noted that Paige's countenance was not particularly bright. "What's the matter? Is it serious?" Dean sensed an unusual tension in the air. "It's about what you mentioned a few days ago," Paige affirmed. "Yes, I'll wait for you downstairs," she nodded. Dean hurriedly fed Lilith and then hopped into the van. Chapter 46. The entropic entity. The night in the Solington and Brusac districts presents a stark dichotomy. A line of luminous streetlights stretches into the horizon, illuminating the orderly procession of vehicles, while the shops flanking the streets flaunt their vibrant neon signs. "Have you caught that woman?" Dean inquired from the confines of the car. "Captured?" "Thankfully, we haven't encountered her yet," Paige replied, glancing at Dean in the passenger seat. Her tone tinged with envy. "I truly suspect you are enveloped in a halo of good fortune." "What do you mean?" Dean discerned the sincerity in Paige's words. How could one possibly be fortunate when terror looms so close? "Do you grasp the nature of what you've encountered?" Paige pressed. "Spare me the theatrics," Dean retorted, accustomed to their banter. He rolled his eyes, finally understanding what it meant to spend money like water. "Have you perused any materials regarding the entropic entity?" Paige queried. "The entropic entity?" Dean shook his head, unfamiliar with the term. Yet, he recalled Paige mentioning it in the void market of the arcane sorcerers. "It's only natural you haven't seen it. The later you encounter such matters, the better, lest you shatter your understanding of power," Paige mused. "Don't tell me that woman is related to the entropic entity?" Dean quickly connected the dots. Indeed, it is speculated to be the entropic entity, eternal mother and daughter. First recorded 13 centuries ago, they escaped from the Sorcerers Institute of Entropic Studies 35 years ago. Paige maneuvered the car into the underground parking lot. "How terrifying are they?" Dean inquired, curiosity piquing. Dean. As they exited the vehicle and made their way to the elevator, Paige continued, "If it is as horrific as you claim, how is it that both you and Philip were allowed to leave? It's peculiar to refuse meat delivered to your lips," she added. "You ought to express gratitude to the Dead Poets Society." Paige quickened her pace, indicating that the emblem was left by them, and they had commenced an investigation. "However, you two have thwarted their efforts." Dean was taken aback. Did they possess a method to confront the entropic entity? Each time he uttered the term, the image of that enchanting woman danced in his mind. How could such a vivid beauty be reduced to an object? "Dean, remember, there is nothing in this world that is invincible. We sorcerers have merely spent 6 centuries binding the deities." Paige dropped a bombshell. "Deities? Binding?" Dean felt as though Paige was jesting, yet his expression suggested otherwise. "Do you know how the arcane sorcerers first came to be?" Paige inquired. "Do enlighten me." Dean replied as Paige pressed the elevator button. "Indeed, but did you know that this prodigious arcane sorcerer nearly dragged the entire sorceress realm into the abyss?" Despite her words, Paige's tone retained a hint of reverence for the first arcane sorcerer. "I haven't seen any records," Dean admitted. "Thus, we despise prodigies becoming arcane sorcerers." "Well, we've arrived. If you wish to delve into the entropic entity, you may explore the alchemy section at the bookstore," Paige suggested. "Then tell me, why do we allow arcane sorcerers to exist despite their dangers?" Paige posed another question. "Why? Because we aim to uncover the source of that power." A proud expression graced Paige's face. "This is the pride of sorcerers." Dean felt a profound shock within. As they exited the elevator, Sister Lily, Paige greeted the front desk attendant, Lily Candace. "Go on in. The captain and others are awaiting you." Lily nodded toward Dean. Dean smiled in response. "This way." Paige gestured to Dean. They had previously traversed the right side during their last encounter with the flame spirit. This time, they moved in the opposite direction, heading left. Navigating around a marble partition, the atmosphere instantly transformed into a bustling hub. Dean felt as though he had entered a thriving enterprise. The corridor was brightly lit by fluorescent lights, with glass-walled offices on either side, revealing busy individuals at work. Most of this space is not our department, but some involve confidential matters, while others have relevant business, hence their allocation here for perceived security, Paige explained, smiling occasionally at the workers. Dean surveyed the surroundings, nodding absent-mindedly. They proceeded straight ahead until they reached the innermost section. Whether it was due to a magical array or not, the silence here was profound, contrasting sharply with the external noise. The walls were no longer glass, but thick, dark stone. Paige halted before the only black door on the left, knocking gently. The door opened soundlessly. As Dean followed Paige inside, his breath caught momentarily, not from instinct, but due to a disturbance in his sorceress essence that briefly halted his heartbeat. The room pulsed with potent energy. The entire chamber was shrouded in darkness, the ceiling resembling an endless night sky adorned with twinkling stars. The walls were constructed from an opaque black marble, its true composition eluding Dean's perception, yet he sensed its complexity. What took Dean's breath away was the floor beneath him, an abyss of inky darkness. However, he soon realized it was merely a surface crafted from an unknown material, as black as night. Feynman stood at the podium, gazing at them. Below, 6 chairs were already occupied by 3 individuals. Dean recognized one of them, Rock. The other 2, a man and a woman, were strangers to him. Please, take a seat. Feynman gestured toward the chairs. Paige nudged Dean's arm, encouraging him to follow her lead. They sat, and the room plunged into silence once more. The pollution has been eradicated, and our target is now locked onto the entropic entity, Eternal Mother and Daughter. The Sorcerers Institute of Entropic Studies has classified it as Grade A, with a destructive potential of Grade B. Our task now is to conduct a citywide search for its whereabouts. Upon discovery, report immediately without attempting to handle it independently. Dean, please come forward. Feynman beckoned Dean. Confused, Dean complied and stepped up. Please do not be anxious. We are here to enlist your assistance in detecting its essence. May I ask for your consent? Feynman inquired. Chapter 47. Memory Retrospection. Dean instinctively glanced at Paige, who nodded in agreement. All right, please stand still and relax your mind, he instructed. Feynman nodded, clearly pleased with Dean's cooperation. Dean took a deep breath, attempting to ease his tension. Captain, allow me. Paige suddenly stood up. For a brief moment, the room fell silent. Ahem. Locke abruptly coughed twice and sharply admonished Paige, do not waste time. Let the captain handle it. I wish for Paige to perform the spell. Dean interjected. Although he was uncertain of Paige's sudden assertion, he trusted that she had her reasons. Who do you think you are to speak here? Locke frowned. I volunteered to assist, not out of obligation. Am I not entitled to make this request? Dean replied without hesitation. If Locke still regarded him as that newly initiated apprentice, he was sorely mistaken. Locke abruptly rose from his chair, exuding an air of danger. Dean remained unfazed, maintaining an impassive demeanor as they locked eyes. How audacious for a mere apprentice, devoid of any mastery over spells, to act so arrogantly. Locke's voice turned frigid. An advanced wizarding civilization is built upon laws that every wizard must adhere to. Very well. Let Paige proceed, Feynman interjected, casting a lingering glance at Dean. I will do my utmost, Paige said, his demeanor still light-hearted, as he stepped forward onto the stage. As Feynman descended, he shot his cousin a warning glare. Paige positioned himself before Dean, brandishing a wizard's staff that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. Clearing his throat, he assumed a conductor's stance, addressing Dean. You must relax your mind, as resistance can be quite painful. Dean nodded, signaling his understanding. Paige waved his staff, reciting an incantation. The staff trembled with a unique rhythm. Dean endeavored to relax, though a hint of nervousness lingered. Yet, he felt no energy fluctuations. Suddenly, the ground beneath him, dark as an abyss, illuminated. Countless silver magical runes began to intertwine, radiating from Dean's position. The floor began to spin. In mere breaths, the two found themselves inexplicably relocated to the center of the room. The 6 silent chairs below materialized at the edges. Paige commenced waving his staff again. A silver light emerged from the tip of the black staff. The silver runes on the ground solidified, forming a vast magical array. The light from the staff burst forth towards Dean, enveloping him in a brilliant glow. Simultaneously, the array on the ground emitted waves of white light, completely encasing Dean. In an instant, Dean transformed into a figure composed entirely of light. He felt as though he were submerged in warm water, with every cell in his body emitting a soothing hum. As the currents flowed, Dean sensed he was gradually moving, instinctively recalling Paige's words, prompting him to relax. Paige, his expression grave, engaged in frenetic calculations within his mind. The magical energy surged within him as he waved his staff again, invoking extraction. A vibrant orb of multicolored light detached from Dean's luminous form, soaring towards the starry ceiling. In an instant, the stars erupted. Both Paige and the four-seated observers tensed in response. Dean strode into the foyer, pushing open the door to the Philly household. Inside the living room, Philly trembled in a corner, resembling a wounded quail. What do I care where he resides? I have raised him well enough, Bunker exclaimed impatiently, glaring at Dean as he bellowed. Mind your own business, you little brat. Dean made peculiar gestures towards the moon. Isn't that splendid? You won't even have to move. Dean savored his meal of sausage-baked rice. Dean, my father is missing, Philly anxiously confided at the door of the Blake apartment. This emblem. Dean pointed at the symbol on the iron plaque, asserting, if my memory serves me right, I saw this emblem in all about wizarding symbols a few days ago. It signifies danger within, entry is prohibited. It seemed as if they were reliving every moment they had experienced. Paige waved his wizard staff, and the enormous magical array beneath them spun rapidly. Memories leaped forward, racing toward the established recollections. As Paige witnessed Dean performing strange movements within a bizarrely painted magical array, the memory accelerated, leaping forward in an instant. This lad certainly harbors secrets. I am fortunate to be the one presiding, Paige mused internally, though his expression remained impassive. However, those present were all wizards. They could not overlook the earlier peculiar scene. Feynman's gaze fell upon Dean, cloaked in the orb of light, revealing a profound intensity. He glanced at his cousin, feeling a tightness in his chest. Paige had deliberately bypassed that sequence of actions. This cousin was surely doing so on purpose. Nevertheless, the strange magical array had been engraved in his memory, and not just his. Others had also retained the image of that array. Locke's countenance grew increasingly somber. Indeed, apprentices were a crafty lot. As memories continued to flow, Philly began to knock on the door. Instantly, everyone tensed. Philly and Dean entered the room. This scene unfolded precisely as Dean remembered, including his own feelings. Dean had never shared with Philly the extent of his struggle within. An invisible, oppressive atmosphere enveloped the room, as if every pore were encased in bubbles, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. A uniform, gentle sound of slumber echoed in everyone's ears, soft and delicate, as if emanating from the depths of their souls, inescapable and unavoidable. It was likely the voice of a small girl. Everyone's expression shifted. For the first time, they regarded the figure enveloped in the orb of light with a measure of reverence. Chapter 48. The mysterious creator. The narrative unfolds through Dean's perspective. Neat and warm. Everything is but an illusion. Within Dean's perception lies an infinite malice and the distant wails of despair. All is distorted. The eerie, oppressive atmosphere torments everyone profoundly. Every gaze is fixed upon the Barbie dolls on the sofa, their eyes subtly shifting, and their tiny mouths curving into sinister smiles. That is not what Dean sees. It is the entity of entropy gazing at them. A chorus of heavy breaths fills the air, accompanied by the sweet laughter of a little girl. Paige's expression shifts dramatically as he brandishes his staff, and the colossal magic circle beneath him resonates with a low hum. Strands of pure white light emerge from the ground, cascading upon each individual. They exchange wary glances, sensing the threat of contamination. At last, Dean and Philly depart from the house, the immense, twisted darkness lingering in their final sight. They behold a pair of innocent eyes. Oh, the power of truth. Let the light converge and dispel all malevolence before us. Light dispel. Paige chants loudly, wielding his wizard's staff. Dean slowly opens his eyes, only to be taken aback. Before him, Paige wears a genuine smile, yet terror lurks in his eyes. Soon, Dean realizes that not only Paige, but also Feynman, Locke, and two other wizards wear this unsettlingly innocent expression reminiscent of children. This bizarre scene sends chills down Dean's spine. Suddenly, beams of light descend. Dean hastily dodges, feeling his skin sizzle and rot upon contact with the light. Observing this, Paige breaks into a sweat, waving his staff vigorously. With his gestures, the beams of light are drawn towards the five of them. Dean grits his teeth in a corner, watching the uncanny spectacle unfold. He is bewildered, unable to comprehend how the five have transformed so drastically in an instant. This process persists for a full half-hour, during which Paige grows pale and drenched in sweat before finally ceasing his incantation. Captain, I'm utterly exhausted. I need a 10-day paid leave. I'm so tired. Paige collapses to the ground. 3 days. I see you wish to play games, Feynman scoffs. 6 days, Page negotiates. 2 days, Feynman replies impassively, without uttering another word. Feynman observes the two as they exit. Sulian, what are the odds of that fellow being contaminated? Feynman inquires, glancing at Sulian Collins beside him. Sulian Collins, a statuesque middle-aged woman clad in a black dress adorned with colorful gemstones, responds, I sense he has not been tainted. I believe you, Feynman nods. I will request reinforcements from the Blanche region. Everyone just witnessed the event. Do not let down your guard simply because it is classified as B-level strength. If you discover any clues, do not act independently. Ensure to report it. Yes, 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 the three respond in unison. As they take the elevator to the underground parking lot, Page leans heavily against Dean's shoulder. Are you all right? Dean inquires with concern. I feel like I'm dying. Page replies listlessly, then notices several burns on Dean's skin. How are your wounds? No worries. They will heal on their own, Dean assures him, knowing that absorbing the moonlight for one night would suffice for his recovery. You certainly have your secrets, Page remarks as he opens the car door. What secrets? Dean's heart skips a beat as he strives to maintain a calm facade. Don't play coy with me. I wondered how your abilities progressed so swiftly. As he speaks, Page sketches the magic circle in the air. How did you know? Dean's spirit instantly relinquishes control over his heart, adopting a blank expression. Page's candidness stems from his desire to eliminate any barriers between them. You Haven T shared the origins of that magic circle. He probes curiously, having closely observed Dean's growth. Sigh. Dean exhales, recounting his encounter with the enigmatic wizard. Naturally, he omits the details of the dark space, opting instead for an alibi the mysterious wizard serves perfectly. With the issue resolved, Dean feels a weight lift from his shoulders. He has already destroyed the book summoning spirits, leaving nothing to address. What does this wizard look like? Page's expression shifts. Dean provides a detailed description of the mysterious wizard. Page gazes at Dean, astonished. Do you know who he is? How could I know? There are countless wizards. Where would I begin to search for such an individual? Dean rolls his eyes. He is. Page swallows hard, a hint of fear creeping onto his face. An S-level wanted criminal, the mysterious creator, City Klaus. S-level wanted criminal? Dean recalls the definition of S-level criminals in the laws of wizard rights and obligations, those responsible for events leading to the deaths of over 10,000, posing a grave threat to the entire wizarding community. How could this be? Dean's expression darkens. However, I believe you are merely a small pawn in his game, so do not dwell on it. By the way, could you lend me that book, Summoning Spirits? Furthermore, he has already sold himself. Contemplating this, Dean feels a sense of relief wash over him. Will he not leave suddenly? Dean ponders, unable to grasp why he would remain in this city. Chapter 49. Lilith's Transformation. The Institute of Entropic Studies has concluded that most entropic entities exhibit a specific pattern. The eternal mother-daughter dynamic is no exception. There is no need for excessive concern. As you have heard, its destruction level is merely rated B, posing no significant threat, Page explained. Though her reluctance to elaborate was palpable, Dean nodded, then deftly shifted the topic. I will be moving in with Philly next month. I envy you. I wish I could move in with you all, Page remarked, her expression genuine. Currently, I am living with my cousin, and it's dreadfully dull. Are you related to Feynman? Dean inquired. Does your family also reside with ordinary individuals? Dean's curiosity persisted. What is a wizard city like? He recalled Page mentioning a city of wizards named Truth. Philly responded, it is challenging to articulate. It embodies the pinnacle of wizarding civilization. Are there any restrictions on visiting? Dean asked. None at all. You can reach it by taking a specific flight from Garlup. Though the ticket is rather expensive, if memory serves, it should be around 120,000 Ginny. Garlup is a large city adjacent to Hollis, with a resident population nearing 10 million. How exorbitant. Dean scoffed. Indeed, but if you join the Special Affairs Bureau, you'll have an opportunity to report every 3 years, with all expenses covered, Page said as she smoothly parked the vehicle by the roadside. All right, I've arrived, Dean announced as he exited the car. Goodbye. He was acutely aware of the improbability of securing a position at the Special Affairs Bureau, given Feynman and Locke's attitudes. Take care. School starts in less than a week. See you then. Page waved. See you at school, Dean replied, turning towards the entrance. Dean? Suddenly, Page slammed on the brakes, rolling down the window. If you wish to expedite matters, you might consider visiting the graveyard. With a few swift gestures in the air, Page indicated something. Dean instantly understood that Paige was referring to the actions within that shadowy realm, her omission of words of precaution against eavesdropping. "Thank you." The van slowly departed. Upon opening the door to his apartment, Dean was startled to find Mrs. Black standing at her door, her gaze dark and foreboding. "Mrs. Black." Dean greeted politely. "You." She coughed twice. "Mrs. Black, I sense you are unwell. You should visit a hospital," Dean observed, noting her increasing frailty and pallor each time they met. With a forceful bang, Mrs. Black shut the door. Dean slowed his pace as he ascended to the third floor, clearly hearing her coughs resonate behind him. Once inside, Mrs. Black's face grew increasingly ashen. She slowly pulled back her right arm, revealing a gaunt, pale limb covered in a dense coat of cat fur. Her left hand caressed the fur, producing a series of rumbling sounds, and an expression of blissful ecstasy emerged on her face. Her once blue-gray pupils transformed into slitted orbs. Upon reaching the third floor, Dean paused, straining to listen, as a familiar sound reached his ears. Soon, he heard Lilith's gentle mewing. Opening the door, he found Lilith perched at the threshold, gazing up at him. He scooped her up and closed the door behind him. The night had deepened, and after a hasty wash, feeling fatigued, he settled into bed and gradually succumbed to slumber. Lilith approached Dean's head, inhaling his breath with delicate nudges before gracefully leaping onto the windowsill. With her agile paws, she slowly opened the window and slipped outside. Afterward, she closed the window behind her, surveying the darkness below from her elevated position. The night in the Bruzak district exuded an aura of chaotic darkness, where anything could transpire in the shadows. Lilith leaped swiftly, an awakening stirring within her mind. She could not comprehend its nature, yet an instinct compelled her onward. "Do not." "No. Help, please." A woman's muffled cries echoed, stifled by a hand over her mouth, accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric. Lilith effortlessly clung to the exterior wall, her vantage point revealing a scene she interpreted as a matter of species propagation, devoid of moral judgment. The woman struggled fiercely, suddenly seizing a shard of a broken bottle from the ground and thrusting it toward the man above her. However, her feeble strength was insufficient. The man easily evaded her strike, resulting in a mere scratch that trickled blood. With a loud slap, the man silenced the world. The air thickened with the mingled scent of blood and human reproduction. This amalgamation ignited Lilith's olfactory senses, awakening something profound within her mind. "Meow," Lilith called, her golden eyes glinting with an eerie luminescence. The man shuddered, abruptly looking up, his world enveloped by her golden slit pupils, his body frozen in its original motion. Lilith gracefully descended, landing atop the man's head. He rose slowly, as if manipulated by strings. Lilith opened her mouth, her tongue resembling a blade as it pierced the man's forehead. With a miscalculated force, his head shattered like a watermelon. The woman regained her senses, terror-stricken, propelled by primal survival instincts to crawl away in desperation. Behind her, in the enveloping darkness, the sound of chewing resonated. Moments later, Lilith emerged cautiously, carefully reopening the window before slipping back inside. Perched on the windowsill, she gazed affectionately at the sleeping Dean, her eyes radiating a strangely human warmth. Dean, deeply entrenched in slumber, suddenly felt an unsettling sensation of weightlessness. He found himself once again in that dark space, where all the statues had vanished, and the zombie was nowhere to be seen. An eerie silence enveloped him, an unnerving feeling of being watched surged within him. Something in the darkness was observing him. Dean remained vigilant, his eyes shimmering with a faint light. Chapter 50. The emergence of Sequence 3. The surrounding darkness grew increasingly oppressive. Dean moved slowly, his body attuned to the heightened magical energy as he prepared for battle. Suddenly, a shadow flashed behind him. Dean spun around, his nerves taut. A massive tentacle surged forth from the darkness, its sharp tip resembling the finest blade, aimed directly at the back of Dean's head. Sensing the powerful wind behind him, Dean evaded just in time, catching a glimpse of his assailant, a pair of golden eyes gleaming with an eerie light. The moment Dean's gaze met those eyes, he was overcome with dizziness. The magical spirit abruptly ceased its control over his heart, leaving Dean in a state akin to a living corpse. At that moment, the tortoiseshell cat opened its mouth, its tongue morphing into a shadowy apparition that lunged towards Dean's forehead. Dean dodged, furrowing his brow as he regarded the tortoiseshell cat. "Lilith," he called softly. The cat showed no reaction, twisting its form and vanishing into the darkness. Its speed was astonishing. Dean suddenly felt a tremendous force strike him from behind, propelling him through the air. As his body landed on the stone pavement, instinct kicked in, allowing him to evade. The cat's razor-sharp claws landed precisely where he had been moments before. A piercing meow reverberated through the dark space, echoing with a chilling resonance. Unperturbed, Dean lunged forward. In a flash, the tortoiseshell cat darted away, disappearing into the shadows. Dean raced toward the spot where the cat had vanished, and a chase ensued. Though Dean possessed far superior strength, the tortoiseshell cat's incredible speed made it elusive. Its tongue could transform into a massive tentacle, wielding immense destructive power. After a prolonged struggle, Dean realized that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. Despite knowing he would not perish in this dark realm, he was determined not to fail. He needed clarity about the situation before him, and to achieve that, he must vanquish the cat. Only upon returning to reality could he discern whether something had befallen Lilith. At the moment when the cat's attack struck Dean's thigh, he instantaneously shifted to sequence 2. His senses sharpened, and 2 black, ethereal lines appeared alongside his index and pinky fingers. Magical energy surged around him, filling the space with these black spectral lines. These were the energy lines visible in sequence 2. By implanting these energy lines into an opponent's body, one could exert control over them. Dean could manipulate all of these energy lines, albeit with great difficulty, akin to standing before a vast treasure trove yet being able to command only a minuscule portion. His power was insufficient. This was why the controller had struggled so to command the energy lines. Dean maneuvered the 4 energy lines he could control to float around him. Once arranged in a fixed space, the energy lines became nearly immovable. A pallor washed over Dean's face as he began to stagger, appearing exhausted. The abilities of Sequence 2 were activated. Cats are inherently suspicious creatures. They would not be easily deceived by Dean and continued to dart swiftly. His left calf, right foot, and right thigh were all pierced by the terrifying tongue. Dean collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. At last, the tortoiseshell cat's tongue lunged towards Dean's head. The 4 energy lines enveloped his head. The larger the area covered by the energy lines, the greater the magical energy consumed, thus diminishing flexibility, and vice versa. Dean flicked his fingers, and the 4 energy lines swiftly ensnared the cat's tongue. Magical energy surged forth, racing along the cat's tongue and invading the tortoiseshell cat's brain in an instant. The animal's brain was far less complex than that of a human, even for humans. Once the energy lines infiltrated, there was a possibility of temporary control, depending on the opponent's mental and magical strength. The puppets Dean had fought against were not easily created. They required abundant materials and a specialized ritual. However, dealing with a mere cat was manageable. In a heartbeat, the tortoiseshell cat's body stiffened, its golden eyes dimming. Dean struggled to rise, switching to sequence 1, returning to a living state. Pain instantly dissipated from his body. Meanwhile, the darkness swirled, and statues began to emerge, causing the tortoiseshell cat to vanish. Dean felt a tug in his intuition and turned to gaze at the 3rd statue. It depicted a colossal feline, only half-formed, exuding an aura of brutal bloodlust. Secret Sorcery Ascension Pathway, Level 9, Violent Spirit, Level 8, Dual Tail, Level 7, 3 Eyes, Level 6, Death Sound, Level 5, Fearless, Level 4, Unknown, Level 3, Unknown, Level 2, Unknown, Level 1, Unknown, Level 0, Unknown. As Dean touched the feline figure, words appeared. Human form cannot cultivate. A new sequence. Dean's heart sank as he beheld the distorted, uncanny feline form, realizing that only a new secret sorcerer could manifest such a statue. The resemblance to Lilith was striking. That massive tortoiseshell cat bore an uncanny likeness to her. Dean formed a seal with his hands, withdrawing from the dark space. The sun shone brightly. Upon opening his eyes, Dean immediately spotted Lilith curled up on the windowsill, basking in the sunlight. The rays illuminated her soft fur, casting a gentle sheen. Sensing Dean's awakening, Lilith slowly opened her eyes. "Lilith, come here," Dean commanded, his tone inadvertently stern. He had suffered greatly at the hands of that tortoiseshell cat in the dark space. Strangely, Lilith shivered slightly before obediently leaping onto the bed. Flipping onto her back, she exposed her soft belly, a gesture typically signifying mischief or wrongdoing. Dean's heart sank as he scooped Lilith into his arms, their eyes locking. 2 pairs of golden eyes met. Dean's hands trembled. If the entity in the dark space had indeed been Lilith, he feared that if the Special Affairs Bureau discovered this, she would certainly be dealt with. Perceiving Dean's anxious emotions, Lilith let out a soft meow. Dean immediately noticed that her teeth appeared denser and sharper than before, with remnants of red flesh clinging to them. Cradling Lilith, he pried her mouth open. For a fleeting moment, Dean feared that her tongue might lash out like in the dark space. At such close proximity, he would be in grave danger. Fortunately, his fears did not materialize. Lilith merely struggled symbolically before assuming a nonchalant posture. Dean extracted the red flesh from between her teeth, and his expression changed dramatically. Chapter 51. Purging Contamination. This is a piece of fresh meat, not a processed product. Dean had never allowed Lilith to consume such fresh meat, fearing the potential intrusion of disease or pests into her system. Perhaps it is merely rat meat, Dean reassured himself. However, another voice within him whispered that this was something far more sinister. Lilith, noticing Dean's prolonged stillness, struggled to rise and once again leaped onto the windowsill to bask in the sunlight, dozing peacefully. Observing her in the golden rays, Dean clenched his fists, resolved to seek out relevant literature at the bookstore. After securing the doors and windows, he descended the stairs. The vacant hallway mirrored Dean's own mind, confused and blank. Upon reaching the first floor, Dean was startled to find a scattering of items strewn about the corridor. Seasonings, various canned goods, supermarket bags. The disarray extended into Mrs. Blake's apartment. A nauseating sound of chewing and swallowing emanated from behind her door, sending a wave of foreboding through Dean. He recalled Mrs. Blake's waning health over the past 2 months, her increasingly pallid visage haunting his thoughts. He distinctly remembered that on the very day after he was taken away as a secret sorcerer, Lilith had scratched Mrs. Blake. Perhaps, just perhaps, Lilith had become tainted that night. Only the process was more gradual. Dean slowed his pace, inching closer to the door. The sounds of gnawing grew more pronounced, and the air was thick with a faint metallic scent of blood. This odor was not merely the scent of blood, but something distinctly peculiar. Arriving at the door, he beheld Mrs. Blake on the floor, ravenously gnawing on a cold, fresh steak. Her long-sleeved shirt was rolled up, revealing arms covered in cat hair. Suddenly, Mrs. Blake turned abruptly, her gray-blue eyes transforming into slitted pupils, akin to those of a feline. With a slow, deliberate motion, she stood, her nostrils flaring as if she had caught a whiff of something delectable, and lunged towards Dean. Reacting swiftly, Dean evaded her assault and activated Sequence 2, a strand of ethereal energy instantly ensnaring Mrs. Blake. She stood motionless, like a marionette rendered still. Dean collected the scattered items in the corridor, placing them into a shopping bag before shutting the door, restoring a semblance of tranquility as if nothing had transpired. The landline phone sat in the living room. Dean dialed Paige's number. Soon, Lily Candace answered. Hello, this is Dean Dog. Could you please transfer me to Paige? Dean requested. Please hold, Lily replied, pressing the transfer button. After a brief interval, Paige answered with an impatient tone. Who is this? Paige, it's me, Dean. I'm encountering some peculiar circumstances. Could you come over? It's quite urgent, Dean implored, urgency lacing his voice, maintaining the demeanor of a performer, conveying the necessary gravity of the situation. All right, but you'll have to wait a moment. Paige hesitated for a few seconds. Thank you, I appreciate it. Please hurry, it's really urgent, Dean concluded, hanging up. He swiftly sat on the sofa, binding Mrs. Blake with rope. He could not allow Paige to discover his ability to wield powers beyond the undead sequence, at least not before mastering sorcery. Half an hour later, Paige's voice resonated from outside the apartment door. Dean rose, opened the door, and welcomed her in. What's the emergency? I just secured a 3-day vacation. Paige expressed her irritation unabashedly. This morning, I was heading to the bookstore when I came down. Dean recounted the events, carefully omitting any mention of Lilith. By the time he finished, they stood before Mrs. Blake. Paige's gaze fell upon Mrs. Blake's arms. She reached out to touch, assessing. She must have been contaminated by some form of animalistic malevolence. Is there a way to save her? Dean inquired. Yes, Paige nodded, pulling her towards the car to head to the office. At that moment, Mrs. Blake suddenly regained consciousness. Thrashing wildly, Paige remained impassive, brandishing her wand and commanding, sleep. Instantly, Mrs. Blake ceased her struggles, her head drooping. Subsequently, Paige cast an invisibility spell upon the trio. Arriving at the office, Paige entered the dimly lit room they had visited the previous day, placing Mrs. Blake in the center. Now stand beside me, Paige instructed, and Dean complied without hesitation. With everything in place, Paige waved her wand, reciting an incantation, All things begin in ignorance. The light of spirit illuminates all previously. Dean had been the subject of the spell, unable to perceive the room's strangeness. Now he was profoundly astonished. The dark floor became alive with magical sigils, intertwining to form a circle of over 2 meters in diameter. A celestial map unfolded on the obsidian ceiling, the two phenomena reflecting each other in harmony. As Paige completed her incantation, a black mist began to seep from Mrs. Blake's body. Upon its emergence, the silver sigil on the floor whirled, purifying the essence. The cat hair from Mrs. Blake's arms fell away in clumps, revealing her pallid, frail skin beneath. This process transpired swiftly, taking less than a minute, and Paige executed it with remarkable ease. All done. Let us proceed with the registration, Paige stated, stowing her wand. Registration? Is that really necessary? Dean queried, nodding reluctantly as he lifted Mrs. Blake onto his back. The trio entered an office where Paige waved to a bespectacled middle-aged woman. Manny, could you please handle the registration? Manny Robinson adjusted her glasses, rising to acknowledge them with a nod, gesturing for them to follow. Paige, aren't you supposed to be off today? Manny asked as she led them into a large office, pushing open a partitioned door. I had no choice. The others are all busy, leaving me to contribute voluntarily. Paige replied, signaling Dean to carry Mrs. Blake inside. The room was approximately 15 or 16 square meters, furnished with a table and 5 chairs. Sit down and awaken her, Manny instructed, taking a seat across from them. Dean felt a surge of anxiety. He was unaware of this procedure, fearing that Mrs. Blake might divulge information about Lilith. The moment he sat down, he shifted into sequence 2. Paige invoked her magic to awaken Mrs. Blake. What would happen to me? Mrs. Blake murmured weakly. You two fill out the forms while she gathers her strength, Manny said, producing 2 forms for Paige and Dean to complete. Chapter 52. To the cemetery name, contact information. Secret witch identification number, the time, place, and reason for the incident. Dean wrote at a leisurely pace, glancing at Mrs. Blake's expression out of the corner of his eye. Initially confused, she seemed to gradually regain her clarity, yet her frailty was still evident. Upon seeing Dean, a flicker of reassurance appeared in her eyes. Perhaps in this unfamiliar environment, the sight of a familiar face could significantly alleviate her anxiety. After Dean and Paige completed the forms, they handed them to Manny Robinson. All set, Paige. It's done, Manny confirmed, nodding as she checked the forms for accuracy. Is he your good friend? As she spoke, she inscribed the word informant on the paper Dean had filled out. Yes, a very good friend. Thank you, sister. Paige beamed with delight. Now, can you check if this lady has recovered? Manny retrieved another form. Paige promptly acted, addressing Mrs. Blake. Hello, please look at me. His expression was serious, and there was a commanding tone in his voice that compelled one to comply. Mrs. Blake turned to Paige, attempting to speak. Do not speak. You are very tired. You just want to close your eyes and rest. Paige's words possessed a unique cadence, akin to a soft, inviting bed, drawing one in irresistibly. However, this had no effect on Dean and Manny. Such a degree of linguistic control could not sway an ordinary person's spirit. Mrs. Blake's eyes slowly closed, yet her body remained rigid. What is your name? Maria Carmen Blake. How old are you this year? 61. Do you remember when you started feeling unwell? Hearing this question, Dean immediately tensed, though he feigned curiosity. Paige furrowed his brow. When did you injure your arm? Do you remember? I've forgotten. Mrs. Blake shook her head. Paige frowned again and asked several more questions, receiving no answers. Finally, he inquired, what animal has left the most profound impression on you? I. That. Mrs. Blake frowned, on the verge of speaking. At that moment, an ethereal thread of energy silently entered Mrs. Blake's body. That mouse. Such a large mouse. Pain flickered across Mrs. Blake's face. Where's that mouse? Paige perked up. Where did you see that mouse? At my son's house. When did you see it? About 2 months ago. At last, Paige nodded at Manny, signaling that he had finished his inquiries. Mrs. Blake began to breathe evenly, her body starting to lean. Dean quickly caught her. Manny filed the documents into a brown paper folder. The two exited the office and made their way to the underground parking lot. Paige, is she all right? Dean inquired about Mrs. Blake. She's fine. Her body is certainly affected, but with about a year of rest, she should have no major issues. Paige replied as he opened the car door. Dean laid Mrs. Blake back in the rear seat and took his place in the front passenger seat. With Paige's assurance, Dean felt a wave of relief wash over him. What was the purpose of the informant? Paige had likely leveraged a favor to acquire such an identity. Contribution points, aside from the monetary rewards. They are the most crucial aspect of our missions. The Special Affairs Office is a direct unit under the Witches Federation, the largest coalition in the witching community with absolute power. The Institute of Witch Entropy, which I mentioned earlier, is one of its branches. Contribution points can essentially be exchanged for any legal item you desire. Thank you. Dean understood he owed a significant favor. Ha ha ha, no need for gratitude. To be honest, the management of informant identities is not overly stringent, Paige remarked, displaying the unique shyness of youth. The car sped swiftly, and by 11 in the morning, Dean had delivered Mrs. Blake to her room. After confirming that she was safe alone, Dean took Paige to the Pineapple Restaurant for a meal. After parting ways with Paige, Dean conferred with Philly, deciding to move into his house the following day. Philly was eagerly anticipating this development. Lilith, however, felt somewhat uneasy about Dean's actions and could not sleep, constantly circling around him. Dean picked up Lilith, observing her for a while to ensure there were no anomalies before setting her down. He continued to pack well into the night. As evening descended, a bicycle made its way out of the city. A tortoiseshell cat curled up in the front basket, attached to a leash around its neck, eager to enhance his abilities. Dean resolved to try the method suggested by Paige and venture to the cemetery. Exiting the urban area, the surroundings became increasingly wooded. Dean conjured his wizard's staff in his right hand, enveloping the bicycle. The bicycle transformed into an ephemeral shadow, racing ahead. Dean noticed that before his wand appeared, Lilith's ears perked up and trembled slightly. Recognizing this reaction, Dean surmised that the cat that had manifested in the dark space was likely stimulated by Lilith. Dean navigated several turns on his bicycle, entering the Wanland Cemetery. Before long, a car appeared on the road. "Brad, why are you back here again?" Rita in the passenger seat was puzzled by her boyfriend's intentions. Brad, looking significantly thinner and not in good spirits, replied, "I have to see it again. It must be our hallucination, a mere illusion." "Forget it, Brad. If there's no accident, it should be a witch. Let us keep our distance from such people," Amon advised. "Since that incident, Martha and Ryan have distanced themselves from us. Even if it is a witch, I need to confirm it. It is not my illusion." Brad seemed entranced by his obsession. Chapter 53 Encounter. Rita and Amon exchanged glances, revealing the trepidation reflected in each other's eyes. The night enveloped the cemetery in a peculiar chill. In the heart of summer, wild grasses thrived, and serpents, insects, rodents, and ants roamed freely. Dean discovered a patch of ground, stamping it down with his foot in preparation for inscribing a magical array. Lilith was tethered to a large tree, emitting an irritable series of meows directed at Dean. Whether it was due to Lilith's presence or Dean's actions, the surrounding insect chorus diminished significantly. Ignoring Lilith, Dean completed the magical array while the spirit relinquished its heartbeat. In the blink of an eye, Dean transformed into a living corpse. He began to move with practiced ease, soon sensing a chilling aura that coursed into his being. Alongside the familiar coldness, an even more frigid essence was drawn into him, nurturing his form. His body welcomed this icy influx, his once pallid skin becoming even more ghostly, radiating an eerie, cold white luminescence in the darkness. The air around him grew increasingly frigid. Lilith watched curiously, her eyes glinting with intrigue. With a flick of her tongue, imbued with ferocity, she paused for a moment before standing upright, her front paws anthropomorphically untying the ropes that bound Dean. Her movements were fluid and soundless. Once freed, Lilith did not flee but instead began to mimic Dean's actions, albeit she soon ceased. Her ears perked up, straining towards the distant shadows, her form vanishing like a specter into the darkness. The trio had disembarked and traversed the cemetery for half an hour. "No, I feel a sense that I will see them again," Brad exclaimed, his eyes wide with anticipation. "And what of it?" Amon replied, resigned. They passed gravestones, enveloped by an otherworldly chill. Suddenly, a pair of golden eyes flickered in the darkness. Brad halted, gazing intently in the direction of the light. Amon and Rita instinctively drew closer to one another as Amon directed his flashlight towards the source of the glow. A displeased meow resonated from the creature. "It's her. It's her." Brad recognized the tortoiseshell cat, recalling that fateful night when he had seen those very eyes and this very feline. Lilith approached the trio gracefully, her gaze imbued with scrutiny and a thirst for blood. I feel a sense of dread. This cat seems peculiar." Rita's voice trembled, the cat's stare sending shivers through her soul. "Me too." Amon involuntarily took a step back. Lilith tilted her head, a smirk curling at her lips, crafting a semblance of a smile. What should have been an endearing moment in the darkened graveyard now appeared eerily sinister. "Let us depart. Quickly," Rita implored, clutching Brad's arm. Lilith inched closer to the trio, enveloping them in an inexplicable pressure, their primal survival instincts urging them to retreat. Slowly, she opened her mouth, her tongue poised to eliminate the prey before her and feast upon it. "Lilith, where have you gone?" A booming voice echoed from the shadows. To the trio's horror, the once mocking, savage gaze of the large cat momentarily faltered. Its golden eyes darted among them. "Lilith," the voice drew near. "Meow?" Lilith screeched, pivoting and bolting towards the source of the sound. There was a hint of regret in her feline gaze. "The cat has vanished. Let us go." In those fleeting seconds, Amon felt as though an eternity had passed. The cold wind swept through, chilling their sweat-soaked bodies, causing them to shudder involuntarily. "No, I must see that person," Brad declared, his eyes steely with determination as he raced toward the direction the cat had taken. Has he lost his mind? Rita's voice quivered. "I shall not follow." "If you wish to go, then go," Amon stated, unwilling to endure the terror and tremors of earlier. "Then we shall wait for him here," Rita insisted. Rita nodded, reluctant to abandon Brad, yet equally disinclined to venture forth. The two watched as Brad melded into the underbrush, his figure swallowed by the shadows. Dean stood beneath the tree, gazing at the severed ropes with a stormy expression. Moments later, the underbrush stirred. "Lilith, come forth," Dean commanded, his gaze fixed on the rustling foliage. "Meow, meow, meow." Lilith emerged from the thicket, a mournful wail escaping her, yet she did not approach Dean. In a swift motion, Dean leaped forward, grasping the scruff of Lilith's neck. Obediently, she hung limply in his grip. He held her to his face, their eyes locking. No more attempts to escape. Lilith drooped her eyelids, one eye rolling upwards. Dean, expressionless, retethered Lilith, this time binding her with intricate knots that left him at ease. "Should you flee again, I shall confiscate your fish treats tomorrow," Dean threatened. Lilith turned her back on him. Observing this, Dean shook his head and resumed his training. Suddenly, an unfamiliar presence approached, contrasting sharply with the surrounding chill. "Someone is coming." Lilith sprang to her feet, fixating on the source of the disturbance. Brad emerged from the underbrush, feeling the frigid atmosphere enveloping him as he stepped forth. He beheld the figure. Previously, he could not discern the details from afar. Before him stood a youth with skin so pale it glowed faintly, his golden eyes devoid of life, appearing as though he had stepped forth from the abyss. "Meow?" Lilith, incensed that this foolish human had yet to acknowledge her, wriggled her limbs and promptly freed herself from the bindings. Dean caught the corner of his eye on Lilith's movements, his muscles twitching. "Leave this place, or you will join me in eternal slumber." Dean's voice resonated, chilling to the bone. "Meow." Lilith let out a fierce growl, poised to attack. Hello, I recognize you." Brad fought to suppress his terror. "I am Brad Cuton. You must have heard of the Cuton group." His voice faltered as a cold breeze swept across his cheek, a crimson line appearing on his pallid face, blood seeping forth. "Leave immediately, or I assure you, I will slay you." Dean's hands glimmered with a ghostly light. In that instant, all of Brad's courage evaporated, and he turned to flee. Chapter 54. The origin of entropic entities. As Dean watched the receding silhouette of the young man, he shook his head and cast a sharp glance at Lilith, who had leapt onto a tree branch, then slowly lay down. Observing her calm demeanor, he decided to continue his training. Rita and Amon waited anxiously for several minutes until they finally saw Brad stagger towards them. "Brad," Amon called softly. At the same moment, both prepared to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Brad approached slowly, a thin trail of blood marking his face. "I saw it. I really did," Brad exclaimed, excitement radiating from his expression. "Really?" Rita's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, haha," Brad chuckled softly, his eyes shining with exhilaration. "It's good to see that you've resolved your concerns. Let us depart." Amon sensed something amiss in Brad's demeanor and wished to leave the area quickly. "All right, this time." Brad did not insist on lingering. Silence enveloped them as dawn approached. Dean parked his bicycle at the entrance of the apartment and carried Lilith inside. Hesitating before Mrs. Black's closed door, he finally stepped forward and gently knocked. "Who is it?" came Mrs. Black's weak voice from within. Inside the apartment, everything was packed. Dean set Lilith down, instructing, "Stay here and do not wander about. I am going to find a moving company." Despite Lilith's seemingly normal behavior, Dean could no longer regard her as merely a cat. Lilith looked momentarily stunned, her eyes filled with suspicion as she gazed at Dean. He affectionately ruffled her fur and turned to leave. Exiting, Dean found a public phone booth and dialed the moving company, opting for the most economical choice at 400 copper nicks, equivalent to 4 gold nicks. After a half-hour wait, the moving company arrived as promised. Dean's belongings were few, and they were quickly loaded. Cradling Lilith, he boarded the moving truck, heading straight for the old town of Bruzak, to Philly's home. As they distanced themselves from the black apartment, Lilith began to exhibit signs of anxiety. Dean recognized that she was departing from her familiar territory and was feeling stressed. To avoid complications, he held her close and gently soothed her. After a while, Lilith gradually relaxed. The vehicle traversed several streets, the surrounding houses becoming increasingly dilapidated, with trees growing more abundant. Finally, rounding a corner, Dean spotted Philly standing at the intersection. "This way." Philly waved, signaling the driver. He was clad in a strikingly bright red and green plaid long shirt, which, alongside his dark complexion, appeared quite eccentric. "Is this your friend?" The previously silent driver finally spoke. "Ha ha ha. Yes, we are quite close," Philly responded cheerfully. "Have your parents approved?" The mover's face was filled with curiosity and astonishment. The smiles on the faces of both the driver and the mover faltered. The truck remained stable as the two movers, along with Dean and Philly, swiftly loaded the items. Philly's residence was a 2-story house, surrounded by trees, with the nearest neighbor nearly 100 meters away. The ground floor consisted of a living room, dining area, bathroom, and kitchen, while the upper floor housed 3 bedrooms and another bathroom. "Feel free to take the master bedroom. I've already tidied it up," Philly offered. "All right. I suspect you were too lazy to move your things," Dean teased, fully aware of Philly's character. "Ha ha ha, spot on. How wonderful. We are finally embarking on our cohabitation," Philly cheered. The two movers exchanged bewildered glances, shivering slightly. Dean settled the payment. "Now, let us go out for a grand feast." "Fantastic, it's on you," Philly rejoiced. With a sigh, Dean turned to Lilith, who was pacing restlessly inside. "Stay here and do not wander about. If you do venture outside, do not harm anyone." Lilith turned her head, presenting her back to Dean. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you bullying my Lilith?" Philly scooped her up, stroking her gently. "Meow, meow, meow," Lilith protested, looking quite aggrieved. Dean and Philly then mounted their bicycles, heading straight for the Pineapple Restaurant. After their meal, Philly would head directly to work while Dean visited the bookstore. As sunlight touched his skin, Dean felt an intensified sting. After just one night, he was a step closer to ascending to Sequence 2. In the afternoon, Dean returned to the bookstore. Inside, the same elderly clerk was present. Ascending to the second floor, Dean opted for the alchemical section. He bypassed the foundational texts such as detailed explanation of alchemical basics and 100 key points of alchemy in favor of titles like classification of entropic entities, the theoretical origins of entropic entities, and alchemical master's understanding of entropic entities. He first selected the theoretical origins of entropic entities, but soon abandoned it, overwhelmed by the abundance of esoteric terminology that gave him a headache. After some deliberation, Dean discovered a comprehensible book titled The Matters of Entropic Entities. The author, an alchemical master, employed simple language that was easily digestible and, most importantly, infused with humor. Entropic entities were initially referred to as chaotic or mysterious beings. As wizards gradually studied and understood them, they ultimately decided to classify them by their entropy levels, thus generalizing the previous terms into entropic entities. The essence of entropy represents the inherent disorder of a substance. Generally speaking, any object can be measured by its entropy value. For instance, a normal person's entropy value ranges from -2 to 2, indicating normalcy. However, if a person's entropy value reaches 3 or higher, they are likely to descend into madness. Conversely, an entropy value below -2 could lead to an emotional void, rendering one a soulless machine. Of course, this explanation is merely superficial. The reality is far more complex. For example, entropic entities and sorcerers. Initially, sorcerers were also considered a type of entropic entity. It was only after nearly a millennium of struggle that sorcerers attained a somewhat equal standing. Compared to sorcerers, entropic entities are shrouded in even greater mystery. They are not products of human evolution, and wizards have yet to uncover the true origins of entropic entities. Entropic entities may arise from chaotic energy, serendipitous alchemical occurrences, or even materialize unexpectedly within an ordinary household. For instance, There once existed an entropic entity named Dreamy, a golden-haired maiden. Chapter 55. Introduction to the entropic being. In a quaint village, there lived a diligent farmer named Meng Di, who, orphaned at a young age, resided in the most dilapidated house. Having crossed into his 30s without a bride, he often found himself envious of those who had married early. One day, he began to envision the ideal wife and proceeded to sketch her likeness on a piece of scrap paper. Despite lacking formal artistic training, he meticulously applied dye to enhance the vibrancy of his creation. Thus, a portrait of a golden-haired beauty was born. Enchanted, he hung the image above his bed and conversed with her as if they were a genuine couple, whether at dawn, dusk, or during meals. Initially believing a neighbor was assisting him, he soon discovered this was not the case. This peculiar arrangement persisted for several days until curiosity compelled Meng Di to uncover the identity of his unseen helper. He feigned departure, leaving the door ajar, and concealed himself behind a large tree to observe. After an hour of waiting in vain, he suddenly recalled the golden-haired maiden. Rushing home, he forcefully kicked open the already worn door. Inside, he found no one, yet the house was immaculately cleaned, and the kitchen bore freshly chopped vegetables. It dawned on him that this was the work of his golden-haired muse. Despite his desperate pleas and persistent longing, she never emerged from the confines of the painting. Only when he left would she silently tend to the household chores and prepare meals. Eventually, Meng Di resigned himself to this reality. As time passed, Meng Di's fortunes improved, and his circumstances grew increasingly prosperous, yet he remained devoted to the portrait, never marrying. The tale of the golden-haired maiden was not one he shared. Rather, it spread through the whispers of his servants. Multiple servants claimed to have seen the beautiful figure assisting with household tasks, though she never spoke to anyone, existing as if in her own isolated realm. This story eventually reached the ears of a renowned alchemist, leading to the disappearance of the portrait, never to be seen again. The legend of the entropic golden-haired maiden transformed into a fairy tale. Dean shuddered upon concluding the story. The initial part resonated with the memory of the tale of the rice dumpling girl, yet the latter half sent chills down his spine. Was Meng Di's unwavering obsession with the golden-haired maiden a manifestation of true love, or something far more insidious? Regardless of the interpretation, Meng Di suffered, unseen, unrequited, and unfulfilled. Dean shook his head. That this story could be categorized as a fairy tale was sufficient. Numerous entropic beings were documented, classified by the Entropic Being Research Institute according to their entropy levels, S, A, B, C, and D grades. Peichi had once inquired with Kiki about the existence of entropic beings for sale in the Mystic Void Market, which were classified as C or D grade, posing a moderate threat. However, the danger posed by entropic beings did not always correlate with their grading. Some D-grade entities could potentially be as perilous as those classified as A. Thus, testing any new entropic being was inherently risky. One such example cited in the text was a peculiar entity known as the Mad Stump. The description depicted a rough tree stump, roughly a meter in diameter and half a human's height. The Mad Stump, C-grade, S danger level. It was noted that the Mad Stump harbored extreme hostility towards all living, flesh and blood beings. Upon detecting such creatures nearby, it would launch into a frenzied attack until death ensued. Testing notes included 1. Entropy range of 3039, classified as C-grade, S danger level. 2. The Mad Stump is immortal, indestructible, and cannot be contained within alternate spaces. 3. Its strength escalates indefinitely with the intensity of the energy it receives, expanding its lethal radius as its power increases. 4. The Mad Stump must be stored in a fully metallic, sealed environment with a diameter not exceeding 2 meters. The final interpretation of these tests rests with the Entropic Being Research Institute. As Dean continued to peruse the text, he suddenly encountered a familiar image, a mother and daughter, hand in hand, smiling radiantly. The eternal mother and daughter, a grade B danger level. This entity exhibited lethal hostility towards fallen males, adeptly disguising their true nature. The longer one interacted with them, the more one's psychological defenses would erode. Testing notes indicated 1. Entropy range of 5089, classified as a grade B danger level. 2. The eternal mother and daughter cannot be captured in their living state. 3. Upon depleting their energy, they transform into a music box. 4. Once the music box is opened, it plays the listener's most cherished melody, gradually dispelling any animosity. 5. The music box has therapeutic effects on those suffering from psychological trauma, as well as beneficial effects against dark contamination. 6. The music box must be placed in a void of energy and opened every 3 months in the presence of 3 official wizards. The final interpretation of these tests rests with the Entropic Being Research Institute. Dean was captivated by the myriad entropic beings, reveling in the wealth of information. However, he soon noticed the absence of any S-grade entropic beings. Quickly, he came across a phrase. S-grade entropic beings are unspeakable, unseen, and inexpressible. These entities fully satiated his curiosity about the wizarding world, compelling him to linger in the bookstore longer than intended. When he finally emerged, it was past 9 in the evening. Dean exited Wizard's Alley, mounting his bicycle and racing towards Philip's home, which had become his own. The afternoon spent immersed in reading had nearly made him forget about Lilith. On his way home, every cat's meow made him think of her. With a flutter of anticipation, he spotted the lights glowing from within the house. This feeling brought him immense joy. Before he even reached the door, Lilith bounded out, leaping into his arms, meowing in a tone of feigned grievance. Haha, Dean, Lilith is simply delightful. She seems to understand my words. Philip emerged, wielding a cat toy. Did you play with her? Dean gently stroked Lilith, who meowed insistently at Philip, conveying her displeasure without a hint of aggression. Did you give her any cat food or treats during your playtime? Dean inquired. Not at all. Is that necessary? Philip's eyes widened in surprise. What is the matter? Philip sensed something was amiss. Is it really that realistic? Lilith continued to meow in response. In a dimly lit black room, everyone from the Special Affairs office stood solemnly. A black sigil on the floor flickered as 2 shadows emerged. Chapter 56. The mother and daughter Pega widened her eyes and held her breath, sensing the fluctuations in the space around her. 2 figures gradually materialized. One was a man, appearing to be in his late 20s, with silver hair and clad in a silver-gray wizard's robe. His handsome face bore a hint of coldness. The other was a woman with a brown ponytail, sun-kissed skin radiating health, bold brows, large eyes, and fiery red lips, dressed like a typical bar-hopping young woman. A handgun was carelessly tucked into her waist, and her long, tan legs shimmered enticingly. The silver-haired man was a 1-star wizard, Quinn Abraham, while the woman was also a 1-star wizard, Rashay Elliott. In the wizarding world, aside from ranking by position, the most common method of assessment was by star level. For instance, Feynman, Pega, and the others were all ordinary wizards. The star level is conferred by the Wizarding Federation upon those who have made significant contributions to the magical community, serving as a testament to a wizard's prowess. Welcome, esteemed guests, to Hala City. Feynman stepped forward to bow. You are the little one from the Archester family. Rashay approached first, lifting Feynman's chin with her hand. Indeed, Lady Elliott. Feynman maintained a courteous smile, though only Pega, familiar with him, noticed her cousin's sudden stiffness. Come now, don't be so formal. Just call me Sister Rashay. She giggled, her body almost leaning in closer. Enough, Rashay. We have important matters to attend to. Quinn Abraham's voice resonated with exasperation. Honestly, you call her sweetheart in bed. Yet now it's Sister Rashay. Rashay released the now rigid Feynman. Nonsense. Quinn frowned, the surrounding air growing noticeably colder. Oh dear, I was merely jesting. Rashay pouted, finding herself utterly helpless against the ice-cold demeanor of Quinn. Feynman, has your team located the eternal mother and daughter? Quinn inquired as he approached the group, an invisible pressure emanating from him. Yes, let us see them. Quinn's face displayed approval. Oh dear, I'm quite tired. I've been on a spaceship for 3 days. And it's so dull. Rashay stretched lazily, her tone laced with fatigue. Quinn's eyes flickered with resignation. He could not comprehend why the organization had sent Rashay along with him. You should rest first. We'll scout ahead. It will take 2 days for the operation. Thanks a lot. Rashay playfully wiggled her waist. Little brother, would you like to join your sister for a rest? Rashay teasingly remarked, perceptively noting Pega's expression, raising an eyebrow in jest. No, thank you. Pega flushed, hastily declining. Ha ha ha. Rashay laughed lightly, striding towards the exit. Once Rashay departed, Feynman recounted the situation in detail. Upon understanding, Quinn and the others set off. This time, they were not in an old van, but in 2 sleek black sedans. The vehicles entered the Tulip community, an upscale neighborhood where they remained inconspicuous. Are they here? Quinn furrowed his brow in suspicion. Indeed, all clues point to this location, and we were quite surprised, Feynman replied. The tulip community was the most luxurious in Hala City, home to the affluent and elite. Let us take a look, Quinn suggested. They disembarked sequentially, heading towards a villa. Soon, after entering the villa, only Quinn and Pega emerged, wandering the community like father and son. They deliberately avoided a particular corner of the neighborhood, both donning black-framed glasses. Through these lenses, they perceived not the ordinary world but a realm filled with blurred lights and shadows, representing the spiritual energies of all things, some low and others high, yet all maintaining a normal balance. Quinn halted, noticing a corner where the space appeared collapsed and distorted, resembling a curved, sunken string. A delicate hand behind him touched the anomaly, gliding over it, as if plucking a string, yet no change occurred. Pega gazed in astonishment, awed by Quinn's subtle manipulation of spiritual energy. "Follow my lead and contain your aura," Quinn instructed. Pega nodded nervously. They swiftly re-entered the previously circumvented area. The energy balance in their view distorted. Any excessive energy would trigger a response, alerting those within to the anomaly. Eventually, they stopped at a corner. 200 meters away, a villa was ablaze with lights and lively figures, clearly hosting a party. Quinn remained silent, turning to leave, with Pega discreetly trailing behind, maintaining his concealed presence. At last, the energy balance in their view restored, Pega exhaled in relief. Concealing one's aura was a simple task. Any wizard could close their pores to contain their presence. Yet, the pressure they had just experienced was intense. Others were already oscillating instruments. The villa's living room had been cleared, adorned with various alchemical apparatus. Most striking was a central device comprising 7 enormous copper rings, a spatial sound wave suppressor. It could neutralize sound wave energies within a certain range, rendering them utterly ineffective. "My lord," Feynman stood, addressing Quinn. Quinn chanted a spell, his right hand tracing a circle in the air. The circle, formed entirely of ice, resembled a mirror within which angles shifted rapidly, revealing scenes of movement within the community, eventually displaying the brilliantly lit villa. The group was captivated by the villa, their hearts filled with admiration. "This is the place. Prepare yourselves. Once the opportune moment arises, strike immediately," Quinn commanded. "Do I need to instruct you further?" Quinn's voice was colder than his expression. "I know what to do." Feynman could only hope that fewer ordinary people were inside that day. The others were already aware of this outcome and swiftly began their preparations. Chapter 57. The promotion potion. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting large patches of light across the room. Dean noticed an array of crimson marks appearing on his skin. He had not anticipated that merely 2 days of cultivation in the cemetery could yield such remarkable results. Perhaps he had reached a critical juncture, catalyzed into advancement. The ingredients, bifoo grass juice, 3-eyed spider eyeballs, and decaying pupae, were readily available in Wizard Alley, easy to procure. Lemon juice was even simpler to obtain, found in any supermarket. Dean wrapped himself tightly, mounting his bicycle and racing forth. It was already past 9 in the morning, and the sunlight was just right. Drawing curious glances at his peculiar attire, he had initially planned to venture to Wizard Alley at dawn, yet the fervent desire for progression ultimately compelled him to step outside. As usual, he parked his bicycle in a side street 2 blocks from the Church of Light. He adjusted his hat, removing any embellishments that might attract unwarranted attention, and approached the entrance to Wizard Alley. The alley remained as tranquil as ever. Dean gazed at the herbal apothecary, a quaint structure shaped like a colorful mushroom. Upon entering, a lang of unusual aromas enveloped him. Glass jars lined the walls, each containing an array of peculiar objects, eyeballs of various hues, and oddly shaped skulls. The moment he stepped inside, several eyeballs and skulls seemed to fixate on him, an unsettling sight. "Welcome," a bespectacled middle-aged man emerged. "Hello. I would like 3 milliliters of bifoo grass juice, 3 3-eyed spider eyeballs, and 10 decaying pupae," Dean stated, listing his desired items. "Please hold on," the man replied, deftly retrieving 3 transparent graduated test tubes. Donning gloves, he dipped a small spoon into a gray-green wooden barrel, extracting a viscous, dark green liquid that stretched like taffy. He carefully filled the smallest graduated cup to precisely 3 milliliters in under a minute. Corking the test tube, he approached a large glass container filled with a crimson liquid, within which floated nearly 100 rice-sized eyeballs. The man swiftly scooped out 3, dropping them into the test tube, then added some of the red liquid before sealing it again. Dean followed closely, intrigued by the process. "Excuse me, please step back. There may be some danger shortly." the man cautioned as he handed the 2 bottles to Dean. He retreated a couple of steps. The man then moved to a nearby corner, pulling out a half-person height wooden barrel. He donned a mask and began to secure himself in a protective suit. Dean watched the unfolding scene with trepidation, stepping back towards the entrance. With a loud bang, the barrel burst open, unleashing a continuous explosion of sound. An unknown liquid gushed forth, splattering on the ground and emitting clouds of white smoke, filling the air with a pungent odor. The man's gloved hands moved swiftly, tossing writhing, decaying pupae into the graduated glass tubes. The pupae were roughly the size of silkworm cocoons. After retrieving 10, he quickly sealed the barrel, restoring silence to the room. "How much do I owe you?" Dean inquired, taken aback by the grotesque nature of the decaying pupae. He paid without hesitation. After his experiences at the bookstore, he had grown numb to spending. The herbal apothecary was more generous than the bookstore, even providing him with a shopping bag. Initially, Lilith had accompanied Dean, but as the cauldron began to emit a noxious odor, she retched and cursed before departing. Dean relinquished control over his heart, numbing his sense of taste, allowing him to gaze unwaveringly at the potion. After simmering for over 2 hours, Dean poured the potion out. The raw materials had vanished, replaced by a viscous, oil-green liquid. Any normal person would recoil at the sight of such a concoction. Once the potion cooled, he swallowed it in one gulp. Despite lacking control over his heart, he expected to feel nothing. However, a wave of warmth spread throughout his body the moment the liquid entered his stomach. He left a note for Philip, then, with Lilith in tow, pedaled furiously towards the cemetery. The sunlight outside paled in comparison to the heat radiating within him. An hour later, a shadow darted swiftly through the Wanyamu cemetery, startling several visitors who mistook the figure for a specter and fled in panic. Finding a desolate spot, Dean hastily dug a hole with a folding shovel and buried himself. As the cold earth enveloped him, he was engulfed in darkness. Lilith glanced around anxiously, letting out a piercing wail, confused by the turn of events, the only memory lingering being Dean's instruction to wait for him there. 2 days later, as night descended upon the Tulip Villa district, a tall woman with sun-kissed skin approached a villa. "Not a bad place. Had I known, I would have skipped the hotel," Rashay Elliott muttered, pushing open the door and stepping inside. In the living room, a flurry of activity unfolded. Various alchemical instruments began to operate in a low hum. Why are there 2 ordinary people here? Rashay noticed 2 individuals clad in dark work attire guarding a peculiar hourglass in the corner, their expressions serious. "They are colleagues assisting us. Due to manpower shortages, Lord Abraham sent them to oversee the hourglass," Feynman quickly explained. The hourglass was a common alchemical tool, not for telling time, but for measuring it. During combat, fluctuations in energy could cause temporal distortions, leading to instruments activating at inappropriate times. The hourglass remained unaffected as long as they reported the time according to its various scales. "Understood," Rashay nodded. This was not the front lines. It should be manageable. Chapter 58. The hunt begins. Peichi felt a twinge of anxiety. It was his inaugural experience participating in a large-scale hunt, particularly for an entity classified as an A-level entropy. In the living room, all the alchemical devices were functioning normally. The atmosphere was anything but relaxed. It was increasingly oppressive. Outside the residential area, Quinn and Feynman gazed intently at the villa. "Let the hunt commence," Quinn commanded. The 2 figures transformed into ethereal shadows, dashing in separate directions. Quinn plunged directly into the territory they had been avoiding, his hands swirling as silver spinning tops erupted from his grasp, embedding themselves in the ground. Feynman moved towards the headquarters, similarly launching silver tops from his hands. In the living room, Lachey stretched her slender waist and declared, "My dear friends, the game is afoot." As her voice faded, she vanished, reappearing above the villa. Suspended in midair, she erupted into maniacal laughter, brandishing 2 silver pistols. The gun muzzles shimmered with an eerie spectrum of colors, which then burst forth, illuminating the night sky with 2 dazzling fireworks. As the fireworks exploded, every resident, save for the 2 ordinary individuals at the headquarters, succumbed to an immediate slumber. On the street outside the villa, all vehicles seemed oblivious to the spectacle, as if rendered blind. "Are you scared, my daughter?" Jenny whispered as she embraced Elena. "It's of little consequence. Those people are devoid of compassion," Jenny sighed. Outside the window, the once serene night sky was now enveloped in vibrant hues. The guests in the living room slowly arose, moving like automatons toward the exit. "Why won't you spare us, this poor mother and daughter?" Ginny's gentle voice resonated in everyone's ears. Inside the headquarters villa, expressions shifted among the occupants. Ha! What pity is there for an entropy entity? Lachey's voice chimed, and in an instant, her pistols unleashed a barrage of bullets towards the villa. The structure contorted momentarily, the bullets vanishing only to reappear hovering above the headquarters villa. Within the headquarters, Locke, Lily, and Sulian positioned themselves at 3 different angles of the spatial soundwave suppressor. Chanting in unison, the bullets reappeared above the villa as an invisible soundwave radiated outward, restoring some of the collapsed, distorted energies. Hundreds of bullets, glimmering with light, descended like fireworks bursting open. The fireworks bizarrely froze mid-air, seemingly suspended, while the villa remained unscathed. A dozen ordinary individuals emerged from the villa, pairing off in an uncanny waltz. As they danced, a cheerful melody filled the air. Suddenly, 2 pairs of dancers froze, their faces adorned with eerie smiles, their bodies crystallizing before shattering instantaneously. Feynman materialized before the villa, hands clasped at his chest, conjuring a blood-red crescent moon. Several crimson scythes erupted from the sanguine moon, swiftly decimating the 2 pairs of dancers into countless fragments. This was Feynman's signature move, the blood moon waltz of carnage. In theory, within 100 meters of his gaze, all would fall victim to the blood-red blades. However, Feynman sensed a formidable force distorting his blood moon. Despite this, he felt satisfied. Achieving results akin to those of Lord Abraham was already commendable. Abraham, catching a glimpse of the scene, nodded in silent approval. Ha! Lachey cackled, her pistols twirling in her hands. The silver fireworks, suspended above the villa, began to spin ominously. Bloom, my darlings! Lachey shouted with fervor. The silver fireworks morphed into a ferocious silver tornado, crashing down upon the villa. With a tremendous roar, the villa trembled for the first time, shaking violently. Mother, urge them to ripen. I wish to feast. Elena pouted. Very well, my child, Ginny sighed, extending her pale hand. Before the villa, the remaining 4 pairs of ordinary dancers abruptly halted. Their skin began to bulge, rusty, ochre wires piercing through. Simultaneously, the skin of Feynman, Quinn, and Lachey also swelled. Inside the headquarters villa, a mechanical bird suddenly squawked in distress. Jules, having anticipated this, waved his hand, controlling 5 mechanical moles with 5 white threads. Each mole stood atop a metal plate inscribed with text, riddled with holes. From these holes, bizarre, distorted, multicolored musical symbols began to emerge. As each symbol appeared, the moles would swiftly descend, crushing the vibrant notes. A faint white mist emanated from Quinn's body, restoring his skin to normal. Lachey reversed her gun. Beams of white light erupted from the barrels, striking her, and her previously swollen skin returned to its original state. Feynman realized it was too late. Rusty iron spikes had emerged from his left arm and right thigh. You're ripe. A whimsical child's voice suddenly materialized beside him. Unbeknownst to him, a little girl had appeared at Feynman's feet. She extended her tiny hand, snapping a piece of iron rust, then popped it into her mouth, crunching it gleefully. Feynman attempted to resist, but found himself enveloped in an overwhelming terror, rendering his body immobile. Humph! A disdainful huff echoed in Feynman's ear, as a burst of icy dust erupted beside him. Elena giggled, her form vanishing. In that fleeting moment, her small hand had wrenched the iron wire from Feynman's arm. Feynman let out a pained roar, and blood-red gloves appeared on his hands. This was his wizard's staff, the Blood Moon Twins. The red gem on his right ear stud flickered. Feynman's eyes glowed faintly red as he fixed his gaze on a specific location in the air, chillingly declaring, "Found you." With that, his hands formed a strangling gesture. The designated space became ensnared in countless blood-red threads, which began to constrict violently. Feynman, enraged, drew upon his lineage from the Archiester wizard family. He had never suffered such humiliation since his graduation. A scream pierced the air as a substantial portion of Elena's dress was torn away, leaving her in a disheveled state at the villa entrance. With piercing blue eyes, she glared at Feynman, biting down on the iron wire in her hand. I curse you, curse your arm, curse your thigh, cripple. Mystical marks appeared on his left arm and right thigh. As Elena's words faded, the marks shattered, with a series of cracking sounds. Feynman's arm and thigh bones fractured. Chapter 59, Stalemate and Decay. Elena, witnessing the scene, emitted a neurotic shriek, her diminutive form rushing towards the twisted, solidified figures of ordinary people, gnawing with frenzied abandon. What a pitiable little creature she is. Rache observed this with a derisive smile, his twin pistols aimed at Elena. 3 adults bullying a child. A gentle voice interjected. A figure materialized at the entrance of the villa, drawing the gaze of all present. A fair-skinned, golden-haired, an azure-eyed beauty appeared before them. This visage not only captivated the 3 combatants, but ensnared the attention of every onlooker. A wave of horror swept through the hearts of the wizards. The spatial acoustic dampener began to spin uncontrollably. Locke, Lily, and Sulian's expressions changed dramatically as their magical energy surged. Gradually, the spatial dampener stabilized, easing the previously tense atmosphere. In truth, every individual was taut with anxiety, finally comprehending the terror of an A-class entropic entity. Yet its peril was merely at a B-class level. Rache positioned himself beside Quinn, while Feynman retreated in haste. A colossal ice ring encircled the irrationally gnawing Elena. Simultaneously, Rache's dual pistols merged into one, presenting a sleek black weapon adorned with grotesque purple patterns. An ice-blue crown materialized above Quinn's head, as crystalline frost began to manifest in the air. With a grave expression, Rache smirked, pulling the trigger as the purple patterns flickered. Suddenly, Elena, caught in her frenzied consumption, froze, a massive black void appearing in her small form. She peered down, disbelief etched on her face, her eyes filled with confusion. Without hesitation, Quinn and Rache unleashed another strike towards the woman at the door. Abruptly, the vanishing Elena revealed a peculiar yet sweet smile. Feynman, who had been waiting nearby for the opportune moment to strike, suddenly changed countenance, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, his hands were already casting spells. His incantation uttered in an eerie tone. A blood-red moon emerged above his head, casting crimson beams that enveloped a portion of the air. Hee, what a clever young man. Crackle, crackle. In that air, Elena's form gradually coalesced, untouched, clutching a blood-stained wire, devouring it voraciously. Feynman's expression turned grave as he pressed his hands down in a strangling manner. Instantly, Elena was fragmented into countless pieces. Her melodic laughter echoed throughout the air. Begin the lockdown, Quinn commanded. The strike he and Rache had just executed was effortlessly thwarted by the woman with a mere wave of her hand. The moment Quinn's voice fell, shimmering silver points of light appeared throughout the villa, each a spinning silver top. Feynman levitated, chanting incantations, his blood-red gloves radiating a dazzling glow. As the crimson light emitted a seemingly fatal allure, the silver tops sent forth beams of silver light, drawn towards the red radiance, converging together. Inside the camp villa, Peach waved her wand, commencing her own incantation. The wizard's staff emitted a silvery glow. Within the room, 4 massive silver tops spun in unison, issuing beams of light, equally attracted and gathering around Peach's wand. A silver-red beam connected the silvery orb of Peach's wand to Feynman's crimson sphere. Meanwhile, connections began to form between the silver tops. In a breath, the encirclement formation was established. Rache fired bullets into the air, forcing a diminutive, elusive figure to retreat. The frost crown above Quinn's head flickered as he gestured, forming ice spears in the air that hurtled towards Ginny without pause. Both Quinn and Rache unleashed their full might, directing their assault towards the mother and daughter duo. This scenario had long been calculated. Whether Quinn or Rache, their attack power had reached B-class levels. Now, their objective was to deplete the eternal energy of the entropic mother and daughter until they were reduced to mere music boxes. The formation, the alchemical artifacts, all operated in harmonious equilibrium as time slowly passed, tilting the scales of victory towards the wizards. A decaying corpse crawled through the damp and moldy soil. A cold moon hung high. Dean struggled to lift his head, perplexed as to why he had decayed to such a state. The forest was eerily silent, an unsettling tranquility permeating the air. Lilith had vanished without a trace. Dean attempted to vocalize, but his throat had rotted away, leaving only fragments of his cervical vertebrae connected. How many times had this happened? Dean could no longer recall. From the moment he emerged from the ground, he began to decay. Within half an hour, 2/3 of his skin and muscle had vanished, his entrails scattered upon the earth. At that instant, Dean thought he was doomed. Yet, inexplicably, he still possessed movement, albeit restricted to crawling upon the ground. Perhaps, as his mind deteriorated, Dean found his thoughts growing sluggish, relying solely on instinct to navigate the woods. The singular notion that lingered was whether the sun would emerge the next day, potentially scorching him to death. Perhaps, in such a state, death was the ultimate liberation. A faint murmur of voices echoed from deep within the forest. Dean lifted his gaze, his cervical spine unable to support his head, which tumbled helplessly to the earth. The flesh upon his face had darkened and rotted, ultimately falling away. To his surprise, a sense of regret blossomed within Dean. You will die? You are already dead. This world is an illusion. Embrace the darkness, O Holy One. Poor crawling creature, so foolish. Being with you is an affront to my dignity. A decaying body. A foul stench. Vermin, vermin. Welcome, welcome, to our new world. Come forth, come forth. Whispers grew clearer, as if shouting within his ears. Madness. Hysteria. As Dean's body halted, his bones scraped against the rotting flesh, producing a sound both terrifying and nauseating. The frenzied howls faded, replaced by gentle murmurs. Whether distant or near, Dean buried his head in the soil, seemingly recalling something, yet forgetting it just as swiftly. Darkness enveloped him, the forest receded, and the sounds gradually faded. Dean heard his own breath. It was so beautiful. Chapter 60. Breakthrough silence enveloped the surroundings, resembling the stillness of death. Dean slowly raised his head to behold an endless expanse of statues, each standing in silent watch. In that moment, a profound sense of security washed over him. He steadied himself and promptly examined his body. Intact, with the decayed flesh vanished. Fragments of black soil lingered beneath his nails, exuding a foul, moldy scent. What had transpired was no mere illusion. It was the side effect of his ascension, Dean surmised. He swiftly formed hand signs, but found himself unable to escape. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed familiar figures. The zombie version of Dean stood not far away, accompanied by a tortoiseshell cat crouching at his feet. The sight of this duo brought Dean an unexpected warmth. As he acknowledged them, both the man and the cat charged toward him. This time, Dean keenly sensed a change within himself, perceiving the cat's movements with clarity, a feat previously beyond his grasp. In an instant, he comprehended their intent, to help him acclimate to his new tier. Realizing this, he relinquished his restraint, only to be met with a brutal onslaught. The reason for this was simple. Zombie Dean had also ascended to the rank of Sequence 8. Without hesitation, Dean embraced his newfound strength and engaged in a fierce struggle with the man and the cat. The primary enhancement of a zombie, as opposed to a living corpse, lay in its speed, an elevation not merely of physical velocity, but also encompassing the swiftness of spell casting, movement, and even the recovery of magical energy. The trio transformed into a flurry of phantoms, chasing, intertwining, and countering each other. As Dean, Zombie Dean, and the tortoiseshell cat reached an impasse, another Dean emerged from the shadows. Adorned with a magician's hat and clad in an extravagant tailcoat, he leaned upon a cane. Dean immediately sensed the presence of ethereal threads. The trio redirected their assault toward him. Unbeknownst to Dean, time slipped away as he instinctively responded to their attacks. Finally, after a direct confrontation with Zombie Dean, a tremor coursed through his body. In the forest, Lilith was gnawing on a bird when her ears perked up. She noticed the soil beneath her begin to stir. A hand emerged from the earth. Swiftly, Lilith obliterated the bird, licking her claws with a feeble meow, as if she had not eaten in days. Dean burst forth from the ground, momentarily blinded by the sunlight. The radiant rays brought him no discomfort. He gazed at his hands, fair and smeared with dirt. Meow, meow. Meow, Lilith meowed in discontent as she leapt down from the tree, feigning weakness as she nuzzled against Dean. Noticing the blood on her claws and the feathers clinging to the tree trunk, Dean chuckled softly, saying nothing. He sped along, drawing attention due to his soiled appearance and the plump cat nestled in his bicycle basket. Glancing at the date on the wall, Dean confirmed he had indeed slumbered in the soil for 3 days. After freshening up and changing clothes, he tended to Lilith and rode his bicycle toward the Pineapple Restaurant. At that moment, the restaurant was bustling, and Dean chose a table by the window near the entrance, where the sun streamed in, an unlikely choice for most. Philip noticed Dean and promptly placed his order, scarcely exchanging words before resuming his duties. Unlike others, Dean relished the sensation of sunlight on his skin, feeling no heat. Surrounding the Tulip Villa area, numerous cars were congested at the entrance, unable to enter. Calls went unanswered. His wife and child remained inside. Within the villa, all the ordinary residents had awakened, witnessing the bizarre scene outside their windows. A silvery light enveloped the sky, flickering intermittently, while a figure hovered above. Those present, possessing some knowledge, quickly realized the gravity of the situation, hastily retreating to the basement, some frantically dialing for help. Yet, the signal faltered, rendering their calls futile. Suspended in midair, Feynman appeared pale, his magical energy nearly depleted. Not only him, but all the sorcerers within the villa were also exhibiting signs of exhaustion. The little girl, Elena, had vanished. Jenny, her complexion ashen, clutched a doll resembling a little girl, her voice laced with fury, questioning why they could not spare her and her daughter. I do not know. The hourglass had only just signaled 2 days. Rashay's gun unleashed waves of terrifying energy. A cruel smile crept upon Jenny's lips. Ever since the encirclement was established, she and her daughter had been on the defensive, grateful that the sorcerers who had arrived were not from the Sorcerer Entropy Research Institute. She remained resolute, despite her waning strength. Victory would be hers. The hourglass. Something is amiss with the hourglass, Quinn exclaimed. Pale and teetering, Paige's gaze shifted to the 2 individuals guarding the hourglass. Manny, she shouted. Manny, bespectacled, turned to her colleague, a plump woman whose serious demeanor morphed into an obsession. How pitiful they are. Jenny is a good mother, and Elena is so adorable. We must not treat them this way. They do not wish to enter. The woman repeated this sentiment, her measuring stick gently tapping against the hourglass. The crisp sound rang out, yet the hourglass remained unchanged. Manny terror clouded her features as she beheld her colleague, recognizing within her eyes the visage of a fair-haired, blue-eyed beauty. The woman smiled at Manny, enchanted. Manny mirrored the expression. Captain, Lord Quinn, the 2 ordinary guardians of the hourglass have been tainted. Paige shrieked. As her words fell, the encirclement shattered. They could no longer endure. A gentle smile graced Jenny's face, radiating beauty. Quinn and Rashay momentarily faltered, their attacks pausing. In that instant, Jenny vanished from sight. Chapter 61. Live well. A look of astonishment simultaneously appeared on the faces of Quinn and Ratchet. 2 figures soared towards a singular direction. Everything should have been under control. According to the information provided, under their full assault, the eternal mother and daughter would be able to endure for approximately 2 days. A typical wizard could sustain the operation of a magical array for 2 days without issue. However, a significant error had occurred. Additionally, within their camp, the presence of ordinary people had gone unnoticed. Nevertheless, these details were inconsequential. Suddenly, an eyeball materialized in Quinn's hand. The bloodied orb twisted and pulsated ominously. Quinn grasped the eye and forcefully pressed it into his left eye socket. As the orb approached, it did not require any effort from him. The strange eye fervently wedged itself into his eye socket. In a mere second, the replacement of Quinn's left eye was complete. An eerie and malevolent expression crept across his face, while peculiar crimson veins crawled across the ice-blue crown atop his head. You cannot escape, Quinn proclaimed with a sinister smile, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this, Ratchet cursed under his breath and immediately followed suit. Look, someone is flying. It must be a legendary wizard. Should we go take a look? Notify the press, quickly. There is a wizard battle. Outside the Tulip community, a chain reaction ensued as a group of onlookers beheld the spectacle. A red beam of light enveloped the air. Jenny appeared pale, and not far off, Quinn and Ratchet launched their assault without hesitation. A tremendous surge of energy swiftly locked onto Jenny. Why? Why? Jenny screamed in defiance. I just want to live peacefully with my daughter. Why must we be annihilated? 2 colossal waves of energy struck Jenny. Her dress fluttered as if each attack was a musical note, attempting to block all incoming assaults. Another wave of attack approached. A third wave followed closely. Quinn and Ratchet showed no signs of halting. Their terrifying onslaught continued. Jenny was ensnared within a blood-red glow, immobilized and forced to endure. Her skin hardened, transforming from vibrant to lifeless, as the fury in her eyes faded into despair. We only wish to live well. Why won't you let us be? Jenny whispered, her eyes beginning to shatter. If it must be this way. A faint smile broke through her despair as the crimson light surrounding her shattered. The price Jenny paid was the loss of her legs. If you wish for us to vanish, then let us perish together. With those words, cracks began to form on her face. Stop. Ratchet realized her intent, causing both she and Quinn to momentarily cease their assault. Not far below Jenny's position lay a restaurant, bustling with nearly 100 patrons at midday. Let me go? She cried, sensing a glimmer of hope. Attack. I can only hold on for 10 seconds. A malevolent expression crossed Quinn's face. But they are all ordinary people. Ratchet screamed. Upon hearing this, hope flickered in Jenny's eyes. We do not wish to become mere music boxes, for then we would cease to be ourselves. Even if we return, we would not be who we were. Elena and I have only ever harmed wicked men. Spare us. Attack. Quinn's face contorted, the red eyeball nearly bursting from its socket. Ratchet, witnessing this, felt a fleeting moment of sympathy before making her choice, her gun emitting a terrifying energy. Then let us die together, Jenny screamed, disregarding the energy fluctuations behind her as she charged toward the restaurant. In mere seconds, their exchange had caught the attention of several onlookers. Dean, seated by the window, observed the unfolding events. Feeling the terrifying waves of energy descending from above, he realized that he could escape with his current speed. However, within that brief moment, he crashed through the glass, emerging at the restaurant's entrance. Thoughts of Philip, the owner Duke, and the hundreds of patrons, some familiar, other strangers, flashed through his mind as he recalled the darkness. In that endless solitude, Dean lamented. He had often asked himself in the depths of despair, knowing the outcome. Would he still save those drowning children? Ultimately, his answer was a resounding yes. If he were in their position, he would hope for someone to extend a hand. There must always be some light in life, mustn't there? Dean recognized the broken woman before him. She recognized him too, planting his feet firmly. He held his hands at chest level, palms overlapping, as a pale light materialized in his grasp. The wizard's spirit sensed Dean's resolve, surging forth with energy. The pale light expanded, enveloping the restaurant, forming a colossal protective dome in mere moments. What is he doing? Ratchet gasped, yet her gun had already discharged. Dean felt the overwhelming energy. First, it was the broken Jenny, followed by the two terrifying energy waves. Dean roared, feeling the fear bubble within him. I just want to live well. Yet, he did not retreat. His determination only grew stronger. Jenny approached, her form disintegrating. Suddenly, a faint smile broke across her shattered face. She turned to face the two monstrous energy masses. I too wish to live well. The sunshine, the wind, the water. How wonderful they are. Jenny's gentle voice echoed in Dean's ears, laden with infinite regret. She collided with the energy waves, her body fracturing. The residual energy mingled with Jenny's fragments as it crashed against Dean's protective dome. As he felt the overwhelming force, he recalled a phrase, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He was the feeble mantis. The energy surged, enveloping Dean, engulfing his protective barrier. The force ravaged all in its path, compressing Dean's energy shield. His skin began to crack, blood erupted, bones snapped, and his insides were crushed. Boom! A blinding light erupted. The energy dissipated, and the dome shattered, leaving silence in its wake. A formless body collapsed onto the ground, blood seeping across the floor. Everything transpired in an instant. As patrons in the restaurant turned their gazes towards the window, some still oblivious to the chaos that had just unfolded. Living is truly wonderful, isn't it? In his final moments, Dean beheld Jenny. In that last instant, she had shielded him from the brunt of the energy. A music box fell before him, slowly opening, emitting a healing melody. Darkness enveloped Dean's vision completely. Chapter 62. The performance and the beneficiaries Quinn and Ratchet fell to the ground, gazing at a figure that had become unrecognizable. He still had breath. Ratchet crouched down and picked up the music box. With a wave of his hand, Quinn Acheron conjured a black aura. Ratchet tossed the music box into it for safekeeping. At that moment, flashes of light erupted, radiating a spectrum of colors. A man clad in a photographer's vest, cradling a camera, eagerly snapped photographs. Hello, I am a reporter for the Mystic Witch magazine. Could you describe what just transpired? No comment. Quinn replied, his demeanor chilling once more, although the blood oozing from his left eye marred his imposing presence. Two figures vanished from sight. Hypocrisy. The photographer continued to capture images around him. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the restaurant. Diners near the street recounted the horrific scene they had witnessed. Philly heard that a boy had rushed out, his face instantly paling. Dean. Philly frantically searched the crowd, but Dean's voice eluded him. A buzzing filled Philly's mind. The surrounding sounds faded away, and an unprecedented sense of dread enveloped him. Hey, Pega, he called, feeling utterly drained. He had never felt this exhausted in his life. Pega, do you know where Dean is? Philly inquired. Dean, aren't you two living together? Why are you asking me? Pega replied helplessly. Maybe he went to the bookstore. No. Dean was eating with me just now when a white light appeared. Someone said Dean blocked a beam of white light, and was subsequently taken away by two middle-aged men. Philly stammered. Pega sat up abruptly. Are you serious? Yes, yes. Philly nodded vigorously. He ended the call, a look of confusion etched across his face. At the Blanche District headquarters, in the office of the Vice President of the Wizards Union, an elderly man clad in a white wizard's robe scrutinized the mystic witch Times in his hand. Reports indicated that today in Hollis City, wizards had recklessly unleashed their magic, targeting a restaurant filled with hundreds of ordinary diners, ultimately with one mystic witch absorbing all the power. Stay tuned for further updates from the Mystic Witch Times. The newspaper displayed a series of dynamic images. While the battle itself was not captured, the final moments of the energy shield shattering and the obliteration of the attacking force were depicted, alongside a grotesque figure collapsed on the ground, followed by two wizards descending from the sky. Upon seeing these two, the old wizard raised an eyebrow. He pressed the intercom on his desk, summoning Jonathan. Minutes later, a knock echoed through the office. Enter. The old wizard remained expressionless as the door swung open, revealing a tall, muscular man. Jonathan Clayton, at your service, my lord. Jonathan bowed respectfully. Very well, my lord. Jonathan nodded and exited the room. In the Special Affairs Processing Office of Hollis City, within a dimly lit chamber, Pega felt himself on the verge of slumber. As soon as he confirmed that Dean was out of danger, an overwhelming fatigue consumed him. However, he had to be present. An important figure was coming, one of greater significance than Quinn and Ratchet. Pega had no doubts, as the expressions of Quinn and Ratchet were extremely grave, their breaths shallow, indicating their anxiety. The dark ground of the teleportation array illuminated once more, and a towering figure emerged. This was a giant, over 2 meters tall, bald, and muscular, exuding a terrifying aura that momentarily stilled everyone's breath. Captain! Captain! Quinn Abraham and Ratchet Elliott immediately saluted, their expressions serious. Others followed suit, bowing in respect. Take me to see the Mystic Witch and explain the situation along the way, Jonathan commanded with authority. Yes, Quinn promptly led the way, recounting the events in detail. The Mystic Witch withstood your attack and is still alive? Jonathan raised an eyebrow, his demeanor now devoid of any levity. As they arrived outside the hospital room, the observation room's glass wall revealed the scene within. The ground was covered in blackened soil, emanating a chilling atmosphere, with a grotesque figure lying amidst the dirt. My lord, he has already received treatment. With a few months of rest, he will be able to move again, Feynman explained, noting Jonathan's furrowed brow. Jonathan glanced at Feynman and nodded. What is his current status? He's still one of our informants, my cousin Dean. Pega interjected loudly, standing on tiptoe. Feynman lowered his head, his brow furrowing slightly. Oh, since he is one of ours, let us promote him to a full-time position. Jonathan issued his first command. Pega's eyes brightened as he struggled to contain his excitement. However, Captain, this individual is a mystic witch, Quinn interjected, his brow knitted. Are you questioning me? Jonathan's voice turned icy. And no, Quinn immediately backtracked. Since he is a formal member of the Wizards Union, apply for the 8-legged corpse beetle for his treatment, and I want to sign off on it. I expect to see him lively and standing before me in 4 days. Jonathan issued his second command. This time, astonishment spread across everyone's faces. Yes, Quinn nodded quickly. I need the Wizards report, the Wizards evening news, the Wizards political report, and the Mystic Witch Times to be informed immediately. And when this child meets me, I want at least reporters from all 5 newspapers present. Jonathan commanded for the 3rd time. At that moment, everyone finally grasped Jonathan's intentions. A performance. Pega was indifferent. His only concern was that Dean would emerge as the greatest beneficiary of this situation. You lucky dog. Pega glanced at Dean before following the others out. Dean stood amidst an endless expanse of darkness. Surrounding him was silence and obscurity. All sculptures had vanished, reminiscent of his initial arrival. How long must he wait? Dean wondered, a bitter smile gracing his lips. His thoughts drifted to Philly and Lilith. He worried about their well-being. Suddenly, a violent tremor rippled through the dark space, accompanied by a deafening roar that echoed like the collapse of the heavens. Chapter 63. The 8-legged corpse worm Dean, unsteady on his feet, nearly stumbled as he gazed in astonishment at his surroundings. Soon, a look of ecstatic joy illuminated his face. The spirit that had previously vanished reappeared, emanating a cheerful sound, with mystical energy flowing through him like a gentle stream. Dean opened his palm, a pallid light leaping forth, reminiscent of a mischievous child. Statues rose majestically from the ground, creating a breathtaking spectacle. At this moment, Dean's eyes brimmed with tears. Before he could indulge in sentimentality, the statues began to move continuously, clearing a space. Darkness dissipated, revealing a writhing, distorted sphere of light in the newly formed clearing. Closest to Dean were the three statues that had already activated their sequences. Intrigued by the newly emerged orb, Dean cautiously approached. As he drew nearer, he noticed the orb expanding, growing larger and larger. When Dean stood before it, the comparison was akin to that of an ant beside a basketball. The orb's surface was a riot of colors, constantly colliding, merging, and separating. Uncontrollable emotions flooded Dean's mind: laughter, tears, an overwhelming sense of sorrow, and fleeting joy. In an instant, he recognized the impending danger and swiftly retreated. As he moved, the orb gradually diminished. Returning to its normal size, Dean collapsed onto the ground, feeling an unprecedented exhaustion, liberated from the darkness. Pega entered the treatment room, cradling a stone box. The damp, moldy earth concealed numerous bones, while strange insects burrowed within. The soft, viscous sensation beneath his feet made Pega gag. It was the second day since Jonathan's arrival, and the requested 8-legged corpse worm had been delivered via the teleportation array. Pega felt honored to be assigned this task by his cousin. He approached Dean, who, in anyone's eyes, appeared to be a grotesquely damaged corpse. However, Pega could sense Dean's spirit still vibrantly alive within. Chanting the incantation to open the sealed stone box, intricate silver patterns shimmered on its surface, and the box slowly opened. A wave of rancid air assaulted Pega's senses. Prepared, he felt a faint glow emanating from a pod in his pocket, enveloping him in a delicate green membrane. This aura contained a measure of toxicity, lethal in nature. Before Pega stood a worm the size of half an arm. It resembled a bizarre amalgamation, a head akin to a toilet plunger, a neck resembling that of a caterpillar, and a body like a flattened, desiccated flower with 8 petals, each a different color, flickering and shimmering. 8 fuzzy legs sprawled across the petals, contributing to its oddity. The 8-legged corpse worm lay languidly within the stone box, displaying a lethargic demeanor, seemingly devoid of the energy to even glance at Pega. Without delay, Pega inverted the stone box and shook it. The 8-legged corpse worm launched itself towards Dean, coming to life upon contact. Its 8 furry legs scuttled across Dean's body, thoroughly examining him before finally settling at his heart. The plunger-like head plunged into Dean's form, while the colors of its petal-like body began to pulsate. A slurping sound echoed as it consumed. In this unsettling environment, Pega shuddered. He was well aware of the worm's effects and knew he had only a few hours to escape. He dashed out of the treatment room, shedding his protective layer, gasping for breath. Through the transparent glass, he could see the rot and charred parts of Dean's body being absorbed by the 8-legged corpse worm, leaving behind a puddle of translucent gel. After 2 hours, Dean was entirely encased in the gelatinous substance. The 8-legged corpse worm remained motionless atop Dean's heart, its 8 colors flashing wildly, then swirling, enveloping him entirely. Would Dean transform into a girl? Pega pondered, a peculiar smile creeping onto his face. While the likelihood of such a transformation was minimal, it was not unheard of. Some sorcerers speculated that it could happen if the subject subconsciously believed they were female, thus becoming a witch. The 8-legged corpse worm was not merely an insect or a living being, but a precious fusion of alchemy and witchcraft. Within the confines of the Union, it required a staggering 10,000 contribution points for exchange. What does 10,000 contribution points represent? The most straightforward exchange would be for a star, elevating an ordinary sorcerer to star-level status. This illustrates its extraordinary value. Hence, when Lord Jonathan proposed utilizing the 8-legged corpse worm, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Transforming a secret sorcerer into an official member of the Sorcerer Union by employing the 8-legged corpse worm for the treatment of an obscure individual signified the Union's regard for secret sorcerers. Pega mused, recognizing it as a grand display of expenditure. As time passed, the colors not only enveloped Dean but began to spread, ultimately forming a complete human figure. Pega curiously focused on Dean's features, indeed, still male. 3 hours later, the door to the examination room swung open. "Is he not awake yet?" inquired Feynman. "No, cousin. I am so bored that my eyes are practically crusted," Pega exaggerated. "Humph." Feynman scoffed, his annoyance evident. Pega instinctively recoiled, somewhat intimidated by his cousin. "You truly have a good heart, arranging for him to have an informant's identity," Feynman finally remarked, unable to contain himself. He had been preoccupied in recent days, failing to notice this detail. Without the informant title, this secret sorcerer would merely receive some compensation and treatment. Equivalent exchange? Huh. That presupposes our statuses are equal. Feynman's tone turned stern. Now they indeed are. Pega muttered under his breath. Feynman felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Why was Dean still not awake? He found it peculiar. The eight-legged corpse worm was not a one-time use entity, but rather a reusable one, imbued with copious amounts of energy. Logically, this worm possessed enough power to heal several sorcerers of Dean's caliber. With only 3 hours until the reporters arrived, time was of the essence. This is his outfit. Once he awakens, have him put it on. You will take it to him, Feynman directed, eager to exit and avoid further vexation. Of course, Pega promptly assured. Feynman cast one last glance at Dean, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, before turning away. Pega sank back into his ennui. Chapter 64. The Visit at Long Last. You have awakened, showcasing a remarkable tenacity by daring to intercept the assaults of Lord Quinn and Lord Ratchet. Dean, clad in a deep black wizard's robe, listened as Page recounted the events surrounding his unconsciousness. He had become Page's colleague, an official member of the Wizarding Union, and had drawn the attention of Lord Jonathan, subsequently subjected to the rare and peculiar eight-legged decaying corpse worm. Upon regaining consciousness, he was startled by the dim, yet eerie creature before him. Almost immediately, he heard Page's voice calling out to him. Exiting the hospital room, Page cast a cleansing spell towards him, who was still somewhat dazed, and thus, he found himself being led to a press conference. It seemed that something of high import was about to unfold. Throughout the journey, Page outlined the matters to be mindful of. As Page pushed open the door, Dean was engulfed by a flurry of flashing lights. Hello. Could you elaborate on the events that transpired? As a newly minted secret wizard, what are your feelings about becoming an official member of the Wizarding Union? Regarding the two wizards freely casting spells in public, what are your thoughts? Microphones were thrust almost into Dean's face. Never before in either of his lives had he experienced such attention. Of course, in his previous life, he might have trended for a day or two after his demise. But he had no knowledge of that. Please, everyone be quiet. Let our little hero take the stage. A clear voice rang out, and Feynman, dressed in a refined black tailcoat, exuded an air of nobility and elegance. Instantly, all media fell silent, parting to create a pathway, yet the flashes continued unabated. Page trailed behind Dean, occasionally waving to the crowd with an expression of pride. Taking a deep breath to clear his mind, Dean switched to a second tier of consciousness, embracing the role of an actor. In truth, he felt remarkably well, better than he had ever felt before. It was an indescribable sensation, one Dean had never experienced. Come, Dean. Feynman stepped off the stage and grasped Dean's hand, conveying a sense of camaraderie. Page instinctively positioned herself beside her colleague. Without resistance, Dean followed Feynman onto the stage, where he noticed a bald, burly man standing at the center, Lord Jonathan Nash, the legendary war wizard and a 6-star powerhouse. Flanking him were a man and a woman, presumably Quinn Abraham and Ratchet Elliott. In truth, Dean did not recognize either of them, as he was still overwhelmed by the formidable energy in the air. Lord Nash, Dean bowed respectfully before him. This gesture, taught to him by Page, felt somewhat awkward in execution. Seeing Dean's clumsy bow, Jonathan's previously granite-like expression softened considerably. The reason he had chosen to elevate Dean to official wizard status was due to his status as a new secret wizard, untainted by dubious affiliations and thus easily manageable. This is our little hero, Dean Dog. He epitomizes our love for every life as wizards, embodying the belief in equality that underpins our wizarding union. Unlike Jonathan's robust and rigid exterior, his eloquence was a testament to his artistic command of language. He articulated all that needed to be said while consistently reaffirming the principles of the Wizarding Association. Dean nodded, inwardly acknowledging the truth of his words. Do you remember me? A voice suddenly interjected. Dean turned to see a man in a photographer's vest rushing towards him, a notebook in hand. I'm afraid I don't recognize you, Dean replied with a shy smile. That's understandable. Your injuries were quite severe at the time. However, I captured the first-hand photographs of the scene, the man stated. But that's not important. How did you feel at that moment, standing as a newly minted secret wizard? What gave you the courage to stand in front of the restaurant? What Dean had been thinking then was that behind him lay the lives of hundreds of ordinary people. As a responsible secret wizard, he had to stand before the weak, regardless of how formidable or despairing the forces ahead might be. He must embody the true essence of a secret wizard, brave, just, strong, and possessing the spirit of resilience against any hardship. The man's pen flew across the page as if transcribing Dean's thoughts verbatim. Standing on the elevated platform, Dean could clearly see the written content, and the blush on his face became momentarily frozen. I heard you became a secret wizard just 3 months ago. What inspired you to pursue this path? Another reporter interjected. He appeared somewhat bashful and timid, tinged with the youthful excitement characteristic of his age. Subsequently, Dean found himself entirely enveloped by the flashes of cameras, needing to convey a spectrum of emotions to different individuals: admiration, longing tempered by distance, and intimacy. Wizards, secret wizards, reporters, and photographers alike surrounded him. Yet, one person refrained from capturing a photograph with Dean, Locke, who stood in the corner with his arms crossed, observing. It was only during the final group photo that the two managed to snap a picture together. Among the most exuberant was Paige, for in front of everyone, Dean declared her to be his closest friend, even insisting she join him for the photo. This gesture was genuine and heartfelt, devoid of pretense. Unbeknownst to him, it was precisely this action that instilled a sense of reassurance among all the wizards present. This is a kind-hearted and earnest secret wizard. The gathering was not solely comprised of wizards. It also included influential politicians and luminaries from Hollis City. Dean was once again besieged and received a multitude of business cards. Finally, after Lord Jonathan departed, Dean swiftly took hold of an exhilarated Paige and exited the venue. I suspect you may have social anxiety, Paige remarked, discontented, for she had not yet had her fill of the festivities. Philly knows your schedule for today, and besides, how could Lilith be thinking of you? You're overthinking it. Dean replied dismissively. I'm tired. He lied. Such an event was trivial for a wizard. All right. Let us first retrieve your equipment before you leave, Paige said, aware of Dean's prevarication but feeling powerless, leading him to collect his gear. Chapter 65. Familiar enthusiasm in the bustling office area of the third basement level. The moment Paige entered with Dean, they immediately attracted attention. Strangely, no one approached them to greet. Dean, maintaining his demeanor as a level 2 actor, discerned the emotions reflected in the expressions of those around him: curiosity, excitement, and a hint of eagerness restrained by self-control. The slightest display of kindness from Dean would draw a crowd. Paige relished this moment of being in the spotlight as she led Dean into an office on the left. Under the gaze of onlookers, they navigated through partitions until they reached a large iron door at the far end. A glass window adorned one side of the wall beside the door. Inside the window, an elderly lady dozed off. Mrs. Murphy, Paige gently tapped on the glass. The elderly woman opened her bleary eyes, rubbed the corners of her eyes, and said, Little Paige, what do you want this time? I want to be changing your mobile phone again. Paige, slightly embarrassed, replied, Mrs. Murphy, I'm here with Dean to collect equipment and activate his secret witch card. At that moment, her eyes widened as she noticed the young man standing beside Paige. Black hair, golden eyes, fair skin, and quite handsome. Oh, this must be Dean Doug. Ladies, your curious Dean has arrived. Mrs. Murphy shouted outside. Dean jumped in surprise. Instantly, several women, who had previously expressed strong emotions, stood up. They appeared to be around 50 years old and rushed toward Dean as if Mrs. Murphy's announcement had unleashed them. In an instant, Dean found himself surrounded, and Paige was pushed out of the crowd. Oh my, he is so young. How old are you? My grandson is just about your age. This boy has such tender skin. He is quite shy. Don't worry. Dear, I want tea bite. If you need anything, just tell me. Little Dean. How old are you? Do you have a girlfriend? The overwhelming warmth engulfed Dean. He felt reluctant to resist, acutely aware that these women were ordinary people, and he feared any loss of control might inadvertently harm them. All right, my dear aunts. My cousin is still waiting for Dean. Paige shouted from outside. Upon hearing Feynman's name, the enthusiastic aunts gradually quieted down. Dean, don't be a stranger. Come chat with us when you have time. One plump aunt said as she removed her hand from Dean's arm. Yes. If you need any materials in the future, just let us know, another echoed. Revealing her role, Paige felt a sense of resignation as her status diminished. She had once been the favorite among the aunts. Dean, watching the dispersing crowd of women, was reminded of the enthusiastic aunts from his previous life. Come in. What are you waiting for? Mrs. Murphy beckoned. The large iron door swung open. Paige, you stay outside and don't come in. Mrs. Murphy immediately shouted at Paige, who attempted to follow Dean inside. Paige offered an awkward smile. Remember, besides the mobile phone, choose an alchemical item. An alchemical item. Dean nodded and stepped inside. The iron door clanged shut behind him. Inside was a lounge, furnished with desks, reclining chairs, and a restroom, small but complete. A door entirely black with white floral engravings caught Dean's attention. "Come, let us see what you want," Mrs. Murphy said. Approaching the door with a crystal key in hand, she pressed the key against the door, which promptly opened. Dean followed her inside, revealing a small storage room of about 10 square meters, with neatly arranged shelves. "Hand me your secret witch card," Mrs. Murphy instructed. Dean presented the card to her. This card, given to him by Paige along with a wizard robe, was newly crafted as the previous one had been vaporized, and the former balance had been transferred to this new card. As Mrs. Murphy examined the card's black patterns, a fleeting look of nostalgia crossed her face before she regained her composure. "This will also serve as your task card. Each task will yield contribution points based on its level. These points can be exchanged here for items, including witchcraft, alchemical tools, potions, and more. You can view the catalog on your mobile phone." Mrs. Murphy swiped the card through a machine slot by the storage room door, which began to flicker with light, resembling a bank's ATM. She navigated the screen with ease, quickly completing the steps before handing the card back to Dean. "Thank you," Dean said as he received the witch card. "First, you need to select a mobile phone. All mobile phone numbers are the same, and your extension is 7. If it's a personal call, the receptionist, Lily, will transfer it to you. If she's on break, your mobile will automatically redirect that number to you." Mrs. Murphy retrieved a box from a shelf. Inside lay 5 mobile phones, though referred to as mobile devices here. Dean was astounded by their appearance. He had previously marveled at Paige's frog-shaped mobile phone, which closely resembled a frog, with legs and feet, and a screen on its belly. When making a call, the frog's mouth would kiss one's ear, and its legs would rest on one's face. The devices in the box surpassed even that. The first was a ladybug, with a black and red shell and tiny legs extending outward, vividly lifelike. The second was a lizard, the third a colorful bird, the fourth a large spider with black and yellow stripes. Most shocking to Dean was the last one, which resembled a pile of brown excrement. Dean could not fathom the aesthetic sense of those who designed these mobile devices. Ultimately, Dean chose the ladybug, as it seemed the least ostentatious. "You may also select a potion or an alchemical item." Mrs. Murphy pointed to the beautifully crafted boxes on the shelf, indicating the rows. "This row contains alchemical items, and that row holds potions. I choose an alchemical item." Dean recalled Paige's enthusiastic shouts in response. "Open your mobile phone. There's an icon for the shop. Then select New User Benefits." Mrs. Murphy instructed earnestly. "Everything is detailed there. Just let me know what you choose." Dean promptly powered on the device, and a ladybug crawled across the screen, revealing 5 icons: phone, tasks, shop, location query, and contacts. It evoked a sense of inexplicable familiarity within him. How rudimentary. Clicking on the shop, he selected New User Benefits and then the alchemical items, which offered only 16 options. Dean swiftly perused the choices and made his selection. Chapter 66. Dean's transformation. The world of wizards has undergone extensive development, resulting in the intricate subdivision of alchemy into numerous branches. The potion-making craft, originally a part of alchemy, has now become a distinct entity. Alchemical products categorized as tools are referred to as alchemical devices. Dean selected a particular alchemical device known as a portable pouch. Its appearance is akin to that of a leather wallet, yet it functions as a compact spatial storage bag, possessing a volume of 1 cubic meter. This is the most sophisticated creation of the alchemical department of the Wizarding Union, achieved through the structuring of spatial magic runes to expand its capacity. It offers only the most rudimentary storage capabilities and is markedly different from the legendary spatial bags. Should it contain items of excessive energy, the portable pouch would utterly collapse. Thus, certain potions or alchemical devices imbued with significant energy cannot be stored within. Dean surmised that this was precisely the alchemical device Paige had encouraged him to select. "Are you certain of your choice?" Mrs. Murphy inquired. Indeed, Dean nodded affirmatively. Mrs. Murphy flashed a subtle smile. "Very well, it is yours." As she spoke, she retrieved a box from the shelf, opened it, and handed the portable pouch to Dean. Upon receiving the pouch, Dean noted that it resembled an ordinary wallet. Yet he discerned Mrs. Murphy's effort to conceal her amusement. This expression, at that moment, Dean, maintaining his faade as an actor, perceived that something was amiss with Mrs. Murphy's demeanor. He had made the wrong choice. Dean gently stirred his magical energy to open the portable pouch. Projecting his mental energy inside, he clearly observed its contents. "Thank you." Dean silently tucked away the pouch, offering his gratitude. "No need. You still have to sign for confirmation," Mrs. Murphy replied, moving toward the machine. Dean signed to confirm, and the two exited the warehouse. "What did you choose, Dean?" Paige asked as she pressed her face against the glass upon seeing him emerge. Dean raised the portable pouch in indication. Paige's eyes widened in disbelief. "Mrs. Murphy, why didn't you warn him?" she exclaimed, her nostrils flaring in evident frustration. "You may leave now. Should you wish to exchange contribution points for items, feel free to return here." Mrs. Murphy smiled cheerfully. Dean recognized his misstep. It seemed that his rapport with Paige still required some refinement. "You could have just told me which one to choose," Dean reproached playfully, realizing there was no point in regretting his decision. "Oh my goodness. I instructed you to select an alchemical device. Had I intended for you to pick something specific, I would have made it clear," Paige lamented, as if she had suffered a monumental loss. "Don't worry, it's free after all." Dean maintained a spirit of contentment. Paige regarded Dean as if he were a fool, understanding that Mrs. Murphy's profits for the month were insufficient, which was likely why she had not intervened. Dean's choice had evidently dampened Paige's mood. As they exited the office, Paige remained sullen. Upon reaching the underground parking lot and entering the van, Dean smiled. "You're still smiling?" Paige started the vehicle. "Take a look at what I have in my portable pouch." Dean offered it to her. Observing Dean's demeanor, Paige accepted the pouch and opened it. "What's this?" she gasped, pulling out a small parchment booklet made of sheepskin. The booklet was palm-sized and appeared remarkably ancient. "I have no idea." Dean shook his head, wondering if Mrs. Murphy had intentionally left it as a form of compensation. "Impossible. Mrs. Murphy is notoriously stingy," Paige remarked, noticing the title on the sheepskin booklet. It was an alchemical journal belonging to someone named Edward. An alchemical journal consists of notes from an alchemical wizard. Dean took it, observing Edward's alchemical journal inscribed on the cover. Flipping through the pages, he was met with a dense array of small text and illustrations. It must belong to the alchemical apprentice who accidentally dropped it into the pouch while making it, Paige speculated as she casually flipped through it. "Look, this contains some basic alchemical knowledge. Isn't this subject to inspection?" Dean queried, as one would expect items to be checked before leaving the factory. Who would bother inspecting this? I wager Mrs. Murphy didn't even glance at it when she saw the portable pouch. "Do you know how much a portable pouch costs?" Paige asked. "How much?" Dean inquired, aware that anything related to wizards was seldom inexpensive. "Quite a lot. Even basic alchemical knowledge costs money if I want to learn it." Dean had selected the pouch precisely because he noticed it contained something. "That's true. After all, alchemy is a profound discipline. I can manage simple creations, but anything remotely complex tends to explode," Paige said, accelerating the van. "What has Philip been saying to you these days?" Dean asked. "What else could he say?" "Just checking on your situation," she replied as they exited the underground lot and merged onto the main road. The sun shone brightly at noon, illuminating Dean's view. What splendid weather, Dean mused, genuinely feeling the shift in his circumstances. No longer was he the overlooked secret wizard. He had finally attained equal treatment. "It's always like this," Paige remarked, indifferent to Dean's newfound sentiment. Dean rolled down the car window, enjoying the cool breeze outside, when suddenly he recalled something. "Aren't we starting school today? Why are you so calm then?" Dean's eyes widened. "Oh well, it's pointless now that we've missed the opening ceremony. There's no significance in going anymore. Don't worry, my cousin has surely taken care of everything. He's quite thorough in his dealings. You are becoming a notable figure in the wizarding community, so don't be overly perturbed by trivial matters," Paige dismissed. Dean found Paige's reasoning quite sensible. Their conversation meandered from one topic to another, seamlessly transitioning from one subject to the next. Dean relished this feeling. "I've noticed a change in you," Paige remarked as they parked the van in front of Philip's house, scrutinizing Dean. "What kind of change?" Dean met her gaze with openness. "You've become more cheerful," Paige exclaimed, slapping her thigh. Dean smiled. He indeed felt more lighthearted. The fusion of Wang-Un and Dean had long burdened him with secrets, the subtle discrimination against secret wizards, and the yearning for survival, which had made it difficult for him to find peace of mind. What had truly transformed him was not merely the change in his circumstances, but also the remnants of a shattered woman. Livewell, how wonderful it is to simply live. Chapter 67. A series of surprises. Alas, I cannot allow my radiance and charm to be overshadowed. Peichi tilted her head towards the sky, exuding an air of unparalleled confidence. Under the sun, the freckles on Peichi's face sparkled with a hint of brilliance. Shouldn't a young person embody the spirit of Peichi? Hey, Peichi waved her hand at Dean. What is up? Dean inquired with a smile. Do not display that expression you had a moment ago. I just complimented you. And now you look as if you're channeling my grandparents. Peichi rolled her eyes. All right, I wish you a delightful meal, Dean offered cheerfully. I'm off, goodbye. Peichi waved as she departed. Farewell. Dean waved back, watching Peichi drive away. Don't forget to check your mobile phone. There are tasks awaiting you. If you have any questions, call me. I'm number 6, Peichi reminded him, her head poking out of the car window. I will be careful. Watch out for the car. Dean noticed the van veering toward a tree. Shaking his head, Dean walked toward the house. A soft meow echoed from above. Dean looked up to see a tortoiseshell cat languidly perched on a tree branch near Philip's window. Lilith, come down. Dean called, extending his arms. Lilith, lounging on the branch with narrowed eyes and flicking her tail, showed no intention of descending. Seeing her demeanor, Dean understood that the cat was once again displeased. It is often said that cats are rather petulant creatures, and this was certainly true. Dean shook his head, unwilling to press the matter. He merely wished to exchange his wizard's robe for ordinary attire. Upon entering the house, Dean ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the upper level, he spotted Lilith crouched at the end of the hallway, glaring at him with a fierce expression. The room was immaculate, evidently well maintained by Philip. Dean changed out of his wizard's robe and into his regular clothes, instantly feeling a wave of refreshment. Suddenly, a furry head nudged against Dean's feet. He scooped up Lilith into his arms. Meow, 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 Lilith protested, looking quite aggrieved. After soothing her for a while, she finally leaped away. Lying on the bed, a gentle breeze wafted through the window, carrying with it the subtle fragrance of summer. Dean closed his eyes, not drifting into sleep or darkness, but simply savoring the delightful tranquility. His body had never felt so relaxed. As time slipped by, Dean was suddenly roused by the familiar sound of a bicycle. Dean? Dean? Philip's voice called from outside. You scared me to death. Philip exclaimed as he rushed forward to embrace Dean. I'm fine, look at me, I'm perfectly okay. Dean reassured him. Philip, ever the sentimental soul, released Dean after a moment and scrutinized him closely, his expression turning peculiar. Why does your skin look better? It seems even fairer. As he spoke, he touched Dean's skin. Indeed, Philip's points of interest were always distinct from those of other men. Bah, Philip retorted without hesitation, his previous warmth evaporating. You're practically a corpse. Why are you getting goosebumps? Dean. Philip had brought 2 boxes of pizza and drinks from the Pineapple restaurant, and the two of them settled onto the worn sofa, devouring their meal voraciously. Compared to the lavish banquets filled with glamorous figures, Dean preferred the comfort of sharing pizza with a friend. Perhaps he was destined to be an ordinary person. I just don't understand why you insist on becoming a wizard. What is so great about it? You're exhausted like a dog every day. It's not even better than being a dog. As Philip rambled on while eating, he suddenly noticed a steady breathing sound beside him. Unbeknownst to him, Dean had fallen asleep. Philip carefully rose, draping a blanket over Dean and murmuring, You're the only family I have. Meow. Lilith glared at Philip, seemingly out of nowhere. If you glare at me again, don't expect to enjoy any cat treats in the future, Philip threatened. Lilith lifted her head, tail erect, and strutted away with feline pride. Philip shook his head, sensing that this cat was becoming quite clever. With classes awaiting him in the afternoon, he tiptoed out. When Dean awakened, it was already evening. The sun dipped low, casting a vast expanse of crimson across the sky, bathing the room in a warm glow. Unbeknownst to him, Dean had slumbered through the afternoon. Lost in Philip's chatter, he had relaxed completely and drifted off. Now it was past 7. Philip must be working at the Pineapple restaurant. Dean sat up, instinctively refilling Lilith's water and food. After ensuring everything was in order, Dean formed a seal with his hands and entered the dark space. At first glance, he spotted the ever-twisting orb of light. Recalling his previous experience, Dean attempted to approach it. He was unsure of the nature of the orb, yet thought of the cataclysmic noise it had made, reminiscent of the first appearance of the statue. It must be something extraordinary. Thinking of the statue, Dean approached the first one, reaching out to touch it, and the sequence appeared. He had become a corpse and needed to ascertain the prerequisites for advancing to a diamond corpse. Promotion conditions: experience a bodily injury reaching an 80 near-death state. Promotion formula: 3 pounds of skeleton flour, 300 grams of niter powder, 200 milliliters of gold essence, and 10 flame grass. Fill a bathtub with water. Pour all materials into it, and after 10 minutes, soak your entire body for 12 hours. Dean double-checked the promotion conditions repeatedly. Experience a bodily injury reaching an 80 near-death state. Wasn't this precisely what he had just endured? Had he thus met the requirements for advancing to level 7? The heart controlled by the wizard's spirit quickened its rhythm. Dean reviewed the information 2 more times to confirm its accuracy, preparing to exit the space and procure the materials from Wizard Alley. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Sequence 2, the conditions for an 8th level performer to advance to 7th level faceless. Promotion conditions: complete a superlative performance in front of at least 3 wizards of a higher rank. Promotion formula: 15 skins of the faceless beast, 15 sets of soft snake bones, 10 milliliters of dream liquid, and 1 mermaid throat bone. Apply all 15 skins of the faceless beast to the face until absorbed. Then swallow the pill made from powdered soft snake bones, dream liquid, and mermaid throat bone. A superlative performance? Had he not just accomplished that? Chapter 68. Ascension to the Diamond Corpse. Dean repeatedly examined the requirements for ascension, and he was certain he met the criteria. With hands forming a seal, he emerged from the dark abyss. As twilight descended, Dean scribbled a note and left it on the coffee table before dashing out of the house. Perched upon a tree, Lilith muted Dean, watching him swiftly depart, her claws striking a branch. Crack! The branch snapped and fell to the ground. Today, Philip had finished work later than usual, and the two fortuitously crossed paths midway. What good fortune has befallen you now? Philip inquired, noticing the joy radiating from Dean's face. I'm going to take a bath. Dean replied. Hee, my brother has no interest in you. Do as you please, Philip chuckled awkwardly. Dean responded with a dismissive gesture. An hour later, Philip looked at the bathtub with disgust, retching repeatedly. Ugh, you're not telling me. Ugh, you plan to wash here? As he spoke, Philip had already retreated to the bathroom doorway, anxiously eyeing the tub and questioning whether it could ever be used again. At Philip's feet, Lilith also retched, gazing at Dean as if he were a fool. At that moment, Dean had relinquished control over his heart, unable to detect any scent. Inside the white bathtub, a viscous, oil-blue liquid bubbled ominously, appearing perilous in every regard. All right, everyone out. I'm going to soak for 12 hours. Do not disturb me, Dean announced, preparing to close the door. 12 hours? Soaking for 12 hours? Aren't you afraid of peeling your skin off? Philip screamed in response. The door slammed shut, echoing heavily. Dean quickly stripped off his clothes, inhaling deeply as he closed his eyes and stepped into the liquid. What did it feel like? Like walking into a quagmire. The thick sludge gradually enveloped his entire body. A faint stinging sensation rippled through his skin, intensifying with each passing moment. Yet Dean did not cease his movements. For alongside the pain came a transformation of his magical power. It spread around his body, flowing evenly like blood, a most extraordinary sensation. The ascension requirements dictated a full immersion within 10 minutes, which included submerging his head. Soon, Dean vanished entirely beneath the viscous, oil-blue substance. The agony coursed through his skin, escalating in intensity and growing ever more pronounced. Finally, the torment infiltrated Dean's being through his pores. The fusion of his magical power and pain birthed a suffering more acute than mere physical distress. It transcended the corporeal realm, stimulating his very soul. Dean felt himself levitate. He beheld his own body, the bathtub, and the dilapidated wooden cabin. Unable to exert control over his body, he drifted towards the infinite night sky. Was his soul departing? Lilith, bored as she lounged on the windowsill, suddenly lifted her gaze to the heavens, her eyes widening in shock. Philip, who was tidying the living room, heard Lilith's mournful cry. Endless black clouds spread across the sky, their coldness more pervasive than the darkness itself, assaulting Dean's spirit. Dean uttered a sound of shame, unable to contain himself. It felt as though countless gentle hands were massaging his soul. Just as he began to revel in this comfort, an icy, malicious chuckle echoed in his ears. The once soft hands morphed into lethal claws, viciously tearing at Dean's essence. Had it not been for the previous comfort, this pain would have merely been pain. However, it now stood in stark contrast, an excruciating torment. Dean screamed in agony, beginning to struggle. Dean? Philip's anxious voice suddenly called out. Dean jolted upright in the bathtub. The viscous, Oil blue liquid had transformed into clear tap water. He had succeeded in his ascension. Unbeknownst to him, 12 hours had elapsed. Recalling the bizarre experience he had just endured, Dean shivered involuntarily. "Are you really all right?" Philip questioned, still concerned. His skin was now fair and delicate, not at all resembling that of a boy. Lacking muscle, it nonetheless bore a remarkable resilience. Regaining control over his heart, Dean pinched his belly, confirming it was indeed normal skin. After cleaning up and dressing, Dean noticed Philip and Lilith peering cautiously from just outside the bathroom door. "Why didn't you go to school?" Dean asked. "I was worried about you," Philip replied, advancing to scrutinize Dean with care. "What is wrong with me?" Dean inquired. You haven't rested a moment all night." Strange sounds kept emanating, Philip stated, only relaxing once he confirmed Dean was well. "I'm fine," Dean insisted, striving to suppress a blush as he recalled his earlier exclamations, feeling as though his dignity had been stripped away. "Well, I missed class this morning anyway. Let us go to the arcade together," Philip suggested, noting their long absence from such outings. "No, I still need to apply a facial mask and take beauty pills," Dean joked. Philip widened his eyes, surveying Dean with disbelief. "You haven't mutated, have you?" "I was already mutated," Dean shot him a glance, explaining. "And it's not over yet. Did you forget I still have a bag of items left from yesterday?" Only then did Philip remember. "How long will that take?" "I'm not sure. It should take at least several hours," Dean replied, uncertain, considering the need to absorb the skins of 15 multi-faced beasts. "All right, I'll head to school then," Philip concluded, relieved by Dean's assurance. "Go ahead, study hard," Dean advised. "Uft," Philip scoffed before departing. After Philip left, Lilith began to circle around Dean's feet. "Go play elsewhere," Dean said, nudging Lilith aside with his foot. Lilith let out a yowl and lunged for Dean's ankle, her golden eyes tinged with faint crimson and her sharp teeth glinting ominously. In an instant, her tongue coiled around Dean's ankle, and she bit down. Dean, impassive, lifted his leg, yet Lilith clung tenaciously to him, her limbs flailing in the air. Her teeth could not pierce Dean's skin. He was tough as diamond, with skin thick and resilient. "Go play elsewhere. No running about," Dean said, perplexed by the cat's sudden frenzy. As he grasped Lilith by the scruff of her neck and lifted her, Lilith drooled, and the redness in her eyes began to fade. Her large golden eyes regained their innocent expression. Dean suspected that perhaps his earlier actions upon emerging had provoked her. Setting Lilith down, Dean began grinding the prepared materials in the kitchen. Lilith cautiously poked her head through the doorway, observing Dean with curiosity. Chapter 69. Ascending the thousand face, the soft bones of the snake were merely the size of a small finger, comparable to the throat bone of a mermaid, both exhibiting a delicate green hue. The stone pestle descended, crushing the two. Under the sunlight, their amalgamation triggered a wondrous reaction, transforming into a kaleidoscope of colors. The vibrant dust gradually rose, exuding an enticing fragrance, in stark contrast to the grotesque terror of the advanced diamond corpse. The materials for the advanced thousand-faced possessed an enchanting allure. Dean was well acquainted with the dreamlike condensation, the origin of his initial funds. It was a colorless and odorless liquid derived from succubi. Pouring the liquid to blend with the powdered materials ultimately formed a pill the size of a fist. Dean swallowed hard. The aroma was simply intoxicating. Lilith hurried over, ready to take a bite, but Dean swiftly pushed her away. "Meow, meow, meow," Lilith cried out anxiously, refraining from attacking this time. "This is not for you," Dean stated, clutching a bag as he made his way to the bedroom. Lilith remained stationary, emitting angry cries, but not following. Dean was prepared in case Lilith had intruded while he was applying the face mask. Upon opening the bag, he revealed a heavy black box, roughly the size of 2 palms and nearly 10 centimeters thick. After retrieving the box, Dean tucked the pill back into the bag and concealed it beneath his pillow. Only after ensuring the pill was hidden did he open the box, revealing a flat, transparent water pouch. Sealed within were floating faces, creating an illusion of myriad expressions. Inside were 15 masks of the thousand-faced beast. Dean switched himself to sequence 2, then opened the bag, taking out the layered transparent masks and applying one to his face. A soothing coolness spread from his face to his mind. Initially, a faint fragrance, reminiscent of youth, wafted into his nostrils, which soon intensified into a rich aroma. Dean felt a warm, humid breeze brushing against him, carrying an alluring scent that was both enchanting and beguiling. The fragrance continued to shift, beautiful and mesmerizing, Dean gradually succumbed to this peculiar enchantment, wishing to remain in this blissful state forever. Suddenly, a loud bang jolted him, causing a sharp pain in his head, and he opened his eyes wide. Returning from the dreamlike state to reality, a heavy sense of loss enveloped him. He then noticed the source of the noise. Lilith had burst through the window, and they exchanged glances. Under Dean's deathly gaze, Lilith rolled over, exposing her belly, her 4 little legs bent in a posture of submission. Dean recognized that she likely intended to sneak a taste of the pill while he was distracted. However, had it not been for Lilith, Dean would still be entranced in that fleeting illusion. "I'll deduct a cat treat from you," Dean threatened. "Meow?" Lilith screeched, flipping over to pounce at Dean. Quick as lightning, Dean seized the scruff of her neck. Lilith immediately became docile, though her large eyes glared at Dean with resentment. He held her firmly, opened the door, and tossed her onto the floor, slamming the door shut behind him. Outside, Lilith's indignant cries echoed. Dean approached the mirror. The mask had vanished, and a glance at the clock revealed that only a little over an hour had passed. He retrieved the pill, which radiated a potent fragrance. Biting into it, he was overwhelmed by its sweetness. It seemed Lilith outside had caught wind of the scent, letting out a series of wails. Hearing her, Dean felt compelled to act swiftly, swallowing the pill in 2 bites. His body lifted. The sky transformed into a spectrum of colors. Countless silhouettes surrounded him, varying in size and shape. Dean found himself unable to navigate through the throng. Their faces remained obscured to him. Suddenly, all eyes turned to Dean, revealing his own visage reflected back at him. Expressions of joy, sorrow, innocence, malice, brightness, and darkness danced across the myriad faces. Gradually, Dean's vision returned to normal. In the blink of an eye, he glanced at the clock. 3 hours had elapsed. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, a tranquility that seemed to resonate from the very soul, giving Dean the illusion of drifting through the river of time. Finally, he heard the first sound, the soft scratching of claws against the floor. Dean fully awakened and opened the door, only to find Lilith dancing. Dean blinked in disbelief, confirming once more that Lilith was indeed dancing. She stood upright on her hind legs, her plump face adorned with a look of bliss, twirling and leaping. "Lilith?" Dean called out. Lilith turned to him and danced over, her large feline eyes shimmering with a mesmerizing, colorful glow. "Meow, meow, meow," she playfully pleaded. Dean scrutinized her closely, ensuring she posed no threat, and after a moment's thought, he descended to the first floor. Lilith followed suit, prancing after him. In the kitchen, an empty bowl lay licked clean. Dean. This state of Lilith persisted for over half an hour before she finally regained her senses. In that instant of awakening, she vanished into a wisp before Dean's eyes. Their gazes met, and Lilith appeared bashful. Dean shook his head, knowing she had returned to normal, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With hands forming seals, Dean entered the dark space. At that moment, the 2 statues displayed that he had successfully advanced to level 7 Diamond Corpse and level 7,000 Faced. The conditions for the Diamond Corpse to ascend to a Flying Corpse required it to stand for 15 seconds without support. The 1,000-faced advancement was more intriguing, necessitating 15 distinct identities recognized and vividly remembered by at least 10 individuals. Dean gazed at the beast-shaped statue, activated by Lilith, corresponding to Sequence 3. The condition for Sequence 3's 9th-level Wraith to ascend to 8th-level Twin Tails was the gruesome slaughter of 15 humans. Slaughter. These words seemed utterly incongruous with the plump and joyful Lilith. Dean preferred that she remain in her current state of happiness forever. All statues began to swiftly retreat, clearing space for Zombie Dean to emerge. The training commenced. It still revolved around close combat, yet emphasized the capacity to withstand strikes and even inflict injuries, exchanging minimal harm for a fatal blow to the opponent. Dean reclined on his bed and picked up his mobile phone. The interface remained rudimentary, and he accessed the taskbar. However, he had to take a look. The materials for these 2 advancements had completely depleted his savings. The cost of this advancement material was 25 times that of the previous one, and considering the future costs, Dean realized he must work diligently to earn money. Yesterday, when Peichi departed, she had reminded him to check his mobile phone for tasks. Chapter 70. Ghosts and Soul. Rest upon clicking the task icon. A painfully simplistic interface emerged. Ordinary tasks, 14. Special tasks, 0. Upon selecting the ordinary tasks, a series of task details appeared. Whispers of a ghostly weeping were reported at the Ginny Textile Factory in Hala City at night. Nearly 10 individuals at the Brayton building claimed to have seen another version of themselves while using the elevator. The cafeteria of Golden Maple High School has witnessed a series of human tissue appearances. 14 pieces of information conveyed their messages succinctly. Dean promptly selected the first task. The Ginny Textile Factory was located in the Bruzac district, where, aside from a few hired employees, the main workforce came from the local welfare institution. Following the normal course of life, after completing the 9th grade, Dean would be approached by representatives from the welfare institution, persuading him to work at the Ginny Textile Factory. Should he refuse employment, the subsidized portion of his rent at Blake Apartments would be revoked. Initially, Dean had the confidence to continue his studies due to the Pineapple Restaurant, for which he was profoundly grateful to his employer, Duke. Detailed information. The Ginny Textile Factory is situated at 31 Fishtail Street in the Bruzac district, spanning 20 hectares. Currently, it comprises an office building, a production area, and a dormitory section. Since August 25, 14505 of the New Witch era, ethereal sounds of a woman's weeping have been reported from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. By September 1, 14,505, the cries had permeated the entire factory. Fortunately, there have been no casualties, and it has been preliminarily classified as a ghost sighting. Upon accepting the task, please contact Deputy Chief Kent Rudy at the Bruzac District Police Department. Phone number. Reward, 1,000 Kinney. Contribution points, 5. Ghosts. Dean was no longer the naive newcomer to the world of witches. He was acquainted with certain fundamental concepts. In the realm of witchcraft, souls are generally categorized into 3 types: ghosts, vengeful spirits, and malevolent entities. Ghosts are those souls that lack significant destructive power upon death. They fortuitously remain in the mortal realm instead of transitioning to the fabled world of spirits. They possess the ability to influence human senses. Dean's first encounter involved the Pearson family, who were classified as ghosts, albeit manipulated ones. An ordinary person possessing some knowledge of witchcraft or blessed with holy water from the church could potentially resist or vanquish vengeful spirits. Lastly, the most terrifying category is that of malevolent entities. This term encompasses not only human souls, but also projections from otherworldly beings, such as abyssal demons and hellish fiends, who prey upon human souls and may manifest through various objects or powers. The strength of malevolent entities is difficult to gauge. Weaker ones can be easily exorcised or eliminated by ordinary witches, while others may possess an overwhelming power beyond the comprehension of even seasoned witches. The most notorious malevolent entity in witchcraft is Stasta Stark, residing on the island of the Bloodied Paradise in the Sea of Misfortune. Some witches even count themselves as his followers. Rumors suggest that this malevolent entity hails from the Old Witch era. The specifics remain shrouded in mystery. The book merely used Stasta as an illustrative example. Dean opted not to accept the task immediately, but continued to peruse other assignments. 80% of the tasks appeared somewhat similar, none seeming particularly grave. Among them was a task offering a part-time bodyguard position for a party, specifically a corporate event where the employer explicitly stated the intention was to project an air of sophistication. A mere 2-hour task boasted a staggering reward of 50,000 Kinney. Curiously, the contribution point reward for this task was -20. Clearly, the Witch Union regarded serving as a bodyguard for an ordinary individual as a disgraceful act. Yet in a bid to showcase their inclusivity, they still offered it. Dean chuckled to himself. In truth, he was indifferent to the notion of disgrace. Yet a deduction of -20 contribution points seemed rather severe. Given that a single task only yields 5 contribution points, it underscored their rarity. Upon accessing the shop, Dean immediately grasped the significance of contribution points. The shop was no longer a mere repository of mundane tasks, but a veritable cornucopia overwhelming in its abundance. Spells, magical formations, alchemical tools, witch potions, advanced courses for elite witches, cryptic histories of witchcraft, coordinates to ancient relics, and hundreds of enrollment opportunities at prestigious witch academies. This experience unveiled the vastness of Dean's world. He clicked on the spells section, where each basic spell was priced at 20 contribution points. A basic spell? 50,000 Kinney. Even a fool would choose the former, especially when no one would ever scoff at having more contribution points. Suddenly, Dean noticed he possessed a balance of 20 contribution points. Upon reviewing the balance, he discovered it was a gift from the Witch Union to newly initiated members. Dean marveled at the generosity of the foremost power in the witching world. Indeed, their monetary gifts were lavish. Upon accepting the task, a notification appeared. Please note, if the target exceeds the defined parameters of the task, retain evidence and apply for a redefinition to receive appropriate compensation. This was a spell specifically designed for ghosts, capable of soothing souls and facilitating their passage to the realm of spirits. Of course, Dean could also opt to simply pulverize the ghost with a single punch. Yet he had no desire to do so. The reason was simply that he did not wish to. After choosing to purchase the spell, the incantation and casting techniques materialized in video format within the shop. As Dean watched, he began to recite the incantation. The spell was articulated in the language of witches, proving somewhat tongue-twisting. Though he had studied it before, it was his first attempt, and he stumbled through it several times before mastering the pronunciation. The essence of the incantation was, "Restless soul, please close your eyes and welcome the light. Slumber now." After rehearsing it several times and ensuring he had it down, he proceeded to practice the casting technique. The spell could be performed with either his hands or a witch's staff. The staff conferred certain enhancements to all spells, including casting speed and effect. Initially, Dean employed both hands. Forming a series of intricate hand seals, he recited the incantation. After 5 repetitions, a soft white light emanated from his palms, casting a glow across an area approximately 2 meters in front of him. A profound tranquility enveloped him, a serenity stemming from the soul. After solidifying his technique through further practice, Dean transitioned to using his staff. His staff radiated a ghostly white light, reminiscent of a Parkinson's patient. Thus, he switched to his right hand to project a semblance of elegance. "What are you doing?" Philip exclaimed as he entered the room, witnessing Dean in the midst of his spell casting. Chapter 71. Tyron Edwin cast a spell. Dean performed a flamboyant display of magic. "I can shine a flashlight brighter than that," Philip remarked after glancing at the spectacle. "Have you eaten?" he inquired. "No," Dean replied, feeling a slight itch in his hands. "Then why ask if I've eaten?" Dean felt somewhat irked. "Heh, I couldn't possibly ask you if you've eaten excrement," Philip retorted, a triumphant glint in his eyes. Suddenly, Lilith perked up, her ears twitching at the sound of a familiar scream. "No slapping, no slapping. I still have a drinking party today," Philip cried out in distress. "Enough, enough. I was wrong, he pleaded. Dean relented, knowing Philip was as insufferable as ever. "Did you go to the bar again? Don't you have class tomorrow?" Dean questioned. "A life without skipping classes is incomplete," Philip said as he rubbed his arm. "No going out. Focus on your studies," Dean concluded firmly. "I've already made plans. It's not every day I meet someone I find agreeable," Philip protested. Dean shot him a glance before vanishing. A dull thud echoed, and Philip rolled his eyes back, fainting. Dean had expertly controlled his strength, ensuring Philip was merely knocked out. He wished to prevent Philip from continuing in such a reckless manner. Moreover, Dean had already contemplated his next spell to learn, hypnosis. "Lilith, watch over Philip while he sleeps tonight. Don't harm him, and tomorrow I'll give you a can of fish," Dean instructed as he noticed Lilith entering. Lilith approached slowly, crouching down, raising her paw and extending 2 sharp claws. "I want to." "Deal." Dean nodded in agreement. He tossed Philip onto his bed and tidied up the room swiftly before closing the door. Back in his own room, Dean stowed away his wizard's robe into a portable bag and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Rudy Kent?" A nasal voice answered, sounding as though it had just awakened. "Hello, I am Dean Dog from the Special Affairs Bureau. I have taken on the task from the Ginny Textile Factory," Dean stated, articulating his purpose. "Ah, good day. Are you coming over now?" Rudy Kent's demeanor instantly brightened. "Yes, I will contact Mr. Edwin, the employer. We will await you at the Bruzac District Police Station in half an hour," Rudy promptly arranged. "Very well," Dean acknowledged. As the call concluded, Dean locked his door and made his way to the Bruzac District Police Station, his figure gliding through the darkness like a specter. 20 minutes later, Dean arrived at the police station. Instead of approaching directly, he found a corner to change into his wizard's robe. At the police station entrance, Tyron Edwin rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with excitement. "Rudy, do you know which wizard is coming? Could it be Lord Archiesto?" Tyron Edwin was a portly man in his 50s, with a rosy complexion, a balding head, and a round stature, exuding an amiable demeanor. He was the 3rd-generation heir of the Ginny Textile Factory, having expanded his business into various other domains. When wealth reached a certain level, he sought political standing, exemplified by his close friendship with Rudy Kent. Impossible. One of the Archiesto family members would never stoop to that meager compensation. "It's a newly initiated wizard named Dean Dog," who is rumored to be highly regarded by the upper echelons. Rudy immediately countered. True, ha ha ha. But that's of little concern. As long as we cultivate a good relationship with this wizard, money is no object, Tyran replied with a benevolent smile. As the two conversed at the police station entrance, they spotted a figure clad in a wizard's robe. It was a teenage boy with black hair and golden eyes. His expression grave, radiating an air of mystery. Greetings, esteemed wizard. I am Rudy Kent, and this is Tyran Edwin, the owner of Ginny Textile Factory and vice president of the Hollis City Charity Foundation. Rudy stepped forward, not daring to underestimate any wizard. Hello, I am Tyran Edwin. It's a pleasure to meet you, Tyran expressed humbly. Good day to you both. Here is my secret wizard card. Dean presented his identification according to protocol. Please hold on a moment. Rudy took the card with both hands. I'll verify this inside. Procedures must be followed. Please bear with me. Of course, Dean nodded. Rudy hurried into the police station. Your Excellency, you truly are accomplished at a young age. Tyran seized the opportunity to flatter, attempting to forge a connection. Had Dean not recognized him, he might have exchanged pleasantries. However, Dean was indeed familiar with Tyran. As Rudy introduced, Tyran Edwin was the vice president of the Hollis Charity Foundation, the largest benefactor of the Bruzac District Welfare Institute. As a benefactor, he frequently made rounds. Dean had encountered this vice president thrice before. Tyran always held his head high, nostrils flared, looking down at the orphans as if they were refuse. Thus, Dean was not easily swayed by his facade. Tyran accepted Dean's disdainful demeanor with grace, understanding the immense power possessed by these extraordinary beings. It was said that Mr. Montel, the richest man in Hollis, spent 50,000 guinea to hire a wizard for merely 2 hours, illustrating the pride of these spellcasters. At that moment, Tyran found himself oddly appreciative of the bizarre occurrences at the factory. The workers were in a state of panic, but that was of no concern to him. Had it not involved his business, he would not have spent a dime. Now, Tyran even pondered if he had underpaid. For over 10 minutes, Tyran endeavored to engage Dean in conversation, hoping to cultivate a rapport. Although Dean felt no fondness for him, he refrained from being impolite, merely growing impatient with the prolonged verification. Finally, Rudy emerged from inside, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, sir. The machine encountered a minor malfunction, but it is verified now. Please forgive me. He handed the wizard card back to Dean. Dean nodded, accepting it. Let us go? Very well. Please step into the car. Tyran Edwin stepped forward, opening the rear door. Dean nodded and entered the vehicle. It was the latest model, with leather upholstery far more comfortable than the van owned by Paige. Before entering, Tyran and Rudy exchanged a glance. In truth, Rudy had deliberately delayed a bit to give his friend Tyran an opportunity. However, Tyran's expression revealed no success. This was to be expected. After all, he was dealing with a wizard. The car slowly started, heading toward the Ginny Textile Factory. Half an hour later, the factory's sign came into view. As they drew closer, faintly, the sound of a girl weeping could be heard in the air, mournful and plaintive. Chapter 72. The wailing echo. Upon hearing the mournful wails, Tyran Edwin's grip on the steering wheel involuntarily tightened, causing the vehicle to swerve uncontrollably. Beside him, Rudy Kent furrowed his brow. The two of them instinctively glanced at Dean's expression in the rearview mirror. The young sorcerer's brow was knitted in concern. What was the classification of this mission? In that haunting sound, Dean perceived not just sorrow but an overwhelming tide of hatred. He even felt as though he could catch a faint whiff of blood in the air. I am following the accident assessment manual, which states there's only sound, no fatalities, Rudy Kent stammered, his complexion paling slightly as he fumbled through his pocket for a palm-sized handbook. Are there any employees inside? Dean inquired, directing his gaze toward Tyran Edwin. Yes, there are, Tyran replied, sensing the gravity of the situation as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. How many? Dean pressed on. All of them are inside, Tyran's voice faltered. Dean's frown deepened further. The headlights of the car illuminated the entrance of the Ginny Textile Factory, the red sign glaringly evident. Knock on the door, Dean commanded. Yes, Tyran responded, parking the car and stepping out to rap on the door, neglecting to use the car horn as was customary. Dean switched to sequence 2, allowing the ethereal energy to extend within. As the energy lines penetrated the factory, it felt akin to plunging into icy waters. The dormitory area of the factory lay deep within, comprising 7 seven-story apartment buildings. The dormitories were divided into a managerial sector and an employee sector. The managerial sector featured a standalone apartment building surrounded by greenery, creating a pleasant environment. Each manager was allotted a private suite. At this hour, around 11 o'clock, they would typically have just emerged from the factory, a time brimming with activity. Yet now, both the managerial and employee sectors were eerily silent. An almost imperceptible wailing pervaded the air, as if emanating from the very depths of their minds. On the top floor of the managerial building, a portly man in his 40s trembled, his clothing stripped away, exposing his pale flesh. Sweat dripped from his forehead. He sat motionless on a chair, his small, fat-reduced eyes anxiously fixed on the young woman at the foot of his bed. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, clad in revealing attire, weeping mournfully. Her sorrow seemed profound, yet no tears fell. In her eyes flickered an abyss of terror and a silent plea for help directed at the man. However, within the man's gaze, he discerned another girl reflected in the depths of her eyes, one he recognized well, a hauntingly vivid memory. Suddenly, the girl ceased her crying, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. The man felt an instinctive urge to flee, yet his limbs felt paralyzed, unresponsive. Abruptly, a searing pain shot through his abdomen. With a cry of anguish, he looked down to see hands emerging from his midsection, slick with fat and blood. A blood-soaked girl gradually extricated herself, clawing her way out. The agony ignited a primal survival instinct within the man, compelling him to break free from his immobility. He tumbled from the chair, crawling frantically across the floor, desperately seeking the door to escape and calling for help. A small, bloodied hand suddenly grasped his ankle, tugging him in a singular direction. The girl hummed a cheerful melody, leaving a long trail of crimson in her wake. As the night grew darker, Dean sensed a chilling aura emanating from the depths of the factory. This feeling was far beyond the realm of mere specters. It was that of vengeful spirits. Dean exited the vehicle, where Tyron Edwin was still attempting to summon a response at the door. "Move aside," Dean commanded. Tyron quickly complied, his brow slick with perspiration, an ominous premonition gnawing at him. The wailing grew increasingly distinct. With a forceful kick, Dean switched to sequence 1, propelling the heavy iron doors off their hinges. The doors, each weighing 500 pounds, crashed to the ground with a resounding clamor. Tyron Edwin stared in horror at the unfolding scene. As the iron doors clattered down, Dean stepped inside. Whether it was the thunderous noise of the doors or Dean's presence, the eerie cries abruptly ceased. He turned his gaze toward the darkened gatehouse beside the entrance. "Gather everyone outside," Dean ordered, aware that the sheer size of the premises rendered his ethereal lines insufficient to cover the area entirely. Right. Tyron darted toward the gatehouse, banging on the door and shouting, "Old John, get out here now!" The lights flickered on, revealing a figure approaching the door, their voice trembling as they asked, "Boss? Who else could it be? Get out here!" Tyron bellowed, suppressing his frustration, for if not for the fact that his mistress was this old man's granddaughter, he would have dismissed Old John long ago. "Oh, it really is you, boss." Old John opened the door, though hesitantly, peering out with a wary expression. "Ring the assembly bell," Tyron shouted. Yes, boss. Thank goodness you're here. You don't know. It's Lecky. It's..." Old John stammered, his words tumbling over one another. "Shut up and do as I say," Tyron interrupted, exasperated. The previously dormant instruments had now returned to life, emitting a jarring assembly signal throughout the factory. "Everyone, this is Tyron Edwin. Heed my command. Assemble immediately. Assemble at once." Tyron Edwin rushed inside, activating the loudspeaker to broadcast his orders. His voice echoed through every corner of the factory. In an instant, the dormitory area was ablaze with light as crowds gathered in the square. "Master Sorcerer, this way." Tyron Edwin approached Dean, his own fear evident. Dean nodded, signaling for him to lead the way. The three of them made their way toward the employee square. Old John, observing their departure, glanced at the pitch black outside and quickly withdrew his head, following closely behind. Dean stood atop a 2-meter-high platform, surveying the growing crowd below. A rough estimate indicated there were over 400 individuals. As the numbers swelled, the tension on each face became palpable, all eyes instinctively drawn to the young sorcerer standing behind the imposing figure of their boss. The workers recalled the manager's prior assurances that a sorcerer had been summoned to address the situation. In that moment, a wave of relief washed over the onlookers. Chapter 73. The vengeful spirit. The crowd gradually regained its composure, though a palpable sense of oppression lingered in the air. "Check if anyone from your dormitory is missing," Dean spoke, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of all present. Immediately, chaos erupted among the attendees. Dean remained patient, waiting. A man from the front row stepped forward, his complexion ashen. "My lord, Manager Edwin is absent. Reed? Has anyone seen Reed?" Tyrone Edwin, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. Young Edwin was his younger brother. The supervisors standing beside him shook their heads in unison. "Does he reside with you?" Dean inquired. He nodded, his magical sight sweeping across the assembly. You and you, step forward," he commanded, his voice reaching the ears of those he indicated. Some hesitated, only approaching after Dean called them a second time. Soon, 13 individuals stood before him, 7 of whom were supervisors, their faces particularly pallid. "My lord, what is the purpose of summoning them?" Tyrone Edwin asked cautiously. "Is everyone present?" Dean furrowed his brow, questioning once more. He hesitated. Is he lying? Why? Dean's brow creased slightly, yet he refrained from pressing further, simply stating, "Let us proceed to Manager Edwin's apartment. The rest of you stay put. Do not wander." The latter part was directed at the individuals below. The crowd nodded in agreement, regarding Dean with a mix of reverence and uncertainty. Among them, several individuals exhibited signs of recognition, feeling an eerie familiarity with the young man. The summoned individuals followed Dean with trepidation as they made their way to the dormitory area. "This is the supervisor's building. He resides on the 7th floor," Tyrone said, leading the way, his face etched with worry for his younger brother. Upon entering the apartment, they found the elevator stationed on the 1st floor. "The elevator cannot accommodate so many. We shall take the stairs," Tyrone suggested. "No, we ascend the stairs together," Dean countered. "Very well," Tyrone conceded, and the others dared not object. Tyrone and Deputy Director Rudy led the way, with Dean following closely behind, trailed by the 13 employees. The dimly lit stairwell was illuminated only by emergency exit lights, creating an atmosphere so oppressive that no one dared to utter a sound. However, as they ascended the floors, the strain became too much for some, who began to struggle to catch their breath. Dean maintained a steady pace, closely trailing Tyrone and Rudy. As they turned a corner, Dean's peripheral vision caught a fleeting glimpse of a blood-red figure appearing behind the 13. The apparition vanished as quickly as it had come. Dean remained silent, resolutely maintaining his pace. Soon, they arrived on the 7th floor, where the corridor was illuminated, casting a bright sheen upon the floor. "Help, help!" A feeble voice emanated from the only room. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Tyrone and Rudy, who had been leading, halted simultaneously, instinctively parting to allow Dean passage, clearly unwilling to take any risks. Before Dean lay a gruesome sight. A long, crimson streak smeared across the floor, with scattered entrails in various places. A faint gas wafted through the air, clouding their surroundings. Dean approached the door and pushed it open. Inside was a living room, leading to a bedroom. An excessively large bed dominated the view. A girl sat slumped on the floor, her eyes vacant, instinctively crying for help. "Fina? Fina, where's my brother?" Tyrone rushed forward upon seeing the girl, gripping her frail arm tightly. The girl, named Fina, continued to mutter, "Help me, help me. Is there anyone else unaccounted for?" Dean pointed at Fina. Tyrone paused, his gaze flickering, yet he denied, "No, no one else." Dean's brow furrowed. The resentment here was palpable. In a moment of contemplation, he abruptly stomped his foot. The air trembled with his action. A chorus of terrified screams erupted as they beheld the horrific scene before them. Blood everywhere, fallen entrails. Several individuals could not contain their nausea and began to vomit. "Is someone emerging?" Dean's figure darted like a specter toward one direction. The individual stood frozen, fear etched on their face, unable to react to Dean's swift movement. Dean leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick toward the person behind. A blood-soaked figure materialized behind them. It appeared to be a girl, seemingly of similar age to Dean, her face obscured by blood. Her eyes were fierce, unwavering. As she reached out to grasp Dean's ankle, with a resounding crack, the girl's arm shattered. A piercing scream escaped her lips. At that moment, everyone else also caught sight of the bloodied girl, shrieking in terror as they recoiled from her. Although the room was spacious, the presence of over a dozen individuals made it feel cramped. Yet no one cared, as they huddled together, horrified by the unfolding events. Dean landed deftly, casting aside the stunned individual. The vengeful spirit vanished, reappearing as it clung to Dean's back, its form ethereal, attempting to penetrate his body. However, Dean was enveloped in magical energy, rendering him impervious to the spirit's intrusion. A deafening scream echoed again as the spirit's head was crushed. Dean's gaze fell upon a specific spot within the crowd, and he vanished. When he reappeared, he was pressed against a wall, one hand reaching toward an individual's back. A bloodied figure fully materialized. In an instant, Dean grasped it, but before he could pull it out, the spirit self-destructed, vanishing utterly. Dean landed gracefully, observing the blood pooling beneath him. Though he had inflicted severe injuries, she had still managed to escape. Are there any others in the factory who have yet to emerge? Dean posed the question once more. Rudy cast a profound glance at Tyrone, who resolutely shook his head in denial. No. Dean turned to the others. For supervisors instinctively lowered their heads, while 3 others twitched their faces but remained silent. Suddenly, a mournful wail echoed once more. The expressions of all shifted again, including Dean's. This time, he felt a genuine sorrow, distinctly directed. Dean moved toward the source of the sound. Chapter 74. The Magician Itakuya. The crowd stood in bewilderment, having heard no sound. Yet, Dean took action, and they dared not linger alone in the room, following closely behind him. Upon exiting the apartment, they were met with a gruesome sight of blood smeared across the floor, eliciting gasps of horror. Dean moved towards a nearby emergency exit, with Tyrone trailing closely. As they entered the staircase, Tyrone spotted a watch belonging to his brother, Chad. Their path was obstructed by a locked iron door. Without a flicker of emotion, Dean pushed against it. Under the watchful gaze of the others, the iron door quickly warped and detached from the walls. The sight sent shockwaves of fear through the crowd. Save for Tyrone, whose face turned pale, Dean continued his descent. The stairwell bore a light layer of dust, hinting at its recent disuse. The sound of weeping guided Dean downward. He paused between the 4th and 3rd floors. Sir, Tyrone hesitated, wanting to dissuade Dean but lacking the courage to speak forcefully. Dean glanced at him, exerting pressure against the wall, which began to compress and reshape. It was a metallic wall, more precisely, a door. Dean was oblivious to the mechanisms at play, while Tyrone was well aware yet unwilling to divulge the information. Dean had no choice but to employ his own methods to gain entry. As the door swung open, the cries intensified. A narrow corridor, barely wide enough for a single person, stretched into the darkness below. Dim lights flickered along the walls. Here, the blood was sparse, yet still visible. Tyrone and Rudy exchanged apprehensive glances, both pale with fear. Dean descended further. The group hesitated, reluctant to uncover what they ought not to know. If you wish to survive, follow closely behind me, Dean's voice rang clear. Each individual bore a unique aura, deeply intertwined with the vengeful spirit. Whether this connection was benign or malevolent mattered little now. For upon the spirit's transformation into a malevolent entity, their essence became both vessel and death knell, marking them first for demise. Upon hearing Dean's assertion, the group wasted no time and hurriedly followed. Dean silently counted down the floors, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, basement, and then the 2nd basement, until they reached a concealed chamber approximately 10 meters above ground level. The first sight that met Dean's eyes was a corpulent corpse. Soon after, he spotted 6 more bodies, each a girl, no older than 14 or 15. They were scantily clad, suspended grotesquely by peculiar instruments affixed to the walls. Dean understood the nature of this place and the reason Tyrone had wished to keep it from him. Unfortunately, he had arrived too late. All were dead. You have seen it all. A soft voice emerged. It was a girl, crouched in a corner, resembling an injured creature. Have you regained your senses? Dean inquired, not surprised by her presence. Yes, and that is why I brought you here to witness what they have done. The girl's fair visage was marred by fury, her azure eyes clouding with crimson rage. Finally, the others have arrived. It was Lecky, along with Jessica and Maeve. But weren't they supposed to have left? The atmosphere shifted, with frantic discussions replacing their previous dread. Gradually, silence enveloped the room as the ordinary employees turned their gaze toward their employer. Tyrone seemed unperturbed by their scrutiny. His focus lay solely on the demeanor of the young man before him. Will you help us avenge our deaths? Lecky implored, her voice weak, bearing the weight of grievous injuries. Only through slaughter can you regain your strength. And what is your duty? Lecky's voice rose in anger, her face contorting in rage. You have become a vengeful spirit, unable to traverse the realm of souls. Thus, you must dissipate. With that, Dean's form vanished. A ghastly light illuminated Lecky's heart, swiftly vaporizing her existence. In her final moment, A tear fell from her eye before she vanished completely, leaving an eerie stillness in her wake. Sir, after a prolonged silence, Tyron spoke, his throat dry. It is better this way. They are all dead. This is of no concern to me. I have merely come to fulfill my task, Dean replied. Thank you, sir. Rest assured, I will meet your expectations. Tyron exhaled, relieved. No, I only require what I have claimed. Do you understand? Dean's gaze bore down on Tyron, an invisible pressure enveloping him. Tyron comprehended the displeasure of the sorcerer and hastily acquiesced. Half an hour later, Dean exited the police station, as per his request. I expect to see my payment credited without delay. He regarded Rudy with a stony expression. Yes, rest assured, I will compensate you according to the spirit, Rudy promised. I have stated, I only require my portion concerning the specter. Do you not comprehend? Dean's expression darkened. All right. Rudy flinched, acknowledging the coldness of Dean's demeanor. Without another word, Dean turned and departed, traversing the darkness like a specter. Notification of task completion flashed before him. The funds had been transferred. Dean crouched to meet Lilith's gaze, calmness in his eyes. Would you care to engage in a brutal game? Lilith tilted her head, puzzled. Dean twisted his face into a smile, exuding danger and cruelty. The night is saturated with the scent of blood. Let us hunt those wretched insects. 10 minutes later, a cat emerged from a costume shop, clutching a bundle of clothes in its mouth. Half an hour later, the Ginny textile factory blazed with light. A night of harrowing events birthed explosive headlines. Yet, the workers gazed in terror at their boss, who raged on stage. You are the pitiful bottom dwellers. Without my shelter, you would perish in some foul gutter. Behold, I am your emperor. Your lives are in my hands. A swarm of insects, and no one shall save you. I am your god. Tyron Edwin's face flushed crimson, his demeanor euphoric. He felt like a deity in this world. Suddenly, blood cascaded from above. Tyron, caught off guard, was engulfed in screams of horror. He glimpsed a familiar face, Rudy Kent's head rolling at his feet, eyes wide with terror. A strange, mocking laughter echoed, tinged with cruelty. Tyron slowly turned to face the source of the sound. A tall, gaunt man stood before him, clad in flamboyant magician's attire. His face twisted into a grotesque grin. At his feet lay a pitch-black panther. Ravenous spirit, enjoy your feast, the man crooned, his voice sharp and fervently deranged. Before the eyes of 400 onlookers, their employer disintegrated amidst agonizing cries. As the crowd stood paralyzed with fear, the man removed his magician's hat and bowed theatrically. Next, I shall present a performance for you all. As he spoke, he stretched his arms wide, fingers dancing. An ethereal figure emerged from Tyron Edwin's body, facing the magician. Suddenly, Tyron Edwin's soul appeared to witness something bizarre, his eyes widening in disbelief. He attempted to scream, but no sound emerged. I have stated, I only accept what is rightfully mine. As for the excess, your lives will suffice. As for your soul, let it accompany her. The magician whispered in a voice audible only to himself, then waved his fingers. In an instant, Tyron Edwin's soul was shattered into countless fragments, vanishing into the ether. The magician and the Black Panther stood side by side, bowing ceremoniously to the audience below. I am the magician Itakuya, and I thank you all for your attention. With that, he vanished from sight, leaving a crowd in disarray. Chapter 75. Clearing suspicion in the night of the Bruzak district, darkness perpetually suffocated the light. Dean emerged from a narrow alley, his attire now restored to normalcy. The brutality and bloodshed had invigorated Lilith, transforming her into the formidable visage of a Black Panther, momentarily astonishing Dean. This, paradoxically, bolstered his confidence in his actions. Not far off, the wailing of sirens pierced the night. With a surge of arcane energy, Dean glided through the shadows like a specter. Within 10 minutes, he entered a dwelling. Lilith perched on the windowsill, gently calling out to him. Simultaneously, Dean's mobile phone rang. Exercising patience, he waited 5 seconds before answering. Dean, where are you right now? Came the anxious voice of Paige from the other end. At home, already asleep. What's the matter? Dean switched to a casual tone, feigning sleepiness. Did you take a job at the Ginny textile factory tonight? Paige inquired. Yes, why? Dean replied. All right. Dean hung up the phone. Lilith appeared excited, eager to accompany him, but was promptly halted by Dean. She sulked, her golden eyes glimmering with a faint crimson glow. In the special affairs office, within the dimly lit room, Dean, Paige, Rock, and 4 others sat below. Dean, today you visited Ginny Textile Factory. Please recount the events. Feynman directed his gaze at Dean. Very well. Dean nodded and recounted the entire affair. They truly deserve to die, exclaimed Lily Candace, her face aflame with indignation by the time Dean concluded. Not just her, but a similar outrage was mirrored on the faces of Surian and Paige. Rock's expression, however, shifted only slightly. Since you have identified this situation, do you not harbor any thoughts towards them? Feynman suddenly interjected. In truth, upon witnessing the corpses of those girls, Dean had already contemplated vengeance. The insistence on adhering to the initial remuneration was for this very moment. If he exhibited no reaction, it would indeed raise questions. Moreover, I recall the Wizard Management Manual stipulates that wizards must not cause harm to ordinary individuals under any illicit circumstances. Dean added, that nefarious wizard must have been orchestrating the sinister deeds. Due to internal verification protocols, I must validate your statements. I trust you do not mind. Feynman looked at Dean, hoping to glean something from his expression. Very well, I am willing to cooperate. Dean assented with a nod. Feynman approached Dean, requesting, please extend your hand. Do not resist. Upon hearing this, Paige's face betrayed her tension. Dean remained calm. He had anticipated this moment and extended his hand. Feynman grasped Dean's hand, the arcane energy enveloping them as his voice slowed. Please look into my eyes. This scene evoked memories of the night he became a secret wizard. A force propelled Dean into a realm of darkness. Once again, he observed Feynman from a third-person perspective. This was the third encounter, the first at the Arcane Creators, the second at the Void Wizard Market. This gave Dean the audacity to believe he could not be detected as a liar. Feynman proceeded through the established protocol, posing customary inquiries, including those previously asked. That will suffice, Dean. You have passed the lie detector. Please take a seat, Feynman affirmed, harboring no further doubts about Dean. Thank you. Dean nodded as he sat down. At this juncture, he distinctly sensed disapproval emanating from the two witches. Clearly, they believed Dean ought to impose some punitive measures on those two scoundrels to uphold the dignity of wizards. Now, we shall divide into 3 groups to track the whereabouts of that secret wizard. He is a dangerous individual. If located, he may be eliminated on the spot. Feynman commanded. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yet, Dean pondered. Why did Feynman and the others firmly believe this was the work of a secret wizard? Lily, you will continue to monitor the front desk. Inform everyone immediately if you receive any news, Feynman instructed Lily Candace. Dean, you are paired with Rock. Surian and Juzzle will form another team, while Paige and I will team up. Let us move. Feynman finalized the arrangements. Captain, I wish to team with Dean. Paige stood up, advocating for her preference. This is an order. Feynman's expression turned stern as he glared at Paige. Paige's lips parted, yet no words escaped. She sat back down, casting a glance at Dean, her heart rife with confusion. Since their initial acquaintance, her rapport with Rock had never been particularly amiable, especially given Rock's significant grievances towards secret wizards. Rock displayed no signs of dissent. The group rose, making their way outside. Rock, since this is Dean's first group mission, please look after him. Paige approached the two. Rock, leveraging his height, ruffled Paige's hair. You're with the captain. Perhaps you should take care of yourself first. Paige's face reflected a bittersweet expression upon hearing this. As the group dispersed, Dean trailed behind Rock to the underground parking lot. Rock's vehicle was a formidable white SUV, exuding an air of dominance. Can you drive? Rock tossed the car keys to Dean, taking his seat in the passenger side. No, Dean admitted, accepting the keys. Then you shall learn today. Rock pointed towards the driver's seat, indicating Dean should take the wheel. Dean furrowed his brow but complied, settling into the driver's seat. In truth, this vehicle resembled one he had driven in his previous life. He was familiar with the mechanics, having observed Paige drive. Within moments, the car smoothly departed the parking lot. Rock glanced at Dean's adept driving and began directing him on the route. It was the dead of night, the darkest and quietest hour of the day. Even the nightclubs had begun to wind down. The vehicle came to a halt in front of a bar named MIW Bar. MIW Bar, a haven for secret wizards, immediately revealed its true nature to Dean. Chapter 76. The Secret Sorcerers Combat Division. This is a bar where secret sorcerers gather. 2 individuals push the door open. Although some patrons are still drinking, the crowd is sparse. Locke strides directly to the bar. There, a bearded bartender and 2 patrons are present. The bartender, a ruggedly handsome middle-aged man, greets them. The 2 patrons are turned away, obscuring their features. Locke, what brings you here? Ah, Is that the lad from the newspaper? The bartender exclaims, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of Locke and Dean, undisturbed by the others. Evidently, their interest in Dean surpasses that for Locke. Do you know what happened tonight, Jansen? Locke inquires as he plops down onto a chair without preamble. What's the matter? Something significant occurred tonight. Jansen pours a drink and slides it toward Locke. Locke grips the glass, gazing intently at Jansen. Unperturbed, Jansen turns to Dean. You must be Dean Doug. Here is a drink for you. As he speaks, he pours a glass for Dean. Thank you, Dean replies. Huh, still a mere child. Being used as a pawn, unaware of the game, a raspy voice interjects. Dean turns towards the source of the voice, which emanates from a plush toy on the shelf behind the bar. His attention then shifts to one of the patrons, a young man of approximately 25 or 26, with short brown hair and blue eyes, who wears a smirk. He is the one controlling the toy. Ha ha ha, Lewis, look at Dean. He has locked onto you in an instant, remarks a burly man beside Lewis, his tone playful. In this small town of Hollis, the secret sorcerer community consists of merely a dozen individuals, all acquaintances. Opinions vary regarding the inclusion of new sorcerers into the Wizards' Union, for instance. Lewis harbors a strong desire to join, which is no secret. Dean regards the man named Lewis with cold scrutiny. Lewis wears a half-smile, and a subtle shift in the atmosphere occurs between them. Locke takes a sip of his drink, seemingly oblivious. Both Jansen and the burly man are astonished that this teenager displays no hint of trepidation, suggesting that his strength is not significantly inferior to that of Lewis. The competition among sorcerers often begins imperceptibly, especially among secret sorcerers who wield a power that requires little accumulation, making it more challenging to control, particularly when provoked. The aura shifts dramatically. If there is a significant disparity in strength, the clash of energies reveals the victor. Dean senses the surge of sorceress energy within him, a formidable presence emanating from his being, tinged with an almost imperceptible madness. In contrast, Lewis exudes a nebulous, ever-shifting aura. The glasses on the bar begin to tremble slightly. Enough. This is a bar, not a battleground, Jansen interjects, his voice slicing through the tension like a sword. Noticing Jansen's intervention, Locke raises an eyebrow and finally speaks. It seems we have an opportunity. Shall we take a trip together? Ha ha ha, certainly. But you must tell me what significant event transpired tonight. Jansen replies with a hearty laugh, disregarding the displeasure evident on Lewis's face. Dean casts a lingering glance at Lewis, who detects the gaze and responds with a contemptuous smirk. This evening, a manipulative secret sorcerer appeared, having killed a deputy police chief and a philanthropist, Locke reveals. He claims to be the magician Itakuya. Magician? Itakuya? Jansen turns to the other two patrons. Are you familiar with that name? They both shake their heads. He is likely another manipulative sorcerer, Locke states, glancing at Lewis. There are many types within the manipulative category. How would I know? Lewis finally speaks, his voice carrying a certain softness. If you have any information regarding him, please share. Locke presses, observing that the trio does not seem to be lying. That's quite troublesome. Could he be just a passing sorcerer? After all, many of us sorcerers are quite righteous, Jansen replies, his tone laced with concern. This cannot be confirmed. But having an emotionally unstable ticking time bomb around will not bode well for any of you, Locke warns ominously. Understood, Jansen replies, resignation in his voice. Well then, farewell. Locke rises, beckoning Dean to follow. Dean stands and nods at Jansen, who offers a warm smile in return. Ugh, how unsatisfying. The burly man grumbles as Locke exits. Haha, let us see if you can defeat him first. Jansen retorts, unfazed. As the car traverses the road, Dean inquires. What does it mean for a sorcerer to be manipulative? Are there different divisions among sorcerers? 1 minute passes, then 2, then 3. The car remains silent. Strengthening, manipulating, releasing. Transforming, materializing, and special traits. I've observed your combat. Peichi mentioned that your staff is also of the strengthening variety, which makes you a strengthening sorcerer. You should be grateful to Peichi. I've seen some sorcerers whose strength belongs to one category, yet their wands belong to another, which complicates their battles. Dean listens intently, and when Locke pauses, he asks, Brother Locke, is this classification applicable to wizards as well? Ha ha, Locke scoffs, his voice brimming with pride. Wizards encompass all divisions. Upon hearing this, Dean's hands gripping the steering wheel suddenly itch with anticipation. The heartbeat, governed by the sorceress spirit, quickens, and an exhilarating energy surges within him. Frantic thoughts whirl in his mind. Combat, to battle him. Instantly, Dean instructs the sorcerer's spirit to relinquish control over his heart, reverting to a state of calm. Fortunately, he soon spots his home and quickly brings the car to a halt, declaring, "I've arrived. Get out, and don't forget to complete the task." Locke reminds him once more. Dean exits the vehicle and bids farewell to Locke. As he watches the car vanish from sight, Dean can no longer contain the fervent battle spirit swirling within his mind. Upon returning home, he finds Filey still in slumber. He then notices Lilith, who, upon spotting Dean, suddenly bristles and huffs at him. Dean slowly approaches, his eyes gradually overtaken by madness. Chapter 77. Cost and corruption. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it. The frenzied thoughts roared within Dean's mind. The stimulated battle spirit surged wildly in his chest. Reason began to slip away from him. Lilith, seemingly infected by Dean's fervor, had her golden eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, her muscles swelling. In a breath, she morphed into a black panther, filled with savagery and chaos. The man and the beast began to gather their strength. Dean. A sharp voice pierced the darkness, tinged with anger, cracking under its own intensity. Although the voice was laced with fury, to Dean, it felt like a cold splash of water dousing him. In the midst of his chaotic consciousness, Dean was momentarily stunned. What was he doing? Did he wish to kill Lilith? Why had such a maddening thought emerged in his mind? Corruption. He realized he had unknowingly succumbed to it. The multifaceted persona of the magician, Itaqua, was not merely a simple virtual identity, but rather a form of contamination. And what of the living corpses? Dean's thoughts scattered. Did he feel sympathy upon witnessing the corpses of those girls, seeing the plight of the workers? No, he felt only rage. Did he experience excitement over the brutal slaying of Rudy and the textile factory owner, Terrence? No, he felt only indifference and madness. Whether it was the first sequence of living corpses or the second sequence of multifaceted beings, he realized that as he gained power, he was also being silently tainted. In the realm of sorcery, there exists a principle known as equivalent exchange. Everything is fair. Dean turned his gaze towards Lilith, who was now advancing towards him, preparing to attack. In her blood-red eyes, he saw no reflection of himself, only bloodlust and brutality. A wave of sorrow welled up within him. Secret witch. Lilith. Lilith. Dean cautiously called, slowly extending his hand. I am Dean. It is my fault. Lilith, please trust me. As Lilith approached, she hesitated, a flicker of doubt appearing in her crimson gaze. It is my fault, Lilith. It is I, your eternal Dean. Dean inched closer, bringing his hand near Lilith. He employed no sorcery, presenting himself in a completely open manner. Lilith paused, and after a few tense seconds, she slowly raised her left paw, placing it atop Dean's right hand. Tears glistened in Dean's eyes as he smiled. Lilith, I am sorry. It is I who has tainted you. I apologize. Dean embraced Lilith's head, silently weeping, whispering, I'm sorry. At last, the sun broke through, ushering in the first rays of light. What are you two doing? Philip's voice shattered the tranquility. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he felt a surge of indignation. As he eased the pain in his neck and stepped outside, he heard voices from Dean's room. Upon reaching the doorway, he beheld Dean sprawled on the floor, entwined with Lilith. What has transpired? I know the recent popularity of catgirl-themed manga and novels, but Dean, those catgirls are female and beast men. Lilith, however, is a male cat. Philip felt it was his responsibility as a friend to remind Dean. Though Dean had changed, he was still human, and Lilith was still a cat. Philip believed he still held on to such fundamental boundaries. Be quiet. Dean regained his composure. Go cook. I want toast and eggs. Oh, you've grown bold. Was it you who knocked me out last night? Philip shot him a glare, hands on his hips. Meow? Lilith emitted a displeased sound before leaping out the window. It wasn't me who knocked you out. You just suddenly fainted, Dean insisted wide-eyed, fabricating the truth. Impossible. My neck still hurts. Philip retorted with certainty. All right, I'll go prepare breakfast. Stop whining. With that, Dean seized the moment while Philip was still processing, striding out of the room towards the kitchen on the first floor. Watching Dean's demeanor, Philip felt momentarily dazed. Could it be? Did I truly faint on my own? Is it real? If not for Philip, Dean would never have regained his senses. He was his kin, as dear to him as Lilith. Upon reaching the kitchen, he found Lilith already squatting there. The food bowl lay overturned, and the cat food cans that Dean had hidden were neatly arranged before her. Lilith raised her paw, tapping the cans, signaling Dean to open one for her. There were a total of 10 cans. Dean squatted down and pushed one can towards Lilith. One. Lilith glared at him with a fierce expression, her large eyes fixed on Dean. Dean pushed a second can forward. Lilith remained unchanged. Dean offered a third can. Lilith stayed the same. Dean presented a fourth can. Lilith's expression softened slightly. All right, just 4, the rest will be saved for later. Dean collected the remaining 6 cans and placed them back in the cupboard. Lilith felt as though she had done something wrong. Dean opened the cans and poured their contents into the food bowl. Lilith immediately dove in. Soon, Dean toasted the bread to a crisp, arranging vegetables and eggs on the dining table. Philip, it's time to eat. Dean called upstairs. After a few moments, Philip descended. Confusion etched on his face as he rubbed the back of his neck. Did I really faint on my own? Yes, but I checked, and you should be fine. You might just be exhausted. Dean pulled out a chair for Philip and urged him to sit. Hurry, eat up, or you'll be late for school. Philip regarded Dean with suspicion, but seeing Dean's nonchalant demeanor and inhaling the aroma of the toasted bread, he decided to eat first. Are you going to school today? Philip inquired. Yes, Dean nodded. That's good. If you dare say you're not going, humph. Philip huffed in displeasure. After breakfast, Dean gathered his school bag. Suddenly, he remembered he had yet to submit his task. He hurriedly opened his phone and indeed found the task to search for clues. Upon submission, he received 100 gold coins and 2 contribution points. Now, Dean had a total of 7 contribution points. Dean and Philip rode their bikes to school. This was Dean's first time entering middle school as an upperclassman. He looked at the younger students and felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Philip rolled his eyes and guided him towards the classroom. Upon reaching the classroom door, Dean spotted Paige. I think you're just in time. Let us go handle your transfer paperwork. Paige greeted him eagerly. Chapter 78. Prey of one another transfer? What transfer? Before Dean could utter a word, Philip widened his eyes, standing between the two like a hen guarding her chicks. You must have heard of Maple Leaf High School. Paige lifted her frog-themed phone, disregarding Philip's presence. Instantly, a thought flashed in Dean's mind, recalling a task concerning human tissue found in the cafeteria. Must it be just the two of us? Dean contemplated taking a breather. As long as we are of suitable age, and this seems quite serious. Paige's expression was unusually grave. That could work. We can complete the transfer paperwork first. And then I'll go ahead. Call me before you head over. Paige nodded. Is it really serious? Dean observed that Paige's mood was indeed off. It should be. At least my mood has been poor since I took on the task. Paige frowned. Do you need support? Dean felt foolish after asking. Philip, wait for me. I'll handle the paperwork first. Dean instructed Philip, who looked somewhat dejected. Dean patted his shoulder and proceeded to the records office with Paige to complete the formalities. In truth, it was a simple process requiring only their signatures. I'll take your file with me. Paige combined Dean's file with hers. Thank you. If anything arises, call me. Dean expressed his gratitude. Paige nodded, bidding farewell as she departed. By this time, the class bell had rung, and Dean recognized only a handful of classmates in the classroom. The teacher glanced at Dean, but chose not to speak. Dean leaned toward Philip and whispered, It's just a task, for convenience. It's not an actual transfer. Speak outside if you want to chat. Don't disrupt the class, the teacher barked from the front. Both of them instinctively shrank back. Time at school always seemed to pass swiftly. Once Dean distanced himself from Philip, his expression darkened immediately. In reality, his chest roiled with a fervent desire for battle, and a maddening voice echoed in his mind, urging him to unleash chaos upon everything around him. Enemies seemed to lurk everywhere in his sight. This was also the reason Dean refused to accompany Paige to Maple Leaf School. He sensed that repressing this frenzied emotion would ultimately lead him to lose his sanity entirely. Contamination was irreversible. It could only be managed. Lilith perched on a tree, observing Dean with a soft meow, but remained unmoving, clearly relishing the sunlight. Dean waved his hand. Lilith, come down. Lilith perked her ears and leaped down gracefully, landing atop Dean's head. He pulled her down to his level and spoke. How about we seek someone today? The cat seemed to sense Dean's emotions, flicking her tail. Beneath the sun, Dean displayed a crazed smile he struggled to contain. He had found an outlet for this madness, an individual, also a manipulator. Dean not only wished to challenge this young man, but also to create the illusion that the magician Itakia had departed from Hollis City, 2 birds with 1 stone. At this thought, a pathological excitement crept onto Dean's face. Lilith was displeased with this expression. Soon, very soon, I shall make it disappear, Dean chuckled eerily. The bright afternoon seemed to take on a darker hue under his laugh. Louis Joseph visited the Mivan bar every evening around 7. It was not only for food and conversation, but also to accept various tasks. He relished wandering through this dimly lit environment, observing the weary souls hustling through life, always feeling a sense of superiority, as if viewing them from above. This allowed him to keenly analyze each person's expressions and movements, even deducing their origins and destinations. Suddenly, Louis spotted a tall, gaunt, middle-aged man across the street. The man stood there, watching the passing vehicles with a pale face that concealed a morbid intensity. He was selecting his prey. Louis quickly assessed the situation. Abruptly, the man turned his gaze toward him. Louis sensed a peculiar shift in the air around him. Soon after, the man turned and walked away, his slender form exuding a distinct aura. He had invited Louis. A playful smile danced across Louis's face. This morning had begun poorly, casting a shadow over his day. At last, a source of delight had emerged. Two figures moved in tandem, seemingly slow but possessed of a unique rhythm, as though a thread guided their steps. The other was also a manipulator. They ventured out of the city, the surroundings growing increasingly tranquil. Suddenly, the man ahead vanished. Has the game begun? A smirk crept onto Louis's lips, his eyes glinting with cold malice. He pressed on, strolling through the shadowy foliage, as though weaving an invisible net. What a delectable scent! A raspy voice echoed from the darkness. Do you like it? Louis gently waved his hand, causing the surrounding flora to tremble slightly. An apparition emerged, clad in flamboyant magician's attire, topped with a tall hat. Greetings, I am Itakuya. Delighted to perform for you, Dean bowed. Haha. It appears I have caught a big fish today. Louis's eyes sparkled with excitement. Be careful, fish can bite. Dean's eyes glimmered with a faint crimson light, his perception of the ethereal threads transforming from slow and vertical to chaotic and menacing, resembling a predator ready to feast. Is that so? Louis replied with a subtle smile, raising his hand lightly, then pressing down. In the foliage, insects concealed in the earth began to emerge, rushing toward Dean. What charming little creatures, Dean mused, his form vanishing from sight. Indeed, quite adorable, Louis observed, akin to a conductor directing a performance, his gaze fixated on a specific direction. The insects morphed into ephemeral shadows, encircling a space. Dean's figure in the air abruptly halted. The insects surrounding him turned wildly chaotic before commencing a frenzied consumption. In the blink of an eye, all the insects had vanished, collapsing to the ground. Look how pitiful they are, Louis expressed with feigned sympathy, a smile lingering on his lips. Small creatures often appear so pitiable, easily overlooked, wouldn't you agree? As he spoke, Dean's arm involuntarily rose. Two minuscule insects, smaller than ants, had inexplicably adhered to his hand. Chapter 79. Combat of the Manipulation System. A triumphant expression adorned Louis's face as he arrogantly raised his chin and snapped his fingers. Two insects emitted violent energy fluctuations before exploding with a resounding bang. Witnessing this spectacle, the smile on Louis's face grew even more pronounced. However, within mere moments, his grin faltered, and astonishment etched itself upon his features as he bellowed, "No, it cannot be. Such delightful little insects." Dean, glancing at his arm, noticed two faint marks on his fair skin, yet they had left no injury. In an instant, Dean shifted to sequence 1, and after the explosion, he transitioned to sequence 2. Louis's expression darkened, his form twisting and vanishing from sight. How intriguing! Dean chuckled softly, realizing that Louis's escape was not toward the city of Hollis, but rather into the depths of the forest, suggesting that Louis harbored secrets he wished to keep hidden. Dean's form evaporated as arcane energy surged, and chaotic lines of spiritual energy swirled around him, clawing and seeking to ensnare him. As the two pursued each other, swarms of flying insects lunged toward Dean. The chaotic energy lines disrupted the instincts of these insects, causing them to descend into madness and turn upon one another. At last, Louis halted, his gaze dark and foreboding as he fixed his eyes on Dean. You had best possess something of value, otherwise, I shall extract your soul and obliterate you just as you did to those two ordinary humans. Oh, is that all you have? Those pitiful insects? Dean retorted with scathing sarcasm. Louis, consumed by rage, managed a derisive laugh. The manipulation system encompassed various forms. He, for instance, could disseminate his arcane energy like a virus, commanding all feeble-willed entities to do his bidding and further manipulate them as conduits. The intensity of his second manipulation was tenfold that of the first. He believed that with continuous advancement, his control would escalate geometrically. For now, he could only command mindless puppets or diminutive insects. However, once infected by the insects, he could manipulate objects possessing tenfold the mental strength of the insects. Thus, as long as his sequence kept pace, successfully controlling a wizard would render him nearly unbeatable. His manipulation resembled a virus that perpetually mutated and strengthened. A pale little finger materialized in Lewis's hand, the severed end still glistening with crimson blood. He abruptly tore off his little finger and affixed the pale one in its place. A bizarre aura began to emanate from Lewis. Dean's excitement surged. He sensed a summons radiating from the little finger, filled with chaos and brutality. "Is this your gift to me?" Dean inquired, extending his tongue to moisten his parched lips. The horrifying danger obliterated Dean's rationality, and a tempest of madness swept through his mind. A pallid hue enveloped his hands, expanding and dissipating into nothingness. In the darkness, the twisted red lines of arcane energy gradually emerged. Lewis, astonished at the unfolding events, did not cease his actions. Invoke, Corpse of Evil. The little finger he had replaced shimmered with an eerie light. A towering white skeleton, over 3 meters tall, materialized beside him, wielding a fearsome cleaver. Mysterious inscriptions adorned the skeleton's bones. "Die!" Lewis commanded as his arcane energy enveloped the skeleton, causing it to vanish mysteriously. Dean chuckled, the red energy lines around him lunging toward the skeleton. The skeleton reappeared, having evaded capture, now hovering above Dean's head. Sensing its presence, Dean looked upward just as the cleaver descended upon him with silent swiftness. A layer of red energy lines manifested above Dean, behaving as if alive, frantically entangling the cleaver. However, in the blink of an eye, the cleaver shattered the red lines effortlessly. Dean vanished just in time to evade the blow. As he regained his footing, dozens of insects suddenly crawled from the ground, landing at his feet before detonating. His shoes and trousers were shredded, and 2 more insects landed upon his skin. Dean found himself immobilized. Lewis appeared beside him, exuding excitement as he declared, "Die." His palm transformed into a blade, thrusting toward Dean's neck. Dean did not flinch. Instead, he gazed at Lewis and softly remarked, "Have you perhaps misjudged the nature of this battle?" As his words fell, Lewis's body froze. A black panther lunged from the shadows, its tongue striking like an arrow toward Lewis's neck. The gigantic skeleton materialized behind Lewis, encircling him, and they both staggered backward. Their movements were swift, each action transpiring in the span of a breath. Lewis, startled and furious, became aware of numerous black energy lines ensnaring him from the darkness, emerging from an unknown source. These lines effortlessly restrained him. Indeed, a manipulation system. Lewis's arcane energy surged, incinerating the energy lines with a mere thought. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crept up from his core. The skeleton gripped Lewis tightly, constricting its hold. Black energy lines began to wrap around the skeleton. Lilith launched another attack. Lewis's composure evaporated, a shadowy veil spreading across his eyes. The little finger radiated an ominous glow. The forest plunged deeper into darkness, as if cloaked by a shroud of black. Strange whispers filled the air, accompanied by heart-wrenching wails. From the depths of the shadows, twisted figures emerged slowly. The white skeleton broke free from its bindings, a black crown materializing atop its bare skull. "You shall perish. Die, die." Lewis had completely lost his sanity, black veins pulsating beneath his skin. Dean's eyes, too, reflected madness. Lilith let out a roar. Both sides transformed into phantoms, intertwining within the forest, severing energy lines as they clashed. The contamination spread like air, enveloping the surrounding trees and extinguishing their vitality in an instant. Ultimately, both parties lost control of their powers, and a terrifying wave of energy surged into the sky for the first time. In Hala City, both wizards and secret sorcerers turned their gazes toward this commotion. Rushing to the scene, Lilith let out a soft meow, and Dean's sanity returned, allowing him to escape the battlefield with wild laughter. Lewis refrained from pursuit. Teetering on the brink of losing control, he hastily removed the little finger and replaced it with his own. The horrific murmurs and phantasmal figures dissipated, the skeleton returning to nothingness, leaving behind a weakened secret sorcerer and a ravaged battlefield. Chapter 80. The Forgotten Page. The echoes of maniacal laughter faded into the night, ultimately dissipating. Feynman hovered in midair before gently descending onto the canopy of a tree. Not far away, on a vast expanse of desolation exceeding 50 meters in diameter. A young man lay, breathing heavily. A rending sound pierced the silence from afar. In the blink of an eye, a tall figure landed beside him. The newcomer was a burly man with a thick beard, none other than Jansen Franklin, the proprietor and bartender of the Miv Bar. It was Lewis. Upon seeing the man gasping for breath on the ground, Jansen leaped to Lewis's side. With a pair of large hands, he performed a swift incantation to stabilize Lewis's condition. If he refrained from intervening, Lewis would surely unleash a contamination outbreak, prompting Feynman to act. Jansen was acutely aware that this young man from the Arceister family was a formidable character. It's that lunatic magician Ataqua. He tracked me down and lured me here to fight. Lewis distanced himself from any wrongdoing, having already spotted Feynman Arceister. He comprehended the ruthless nature of this young scion of the Arceister family. Upon closer inspection, he realized Feynman was not flying, but intermittently bouncing on the treetops. From a distance, Jansen marveled at the scene, recognizing that this young Arceister was on the verge of a breakthrough. Is he truly that secretive sorcerer? Jansen murmured. Indeed, it's him, a madman. The thought of that deranged individual sent a shiver down Lewis's spine, realizing he had succumbed to madness, acting without regard for consequences. He has left, and that is for the best. Such a lunatic should never return to Hollis City. Jansen sighed in relief, though he was gravely injured. Unleashing all his madness in battle had rendered him considerably more lucid, his mind regaining its tranquility. In the midst of the conflict, particularly after his reason had been submerged, Dean had been employing the second sequence of combat, which deepened his understanding of it, especially regarding the nature of contamination. After tidying himself, Dean called Paige to confirm the enrollment timeframe. Dean, what is it? The voice on the line belonged to Lily Candace. Paige. What Paige? We can only transfer internal employee numbers here. If you're looking for a friend, we cannot assist with that. Lily remained patient. Sister Lily? Are you joking? A foreboding feeling surged within Dean. Joking? What do you mean? What's wrong? Lily inquired, her concern growing as she suspected this new member had experienced a contamination outbreak. No, it's fine, Sister Lily. May I ask for my member number? Dean inquired. It's number 6, Dean. Are you all right? Lily's anxiety escalated. I'm fine. Could you connect me to the captain? Dean insisted, switching to the second sequence to maintain a steady tone. Hold on. Though puzzled, Lily refrained from voicing her suspicions. Paige had previously stated his member number was 6, while Dean's was 7. Yet, Lily Candace claimed not to remember Paige, then stated that her number was 6, which was perplexing. As a sorcerer, one's memory should not falter over such simple matters. Hello? Dean, what do you need? Feynman's voice emerged. Captain, I wish to inquire about the mission concerning Maple Leaf High School. Dean began, refraining from directly addressing Paige's situation. Maple Leaf High School? What mission? Where is this mission from? Feynman's tone was laced with confusion. Dean's heart sank. Whenever they accepted a mission, Feynman, as captain, would surely be informed. Moreover, Paige had mentioned that this mission was not voluntarily accepted but rather assigned, and the sole individual with the authority to allocate such tasks was Feynman. Dean, speak up. What's wrong? Feynman pressed. Captain, do you remember your cousin? Dean held his breath. Cousin? Which cousin? Feynman's confusion deepened. Captain, could you please reach out to your family and inquire about someone named Paige? Dean's tone softened. This was of utmost importance. What is this about? Feynman's voice now carried a hint of suspicion. Please, just ask. Dean implored. I beg of you. Dean's tone was earnest. All right. Feynman hung up the phone. He stared at the device for a while, his brow furrowing as if he had forgotten something important, an odd sensation enveloping him. As time passed, an hour later, Feynman had yet to return his call. What call? Feynman's tone reflected impatience. To inquire with the family about Paige. Dean explained. What Paige? Dean, do you feel unwell? Feynman questioned, skepticism creeping into his voice. Dean steadied his emotions and breathing, dismissing the incident. It was my mistake. Are you sure you're all right? Feynman pressed. I am. Goodbye, Captain. Dean hung up. He recalled Paige's words from that day, noting how Paige had felt increasingly despondent since accepting the mission. Could it be that he sensed something amiss? This was not uncommon. Even an ordinary person might experience premonitions in the face of significant events, let alone a sorcerer. However, at that moment, Dean had been consumed by his own emotions, unable to allocate any extra attention. Dean sat motionless on the couch. He tended to Lilith. And as darkness enveloped the sky, he resolved to seek out Philip. Besides himself, Philip had also been present at that time, entrusting Lilith to guard the house. Dean rode his bicycle toward the Pineapple Restaurant. It was the peak of the dining hour. Dean found a corner and patiently awaited Philip's arrival. After several minutes, Philip, finally free, approached Dean. He slid a drink toward him. "What did you do yesterday?" Philip inquired, a hint of tension in his voice. "Do you remember Paige?" Paige Glass, a sorcerer with freckles adorning his face. Dean fixed his intense gaze upon Philip. "Paige? Who is that?" Philip's words plunged Dean into despair. Chapter 81. A strange encounter. Dean once again sought confirmation from Philip, yet he still failed to obtain the answers he yearned for. Paige's presence had seemingly vanished from the memories of others. Why was it that he alone remembered Paige? The student file. If there was a plausible explanation, this was the only one Dean could conceive. Before leaving yesterday, Paige had taken his student file with him. Thus, he was the only one who retained the memory of him. This realization sent a shiver down Dean's spine. Something was amiss at Golden Maple Private High School. What kind of force could obliterate everyone's memories? "Dean, are you all right?" Philip observed Dean's dazed expression, his face reflecting concern. He had never seen Dean like this before. "Philip, if one day I were to disappear, would you remember me?" Dean inquired. "No, the moment you vanish, I would forget you," Philip retorted, rolling his eyes before heading to retrieve a tray. Dean furrowed his brow and exited the Pineapple Restaurant. Should he go or not? Dean admitted to himself that fear had gripped him. Although he was uncertain of Paige's current state, one thing was certain. It could not be anything good. Lying on his bed, Dean stared at the old, moldy ceiling. The image of Paige occupied his mind, a freckled face forever adorned with a warm smile, like an unabashed sun casting its rays upon everyone. Slowly, Dean formed hand seals and entered the realm of darkness. The dark space was as silent as ever. Rows of statues stood solemnly, and enormous, twisted orbs of light continually swirled. The zombie Dean and the tortoiseshell cat had vanished into the abyss. "What do you think I should do?" Dean called out as he wandered among the silent sculptures. The only response was the endless darkness and silence. Dean managed a bitter smile and gradually exited the dark space. That night, Dean tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. The following day, Philip rose early for work. Dean watched him leave, silently tidying his room. He then repaired some of the moldy ceiling before heading to the bank to withdraw all his remaining money, totaling over 7,000 guinea. Dean placed 7,000 guinea beneath Philip's pillow. Having completed these tasks, it was already midday. "Lilith, I'm leaving," Dean called to Lilith, who was perched on a tree, waving goodbye. "Take care of Philip." Lilith peered out with her golden eyes, puzzled. Dean smiled and turned to ride away. He had to visit Golden Maple Private High School. He had to see Paige. Throughout their journey, Paige had provided him with substantial assistance, and he could not allow fear to prevent him from even taking a glance. Golden Maple Private High School was located at the far western edge of Sorlington District. If viewed on a map, it lay precisely between the Resting Tomb and the Wanland Cemetery. Of course, many villa districts and the impoverished Bruzac area also resided among the three. After more than 2 hours of cycling, Dean found his thoughts scattered and chaotic. At that moment, he felt like an ordinary person, consumed by self-inflicted worries. A massive golden maple leaf sculpture came into view. The cobblestone streets were clean and tidy, lined with various shops, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance. It was the time for school, and youthful faces surrounded him. Ages 15 to 17 marked a period of heightened hormones, with couples laughing and playfully embracing. The air was thick with the scent of budding romance. Dean halted his bicycle, feeling out of place amidst the vibrant atmosphere, attracting curious glances. After all, this was an affluent area, and Golden Maple Private High School was one of the premier institutions. Gazing at the open gates, Dean hesitated. Although the neatly paved stone paths and the rows of maple trees painted a picturesque campus scene, to Dean, it felt no less than a fierce flood. "Hey, country bumpkin, don't block the way. This isn't where you belong," a brazen voice rang out. Dean frowned and turned to face the source. 3 boys and a girl, appearing to be around 17 or 18, stood behind his bicycle. It was evident they held a dominant position here, as surrounding students distanced themselves, some even standing off to the side to witness the spectacle. The boy who had spoken wore an elegant black school uniform, his handsome face marred by an unusually pale complexion. His blue eyes pierced through Dean, unabashedly revealing his disdain. The other 2 boys and the girl also bore the marks of privilege, clearly subordinate to this boy. However, The moment they laid eyes on Dean, their expressions shifted from surprise to a veiled fear. "Blake!" the girl exclaimed. Dean tightened his grip on Blake's wrist, memories flooding back, and he blurted out, "Blake Crouton." He had encountered this boy twice before. The first time was in Wanlin Cemetery when Dean was refining a wizard's staff and saw 5 unconscious figures, one of whom was Blake Crouton. At that time, Dean had not known his name. He learned the name Blake Crouton when Blake introduced himself while Dean was following Paige's advice to practice in the cemetery. Blake had been anxious yet excited, introducing himself to Dean. Dean had not given Blake much thought back then, but seeing him now raised suspicions about a possible connection. Dean had once heard that encounters in this world were never without reason. "You don't remember me?" Dean asked, puzzled. "Remember you? You think you're worthy of being remembered. Let go of my hand." Blake seethed. Dean released Blake's wrist and turned to the others. "You remember me." This was not a question, but a statement of certainty. Dean discerned the answer he sought from their expressions and gazes. The 3 nodded in unison, wrapping their arms around their friend Blake. Blake's girlfriend, Rita, clung to his arm, playfully insisting, "Oh, don't waste time. The limited edition bag I want will be gone soon. Let's go." Blake, clearly fond of his girlfriend, shot Dean a glare. "Don't let me see you again." With that, the 4 of them headed toward the pedestrian street. Dean watched their retreating figures, his brow furrowed. "Dean," a familiar voice suddenly called out. It was Paige. Chapter 82. Entering the campus, the sun shone brightly, casting dappled shadows upon Paige. With a broad smile, he radiated joy. "Dean, you're here. Come over. I'll take you to the cafeteria." Paige waved in greeting. For a fleeting moment, Dean contemplated entering, but reason swiftly interrupted his impulse. "Paige, step outside. I have something to discuss with you." Dean switched to a more cheerful demeanor. "Why don't you come in? What are you doing outside?" Paige urged. "You come out first, and then I'll explain." The back and forth continued, each urging the other, as onlookers regarded them with bemusement. Fine, I'll come out. You're so childish." Paige assumed Dean was jesting and, with a hint of annoyance, walked towards the school's exit. A triumphant expression appeared on Dean's face, reminiscent of a playful child reveling in a friend's victory. Paige drew closer, pausing at the entrance for a brief moment, yet remaining within the confines of the campus. "I've come out. What is it you wish to say?" Paige asked, exasperated. Even Dean, an actor at heart, felt his smile falter at this moment. Paige's voice seemed to resonate in his ear, as if he truly stood beside him. Strangely, the other students remained unperturbed by this surreal scene, as if they could see Paige standing next to Dean. This bizarre occurrence sent chills down Dean's spine. He chuckled nervously, yearning to flee from the eerie atmosphere. "Why are you laughing? Speak up, what's the matter?" Paige prompted. "Oh, I thought it was something serious. Rest assured, your dormitory has been arranged. We'll share a room. Come, let me show you. The living conditions are far superior to that dilapidated school." Paige jested, playfully tugging Dean as he proceeded inward. Paige turned his head to speak as if Dean were truly by his side. "Paige," Dean lamented internally. Watching Paige gradually meld into the crowd, he closed his eyes. He was in a frantic struggle. Reason urged him to leave immediately, assuring him that no one would blame him. However, his emotions insisted he enter. After all, it was Paige, the one who had always supported him. Finally, Dean pushed his bicycle and sprinted towards Paige's retreating figure, rushing through the gates of Jean Maple Leaf Private High School. He feared that lingering even a moment longer would lead to hesitation, transforming him into a coward, a fact he would regret for the rest of his days. As Dean breached the entrance of Jean Maple Leaf, in the Special Affairs office, Feynman suddenly lifted his head, opened his mobile phone, then set it down again. A look of confusion crossing his features as he muttered to himself. "There are only 5 people in the office now. We need to apply for another wizard." Philip, carrying a food tray for customers, abruptly halted, the tray crashing to the ground. A wave of despondency washed over him, akin to losing something of utmost importance. "Philip, you've been here for over a year. How can you still drop trays?" bellowed his boss, Duke. Philip looked at Duke, sensing something amiss, yet failing to pinpoint the issue. Lilith suddenly leaped down from a tree, darting towards Dean's bedroom, which lay shrouded in dust, appearing abandoned. "Meow, meow, meow." Lilith frantically circled within the room before darting out, vanishing among the trees. What does it feel like to enter Jean Maple Leaf Private High School? Dean had once speculated it might be a barrier infused with peculiar energy. In reality, he felt nothing at all, as if he had entered his campus as he always had. In Dean's view, the school gate appeared linear. He and the gate formed two parallel lines, able to see each other, yet eternally unable to intersect. This sensation was peculiar. Yet Dean was acutely aware. It was as if he could not escape. "What's the matter?" "I'm taking you to the dormitory. Your school uniform is already prepared." Peichi tugged at Dean's arm. "What's wrong?" "You seem strange," Peichi remarked, frowning, sensing Dean's unfamiliarity. Peichi emitted no traces of a wizard. He had transformed into an ordinary person. This revelation startled Dean even more than realizing Peichi could not leave the campus. "Peichi, do you know your true identity?" Dean inquired. "What identity?" "I am simply Peichi, your friend. Have you caught a virus or something? Why are you acting so oddly?" Peichi scrutinized Dean's face closely. "Let us head to the infirmary first. You remember, you are a wizard." Dean's words again inexplicably vanished. All references to wizards were to be avoided. Dean quickly grasped the situation. "Shall we check out the dormitory?" "All right," Peichi nodded, leading the way. Jean Maple Leaf Private High School stood in stark contrast to Bruzak District High School. The roads were pristine, the landscape immaculate, and the teaching buildings exuded grandeur. The entire school was pear-shaped, with the academic and administrative buildings at the forefront, followed by dormitories and faculty apartments. The red structure housed the girls' dormitory, while the blue one was for boys. Faculty accommodations comprised both standard apartments and separate villas. Beyond these lay the cafeteria, library, indoor gymnasium, sports field, experimental building, auditorium, and comprehensive building. Peichi first directed Dean to store his bicycle in the bike shed, but instead of heading to the dormitory, they ventured to the cafeteria. By this time, mealtime had passed, resulting in a sparse crowd in the cafeteria. Throughout their journey, Peichi maintained his characteristic sunny disposition and light-hearted nature. From Peichi's words, Dean discerned that Peichi had completely forgotten he had once been a wizard. They were exceptionally close friends, having recently gained admission to Jean Maple Leaf Private High School based on their remarkable academic performance. The fried fish and hot dogs here are exquisite, especially the sauces. They are simply delightful, Peichi enthused, using his meal card to procure food for Dean. Dean recalled the task description involving human tissue appearing in the cafeteria. In an instant, unease churned within his chest. "No, I've already eaten," he replied. His wizardless spirit remained vibrant, and his magical power had not waned, signifying he was still a secret wizard. As an entity capable of foregoing the heartbeat, Dean could survive for half a month without food. "Try it, give it a taste," Peichi urged warmly. For the first time, Dean felt reluctant about Peichi's exuberance. Ultimately, he only sampled the fried fish, opting to forego the hot dog due to lingering psychological shadows. Consequently, Peichi expressed mild discontent over Dean's food waste before devouring everything himself. Chapter 83. The eerie dormitory regulations. Your arrival is truly timely. Tomorrow marks the onset of the weekend. Paige finished her last bite, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. The weekend? Dean had been absent from school for so long that he had forgotten the very notion of a weekend. An idea struck him, and he proposed. "How about we venture out for a stroll?" "Not a chance. We have remedial classes for the next 2 months. This is a prestigious private academy, and the rules are quite stringent." "I realize we have fallen behind in many subjects," Paige replied, her expression reflecting genuine concern akin to that of an ordinary student fretting over academics. This meant they could not go out. Dean nodded in understanding. The two made their way to the dormitory. The boys' dormitory comprised 12 buildings, each with 7 stories and 14 rooms per floor, with 3 elevators in each structure for convenience. The first floor featured a grand common lounge, with a large service desk to the right upon entry, behind which was the dormitory supervisor's office. To the left, sofas and tables offered a space for relaxation. The hall was opulently constructed, giving the impression of stepping into a 5-star hotel for those unfamiliar with it. Paige led Dean directly to the elevator, ascending to room 314 on the 3rd floor. At this hour, all the students were in the academic building preparing for classes, rendering the dormitory remarkably quiet. Dean was taken aback upon entering their room. It was a standard 2-bedroom apartment with a living area and bathroom, fully equipped except for kitchen amenities. In terms of accommodation, this surpassed Dean's previous living conditions. "This is your room. The bedding is already arranged, textbooks await on the desk, and the wardrobe is stocked with new clothes and shoes. The school mandates standard attire on campus, just like mine," Paige elaborated, showcasing the items to Dean. In the modestly sized room, a bed, study desk, and wardrobe were all present. The solid wood wardrobe revealed 2 sets of uniforms, neatly folded undergarments and socks. All brand new, with 2 pairs of black leather shoes positioned at the bottom. Dean tried on the shoes, finding them a perfect fit. The clothing size seemed tailored just for him. The meticulous provision of items left Dean feeling slightly unnerved. Is there any paperwork I need to complete? Dean inquired. You need to take these documents to the first floor to obtain your access card, and also to the student affairs office for your student ID. Just those 2 things. Paige indicated towards the file folder on the desk. All right, Dean nodded. Suddenly, a clear bell rang out. I must go to class. Please rest a while, Paige said. A hint of anxiety crossing her face as she bid Dean farewell. Okay, see you after class. Dean thought it prudent to reflect on the current situation. Paige promptly turned and left. As Dean heard the door close behind her, the world returned to an enveloping silence. Everything appeared devoid of danger. At least for now. Dean observed nothing amiss. He raised his hand, noticing a faint, pale light emanating from his fingers, confirming the ability to summon his wizard's staff. Dean then pulled out his mobile phone, only to find the screen black, unable to power on. The flow of magical energy felt normal. At least he and the other students appeared entirely ordinary. It seemed that within this campus, the only anomaly was Paige. If Paige was the sole aberration, why? The only conceivable explanation was that she was a wizard. Was it possible that this school prohibited wizards from entering? If a wizard were to enter, would they lose all powers and have their memories erased? What was the extent of this memory erasure? Was there a limit on the number of individuals affected? Such questions remained unanswered. And what of Dean? His powers had not vanished. Had others' memories of him been erased? He tended to believe that his presence had been forgotten by others. What force could wield such extraordinary power while remaining so enigmatic? A wizard of terrifying might. An object of peculiar entropy. An extraordinary magical array. A curse. An alchemical artifact surpassing existing hierarchies. According to the texts, all these possibilities could be realized. Yet, regardless of the scenario, both of their situations were precarious. Firstly, they could not leave. This was certain. Secondly, what harm might they incur from prolonged residence here? That remained unknown. Yet, it is often the unknown that breeds the greatest fear. Dean recognized that his only course of action was to seek clues for escape. Grasping the file folder, he exited his room. Instead of immediately descending, he wandered the corridor. Beneath his feet lay a plush crimson carpet, with walls on one side and deep red wooden doors on the other. Along the walls, paintings hung at regular intervals, while black nameplates indicated room numbers on the doors. The elevator sat centrally in the hallway, flanked by winding wooden staircases, their railings impeccably clean. Everything exuded a sense of understated luxury, and aside from these observations, Dean felt no abnormalities. Upon reaching the first floor, Dean approached the service desk. A plump woman in formal black attire greeted him with a professional smile. Hello, student. How may I assist you? Her name badge read, Beatrice Lauren. Hello, I am a new student wishing to obtain an access card, Dean replied, extending the file folder he held. Please hold on, Dean Dog. I received your information yesterday. Welcome to Golden Maple Leaf Private High School. Kindly wait a moment. Beatrice said as she extracted his documents and entered the information into an old-fashioned computer. Moments later, Beatrice retained some of the documents and handed Dean an access card along with a dormitory management handbook. Allow me to read the accommodation regulations to you. You will need to sign a housing agreement. Beatrice produced a sheet of paper, her demeanor serious. Dean was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in compliance. Welcome to the Golden Maple Leaf Private High School Dormitory. You must adhere to the following regulations. Failure to do so will result in consequences. First, please refrain from leaving your dormitory between midnight and 6 in the morning. Second, if you hear a knock on the door during these hours, do not open it, nor should you even glance through the peephole. Third, I am the sole dormitory supervisor. If anyone else claims to be the supervisor, do not engage with them or make a sound. Pass by them on their right side. If they block your passage, you must close your eyes and wait for my arrival. Fourth, should a stranger enter your living room, do not make a sound or attempt to communicate. Exit your dormitory immediately and notify me. Beatrice glanced at Dean, noticing his attentive demeanor as she continued reciting the regulations. Chapter 84. Choices and Encounters 6th. When you encounter me outside of work hours and I do not greet you, please refrain from moving or speaking and patiently await my salutation. 7th. When utilizing the elevator, should 3 elevators open simultaneously, kindly take the one on the far right. 8th. If you notice any litter within the building, Please inform me at your earliest convenience. Ninth, each dormitory has its own regulations. Therefore, please refrain from wandering into different dormitories. 10th, all rights of explanation belong to Maple Leaf Private High School. Beatrice paused momentarily before handing the agreement to Dean, requesting that he sign his name here. Dean accepted the document, which was a standard A4 sheet detailing the aforementioned 10 regulations. The final line read, "I agree to and willingly abide by the terms of this agreement." What happens if I choose not to sign? Dean inquired. If you refuse to sign, you will not be afforded the protection of the dormitory. Beatrice's smile faltered slightly. And thus, the first choice emerged. If he signed, how would he differ from the other students? A stagnant lake will forever conceal its hidden whirlpools. After a moment of contemplation, Dean inhaled deeply and pushed the paper back to Beatrice. I'm sorry, but I do not wish to sign such an agreement. I cherish my freedom. With this declaration, he was poised for action, ready to respond at the first sign of danger. Naturally, Dean surmised that the likelihood of such a scenario was low. This school resembled those pretentious philanthropists, striving to maintain an air of elegance and grace. Of course, that is your prerogative. Please hand me your access card. I will activate the permissions within it. Otherwise, you will be unable to enter or exit the dormitory between midnight and 6 in the morning. Beatrice maintained her composed smile. Thank you. Dean surrendered his access card to Beatrice. She took it, activated it, and then returned it to him. Dean expressed his gratitude once more before turning to leave. He intended to head to the administrative office to procure his student card. The student card was crucial, just moments ago. Dean had observed Paige using her card to purchase meals in the cafeteria. The academic building and the administrative office were adjacent, both housed in a 3-story white structure. As Dean passed by the classrooms, he cast a glance inside. They appeared no different from ordinary high school classrooms, and he discerned nothing unusual. Obtaining the student card was surprisingly smooth, leaving Dean somewhat astonished as he had prepared himself for the occurrence of bizarre events. Hey, it's you, come here. As Dean was en route to the library, a sudden voice called out. Following the sound, he spotted a young man reclining on a patch of grass, surrounded by trees. If one did not look closely, the individual was almost invisible. Brad Cutton, Dean recognized, having encountered him twice today. Why aren't you in class? Dean asked. That's none of your business. Tell me, have you seen me before? Brad sat up and inquired. Don't you remember me? Dean maneuvered through the towering trees to approach Brad. Do we know each other? Brad stood, towering nearly 1.90 m, casting an imposing presence over Dean. Dean fell silent for several seconds. The encounter outside the school felt peculiar. Those 3 individuals had a recollection of him. Yet the one who should recall him most vividly was Brad. No choices had arisen in the administrative office, yet at this moment, they appeared. Dean endeavored to connect the dots, striving to make the most accurate judgment. I mistook you for someone else. You resemble a friend of mine named Philip. Dean fabricated the response with conviction. Did you investigate me? Are you trying to ride on my coattails? Brad remarked with an air of narcissism. Indeed, Dean nodded, secretly noting the remark. Let us go. I'm someone you cannot aspire to be. Brad's demeanor shifted to one of disinterest. A chilling wave enveloped Dean, as bright sunlight was suddenly obscured by ominous clouds. Beneath him, it felt as though a vast whirlpool had emerged. Tremors coursed through Dean's body, an uncontrollable fear spreading throughout him. Why haven't you left yet? Brad's irritated voice echoed. Dean shivered and promptly departed. The sky was blue, the clouds fluffy, the sun radiant, and the air filled with the melody of birds. The previous horrifying scene felt surreal. Dean felt a surge of relief that his words had been whispered, almost inaudible to Brad. He was attempting to explore a bold hypothesis. Inside the library, Dean encountered no chaotic regulations and simply presented his student ID to gain entry. Without delay, he made his way directly to the section on the school's history. Every institution of higher learning establishes its own historical narrative. The more prestigious the school, the more it emphasizes its past and embellishes its reputation. Dean was not interested in the notable figures that the school had produced nor in the number of students who annually gained admission to elite universities. Rather, he sought to uncover the founding history or the actual overseer of this institution. He was in pursuit of a surname, Cutton. As Dean hurried to the history section, he was momentarily taken aback. A whole row of historical records had vanished. Approaching the bookshelf, he ran his fingers along its surface. The absence of dust indicated that the books had likely disappeared recently. While deep in thought, Dean heard the sound of pages turning. He followed the noise to a corner of the shelf, where a young girl was seated on the floor, intently perusing books, flanked by stacks of tomes and some archived newspapers. Though referred to as a girl, she appeared to be of similar age to Dean, around 14 or 15, dressed in the Maple Leaf private high school uniform. Her long golden hair was tied back, and her fair skin obscured her features as she focused on her reading. However, the flutter of her eyelashes suggested that she possessed strikingly beautiful eyes. Suddenly, the girl looked up, her features quite delicate, save for her icy, sharp green eyes that resembled a frigid pond. Dean narrowed his gaze, sensing a familiar energy resonance. "Which, did you just arrive today? Are you from the agency?" The girl spoke, her voice bright and clear. This girl was astute, seemingly having identified a gap in the language of the school. "Who are you?" Dean asked. "I am the messenger." The girl seemed relieved by Dean's question, but her brow furrowed. "Are you here alone?" "Well, I suppose so. You sent the message. Can you leave?" Dean queried, intrigued. The girl shifted some of the books to create space beside her. Dean glanced around, feeling somewhat constrained. "Sit down. There's no one here." And even if there were, they wouldn't mind. The girl observed Dean's hesitance. Reluctantly, Dean took a seat, closely observing the girl. Chapter 85. The bloodline curse. The girl was not particularly beautiful. Her fair complexion could only be described as delicate, with the exception of her striking azure eyes, reminiscent of a clear pond. "My name is Jennifer Goodwin. What is yours?" Jennifer gazed at Dean, her voice soft yet crisp. "Hello, I am Dean Dog." Dean's attention was drawn to the school history book in Jennifer's hands, which bore the number 5. "Hello, if I am not mistaken, you are also a secret witch. Why are you working for the office?" Jennifer stared intently at Dean, as if attempting to see right through him. "When did you arrive?" Dean inquired. Although he did not consider himself a celebrity, he was well known in both the wizarding and secret witch circles of Hollis City. "Have secret witches recently been allowed into the office?" Jennifer quickly responded, explaining, "I joined 3 months ago." As she spoke, Jennifer produced an object from her belongings, a mobile phone shaped like a golden beetle. A mobile phone? A phone from the office? Dean had never seen anyone outside the office use such a device. What about others? Dean felt an unsettling premonition. Disappearance did not equate to death, yet it could be far more tragic. This indicated that this place was indeed perilous, more so than anticipated. How did he vanish? Since Jennifer possessed that phone, she must have seen Chris. "I don't know. We were supposed to gather at the library after class, but that day, all I found was this mobile phone." Jennifer pointed to the spot where Dean was seated. Dean instinctively shifted in his seat, a wave of despondency washing over him. Before a thought struck him, can you send messages using the mobile phone? The ability to dispatch tasks implied that messages could also be transmitted. It's useless. 2 months ago, Chris and I discovered a flaw in this school, and we sent out information regarding the situation. Yet, we clearly sent a distress signal, which turned into a task posting, albeit an inconspicuous one. The next day, Chris disappeared. Jennifer frowned, so I tried again, hoping to increase the number of tasks to attract the office's attention. However, the flaw vanished, and I was unable to send any messages. Dean felt a heaviness in his heart as he retrieved his own mobile phone. "Try mine." Jennifer took Dean's mobile phone, opened the task feature, and promptly clicked to publish a task. She placed the phone on the ground, and a cyan curved dagger appeared in her right hand, her witch's staff. Jennifer softly chanted an incantation, and the dagger swayed in a specific pattern. This was a spiritual witchcraft known as the Dove of Information, a method of conveying messages. This type of magic consumed not only magical power but also mental energy, and it was gradually being replaced by mobile phones, with few individuals still mastering it. However, the phone would fail in areas with energy disturbances, making this magic useful primarily for excavating ancient ruins or in places of energy chaos. The screen of the mobile phone flickered, displaying an input prompt. Dean felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, the prompt merely flickered and vanished. Jennifer abandoned the spell, her expression weary. By the way, did Chris exhibit any distorted perception of his identity? Also, did his magical power dissipate? Dean inquired. Both issues arose with Paige, Jennifer replied. How astute. Dean swiftly shifted to a more serious demeanor. No. After I accepted this task, no one mentioned this, Chris, leading me to suspect that something unfortunate may have befallen him. He could not expose Paige. The current Paige was akin to an ordinary person. While this girl appeared quite candid, Dean could not afford to take risks. Jennifer nodded. Did you uncover anything noteworthy today? The dormitory manager asked me to sign a dormitory agreement, which I refused. Then I discovered a boy who seemed peculiar. I had seen him before. Yet he had forgotten me. I probed him. Dean recounted the details regarding Bradley Crouton. The reason for his disclosure about Bradley was due to the book Jennifer held. This was also Dean's objective in coming here. Bradley's various behaviors indicated that he was problematic, not in the sense of Bradley himself, but rather concerning his surname or bloodline. He was restricted from accessing certain information, particularly that regarding wizards. For instance, while Bradley had forgotten Dean, others were aware of him. Dean speculated that Bradley had not forgotten his identity, but rather the existence of secret witches. That night, Dean distinctly recalled Bradley's agitation, which struck him as odd. In this world, the existence of wizards was no secret. In hindsight, it was truly peculiar. The last time Bradley had encountered Dean was approximately 2 months prior, aligning perfectly with the timeline. Thus, once the flaw was rectified, Bradley lost his memory of Dean. Moreover, it was imperative not to mention the term wizard in Bradley's presence, lest it provoke mortal danger. Everything seemed to suggest that the issue was not directed at an ordinary person, but rather at a surname. Dean remembered Bradley proudly mentioning the Crouton family. Therefore, this surname must possess some significance within the school. This was why Dean had been investigating the school history. Now that Jennifer had found the clue in the school history, Dean's insights merely served to embellish her findings. Crouton, Crouton, Jennifer exclaimed, excitedly flipping through the 1st to the 5th volumes of the school history. Look, the founder of Maple Leaf Private High School. And this. Jennifer meticulously pointed out the relevant records. These pertained to the controllers of the school, the Crouton family. With a target in sight, their search hastened. 99% of the information proved useless, merely flattering the Crouton family for their management of the institution and the talents it produced, as well as their wealth and status within the Federation. However, as secret witches with exceptional memories, they swiftly sifted through the superfluous details to uncover valuable information. The bloodline curse. A revelation regarding the Crouton family's bloodline curse within this school. The Crouton family would automatically obscure all memories pertaining to wizards. Chapter 86. The light sphere and sequence for this institution serves as the origin of the curse. Only by breaking this curse can they escape. Amidst a multitude of fragmented phrases, they sought to uncover the underlying reasons, their spirits both exhilarated and somewhat weary. The bell signaling the end of class rang outside. No need. You declined the dormitory supervisor's request. Be cautious. For the next fortnight, safety at night is paramount. Ginny smiled. Will we be attacked? Dean asked, astonished. Not exactly an attack. It's difficult to articulate that sensation, she replied. I also declined, so do not doubt my words. Ginny raised an eyebrow, her face adorned with a playful smile. In contrast to her earlier seriousness while poring over materials, she now exuded a much more spirited demeanor. Dean was taken aback by her audacity. His ability to defy the dormitory regulations stemmed from his advancement to the Diamond Corps. His defenses, strength, and speed were formidable. Most importantly, he could switch to Sequence 2. Through his battles with Lewis, Dean gained a clearer understanding of Sequence 2. The two sequences complemented each other. Compared to others of the same tier, Dean's prowess was not merely doubled. Let us go. As she spoke, Ginny retrieved a thick stack of books from the adjacent shelf housing the school history. I shall help carry them, Dean offered, instinctively reluctant to let a girl bear such a burden. Ginny chuckled, evading him. Do not forget my identity. Dean paused, then smiled, realizing he had indeed forgotten that she was a secret witch. After completing the borrowing procedures at the library, they exited. Upon leaving, they were greeted by a cacophony of laughter and youthful exuberance. As they advanced, they reached a fork in the path. Farewell, Dean waved, watching her blend into the throng of female students. Due to her age, Ginny was not tall and quickly disappeared among the group. Hey, who was that girl just now? Paige approached Dean with a mischievous grin. Do not change the subject, you sly dog. Already flirting on the first day? Paige discerned Dean's attempt to divert attention. We just met today. We simply get along well, Dean replied helplessly. I do not believe you. By the way, are you taking the same classes as I am? Paige inquired. Upon entering the upper grades, they were free to choose varying courses, provided they accumulated enough credits. Even mandatory classes could have different schedules. Hence, the best option was for them to select identical courses. As it happened, Dean and Philip chose the exact same classes. Dean pulled out his schedule and handed it to Paige. Completely different. Paige exclaimed, her eyes widening as she examined Dean's schedule. They had perfectly missed all classes together. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Paige glared at Dean, her irritation evident. This aligns perfectly with that girl's classes. Dean felt fortunate to have met Ginny. The first time was, of course, for the useful clues she provided, a promising beginning. When selecting courses, Dean had already intended to distance himself from Paige. This school appeared tranquil, but appearances were deceiving. The seemingly peaceful campus concealed a terrifying curse. Since Dean aimed to rescue Paige, he could not endanger him. You think like a child. Paige gritted her teeth, ultimately suppressing her frustration. All right, do not be upset. Dinner is on me, Dean offered generously. Deal. Paige decided to indulge in a hearty feast. Ginny had already clarified the distress signal matter, indirectly assuring that the school cafeteria posed no threat. Thus Dean felt emboldened to eat heartily. Paige completely let loose, enjoying an extravagant meal. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Paige was still burping, occasionally patting her stomach. Utterly devoid of decorum, Dean shook his head as they entered together. Paige flashed a broad grin, sweetly addressing, Sister Beatrice, you've become even more beautiful this afternoon. Hee. Beatrice covered her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped, clearly pleased, her smile becoming genuinely warm. Paige immediately engaged her in light conversation before bidding farewell. Indeed, in any setting, Paige was a social butterfly. Dean silently scoffed. As they entered the elevator, Dean asked, Paige, have you signed the dormitory agreement? I have. It's all for our benefit. Why wouldn't I? Paige nodded. Dean suspected that Paige might not have signed the same agreement as him, or that hers concealed certain information. As they conversed, they reached the dormitory door. Perhaps due to it being the weekend, they encountered no one. Once inside, Paige took out her textbooks and began studying diligently. This was the first time Dean witnessed Paige engrossed in her studies. Without any signals or information to receive, Dean felt a tinge of disappointment despite his mental preparation. Sitting on his bed, he quickly formed hand signs. He wished to see if he could access the dark space. Pushing his hand toward his chest, darkness enveloped him, and his consciousness slipped into the void. The instant he entered the dark space, Dean was taken aback. The previously ever-twisting colorful light sphere had grown exceptionally large. The once human-sized sphere now expanded to over thrice its original size. Intrigued, Dean drew closer, and the sphere expanded further, its previously varied emotions intensifying. However, this time Dean sensed an overwhelming anger. He observed the light sphere, confirming it was unresponsive, then turned his attention to the three statues ahead. Dean was momentarily stunned. The three sequence statues remained unchanged, but a sculpture beside sequence 2 had transformed. The sculpture had taken shape, resembling a swirling cloud of smoke that continuously expanded outward. This was sequence 4. Dean approached and placed his hand upon it. Sequence revealed. Chapter 87. The Terror Begins. Path to Ascendancy of the Secret Sorcerer. Level 9. Spores. Level 8. Source of Contamination. Level 7. Infectors. Level 6. Controllers. Level 5. Masters. Level 4. Unknown. Level 3. Unknown. Level 2. Unknown. Level 1. Unknown. Level 0. Unknown. Dean swiftly transitioned to sequence 4. He could distinctly sense his blood thickening, and a peculiar, eerie aroma wafted through his nostrils, continuously shifting in nature. His current standing was that of an infector. Following his battle with Lewis, Dean possessed a lucid understanding of the changes in his current sequence. Sequence 4 bore a striking resemblance to sequence 2, both emphasizing control. The distinction lay in their methods. Sequence 4 employed viruses, whereas sequence 2 utilized psychic threads. To determine which was superior would be futile, as both bore their own merits. Psychic threads governed the entirety, while viruses targeted specific areas. The emergence of sequence 4 was merely an embellishment. Based on Dean's experience, sequence 4 should have manifested post his confrontation with Lewis. In retrospect, it likely correlated with the current transformation of the luminous sphere. Dean cast another glance at the luminous sphere. Apart from its nearly doubled size, nothing else appeared amiss. Just then, he felt an unsettling tremor and promptly withdrew from the dark space. A series of knocks echoed upon his bedroom door. Remembering Ginny's words, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Dean, what are you up to? Came Paige's voice from beyond the door. Dean relaxed immediately and opened the door. What is up? Why did you close the door? Paige had changed into a blue fawn pajama set, adorned with a matching blue nightcap, peering curiously into the room. Eager to uncover any secrets. Care to come in and take a look? Dean gestured aside. Sure. Paige readily agreed. Under Dina's watchful gaze, she excitedly drew back the curtains, flung open the wardrobe, and ultimately, her expression morphed into one of disappointment. Dean, why did you close the door? I thought something interesting was happening. She chided. I'm feeling tired and wish to sleep, Dean stated, ushering her out. All right, I understand. But don't forget to wash up before sleeping. It's rather unhygienic to sleep like this, she remarked, clicking her tongue disapprovingly. Okay, see you tomorrow. Paige waved as she departed. Dean waited until she turned off the living room light before closing the door once more. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Dean approached his desk and gazed through the glass at the outside world. The incandescent streetlights glimmered in the darkness like delicate white blossoms. The stillness prevailed, as the entire campus seemed to be enshrouded in slumber. After a prolonged contemplation, Dean finally drew the curtains shut. Changing out of his clothes, he donned his pajamas and entered the washroom. Warm water cascaded over his head, soothing his skin. He felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Despite the time, Dean could not afford to let his guard down. Most terrifying occurrences transpired in the washroom. Recalling Beatrice's feigned smile upon entering the apartment, he hastened his movements as he applied shampoo. Seated on his bed, sleep eluded him. His mind replayed the events of the day like a surreal dream, everything appearing so ephemeral. Suddenly, Dean sensed a gaze upon him, a furtive, unsettling scrutiny. It felt as though a pair of malicious, lecherous eyes were fixed on him. Dean turned toward the bedroom door, sensing the scrutiny emanating from the living room. Could this be the sensation Ginny had mentioned? He rose and approached the door. It seemed the entity sensed his movement as the disquieting gaze vanished. Dean stood at the threshold, awaiting its return, but the feeling did not reemerge. A strange image formed in his mind. He stood within the room while the entity leaned against the door from the outside, separated by just a thin barrier. Once this image took root, it became inescapable. Silently, Dean extended his psychic threads through the crack of the door, probing the outside world. The threads returned with a clear response. There was someone outside. Immediately, Dean retracted the psychic threads, taking control. The space beyond felt utterly vacant. He could sense no corporeal presence. He flung open the door abruptly. A shadow darted swiftly past him, resembling a phantom as it fled the apartment, disappearing from view. At that moment, Dean had already positioned himself at the doorway, allowing the corridor's light to illuminate the space. He stepped outside, glancing around. The crimson carpet spread silently, the hallway devoid of any presence. Suddenly, he noticed the elevator a short distance away, in motion. Barefoot, he padded across the plush carpet to the elevator. 3 elevators ascended simultaneously. Ding, ding, ding. The trio of elevators halted on the 3rd floor. The doors creaked open, revealing 3 Beatrices, all smiling at Dean. Hello. Dean greeted the trio with a smile. In unison, they opened their mouths, their grins stretching unnaturally, extending toward their ears, the extent of their jaws surpassing the original dimensions of their heads. Under Dean's gaze, 3 heads of Beatrice emerged from their gaping throats. Which elevator would you like to take? They chorused, their signature fake laughter resonating. It was unclear whether the Beatrices outside were laughing or those emerging from within were the ones laughing. Dean maintained his composure, addressing them. You 3 seem to be in distress. However, since you are afflicted with an infectious disease, it would be prudent not to roam about. As his words echoed, Dean detonated the viruses that lingered upon their mouths. 3 plumes of green smoke simultaneously enveloped the trio of heads. The 3 Beatrices collapsed to the ground, vanishing from sight. The elevator doors closed simultaneously, akin to 3 gaping mouths sealing shut. Dean turned, only to find Beatrice standing beside him at an alarming proximity. Classmate, it's unwise to wander about at night, Beatrice remarked, her expression ominous and frigid, a stark contrast to her demeanor during the day. I didn't sign a housing agreement, did I? Dean retorted, his heart racing with anxiety. He sensed no trace of her presence. This was utterly abnormal. Both Sequence 2 and Sequence 4 endowed him with an acute awareness of his surroundings, yet he felt naught upon Beatrice's arrival. Indeed, you have not signed a housing agreement, Beatrice replied, abruptly nodding before turning to depart. Her actions were bizarre and grotesque. Dean silently assessed the situation and turned toward room 314, 308, 309, 310, 311, 312, 313, 301, 302, 313, 301, 302. 314 was nowhere to be found. Dean traversed the corridor thrice, yet failed to locate the door to 314. Psychic threads began to weave through the hallway, seeking out anomalies. Chapter 88. Division of labor. Standing in the corridor, the only sound was the elevator moving up and down, occasionally stopping. Dean felt the surge of mystical energy as strands of ethereal power began to materialize from the air, spreading outwards. He had found it. With determined steps, Dean made his way toward a wall. His body seamlessly passed through it, arriving at the entrance of room 314. The door to 314 remained ajar, revealing the darkened living room within. A smile crept across Dean's face. It was merely an illusion. By exploiting the blind spots of vision and the human tendency towards visual inertia, this deceptive sight had manifested. Such tricks were typically favored by vengeful spirits and malevolent entities, and even some ghosts could conjure them. If he mastered the art of dispelling such illusions, locating his original room would be a simple task. Dean entered the living room and casually closed the door behind him. He approached his own room's door but did not enter. He recalled that he had dashed out immediately after opening the door, leaving the bedroom door wide open. Yet now, the bedroom door was firmly shut. Someone was inside. Threads of ethereal energy enveloped the entire living room. Dean pressed his ear against the door, listening intently for any signs of another presence within. Suddenly, he froze. This motion, this scene, felt hauntingly familiar. Was there another version of himself inside? Just minutes earlier, he had sensed an unsettling gaze from beyond the door. The disorienting sensation of time and space colliding filled Dean with an indescribable dread. Fear seized his soul, compelling him to flee. In an instant, however, Dean regained his composure. He momentarily silenced his racing heartbeat, calming the fear that threatened to overwhelm him. The door swung open abruptly, and a shadow burst forth from the room, rushing past Dean as if he were invisible. It was another version of himself. The carefully arranged strands of ethereal energy swiftly ensnared it. As the other Dean was bound, a look of astonishment crossed his face, swiftly replaced by an eerie smile before he vanished. Everything returned to normal. Dean entered his bedroom and locked the door behind him. The events that had just transpired felt utterly bizarre and absurd. Yet Dean understood that, apart from the shock, there was little danger. As Ginevra had said, as long as he exercised caution, there was no threat to his life. Dean lay on his bed, once again delving into the dark expanse, seeking to explore the changes in the luminous sphere. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains. Dean pulled back the curtains and opened the window, allowing fresh air to flow in. Outside, the sweet sounds of birdsong and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Below, students wandered about, their laughter echoing. "Dean, are you awake?" Paige knocked on the door. "I am," Dean replied as he opened the door. "Let's go have breakfast. Hurry up. I have an elective class soon," Paige urged. "Understood," Dean responded, moving briskly, and within 10 minutes, he was ready. "You're all set already?" Paige appraised Dean from head to toe. "Of course. Let us go," Dean replied, still pondering Ginevra's discovery. TSK, you don't even bother to wash your hair, and yet there are girls who like you." Paige shook her head. "Then I'll go wash it," Dean joked, noting that with his short hair, daily washing was unnecessary. The two stepped outside. Why are there so few people in the dorm? Dean wondered. He hadn't seen other students there the previous day. It's the weekend. Most people are out having fun. Only those of us struggling with our courses are left here. Paige sighed, then looked at Dean with curiosity. "Do I enjoy playing too?" "No. Aren't you the one who loves studying?" Dean countered, though the truth was Paige indeed had a penchant for enjoyment. "All right then." Paige shrugged. After breakfast, the two parted ways, and Dean arrived at the library entrance. Ginevra was already waiting there. At this moment, the library would not open for another hour. "Let us sit over there," Ginevra pointed to a nearby long wooden bench. The sunlight was just right, casting a warm glow on their backs. Ginevra placed all her materials on the bench, selecting 4 books, flipping through them one by one, and showing them to Dean. Dean accepted the aged newspapers. The newspapers from that time were still quite rough and were school publications, featuring large but unclear text. The events unfolded just as Ginevra had described. Yet the conclusion revealed that the parents inexplicably claimed to have misremembered and then departed. The other incidents occurred between 63 and 59 years ago, all but forgotten by time. Dean perused the pages, noting a common thread. These individuals had been entirely erased from memory within the school, yet outside, they remained remembered. "It has evolved." Dean furrowed his brow. "I believe so." Ginevra's tone grew grave. "I was pondering yesterday. If this school harbored abnormalities, the wizards would surely intervene. Yet, why does it continue to exist and even thrive? Dean sensed something amiss. Perhaps he and Paige, or even the people from the agency, had yet to uncover the underlying anomaly. However, within the realm of wizards, as Paige had noted, even the divine has been scrutinized. Dean could not accept that this school was left unchecked. Perhaps it has gone unnoticed, or it conceals itself well. Ginevra shrugged, deeming such considerations devoid of practical significance. I propose we collaborate effectively today. How should we divide the tasks? Dean nodded in agreement. Let us segment our efforts based on the timeline of 59 years ago. You search forward, while I continue backward. Let us compile all the bizarre occurrences and then conduct a thorough analysis. Ginevra articulated her thoughts. Agreed, Dean nodded, recognizing this as the most efficient approach. A gentle breeze swept by, causing Ginevra's golden hair to brush against Dean's face, and he caught a faint yet enchanting fragrance. Reminiscent of gardenias. Dean discerned it was indeed the scent of gardenias. Hey, what are you thinking about? Ginevra, noticing Dean's momentary daze, assumed he had made a new discovery and lightly touched his arm. Oh, nothing. I was just contemplating how to organize everything. Dean's cheeks flushed slightly. Don't worry. With our stamina and memory, we'll surely finish before nightfall, Ginevra reassured him. Dean nodded earnestly. Still early in the day, he shifted to another topic. How did you become a secret wizard? Ginevra, being of a similar age, was an unusual candidate for such risks. My family worships the moon goddess, and inexplicably, I became a secret wizard. Later, I received an invitation from the Dead Poets Society, and that's how it happened. Ginevra shrugged. What about you? How did you become a secret wizard? Dean recounted the reasons behind his own initiation into wizardry, omitting all details regarding the mysterious figure. Chapter 89. Clue, I didn't see that coming. You truly have a bold spirit. Jennifer exclaimed, her admiration sincere. Dean merely smiled, choosing silence over words. The two engaged in casual conversation for a while, with Jennifer predominantly speaking and Dean listening intently. Animated and lively, Jennifer's face radiated a gentle happiness whenever she spoke of her parents. Unlike Dean, she hailed from a joyful household, which only deepened Dean's respect for her. It is those who lead blissful lives who experience the most profound emotional disparity in the face of adversity, while those accustomed to hardship find it easier to accept their plight. Despite the bizarre occurrences surrounding her, Jennifer maintained an optimistic outlook, her words imbued with a hopeful reverence for life. Much like Paige, Paige was always so radiant. Hey, Jennifer waved her hand in front of Dean. What are you thinking about? Is my topic too dull? Under the sunlight, her delicate hand appeared almost ethereal. No, nothing at all, Dean replied, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Really? Jennifer looked at him quizzically before glancing towards the library. The doors are open. Shall we go in? Sure, Dean nodded, relieved. As the first two to enter, they quickly secured the best seats. This time, they chose a spot where a gentle stream of sunlight filtered in, providing warmth without overwhelming brightness. They had already divided their tasks and soon covered the desk with school publications. Sitting across from Jennifer, Dean noticed her unwavering focus whenever she engaged in work. The library was enveloped in silence, save for the soft rustle of pages being turned. The pile of publications steadily grew. By 4 in the afternoon, they had thoroughly explored all the school publications. Dean discovered for the first time that this prestigious Maple Leaf private high school had been established over a century ago. It was a venerable institution. How's the search going? Jennifer inquired, moving closer to Dean. The setting sun cast a golden glow, illuminating her figure and enveloping her in a halo of light. A peculiar sensation stirred within Dean, one he had never experienced before. Hey, what's with you? Jennifer noticed Dean lost in thought, a bemused expression gracing her features. It's nothing. I found some clues. Dean replied hastily, pulling over the 26 school publications beside him. He had already dog-eared the important sections and laid them open before her. Here are 19 terrifying legends, which I personally consider to be irrelevant clues. He pointed to the 19 publications. Look, they're all tales spun by young girls, with one claiming to have seen a mermaid singing in the swimming pool, trying to lure her. If it were truly a mermaid, she would scarcely have a chance to escape. And this. Dean continued, listing them. I found 2 suspenseful short stories, 1 travelogue, 2 essays, and 2 research papers. The critical point is that these rumors have been propagated by different school organizations, all of which have disbanded over time. The establishment and dissolution of all school organizations are meticulously recorded in the publications. Jennifer furrowed her brow as she reviewed the clues Dean had identified. "Look at mine," she said, her expression turning serious. "I have over 20 eerie tales here as well, some even mentioning demons descending upon us. Aside from those, like you said, 13 different organizations have indirectly referenced this rumor in the publications." Dean accepted the school publication Jennifer handed him. "It seems they want to draw attention while simultaneously fearing it. However, since these groups have dissolved, it is challenging to trace any leads. I suspect the individual who disseminated this information is directing it towards us," Dean proposed. "I share your sentiment, but what relevance does it hold? Perhaps they left us some clues." Jennifer seized upon the critical point. "Could the locations contain clues?" Dean inquired. "Quite likely. We should endeavor to uncover the addresses of these organizations," Jennifer agreed. Immediately, they set to work. The criteria for establishing any organization at Maple Leaf Private High School required at least 3 members and a designated space for their use. Such information was publicly available, as it was necessary for recruiting members. Before long, Dean and Jennifer identified 21 organizations, marking them accordingly. "It appears quite scattered. There are even 2 located in the pavilions of the artificial lake in the park," Jennifer quipped. Dean meticulously arranged all the locations, sketching a route map. Apart from one in the auditorium, 2 were situated in the anatomy and natural sciences classrooms of the teaching building, 2 outdoors, while the remainder were housed in the comprehensive building. This makes sense. Half of the comprehensive building is designated for teaching, while the other half serves as a space for student and teacher organizations. "Let us first examine the scattered locations, then focus on the comprehensive building," Dean suggested. "Shall we split up or act together?" Jennifer asked. "Splitting up is more efficient. But the advantage of working together is that 2 pairs of eyes are more observant than one," Dean reasoned. "Let's proceed together." The rationale was straightforward. Although he held feelings for Jennifer, he remained wary of her safety. This was not merely about Paige's life, but also his own. He had to ensure his survival. "All right," Jennifer nodded agreeably. As darkness enveloped the sky, she declared, "Let us head over now. It's the weekend, and there should be fewer people in the teaching building, making our task easier." She began to tidy up the publications. "Sounds good," Dean nodded. "Last night, I encountered something unusual in the dormitory." He recounted his recent experiences. He wasn't merely sharing the events, but sought to gauge, based on Jennifer's experience, whether she might be in jeopardy tonight. "I only know that strange occurrences have plagued the dormitory for 3 consecutive nights. Beyond that, I truly cannot say. You know I wouldn't dare roam outside at night." Jennifer discerned Dean's intent. Dean nodded. "Let me treat you to a juice to ease your nerves." "All right," Jennifer replied with a smile, consenting. The 2 ventured to the campus store to purchase freshly squeezed juice before making their way to the teaching building. Streetlights bloomed like delicate white flowers behind them, illuminating their path. Chapter 90. The Fat Beast's Hollow City, nestled along the coast and surrounded by dense jungles, experiences a climate that is perpetually warm or hot. Particularly at nightfall, the air carries a gentle warmth. Dean had previously found such weather unappealing, as it extended the hours of restaurant operations indefinitely. However, at this moment, inhaling the faint fragrance of gardenias wafting through the air, he felt an inexplicable surge of joy. The 2 walked quietly, the tranquility punctuated by various other scents. As they approached the teaching building, a few students appeared, heading in the opposite direction. Nearing the building, a familiar figure emerged, a freckled boy who, upon spotting Dean, opened his mouth to speak but hesitated. Noticing the girl beside, Dean remained silent. As they brushed past each other, Paige made a series of playful faces at Dean. He was relieved that she refrained from greeting him. At least for now, he wished to keep her presence a secret. Upon entering the teaching building, a cool breeze greeted them. The main entrance faced a spacious staircase, which forked into 2 directions leading to the 2nd floor. On the 1st floor, there were 8 classrooms. In the anatomy and natural sciences classrooms, they sought were located at opposite ends of the hallway. Dean and Jennifer discarded their juice cups in the trash and exchanged knowing glances before heading leftward. The natural sciences classroom was at the far left. Since it was not a mandatory course and being a weekend, the room was sparsely populated. The hallway was well lit, and students occasionally descended from upstairs, creating an atmosphere of normalcy. Both glanced up at the window of the natural sciences classroom. The absence of light near the ceiling signified that it was unoccupied, sparing them the need for further discussion. Upon reaching the classroom door, they found it locked. As Dean reached for the handle, a small hand preemptively pressed down on the door lock. Dean's hand inadvertently clasped the small one beside him, soft and delicate. "Allow me," he said. "My apologies." They spoke in unison. Dean's cheeks flushed slightly while Jennifer lowered her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips. With a click, the lock opened, and Jennifer hurriedly pushed the door open. Dean felt a warmth in his face, glanced behind to ensure no one was watching, and quickly followed her inside. Just as they entered, Page's face peeked around the corner, adorned with a mischievous grin as he muttered to himself, the scent of young love. With a satisfied expression, he shook his head and sauntered away. Upon locking the door behind them, Dean flicked on the lights. The classroom spanned over 50 square meters and bore no distinction from a typical classroom. They immediately shifted into work mode, commencing their search. 20 minutes passed with no results. Not even a trace of the club's records. Undeterred by their initial setbacks, they exited the classroom and made their way to the anatomy classroom at the opposite end. As they traversed the staircase, the sound of many footsteps above indicated a crowd descending. They quickened their pace toward the right corridor. As Dean approached the anatomy classroom, he sensed a drop in temperature, as if the air grew several degrees cooler. "I'll open the door," Jennifer whispered, her ears reddening as she recalled their earlier exchange. "Ahem. All right," Dean nodded. Jennifer's hand rested on the door lock, which she turned once more. The moment the door swung open, a pungent scent of disinfectant assaulted their senses. They remained vigilant, swiftly stepping inside. The classroom lights emitted a harsh white glow. Smaller than the natural sciences room, it was cluttered with various containers and sterilization equipment. With no desks in sight, just a central operating table. The atmosphere felt unnervingly cold. They separated to begin their search. Suddenly, they gravitated toward each other as the wall bulged ominously, as though something were attempting to break free. Within moments, they discerned its nature. A grotesque mass of humanoid creatures, encased in fat, oozed from the white wall, exuding a suffocating odor of formaldehyde. As they moved, oily fat dripped from their grotesque forms. "I'll handle this," Dean declared, unwilling to let Jennifer protect him. His hands glowed with a pale light, enveloping him entirely. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing above the heads of the foremost 3 fat beasts. With a swift breath, he obliterated their heads. The 3 enormous creatures exploded, sending a spray of yellowish fat in all directions. "Ah!" Jennifer screamed, stumbling backward and crashing through the classroom door, fleeing outside. She was not afraid of blood, but the scene was overwhelmingly revolting. Dean, too, was taken aback by the unexpected self-detonation of the creatures. The explosion engulfed him, as if the fat beasts possessed a will of their own, completely submerging him. The other fat creatures that emerged from the wall moved with alarming speed, charging toward Jennifer. A curved blue blade appeared in her hand, spinning rapidly and transforming into a flurry of phantom images that sliced through the oncoming monsters. Simultaneously, she retreated swiftly, distancing herself from the grotesque beings. Though concerned for Dean, she dared not plunge into the mass of fat. The severed pieces of the creatures began to writhe, and within seconds, several of the fat monsters reconstituted themselves. As more surged forth, the grotesque horde filled the hallway, pressing and writhing toward Jennifer. For the first time in her life, she beheld such a repulsive sight. She continued to retreat, her golden hair billowing without wind, her azure eyes transforming into crescent moons. The blue blade suddenly paused before spinning wildly as it plunged into the mass of fat. Ice crystals began to spread through the grotesque heap. The monsters behind pressed against those in front, and in an instant, the creatures at the forefront were reduced to icy shards. Yet, the tide of fat beasts seemed endless, relentlessly advancing toward her. Jennifer's face paled as she controlled her staff, stepping back. "Ah!" A cacophony of screams erupted as the group of students they had heard descending earlier reached the first floor, horrified by the ghastly scene before them. Jennifer cast a glance at the students and then at the advancing fat beasts, which were now spilling into the hallway. Without hesitation, she turned and fled from the teaching building. Chapter 91. Eerie time. The students' screams were soon engulfed by the encroaching mass of fat. Jennifer leaped out of the classroom, her azure scimitars swirling around her. The grotesque fat creatures quickly filled the entrance, beginning to push outward. The azure blade spun with increasing swiftness, coiling around Jennifer, ready to strike. Suddenly, the writhing mass of fat monsters froze in place, and a figure burst forth from the multitude. A faint energy membrane enveloped Dean, its ripples shaking off the surrounding fat. He approached Jennifer, a grave expression etched on his face as he surveyed the immobile mass. Countless lines of energy were under his control, firmly restraining the fat creatures. Logically, the greater the number of entities controlled by the energy lines, the heavier the burden on Dean's magical power. Yet, peculiarly, he felt no depletion of his energy. In reality, there was some consumption, but it was so minuscule it defied belief. Such a repulsive and seemingly limitless creature should not be so easily managed. It was a violation of all reason. Regrettably for the students, had the energy lines been swifter, they might have evaded being overwhelmed by the fat monsters, and their fates now seemed dire. Suddenly, Dean's expression shifted dramatically as he stared ahead in disbelief. The fat creatures under his control vanished into thin air, and a group of students descended the stairs, laughing and chattering. Astonishingly, these were the very students who had just moments ago been slain by the fat monsters. The preceding events felt like a shared dream, too vivid to dismiss. The two exchanged glances, fear reflected in their eyes. As the students exited the building and noticed the duo, there was no hint of abnormality on their faces. They bore no memories of the recent chaos and continued their jovial banter. Once the students had departed, Jennifer suggested, "Shall we investigate further?" Indeed, Dean nodded. The bizarre occurrences hinted at significant clues within the human medicine organization's classroom. This time, they approached with heightened caution. "Allow me to open the door," Dean offered. Upon reaching the door once more, tension hung palpably in the air. Dean wished to shield the girl from danger. Jennifer cast a firm glance at Dean, her lips moving as if to speak, but she ultimately opted for a resolute nod instead. Dean placed his hand on the doorknob, and the door creaked open. Inside, the classroom appeared unchanged from their previous visit. After switching on the lights, they did not immediately search, but instead waited in silence for several tense seconds. Everything remained eerily normal. "Let us begin," Dean finally spoke. They divided their tasks and commenced a meticulous search. To their dismay, the previously hopeful areas yielded no discoveries. "Why were we attacked?" Dean pondered aloud as they exited the classroom. "What do you mean by why?" Jennifer replied, puzzled by his question. "Shouldn't the presence of fat monsters indicate an ambush?" Dean's words faltered midway, as he realized the absurdity of his thought. Why should an attack necessitate the presence of clues? This was not a game where assaults guaranteed treasure. Jennifer grasped Dean's implication and refrained from further discussion. As they continued down the path, a sudden silence enveloped them. Upon reaching the fork leading to the male and female dormitories, Dean bade farewell. "Good night." "Good night," Jennifer replied, nodding. As Dean turned away, he sensed an inexplicable barrier had formed between them. "Dean," Jennifer called out suddenly. "I'm sorry for not rushing in to save you earlier." Dean paused, momentarily taken aback, but then understood the reason for their earlier silence. Jennifer felt guilt over the incident. Despite having known each other for only 2 days, her instinctive reaction in that moment was entirely understandable. Yet her apology signified something deeper. Dean had transcended the role of a mere partner in her eyes. "All is well," Jennifer smiled, her expression brightening. In that instant, they exchanged a knowing smile, the previous distance between them dissipating, transforming into a new connection. With a lightened heart, Dean entered the dormitory building, where Beatrice greeted him with a stiff smile, remaining silent. In high spirits, Dean nodded back with a smile. As he arrived at the elevator, all 3 doors opened simultaneously. "When utilizing the elevator, please ensure to take the far right one," echoed a voice in his mind. Without hesitation, he opted for the rightmost elevator. Even without signing the agreement, Dean preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. The elevator halted on the 3rd floor, and Dean exited peacefully, arriving at room 314. Upon opening the door, he found Paige, donning her school uniform and packing her bag. "What a late night, it's only just past 9. Dean glanced at the clock on the wall, then turned incredulously toward the window, his words trailing off. The clock read 5:45 a.m., and the outside world was already tinged with dawn's light. Unbeknownst to him, time had slipped into morning. "Impossible," he murmured, as magical energy clung to his eyes, revealing everything around him to be normal. Yet Dean vividly recalled checking the clock upon entering the dormitory, when the hands pointed to 9:15. "Hey, Dean, are you all right? You look pale. You haven't been drained, have you?" Paige asked, concern evident in her voice. "I'm fine. What brings you here so early?" Dean concealed his inner turmoil. I had an assignment I didn't finish yesterday, so I thought I'd come early to ask someone. Alas, I love studying too much. Unlike some who forget their friends after getting a girlfriend," Paige teased, her tone lightening as she noticed Dean's return to normalcy. "All right, I know you love studying. Go ahead. I need to sleep now, Dean replied, not wishing to elaborate. All right, I'm off then. Such a hard life I lead, Paige lamented dramatically as she departed. The moment the door closed, Dean collapsed onto the sofa, his gaze vacant. The events of the previous night replayed vividly in his mind. If he could attribute the occurrences of that night to a mere illusion of space, what about the events from last night? Time. If the curse of this school had reached such a degree, did their actions hold any significance? Were he and Jennifer merely jesters in its presence? In a whirlwind of thoughts, Dean felt increasingly agitated. As time trickled by, he rose to take a deep breath. It was nearly time to meet Jennifer. After a quick wash, he exited his room. Upon seeing the elevator, a flicker of trepidation coursed through him. Fortunately, everything proceeded without incident. Dean arrived at the library entrance, where he spotted Jennifer. Today, Jennifer was not in her school uniform, but wore a light, floral-patterned dress. The moment she saw Dean, a shy smile graced her lips. A gentle breeze tousled her golden hair, and in that moment, Dean's fears evaporated significantly. Chapter 92, Transformation. If this curse is indeed so formidable, it must also be bound by considerable limitations. Otherwise, we would have long since succumbed to our demise rather than wandering aimlessly. After listening to Dean's account, Jennifer offered her interpretation. Dean nodded, reflecting that he may have been quite frightened. Encountering such a bizarre situation for the first time was undoubtedly beyond his capacity to bear. Let us venture to the complex today and strive to complete our search in a single day, Jennifer declared, making an encouraging gesture. Dean nodded earnestly. During the holidays, the complex was abuzz with activity, a gathering of like-minded students discussing topics of mutual interest. This, however, posed a significant challenge for the two. In response, they racked their brains, concocting various excuses and strategies. They pretended to be a quarreling couple, claimed to be searching for a lost cat for a girlfriend, and even feigned being insiders of a group. By the end of the day, both felt utterly exhausted. Yet, as if fate were playing a cruel jest upon them, they uncovered not a single clue. Sitting in the final pavilion, their gazes were vacant. The pavilion perched atop the highest point of the lawn, offering a panoramic view of the lush greenery. In the distance, the lake shimmered under the sunlight, reflecting golden glimmers. Ha ha, they exchanged glances, fatigue evident on their faces, and burst into laughter simultaneously. There was no discernible reason for their amusement. Dean himself could not fathom why he felt the urge to laugh. The laughter of youth rang clear and bright. The wind brushed against Jennifer's face, her hair gently swaying at her temples. Her rosy cheeks radiated a unique vitality, and as her azure eyes met Dean's, her lips involuntarily curled upward. We've certainly labored in vain today, Jennifer remarked. Not entirely in vain. At least we spent time together, Dean blurted out, only to feel an inexplicable flush creep across his cheeks, accompanied by a sweet sensation in his heart. Jennifer lowered her head slightly and fell silent. A tranquil quietude enveloped them. From that day forth, their conversations no longer revolved solely around the search for clues. Instead, they frequently found solace in each other's company, sharing amusing anecdotes, with Jennifer often taking the lead in conversation while Dean listened intently. A week later, Jennifer learned of Paige's existence. Given their frequent companionship and Paige's restless nature, Dean no longer felt the need to conceal it. At noon in the bustling cafeteria, Dean remained dutifully at their table while Paige and Jennifer went to fetch their meals. A petite figure brushed closely past Dean, her soft skin bearing a faint chill. The aisle between the tables was relatively spacious, making such closeness feel rather peculiar. Curiously, Dean turned to see a somewhat startled profile, yet he immediately recognized the girl, Rita, Brad's girlfriend. She moved with an air of urgency. As Dean pondered, he noticed a small note had appeared on his arm. The note, no larger than a finger, bore merely 3 words. Upon reading it, Dean's brow furrowed in confusion, and he promptly obliterated the note with his magical abilities. After their meal, the trio resumed their classes. Time always seemed to fly in moments of joy, and before he realized it, Dean had been at Maple Leaf Private High School for over a month. He had formed close friendships and even a romantic relationship. Life was splendid. At times, Dean mused that it would be delightful for things to remain this way indefinitely. However, he and Jennifer had not abandoned their quest to find a way to lift the curse. One day, Dean was taken aback upon seeing Jennifer. Her complexion had turned pale, and she appeared exceedingly frail. Jennifer, what's wrong? Dean inquired with concern. I think I might have caught a cold, Jennifer replied. Upon hearing this, Dean's expression shifted dramatically. A bittersweet smile crept onto Jennifer's face. The very thing they had both dreaded had finally come to pass. Dean and Jennifer had speculated that they could not maintain their current state indefinitely. The best example of this was the wizard named Lewis. Jennifer's illness signified that she might soon face a fate akin to Lewis's. The reasoning was simple. Secret witches, much like wizards, were not supposed to fall ill. This indicated that Jennifer had unknowingly sustained some form of harm. What should we do? Dean felt a surge of panic, as if a heavy hammer had struck him on the forehead. It's all right. Perhaps it's just a coincidence, Jennifer softly reassured him, sensing his distress. Unable to contain himself, Dean enveloped Jennifer in his arms. She trembled slightly, closing her eyes in fear. This was the first time she had shown such vulnerability before him. I'm sure we'll find a solution. We will surely find a solution, Dean comforted her. His instincts told him that he and Jennifer were on the right path. Yet something vital had been overlooked. While caring for Jennifer, Dean meticulously revisited their discoveries. What has been going on with you these past few days? Your girlfriend is merely unwell. There's no need to be so irritable, Paige remarked, noting the palpable tension that had enveloped their dorm, which had grown stifling under Dean's mood. Don't mind me. Focus on your studies, Dean replied impatiently, feeling trapped in a dead end, a sensation that fueled his agitation. Hey, Paige's voice suddenly rose, clearly irritated. He approached Dean, snatching away the mind map Dean had been working on. What are we to each other? Friends since childhood. And you treat me this way? Paige's gaze was piercing, akin to daggers aimed at Dean's visage. Dean, recalling Jennifer's increasingly frail condition, felt an overwhelming wave of fear wash over him. Paige, do you believe what I say? Dean hesitated for several seconds before speaking. Of course. We are best friends. I absolutely trust you, Paige affirmed, sensing that his friend was embroiled in significant trouble. Dean swallowed hard. He felt utterly at a loss. We are indeed lifelong friends. In reality, we've only known each other for a little over 4 months. Dean recounted their acquaintance in detail. Paige's eyes widened, and upon hearing Dean's words, a look of excitement spread across his face. If what you say is true, you truly are my best friend, venturing into such perilous territory for me. You already know the situation. The clues lie within this. Dean gestured, urging Paige to examine the information. Paige, having lost his memory, left Dean feeling skeptical about their chances. Yet, Paige nodded earnestly, embracing his role as the diligent scholar, and began scrutinizing Dean's mind map, while meticulously inquiring about the specifics of the investigation that he and Jennifer had conducted. Half an hour later, Paige suddenly smacked his thigh, exclaiming, I realize what you both overlooked. Chapter 93. Paige's discovery, what has been overlooked? Dean's spirits lifted. Look here, while you have been searching for clues, have you considered the identity of the clue giver? Paige struck a pose of scholarly superiority. Stop rambling and get to the point, Dean urged impatiently. Let me, the academic, enlighten you. There is but one truth. You say I am a wizard, which makes Lewis a wizard too. From a wizard's perspective, which clues are the most credible? A spark of realization ignited in Dean's mind. He finally understood what he had been neglecting, regardless of whether it was he or Guinevere. Both had transitioned directly from ordinary individuals to secret wizards. They could not approach problems with the same mindset as formally trained wizards like Paige and Lewis. They viewed things from the perspective of common folk. What information could endure? Dean exclaimed, the magic circle. Precisely. Paige nodded with pride. But how can a magic circle be concealed? Dean encountered a second dilemma. I believe you have already found the clues, specifically these 21 clubs. However, you have overlooked a particular attribute of the clubs. Paige beamed with satisfaction. What attribute? Dean suppressed the urge to strangle Paige. Why do intelligent people always speak in fragments? Why can't they just convey their thoughts in one go? You and Guinevere seem solely focused on romance and have never bothered to consider the school's organizational structure, Paige remarked, sensing Dean's frustration and quickly blurted out the answer. The club emblems. Dean's eyes widened in understanding. If one deconstructs a magic circle, it could form individual club emblems. Who would pay attention to a small emblem? I've got it. Paige, wait for me. I need to borrow the campus emblem compendium. Dean dashed out of the dormitory towards the library. The two gathered together, extracting the 21 emblems. Soon, a sheet of paper was densely filled with peculiar symbols. If Dean had harbored even a tenth of doubt before, he was now 100% certain that this was indeed a magic circle. Excitement coursed through Dean, only to be met with a new challenge. How to correctly assemble them. If Paige had regained his memory, it would not have been difficult, but the key was that he had not. And Dean possessed no knowledge of magic circles whatsoever. Both magic circles and magical runes originated from the abyss and hell. The demons of the abyss were born spellcasters, possessing a perception of earthly energies far beyond that of mere mortals. Their magic circles were applicable not only to demons, but also to ordinary humans. The infamous Crossroads demons were those who imparted their magic circles to humanity for the sake of transactions. Naturally, these demons ultimately sought human souls, their most coveted sustenance. Wizards, through research, transformed these circles into their own. In contrast, magical runes were innate to hellish demons, who were born with the capacity for evolving runes. Originally, wizards could not obtain these runes, but demons, feeling their magic circles had been thoroughly studied by wizards, could not exclude themselves from the equation. Thus, a self-destructive deal ensued, with demons selling their runes to wizards. However, this behavior was in alignment with the demon's nature. Whether it be runes or magic circles, both were exceptionally complex fields of study. Even with a wizard's formidable memory and mastery, it would take years to grasp the basics. In the realm of wizards, knowledge was perpetually the most valuable commodity. Dean, evidently, lacked such resources. You might want to consult Guinevere. She is unlike you. Her family are devotees of the Moon God Church, and they must frequently engage in various sacrificial rituals. These rituals undoubtedly require magic circles. Even if she is not proficient, she should possess some fundamental knowledge. Paige recognized Dean's predicament. Indeed, Paige, I find your intellect has markedly sharpened. Dean praised. Is that a compliment? Paige keenly detected the flaw in Dean's wording. Yes, I am indeed complimenting you. Dean seized the drawings and walked towards the exit. Paige gestured a farewell to Dean's retreating figure. Private high schools dismissed at 3:30. Yet the students did not exhibit the same laxity as those in public schools. Most had elective courses and worked diligently towards their future universities. Dean encountered few people on his way. As 5 o'clock approached, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped the campus. Upon entering Guinevere's dormitory building, Dean was immediately halted by the dormitory supervisor. Boys are not permitted in the girls' dormitory. The supervisor, a woman in her 40s, had a stern expression. Hello, I am looking for Guinevere Goodwin. She resides in room 512. Dean inquired politely. What's your name? The supervisor scrutinized Dean with a disapproving look. Please hold on. The supervisor dialed an internal phone, and shortly after, it was answered. Guinevere Goodwin in room 512. A Dean Doug is looking for you. Please wait. She will be down shortly. The supervisor hung up. Dean waited patiently, glancing occasionally toward the elevator. Before long, a pale Guinevere appeared in his line of sight. Let us talk over there. Guinevere pointed to a corner of the common area. Dean nodded in agreement. The female supervisor's gaze remained fixed on their every movement. Dean helped Guinevere settle down, then produced the paper covered in club emblems, sharing Paige's hypothesis. As Guinevere listened, a flush of excitement colored her pale cheeks, her eyes sparkling. I can do this. I have studied the foundational principles of constructing magic circles. They are arranged according to specific, unique patterns. I can sequentially organize them unless they are particularly complex. Dean's anxiety instantly dissipated. Both were filled with exhilaration. Guinevere dashed upstairs to fetch a pen and paper. Time gradually passed, darkness fell, and lights illuminated the surroundings. Dean had never realized how exhausting crafting a magic circle could be. He had seen Paige perform them effortlessly. As time ticked away, finally, Guinevere let out a long sigh of relief and smiled. It's done. As she spoke, she slid a piece of paper toward Dean. At that moment, for hours had elapsed since Dean sought out Guinevere. The paper was adorned with 6 magic circles. Chapter 94. Information on the magic array. Do we merely need to draw it, and then input the magical power? Dean inquired. Indeed, this magic array is quite simple. The only aspect to be cautious about is that 5 of the arrays are undoubtedly incorrect. One must be vigilant while inputting the magical power to avoid explosions. The so-called input of magical power entails allowing it to spread across the ground according to the model of this array without any omissions. Moreover, logically speaking, the larger the array is drawn, the louder the sound it produces. Given its diminutive size, we won't hear a thing, Jennifer explained softly, noting Dean's complete lack of understanding regarding magic arrays. Well, I finally had a good night's sleep today, Jennifer remarked, not forcing herself. Clearly, the task of assembling a magic array was mentally taxing. Since hearing Dean's words, Paige's imagination soared. envisioning herself as an exceptionally gifted sorceress within the wizarding realm. Worthy of such a title. I'm quite exhausted. Allow me to handle the testing, Jennifer said. Immediately, Dean repeated her words. That's true. Being considerate of one's girlfriend is a duty for a man, Paige teased. Dean, feeling helpless, remarked, I need to clear some space in the living room. As he spoke, he seized the sofa and lifted it with ease. Put me down. Hey, put me down. Ah, Paige clung tightly to the sofa. You are simply acting out of embarrassment. Dean chuckled quietly, maintaining a stoic expression as he placed the sofa against the door. Paige glared at him, secretly thinking to herself, I shall endure this. Once I regain my strength, you will see how I deal with you. Her expressions were vividly transparent, and Dean was well aware of her feelings. After moving the coffee table and armchair aside to create a clear area, Dean retrieved the prepared chalk and began to draw on the floor. Having previously drawn magic arrays, he found the task not particularly challenging. Soon, an array was completed. Paige, please step back, Jennifer cautioned, explaining that the array might pose dangers if positioned incorrectly. I'm not afraid, Paige retorted defiantly, yet her body instinctively hid behind the sofa. Dean pressed his hands on one edge of the array, his palms emanating a ghostly white glow as magical power surged forth. With Jennifer's warnings in mind, Dean carefully controlled his magical energy to avoid harming Paige, switching to the second sequence. The manipulative sorcerers had the most refined control over magical power. The energy flowed along the pattern of the design like strands of silk. At the moment the magical power formed a closed loop, a magic array shimmered with silver light. Paige's eyes sparkled with curiosity. However, the array silently dissipated. Despite Dean having mentally prepared for an outcome of nothing, he still felt a tinge of disappointment. What do you think? Paige asked cautiously. Not this one, Dean said, swiftly wiping away the array with a damp cloth and beginning to sketch a second. With the second array, Dean's magical power suddenly encountered resistance, and with a forceful push, the array nearly detonated. From that point onward, he became increasingly careful. The third attempt failed. Now for the fourth. At the moment the magical power connected, the entire array suddenly levitated, producing a humming vibration. Dean felt a surge of energy as he controlled the input of power. The fourth attempt was successful. Luck was on his side. A heavy voice resonated. I am nearing my limit. Only one step remains. It is truly unfortunate. If other sorcerers come here, please carry my hope forward. I have now found the true clue, but alas, it has been discovered. This is my final magical power. Listen closely, listen closely. Ball, unadorned yet insatiably greedy. The moon goddess plays the most exquisite melodies. The mermaid laments the absurdity of love. The fire giant ignites the dawn of victory. The ignorant topple the holy grail of wisdom. Greed makes the ultimate choice. The wise shall only pin the epics of victors. This is an unfiltered clue. I believe in you, my successor. With that, the array shattered explosively. Dean once again input his magical power according to the ground pattern, yet it yielded no results. The array had become ineffective. That person's mastery of magic arrays is remarkable, Paige suddenly exclaimed. What did you say? Dean turned to Paige, his face alight with astonishment. Huh? What did I just say? Paige appeared bewildered. Dean's joy instantly faded. He had momentarily believed Paige had regained her memory and powers. He promptly recorded the man's spoken phrases. Paige, do you understand what this means? Dean restored the sofa and coffee table to their original positions, and they both settled on the couch. Paige picked up the paper Dean had written on. Ball, unadorned yet insatiably greedy. The wise shall only pin the epics of victors. This resembles a narrative poem. Ball, unadorned yet insatiably greedy. Dean repeated the first line several times. Do you know what it signifies? Paige asked curiously as Dean fixated on that particular line. The demon king of hell embodies the 7 deadly sins, with Baal representing the gluttony of the 7 sins. Dean pointed at the name Baal, then gestured at the phrase unadorned yet insatiably greedy. If we consider the 7 deadly sins, unadorned reflects silver desire, and insatiably greedy undoubtedly corresponds to greed. This indicates that the first line corresponds to 3 of the 7 deadly sins. However, I do not comprehend the second line. The moon goddess plays the most exquisite melodies. I need to consult Jennifer. As a devotee of the moon goddess, she should have insight. The rest, Dean mused aloud, offering various interpretations, with only the first line seeming plausible while the others appeared mere conjectures. The following day, Dean encountered Jennifer at the library entrance. Perhaps due to the joy of recent events, Jennifer's demeanor appeared considerably improved compared to the previous day. The two entered the library and took their usual seats. Dean handed the poem to Jennifer, refraining from revealing his hypotheses regarding the first line to avoid influencing her judgment. The first line pertains to 3 of the 7 deadly sins, and the second line is derived from the 6th chapter of the Ode to the Moon Goddess, which can also be found in the library. But this third line. A look of confusion crossed Jennifer's face, clearly perplexed. 361, 361, 361 swimming pool. Dean whispered softly. Chapter 95. The depths of the pool with a look of confusion. Guinevere turned to Dean, awaiting an explanation. This line, Dean exclaimed, pointing to the absurdity of the mermaid lamenting love. Do you recall when we initially searched for information? I mentioned a story about a mermaid that took place in a swimming pool. I remember there was a swimming pool called 361 in the indoor sports complex. Hearing Dean's reference, Guinevere began to understand. They proceeded to analyze the remaining phrases, but gleaned nothing of significance. Let us visit the swimming pool. Perhaps we may uncover some clues there, Dean suggested. Agreed, Guinevere nodded. The two swiftly departed the library, heading directly to the indoor sports complex. In Hala City, swimming was the favored pastime among girls, as it was refreshing and aided in weight loss. Meanwhile, boys enjoyed watching the sport. Upon entering the indoor sports complex and traversing several gymnasiums, a large sign composed of sculptures of mermaids, starfish, and other marine creatures came into view. 361 swimming pool. Spotting the blue mermaid carving on the wall, the two realized they had arrived at the right location. They made their way through the changing area and into the swimming zone, where people occasionally leapt into the water, accompanied by splashes and shrieks. They stood against the wall, observing the pool. It was a standard swimming pool, measuring 50 meters in length, approximately 25 meters in width, and 5 meters in depth. Suddenly, Guinevere gently nudged Dean with her arm, signaling him to look up. Dean lifted his gaze. The blue ceiling presented an inverted dome shape, resembling a vast ocean. Marine creatures swam through the waters, with a particularly striking mermaid perched on the shore beside a blue and white cup. Upon closer inspection, the trophy was a three-dimensional relief, designed to appear flat. The ignorant have overturned the wise chalice, flashed in their minds simultaneously. But where, they wondered, was the torchbearer igniting the dawn of victory? This statement came before the chalice. Dean and Guinevere began their search. However, within the aquarium, they found an abundance of water-related elements and no sign of anything pertaining to fire. Let us return in the evening, Dean whispered. All right, Guinevere nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to leave, Guinevere suddenly halted, gazing in a particular direction. Dean followed her line of sight, but found nothing unusual, only a transparent glass wall revealing the azure sky and brilliant sunlight. Let us come back in the evening. Guinevere revised her decision. Although Dean could not discern anything, he nodded in compliance. As time passed, Dean and Guinevere sought clues regarding the remaining phrases. Yet despite scouring numerous books, they found no answers. Time slipped away, and evening approached. The weather today was exceptionally fine. By 4 o'clock, the sky was ablaze with fiery clouds. Upon re-entering the swimming pool, the blue structure had been engulfed in a crimson glow. The surface of the pool shimmered, and in that moment, it seemed the swimmers, regardless of gender, transformed into ethereal beings of fire and water. Their gazes converged on a specific spot, on the transparent glass. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, a silhouette resembling a giant holding a torch began to emerge. Following the torch's direction, they noticed a black coral pattern on the ceiling. The coral and the dome fused seamlessly, making it difficult to distinguish between them. Coincidentally, the coral and the mermaid were positioned at opposing angles. Exchanging glances, they exited the swimming pool. Later that night, Dean and Guinevere returned to the swimming pool. I will push the cup, and you ignite the coral. We will do it simultaneously, Guinevere proposed softly. All right, but be careful, Dean cautioned. Guinevere nodded gently. They both sprang into action, adhering to the ceiling like geckos. As Dean approached the black coral, he detected a faint scent of sulfur, indicating that the dye used to craft the coral was flammable. It was perplexing how such a volatile substance could endure in such a humid environment for an extended period. Yet, considering the peculiar powers of the school, it all seemed plausible. Taking a deep breath, Dean prepared to confront the truth. In the distance, Guinevere gestured to him. 3, 2, 1. Dean ignited the black coral with his lighter. Simultaneously, Guinevere knocked over the cup beside the mermaid. The cup emitted a cracking sound as it tilted. Water flowed from the vessel, not spilling, but rather following a unique trajectory carved into the dome. The black coral ignited, and flames danced along the same path as the water. They both landed on the ground, standing side by side, anxiously observing the unfolding events above. The water and flames converged at the center of the dome. Suddenly, they felt a tremor beneath their feet. "Look at the swimming pool," Guinevere exclaimed. Dean glanced down. The pool's water surged upward, transforming what was once a mere 1.5-meter depth into an unfathomable abyss, reminiscent of a monstrous maw awaiting their descent. Finally, the dome of the swimming pool regained its tranquility, and the water's surface settled once more. If not for the pool's unfathomable depths, it would have seemed as though the previous tumult had never occurred. "Let us jump in and investigate," Guinevere suggested. "No, I'll go down," Dean objected. The mysteries lurking beneath the water remained unknown, and Guinevere's strength had significantly waned. Dean could not allow her to take such a risk. "I want to go down with you," Guinevere insisted. Dean met her gaze, and in that moment, they both recognized the determination reflected in each other's eyes. "Very well. We shall descend together. Be cautious. If danger arises, do not force yourself," Dean advised. "Understood," Guinevere nodded in agreement. Together, they leapt into the water. The magical force enveloped them, propelling them downward like arrows piercing the depths. Soon, darkness enveloped them entirely. After 5 or 6 seconds, both felt a dizzying sensation and instinctively readied themselves for defense. A blue curved blade whirled around Guinevere, while Dean enveloped himself in his staff. They found themselves in a water-filled cavern. By the pool's edge, a dark figure was watching them. This was the cursed realm of Golden Maple Leaf Private High School. Dean recognized the figure as a mermaid, though one far from beautiful. Her hair was dry and brittle, her frame gaunt, and her green eyes shimmered with malice. It was not hard to understand. In such a lightless cavern, madness would be a natural consequence. Suddenly, the mermaid began to sing. Her voice was soft, imbued with a captivating melody that ensnared the senses, drawing one into a realm of enchanting illusions. Dean's mind screamed warnings, yet his senses betrayed him, leading him into a haze of confusion. His eyes gradually glazed over in a daze. "Be careful," Guinevere cried out. The blue blade surrounding her trembled ominously, producing a sound akin to a divine hymn, countering the mermaid's song. As the sound subsided, Guinevere seized a black, swordfish-like arrow. The arrow detonated, causing her hand to erupt in a spray of blood. Chapter 96. Falling in love with you. Blood splattered across Dean's face, warm and viscous. His bewildered eyes suddenly regained clarity, and his body transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards the mermaid. The mermaid remained motionless, still singing. However, Dean's speed was overwhelming. Even as her song began to take effect, his fist struck her head. With a muffled thud, her skull shattered. The mermaid's voice ceased abruptly, and a faint scent of the sea filled the air. "Are you all right?" Dean rushed to Jennifer's side, grasping her injured hand with concern. "I'm fine, be careful," Jennifer warned, glancing toward the direction from which a black fish arrow was approaching. Dean immediately tensed, his gaze fixed there. In the dark recess of the cave, a black skeleton stood against the wall, gripping a whistle arrow near its mouth, poised to attack. "That is a corpse," Dean remarked, unable to sense any aura from it. Throughout their conversation, the skeleton made no move to attack. Dean looked at Jennifer's hand, which had suffered a massive wound, its edges pulsating with dark energy. The wound had frozen over, while a blue energy gradually dispelled the blackness. "It's all right. The power of the moon goddess is healing my injury," Jennifer explained softly. "Next time, I will definitely stand in front of you," Dean promised, his face serious. Jennifer couldn't help but chuckle. They emerged onto the shore, standing before the lifeless mermaid. "Look here." Jennifer pointed to the stone where the mermaid had been seated. Dean leaned in to see a line of human script. "I will protect you forever, my princess. Signed, your eternal warrior." Beneath the 2 lines, a swordfish was carved. This mermaid must have been a princess. They exchanged glances and approached the skeleton. "This is a human skeleton," Dean observed, noting the black spots that had formed on the bones over time. He carefully removed the swordfish-shaped object the skeleton had been holding and examined it closely. It was a whistle arrow, entirely black, about 1/2 meter long, emanating an eerie energy wave. This might be an entropy object. Jennifer hesitated to speak. Dean felt a stir within him. He had always been intrigued by entropy objects and had read extensively about them. He positioned the whistle arrow like the skeleton had and slowly approached the arrow's fletching. As he drew near, the sound of crashing waves filled the air. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of the briny sea, and in an instant, he felt as though he had transformed into a swordfish swimming through the ocean, gliding freely before leaping out of the water and navigating the stormy skies. "Dean? Dean?" Jennifer called out. Dean broke free from the illusion, feeling parched and yearning for water, the faint scent of brine lingering in his nostrils. This was indeed an entropy object. Nodding, he glanced at the skeleton, realizing it may have died from dehydration. Yet, even in death, it continued to fight for its princess, a thought Jennifer recalled from earlier. Indeed, Dean nodded, handing the whistle arrow to Jennifer. "You hold on to this. Your hand is injured. Use this for protection." "No, I refuse to touch something a corpse has held," Jennifer replied with a look of disdain. Dean understood her sentiment, especially since the arrow had recently been gripped by a skeleton. "Could our target be within?" Jennifer pointed toward the depths of the cave. "Yes, stay behind me," Dean instructed, stowing the arrow in his portable pocket. The swordfish whistle arrow, being an entropy object, would not leak any energy. The cave resembled a narrow gourd. The further they ventured in, the more spacious it became, nearly the size of half a football field. As they surveyed their surroundings, the dark rock formations appeared jagged and ominous, resembling a massive toothy maw. They continued deeper into the cave until they stumbled upon a cavern. Over 2 meters high and nearly 3 meters wide, it was shrouded in darkness. "Be cautious. I fear something may be guarding inside," Dean whispered, stepping in first. Without any light in the cave, even Dean struggled to see. Suddenly, he halted. "What is it?" Jennifer inquired softly. A sensation surged through his psychic thread, as though a spider's web obstructed the entire passage. Jennifer immediately halted. Dean felt the sticky, cold tendrils of destruction and brutality wrapping around his very soul. The spider's web trembled slightly. "Run!" Dean shouted, yanking Jennifer as they bolted for the exit. Jennifer instantly reacted, unleashing her magical energy as they transformed into 2 ethereal figures racing towards the exit. In a heartbeat, they burst from the cavern, retracing their steps through the cave. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, closing in behind them, as if a shard of ice was pressing against their backs. Ahead, the cave's entrance had narrowed to barely allow both to pass. The white light surged past them, exhaling a chilling breath, causing the once black rock to frost over. The frost swiftly transformed, turning into ice before their eyes, sealing their path completely. Dean discerned what the white light truly was, a palm-sized white spider, its body transparent like a crystal. Upon closer inspection, he could see countless silver threads swirling within it. Their path was now reduced to a mere gap wide enough for only one to pass. "You go." Dean halted, his hands glowing with a ghastly white light. The terrifying force emitted a hissing sound as his fists lunged towards the spider. The white spider's legs quivered, vanishing before Dean, as an icy breath shot towards the back of his head. Jennifer's curved blade ignited with a brilliant blue glow, striking fiercely against the encroaching ice. The ice trembled slightly, its spread slowing significantly, yet no damage was inflicted. Jennifer's complexion paled as the exit before her shrank further. The blue blade whirled around her. The ice had entirely sealed their escape route. As Dean landed beside her, he asked, "Why didn't you escape?" His reckless attack on the crystalline spider had been intended to give Jennifer a chance to flee. "I vowed never to leave you behind again," Jennifer replied, her gaze fixed on the spider as she commanded her blade to pursue it. Seeing her determination, a foolish grin spread across Dean's face. "Just give me 5 minutes," he said, beginning to manipulate his psychic thread. The blue blade transformed into a crescent moon. Yet the ice spider's speed was unmatched. In less than 2 minutes, the entire cave was enveloped in ice. The ice was not merely white and blue, but a deep bluish-black. The air was thick with a chilling essence that seemed to freeze one's very soul. Their movements slowed, and the ice spider appeared to gain an advantage, moving with an agility that was difficult to track. Dean remained steadfast by Jennifer's side, refraining from striking. A faint sound echoed, a hiss. Dean's body jolted as a white light grazed his thigh, ice creeping up rapidly. "Dean!" Jennifer screamed, her eyes flashing an uncanny blue. The blades surrounding them transformed into a radiant blue light. A different kind of cold, unlike that of the ice spider, began to envelop them, akin to cool water spreading from their very beings. The ice crystal spider appeared to sense the impending danger, retreating and accelerating the encasement of the surrounding frost. The space around them grew increasingly constricted. Dean channeled a portion of his magical energy to halt the spread of frost upon his leg. The chill emanating from Guinevere began to counterbalance that of the ice crystal spider. As time passed, beads of sweat formed on Guinevere's forehead. The eerie azure glow in her eyes gradually waning, yet the frigid intensity hidden within her emerald gaze intensified. A subtle, alien aura enveloped her, exuding an air of aloofness akin to a cold moon descending from the heavens. "All right," Dean announced. Guinevere seemed to collapse, her body faltering as she almost fell. The chill that once belonged to her dissipated, swiftly overtaken by the encroaching cold. Dean caught her in his arms, his hand gently pressing outward. The ice crystal spider, poised for its final strike, suddenly slowed its pace. With each step it took toward Dean and Guinevere, its speed diminished even further. Its abdomen began to swell, preparing to unleash an icy breath. Just as it seemed poised for success, a slight tremor coursed through its belly, and the icy breath vanished. The ice crystal spider made another attempt, but once again, it could not release its icy breath. Dean subtly manipulated the air. The ice crystal spider involuntarily flipped, its body now oriented upwards. In Dean's line of sight, an intricate web of black spiritual energy lines surrounded him and Guinevere. Countless lines emerged from the void, tightly wrapping around the ice crystal spider. As time went on, several lines penetrated the spider's defenses, entering its body. Had it not been for Guinevere's delay, Dean's spiritual energy would not have had the time to accumulate. With more and more lines infiltrating the creature, the ice crystal spider completely lost control of its body. It floated helplessly in the distance. "How long can you control it?" Guinevere exclaimed in surprise upon witnessing this scene. "About an hour or so," Dean estimated. "That should be sufficient to carve a path." Guinevere glanced toward the cave's entrance. "Indeed," Dean nodded, beginning to command the ice crystal spider to utilize its icy breath to cut through the frost. The impenetrable ice swiftly melted beneath the icy breath, dissolving more rapidly than Guinevere had anticipated. In just over half an hour, the cave re-emerged before them. "What shall we do with this spider? It could be valuable," Guinevere lamented, observing the ice crystal spider under Dean's control. If Dean's grip faltered, they would be in peril. "Eliminate it," Dean declared, already commanding the ice crystal spider to end its own existence. The spider proved surprisingly fragile, disintegrating into several pieces within mere breaths. "You try it." Dean maintained his control, wary that the spider might not be entirely dead. A flash of azure light erupted, and the ice crystal spider was utterly reduced to a white, pulpy substance. "Let us proceed," Dean remarked, casting a glance at the remains of the ice crystal spider before continuing onward. "Shall we take a moment to rest?" Guinevere suggested, acknowledging the significant expenditure of their magical energy. "No need. I believe this is the final obstacle." Dean showed no intention of halting. Guinevere nodded, keeping closely behind him. Before long, they encountered a web unlike the previous frost. Its stickiness was remarkable, easily severed by Guinevere's lunar chill. As they advanced, the surroundings gradually brightened, offering a sense of clarity. Suddenly, a blinding light dazzled their eyes, prompting them to assume a defensive stance. No attack followed, and they soon realized they had entered a grand palace. The palace was vast and desolate, imbued with an air of solitude born of time. Only the shimmering silver threads of crystal on the floor spoke of opulence, radiating a luminous glow. Dean discerned that these silver threads formed a colossal magical array. At the center of the palace, a heart, towering as high as a person, pulsed robustly. This heart exuded a sinister black aura, its wickedness palpable even from a distance. The two held their breath, as though fearing to disturb it. "If we destroy it, will we be able to leave?" Guinevere asked, her breath quickening. Dean cautiously approached the heart, feeling the immense pressure exerted by the vast veins entwined around it, pulsating in sync with its rhythm. "If I make a move, I will surely perish." Dean slowly turned, his face contorted in the anguish of betrayal. "What are you saying?" Guinevere's eyes widened in confusion. "I said, if I make a move, I will certainly die. Is that not so? Are you enjoying your little game?" Dean transitioned to sequence 1, his pained expression gradually transforming into a chilling calm. What are you talking about? Have you been tainted?" Guinevere gazed at him in terror. "I have been pondering the uncanny coincidences. Why did I encounter you right after receiving a lead from Brad? Why did I endure those senseless attacks? Why have we traversed so many locations? Dean articulated in a serene tone. Even in Sequence 1, the pure-hearted student born from Sequence 2's myriad facets continued to influence him. In the cafeteria, Brad's girlfriend, Rita, had handed him a note with 3 simple words. Beware of her. The moment I departed from Brad, I encountered you because you saw me. That suffocating sensation came from you. The meaningless assaults were meant to convey the danger of solitude, the necessity of a partner. Our extensive searches were intended to bring us closer, to cultivate my affection for you. Dean's tone grew increasingly frigid. Chapter 97. The binding. The look of panic slowly faded from Guinevere's face, her emerald eyes revealing a keen interest. But, how did you discover it? She inquired. The figure of Beelzebub was cloaked, yet his greed was palpable. The moon goddess played the most enchanting melody, while the mermaids lamented the absurdity of love. The fire giant ignited the dawn of victory, as the ignorant overthrew the chalice of wisdom. Greed made the final choice, and the wise could only pen the epics of victors. Dean recited the poem again with an unhurried demeanor. Page had once remarked that it was a narrative poem. Yet, if we omit the last 2 lines, it transforms into a clue poem. But if it is indeed a clue, what purpose do the last 2 lines serve? I suspect they were added by you personally. A faint smile graced Guinevere's lips as her features subtly shifted. A mere adjustment in angle transformed her already delicate visage into something astonishingly exquisite and radiant. With a light chuckle, Guinevere mused, according to your reasoning. What is my true objective? Perhaps you are simply bored and seek someone to play a game with. Dean instinctively distanced himself from her once more. Ha ha ha, indeed. I am quite bored. Who wouldn't be after staying here for centuries? Guinevere sighed softly. Since the game has concluded, can you release us both? We can cast a curse and assure you that we will never speak of what transpired here, Dean proposed. Ha ha ha, why should I? Just because you recognize my design? Do you think that by exposing me, I would be pleased? Guinevere's expression was one of disdain. Dean's face grew serious. He raised his arm, palm upturned, and spoke in a low voice, Spore. As his words fell, Guinevere's body suddenly rose uncontrollably into the air. Transparent blisters, the size of eggs, began to form on her alabaster skin. Within these blisters, sprout-like entities took root within her flesh. In the blink of an eye, a stunning beauty morphed into a grotesque being filled with swellings. This is why I have chosen to engage with you in this endless game. Dean spoke slowly. I have implanted a form of contamination within you. Rest assured, this pollution originates from the most fundamental source. Its advantage lies in its unobtrusiveness. However, it requires prolonged skin contact for implantation and a significant time to mature. It is exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Sequence 4, Level 9, Spore. In truth, Dean valued the spore most highly amongst Sequence 4. Ha ha ha. How amusing. Guinevere laughed, seemingly entertained, before her laughter subsided. So, you have indeed planted the contamination within me? Indeed. Dean nodded in affirmation. What if your judgment is flawed, and I truly am Guinevere? She countered. If you were indeed Guinevere, I would not detonate this contamination. I would do everything in my power to help her purify it, Dean replied, a hint of anguish crossing his face. And if you cannot purify it? Guinevere mocked. If I cannot purify it, no matter what form she takes, I will remain by her side. The last words left Dean's lips with unwavering determination. Ha ha ha, how hypocritical. You humans are indeed hypocritical. Guinevere's laughter echoed wildly. Master, I have yet to fully detonate it. With your abilities, you could certainly cleanse it given enough time. But should I trigger the complete detonation, I assure you, your exquisite visage would be rendered unrecognizable. Dean spoke slowly. My request is simple. Allow Paige and me to leave, and we can cast a curse, ensuring that we will never disclose what has transpired here. There is no loss to you. Guinevere's laughter gradually ceased as her emerald eyes fixed upon Dean. Do you not wish to know where the true Guinevere resides? Dean's hand trembled, uncertainty flickering in his gaze. He had crafted a persona of an innocent student, utilizing his myriad abilities to conceal his true intentions. Yet, no matter how he fashioned his facade, it remained a part of him. Indeed, Guinevere was his first love. Where is she? Dean inquired, aware that this could be Guinevere's attempt to exploit his vulnerabilities, yet still yearning to know, even if he had never encountered the genuine Guinevere. Ha ha ha, how delightful. Guinevere laughed again. Hypocritical yet sincere, malicious yet benevolent, cowardly yet brave, foolish yet astute. How splendid. Dean struggled to maintain control over his emotions, striving not to let his powers waver. Did you not once see her? And that malicious wizard, Lewis. You are no different from him. All are hypocritical, venomous, and cowardly, unwilling to confront their own emotions. Once the followers of the moon goddess succumbed to pollution, they were most susceptible to becoming ravenous mermaids. That wizard, in his quest to escape, disregarded her contamination after exhausting her powers. Yet when she was tainted, he took her life with his own hands, choosing not to flee. With his last vestiges of power, he inscribed a connection between them, professing a desire to be eternally bound together. Is it not absurd? Guinevere laughed, tears streaming down her cheeks. If you find it amusing, then you would not have taken the name Guinevere. Dean replied slowly. The laughter abruptly ceased as Guinevere regarded Dean. Indeed, she resembles the former version of myself. Thus, I should not find her laughable. I simply feel pity for her. When one dies, all becomes naught. What need is there for love? Dean remained silent, waiting for Guinevere to make her choice. Yet there is one point in which you are gravely mistaken. Guinevere's voice softened, becoming calm and rational. The shift in tone sent alarm bells ringing in Dean's mind. Suddenly, the blisters on Guinevere's body vanished at a visible rate. The contamination was purged. Witnessing this, Dean felt an overwhelming bitterness. Master, you truly are formidable. May I ask you one last question before I perish? Dean's throat felt parched. In the face of power, all scheming appeared fruitless. Speak, Guinevere commanded, her gaze fixed upon him. According to my calculations, your strength should not be so terrifying, otherwise. Guinevere and Lewis would not have reached this point. When did your power evolve to such an extent? Dean inquired, voicing his inner doubts. Oh, so that is what you were curious about. In truth, I owe a debt of gratitude to that little wizard, Paige. He brought with him something called the wizard game console. Upon encountering it, I immediately gained a new understanding of power. My resentment and curses were elevated at that moment. Guinevere observed Dean's astonished expression, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. As if in harmony with her words, the streetlights within the school began to pulsate. This rhythm swiftly spread beyond the campus, enveloping all the streetlights in Hollis City, which began to breathe at an imperceptible rate. They formed a vast network of veins, a colossal array. This surreal spectacle imprinted itself in Dean's mind. The root cause was none other than Paige. It was Paige who had introduced the wizard game console and escalated the difficulty from challenging to hellish. Dean felt an urge to curse, undertaking a task. And he brings a game console. If there is a next life, Paige better not attempt to maintain his studious facade in front of him, calming the tempest within. Dean turned to Guinevere, his expression serene, awaiting fate's decree. Observing Dean's fearless demeanor, Guinevere offered a faint smile. Earlier, I mentioned that you were gravely mistaken. Dean remained silent, continuing to gaze at Guinevere. Even if he were merely a mouse, he would not desire to be entertained by a cat any longer. You claim that my intention is to make you fall in love with me. However, that is a misconception. Jennifer spoke slowly, her cerulean eyes fixed upon Dean, devoid of tenderness, instead emanating an infinite curse. My true purpose is to learn to love myself in relation to you. The tranquility on Dean's face shattered, revealing a look of astonishment. If you truly remain inactive, I shall surely end your existence. Humans and wizards are entities I abhor. Yet, the tragic reality is that my very existence stems from the love of a human. Humans are insatiably greedy, selfish, and foolish. Wizards are exceedingly malicious and cunning. I am bound here, for the sake of his family's enduring fortune. I am merely a subject of that wizard's experiments. I have slaughtered humans and exterminated wizards. Yet in their eyes, I remain inconsequential, eternally ensnared in this place. Helplessness, despair. Until the arrival of Jennifer and Lewis, I finally discerned the means to escape this confinement. The method is to learn to love another. Jennifer gazed at Dean. I have been seeking an opportunity. 6 months ago, that wizard returned. He expressed disappointment in my transformation, believing I had made no progress, and subsequently departed. Yet, he remains oblivious to the fact that I have unraveled the bindings he placed upon me. How pitiable it is. Love can indeed be the most vicious of shackles. Hypocritical yet sincere, malevolent yet benevolent, timid yet courageous, foolish yet astute. You have proven yourself. Ah, Jennifer sighed deeply, revealing a sense of satisfaction, though the malice in her eyes grew increasingly pronounced. Dean's expression reflected astonishment. 6 months ago, the wizard. For reasons unknown, the visage of that enigmatic wizard materialized in his mind. Do you know my name? Jennifer's voice took on an ethereal quality. As she spoke, the palace began to crumble. The silver threads of the crystal floor snapped one by one, and the enormous black heart gradually shrank, becoming flat. In Dean's astonished gaze, the heart transformed into a tattered, yellowed canvas. Jennifer leaped into the painting. It was a rough portrait of a figure, yet it conveyed the artist's yearning for beauty. An entropy object. Dean recognized the name of this entropy object. An S-grade entropy item, the golden-haired maiden of dreams. Chapter 98. The golden-haired maiden. The illustration of the golden-haired maiden dreamed floated in the air, circling around Dean. Dean, bewildered, dared not move. Suddenly, a figure descended from the painting, radiating a gentle glow, her golden hair shimmering like sunlight, her exquisite visage reminiscent of a celestial goddess. Another figure fell from the painting on Dean's other side, her body ensnared by countless curses and pollutants, her stunning features filled with chaos and malice. As if she were a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. The two were identical, and they spoke in unison. I can grant any of your desires. I curse you to drown in an endless sea of suffering. The horrific, chaotic murmurs pierced Dean's mind. A wave of intense pain surged through his brain. And with a pained scream, Dean's vision darkened, plunging him into unconsciousness. Suddenly, Paige felt a jolt of electricity coursing through his body. Trembling, his gaze shifted from confusion to clarity. The wizard's staff materialized in his hand. Memories flooded back like a tidal wave. Dean. Paige sprang to his feet and leaped through the window. Chanting incantations, he wielded the staff, a terrifying power enveloping the entire school in an instant. His gaze fell upon the distant playground, and in the blink of an eye, he stood beside Dean. Dean lay on the grass, eyes tightly shut, brow furrowed as if trapped in a nightmare. Dean. Paige immediately knelt to assess Dean's condition. Confirming that Dean was unharmed, he anxiously scanned their surroundings. His expression one of sheer terror. He recalled everything, yet the reason for his memory being suppressed eluded him. Coughing violently, Dean opened his eyes to see Paige crouching beside him, sprawled on the lawn. Paige. Dean, you're awake. Are you all right? What about Guinevere? Paige asked anxiously. I'm fine. The curse has been lifted. Guinevere was the curse, Dean replied as he stood up, surveying the area. Noticing the absence of the golden-haired maiden, he let out a huge sigh of relief. In response to Dean's words, Paige received a punch from him. Hey, why did you hit me? Paige exclaimed, bewildered. Isn't it your fault? You brought the 5th-generation wizard gaming console. Dean recounted the events in detail, omitting any matters of privacy. So it has already departed? Paige looked around, intrigued yet disappointed. What do you mean disappointed? Dean inquired, regretting that we faced such danger for only a trivial task. Earning merely 10 contribution points and 1,000 Ginny, Paige lamented. Dean, do you think they remember us? Dean voiced his concern. They must remember. Look, Paige helplessly raised his mobile phone. The agency is calling. Paige, may I ask a favor? Dean reached out to stop Paige from answering the call. What is it? With our bond, from now on you can consider me your brother. Speak freely. Paige refrained from answering the phone. Could you refrain from reporting this? Let us settle it as a regular task. Dean worried about potential inquiries related to the golden-haired maiden. Understood, no problem, Paige assured without hesitation. Dean nodded in gratitude. Paige felt Dean's politeness was excessive and shot him a glare before answering the phone. Hello, this is Paige. Clearly, he no longer remembered their past forgetfulness. All right, Paige replied. Then hung up. What is going on? Dean asked. A slaughter incident has occurred in the Brusac district. My cousin said to take it up. Paige shrugged. Very well. Dean nodded and took out his mobile phone. Don't forget to submit the Golden Maple task first, Paige reminded. I know, let us proceed. Do we still need to handle the formalities? Dean submitted the Golden Maple task and then opened the report on the slaughter incident. According to forensic examination, it appears to be the work of beasts. A sense of foreboding washed over Dean. Don't you want to attend school here? This is one of the top private high schools in the entire Quello Empire, Paige remarked in surprise. Well, I do miss my days as a top student. Paige's face showed a hint of longing. Dean felt an itch in his palm, a desire to strike Paige again, but suddenly recalled something. By the way, what exactly is the wizard gaming console? Intrigued by an object capable of invoking the evolution of an S-class entropy item, Dean was eager to learn. Paige retrieved a palm-sized mechanical sphere from his spatial bag. The wizard gaming console was no larger than a fist, composed of countless intricate metallic components, exuding a sense of high-end sophistication. Let me see, Dean said. Curiosity piqued as he took the console. It felt surprisingly heavy, almost 20 pounds for such a small object. How does one use it? It's bound to my magical frequency, Paige replied, taking back the console. As his magical energy surged, the mechanical sphere silently unfolded, enveloping Paige's hand. Waves of blue energy rippled across him. Whenever I wish, I can enter the gaming world. You should buy one too. It's worth every penny, Paige remarked as he stowed the console away. Indeed, I'm curious. I'll take my leave now. Please handle the transfer formalities for me, Dean said, glancing at the sky. Go on, be careful. If the task becomes difficult, inform me promptly. Paige waved goodbye. Understood, Dean replied. The two parted ways in the dormitory area, and Dean specifically sought out his dilapidated bicycle. After not riding for over 10 days, the bike creaked as he approached the gate. At dawn, the school remained closed. The gates firmly shut. Dean arrived at the entrance, dismounted, and lifted the bike with one hand, leaping over the gate. Upon landing and seeing the street outside, Dean finally felt a sense of relief. As dawn broke, Dean had already circled the Brusac district twice. Aside from drunken individuals and those indulging in illicit substances, he encountered no signs of bloodshed. As daylight approached, Dean picked up fried fish for breakfast on the way. Parking his bicycle at the door, he heard the sound of eggs sizzling in the kitchen. Pushing the door open, he found the living room clean and tidy. There he spotted Lilith, her fur standing on end. Upon seeing Dean, Lilith's eyes sparkled, and she leaped into his arms, meowing excitedly. Have the recent slaughter cases anything to do with you? Dean asked in a low, severe tone, fixing his intense gaze on Lilith. The requirement for a violent spirit to advance to its second tail was the slaughter of 15 humans. Dean feared Lilith had engaged in senseless killings, leading only to her own corruption. Lilith's meowing abruptly ceased as she jumped down from Dean's embrace, rolling over onto her back. You. Dean sighed in exasperation. The damage was done. He needed to seek the families of the victims to see if he could discreetly offer compensation. As for Lilith, Dean had no choice but to restrain her. Sensing Dean's unsettling demeanor, Lilith refrained from fleeing as she usually would, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Did you prepare breakfast? Philia asked, twitching her nose as she descended the stairs, clad in her nightgown. She wore a simple, course-maid's outfit, her golden hair tied with a pink ribbon in a bow. Upon encountering Jennifer, or more precisely, the golden-haired maiden of Mendy, Dean felt a slight dryness in his mouth. What could have brought this S-class entity of entropy to his presence? Greetings, I am Jennifer Goodwin. I look forward to your kind assistance in the future. She introduced herself to Philly. Why you? Hello, I am Philly, he stammered in response. Let us eat. You must be heading to school shortly, Jennifer remarked as she turned to serve breakfast. Philly sensed an unusual atmosphere during the meal. Dean remained silent, while Jennifer wore a smile, suggesting an enigmatic connection between them. Once Philly departed, Dean turned to Jennifer with a serious expression. Madam, may I inquire what brings you to my humble abode? He found it difficult to decipher Jennifer's demeanor. Follow me, and you shall understand. Jennifer beckoned Dean to ascend the stairs with her. They arrived at the second floor, at Dean's room. Unbeknownst to him, the portrait of the golden-haired maiden of Mendy had somehow found its place above Dean's bed. Within the painting, the once stunning golden-haired maiden had transformed into the refined visage of Jennifer. I am now Dean's golden-haired maiden, Jennifer declared, plopping down onto the bed with a smile gracing her face. Chapter 99. Distortion. Dean felt no joy. Instead, a heavy weight settled in his heart. Every entropic entity carries its own side effects, and the more powerful it is, the greater the repercussions. He had not forgotten the nature of this S-class entropic object. It could fulfill any wish. Yet, the cost was to plunge one into an abyss of endless suffering. Am I not supposed to be unable to see you? Dean inquired, having never encountered the golden-haired maiden before. Hee, you seem quite afraid of me, don't you? Jennifer chuckled softly, reclining on the bed in an alluring pose. Look, I'm dressed in a maid outfit. Isn't this what young boys like? How lacking in taste. Have you forgotten that I have evolved? Jennifer winked, her eyes shimmering. Or do you find my current appearance too plain? With that, Jennifer's form subtly transformed, reverting to the enchanting golden-haired beauty. Her exquisite visage nearly strained the front of her maid outfit. Her figure was beguiling, exuding an irresistible charm. Dean felt a tingle in his nostrils, surrendering control over his heart. Indeed, you men always say one thing and do another, Jennifer teased, swinging her long legs. Oh dear, how unromantic. Just a little bit of fun. Come now, she pouted, feigning a pitiful expression. You are wonderful. Humph. One day you will beg for my presence. Jennifer's demeanor shifted, and she spat in disdain. Men truly are untrustworthy, regardless of their stature. In a moment, Jennifer's form dissipated, vanishing before Dean. He let out a long sigh of relief and plopped down onto the bed. The lingering scent of her presence enveloped him. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the mattress and soon drifted into slumber. Time passed, and Dean found himself once more in the realm of darkness. His gaze was immediately drawn to a glowing orb at the center. The once expansive orb had shrunk back to its original size. Curiosity piqued, he approached. The cacophony of sounds surrounding him remained, yet two voices emerged with startling clarity. Dean, 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 a soft feminine voice beckoned. Swish, 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 a peculiar sound followed. Dean's senses fixated on these two distinct voices as the surrounding noise gradually faded, leaving only these echoes. He inched closer to the contorted orb, his eyes settling on a painting. The golden-haired maiden, Dean, Thousand Faces, ranked S, ordered function. The golden-haired maiden, out of her love for you, can fulfill any of your wishes. Disordered function, equivalent exchange is the eternal theme. As you make a wish, her resentment towards you will grow, transforming into a curse. This is the information of an entropic object. Dean was taken aback, turning his gaze toward another direction. As he did so, a black dart appeared before him, resembling a slender swordfish. Lewis's Lament, ranked C, ordered function, launches a black swordfish dart at an enemy, energy level 200 to 500, inflicting explosive damage. Disordered function, each use drains a portion of moisture from your body. The two entropic objects differed greatly in rank. Though Lewis's Lament seemed less potent than Dean, Thousand Faces, S golden-haired maiden, its practicality was far superior. For a living corpse, losing moisture was not an insurmountable issue. Lewis's Lament required no magical energy. Its power was not to be underestimated. It had injured Jennifer's hand, although she had allowed it. Dean sensed its strength was comparable to his full S strikes in either Sequence 2 or Sequence 4. The distorted orb hovered before him. The sounds emanating from it diminished significantly at such close proximity, reducing to mere whispers. Dean cautiously extended his hand, and upon contact, the orb abruptly halted. All sounds ceased, casting the world into silence. A line of twisted script appeared on the orb's surface. Would you like to use the distortion function? Distortion option 1. Dean, Thousand Faces, S golden-haired maiden. Distortion option 2. Lewis's Lament. Distortion function? Unfamiliar with its purpose, Dean hesitated to proceed. He observed for a while longer, confirming no new changes before exiting the dark space. Inside the room, darkness enveloped everything. Voices echoed from downstairs. Dean rose from the bed and made his way down. In the living room, Philly was engrossed in a black and white television. This is, Dean marveled. How about it? This is the latest product, a magical energy television. Isn't it impressive? Philly pointed at the screen as Dean descended. Quite remarkable. Dean nodded, his eyes wide with wonder. This was his first experience with a television. It seemed that entertainment for ordinary people was not a priority in this world. Just yesterday, he had seen the 5th-generation gaming console that Paige mentioned. Though he hadn't experienced it, it must be a technological marvel combined with alchemical prowess. Yet, in all functional departments he'd visited, he had seen no sign of computers. All records were maintained in tabular form. However, seeing the television now made Dean feel that the gap between this world and his memories was rapidly closing. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration pierced his mind. He grasped it tightly. The mobile phone was developed by the Wizarding Union Association. As Paige had mentioned, this technology was advancing towards common use, albeit requiring extensive infrastructure. The emergence of the television suggested that the wizarding community had nearly completed its development. Thus, could it be inferred that desktop computers would soon follow? Dean, sit and enjoy some popcorn, Paige beckoned. Dean nodded and took a seat, but instead produced his mobile phone. His hands trembled slightly, his heart racing. He turned the phone towards Paige. Dean, what is it? Paige inquired. I wish to know if there are places within the mobile phone for alchemical wizards to invest. Dean asked. Oh, thank you, goodbye. Dean knew Paige was likely preoccupied with a game. Goodbye. Paige hurriedly hung up. He had 20 contribution points, but currently possessed only 15. However, submitting the task regarding the slaughter incident in Brusac district would yield an additional 5 points. Dean glanced at Lilith, who was sprawled on the couch. She seemed to sense something, her ears twitching. I'm taking Lilith out for a bit, Dean announced, lifting her up. What are you doing? It's quite late, Philly expressed concern. Well, those drunken men won't pose a threat to you, but do be cautious. I've heard of a few drug users who met a grim fate, Philly cautioned. I understand. I'm off, Dean replied. Lilith's body stiffened slightly, yet she made no attempt to struggle. The pair exited the house, gradually distancing themselves. Dean brought Lilith to eye level. Lilith, were those people you're doing? Lilith remained silent, merely flicking her tail, her golden eyes darting about. I do not blame you. But you must be honest. If it was you, just meow once. If not, meow twice. No lying. As Dean's words echoed, a brief silence enveloped them. Meow? Lilith's gaze wandered, reluctantly producing a sound. It was indeed Lilith who had acted. Dean sighed deeply. From now on, without my command, you are forbidden from attacking ordinary people. Meow, Lilith acquiesced. With Lilith's response, Dean submitted the task, yet a heaviness lingered in his heart. The task did not immediately indicate completion. Dean was aware that it would require an additional 1 to 2 days. The office would only confirm the task's completion after verifying that no cases had arisen. The following day, Dean personally visited the police station in the Bruzak district. His previous visit had only taken place outside, making this his first time stepping inside. The police station boasted numerous departments, with the reception area bustling with activity. Dean approached the archives department and gently knocked on the door. Come in, came the voice of a middle-aged woman. Upon entering, Dean saw the woman seated at a desk blocking the doorway, engrossed in a crossword puzzle. A nameplate adorned her chest, Lorelei Bratton. Hello, I would like to inquire about the recent victims of the brutal murder cases, Dean stated, presenting his identification. Lorelei's eyes brightened upon seeing the badge, and she scrutinized Dean from head to toe without uttering a word. Dean nodded in acknowledgement. Lorelei promptly moved to the archives area and swiftly retrieved a file folder. Here you go, the information you requested. Would you like to take it with you? She offered, handing the folder to Dean. No need. I can review it here, Dean replied, opening the file to inspect its contents. There were 5 deceased individuals, all members of the same gang. Have you apprehended the murderer? Lorelei inquired with curiosity. Is the perpetrator human or something else? Her voice was laced with excitement. Dean glanced at her and replied, a massive rat. Oh, how dreadful! Lorelei exclaimed, covering her mouth, though her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Goodbye, Dean bid farewell. Goodbye, Lorelei responded, somewhat disappointed, as she had wished to ask more about the gossip. As Dean exited the police station, he made his way directly to the Black Dahlia Bar. Chapter 100. Amelia. The Black Dahlia Bar holds significant renown in the Bruzak district, notorious for its chaos. Philly often remarked that it was not a place for the ordinary. Only 2 types of men could gain entry, the affluent and the nefarious. Regardless of their nature, both types wield an undeniable allure for women. And it is the presence of women that ensures the bar thrives. Dean arrived at the bar at 15 minutes past 9 in the morning. The entrance was ajar, with no doorman in sight. The bar was vast, maintaining a dim ambience even in daylight, permeated by the lingering scent of smoke and alcohol from the previous night, intermingled with a subtle fragrance. Peering inside, Dean observed several custodians engaged in their cleaning duties. Child, we don't open until after 4 in the afternoon. How did you get in here? Inquired a plump female cleaner upon noticing Dean's entrance. The door was left open, Dean replied, gesturing towards the entrance. Must be Sock forgetting to close it again. This is no place for a child. You ought to leave, a burly male cleaner interjected, his demeanor menacing. Towering nearly 2 meters, he exuded a formidable presence. I'm not here to play. I wish to inquire about something, Dean addressed the male cleaner. He discerned that this individual held a certain status within the establishment. Kid, don't waste our time. Just leave. The male cleaner's voice rose, dripping with impatience. Please, just let me ask if Nicola Valdo resides here. Dean pressed on. Nicola Valdo was one of the 5 deceased, and this was the address listed in the files. Dean stated, Do you know Nicola? The male cleaner approached Dean. I do not, but I wish to ascertain whether he has any surviving relatives, Dean replied. He is dead. The cleaner loomed over Dean, scrutinizing him with small eyes distorted by obesity. I am aware. Here is my identification. I am here to conduct a routine investigation. Dean presented his badge. The male cleaner paused momentarily, then a glimmer of obsequiousness appeared on his face. Ah, an adult. Nicola has no family. What about the other 4? I heard they were together, Dean inquired. That, I do not know. The male cleaner looked to his colleagues for insight. Ed, I remember he has a daughter. The female cleaner who had first spoken chimed in. Do you know where Ed lives? Dean turned to her. All right, thank you. I apologize for the intrusion. Dean expressed his gratitude. Not at all. You're welcome to visit any time. The male cleaner replied with a forced smile. Dean nodded and exited the Black Dahlia bar. The male cleaner watched him leave, muttering softly. Could it be that the matter has been uncovered? I must inform the boss. With that, he discarded his tools and headed in another direction. Dean and Philly resided in the old town, not far from Frog Street. Half an hour later, Dean arrived at Frog Street, standing at the road's entrance in silence. As he surveyed the scene, he noted a lilac tree standing before each house along the street. The environment here was evidently much more pleasant than the surrounding areas. Although the houses appeared somewhat aged, they were brimming with life. Unable to discern which residence belonged to Ed, Dean rode his bicycle along the street, scanning both sides. Suddenly, as Dean reached the end of the street, he caught sight of a familiar silhouette in a window, more accurately, a feline figure. A plump tortoiseshell cat. Lilith. Even in a fleeting glance, Dean was certain he had not mistaken its identity. Why is Lilith here? Is she involved in something sinister? Dean suppressed the urge to rush over and approached the front door instead. Inside, a girl sat by the bed in the second-floor bedroom, gazing out the window. Little cat. What's the matter? Meow, Lilith called softly. Unfortunately, the girl could not comprehend her words, nor could she sense her unease. Don't be afraid. Daddy and the others want to come back. The girl gently reassured, her gaze still fixed on the window. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. I'll go answer it. You stay here. The girl rose and walked towards the door, her eyes focused ahead. Who is it? She inquired upon reaching the entrance. Hello, my name is Dean Dog. I saw my cat here. Dean responded upon hearing her voice, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Oh, the girl exclaimed softly, recognizing the voice of a boy even younger than herself. As the door opened, Dean was greeted by a girl with chestnut brown hair. Her complexion was fair, and her attire neat and tidy, though her eyes lacked any focus. She was blind. Please come in. The girl stepped aside to allow Dean entry. Thank you, Dean said, stepping inside and calling out, Lilith, come here. The girl covered her mouth, finding Dean's manner of speaking amusing, as if a cat could understand human language. Just then, a meow echoed, and Dean saw Lilith scurrying down from the second floor, arriving at his feet with a guilt-ridden expression. Is that Lilith? The girl exclaimed with surprise. Indeed, she loves to wander about. Dean glared at Lilith, who lay on the floor, head bowed, appearing remorseful. Haha, please sit. I have water. Would you like a drink? The girl gestured for Dean to take a seat. Thank you, he replied, quickly surveying the living room, his gaze landing on a photograph. It depicted a man and a little girl. Though the girl was blind, she wore a radiant smile, and the man was none other than Ed, the individual Dean sought. A thought struck Dean as he glanced at Lilith. Could there be a hidden truth behind Lilith's involvement in Ed's demise? Surely, Lilith wouldn't have gone so far as to desire sole possession of this girl and eliminate her father. Dean found himself questioning the absurdity of his thoughts. Lilith continued to sway her tail, appearing quite content. Seated on the sofa, Dean scrutinized the well-kept living room. The girl expertly poured water for him, navigating around all obstacles as though she could see. Your cat is quite considerate. She has kept me company these past few days. Unlike other animals, she never disturbs anything. Everything must remain in its rightful place, the girl explained with a smile. What's your name, dear? Dean asked, lifting Lilith into his arms. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18. My name is Amelia. Where do you live? Amelia sat on the opposite side of the sofa, gazing in Dean's direction. Not too far. However, your Lilith is quite bold. Most cats wouldn't venture far from home. Amelia's voice was gentle. Indeed, Dean replied in agreement. After chatting for a while, Dean confirmed Amelia's identity. She was indeed Ed's daughter. This revelation deepened Dean's confusion. Why would Lilith harm the 5 men, including Ed? If Ed had abused Amelia, it would make sense. Yet when discussing her father's demise, Amelia displayed profound sorrow, nearly breaking into tears before Dean. Thoughts raced through Dean's mind as he engaged in light conversation with Amelia, hoping to uncover clues to unravel his perplexities. However, to his dismay, Amelia seemed oblivious to everything. Born blind, she possessed an innocent nature. Just as Dean prepared to take his leave, the door swung open. Bon, you've arrived. Amelia remained seated, her gaze fixed on the entrance, clearly at ease with the arrival of a familiar figure. I bought some daily necessities from the supermarket for you. Oh, who is this child? The man referred to as Bond appeared to be in his mid-20s, with hair dyed in a myriad of colors, a scar adorning his face, and earrings in his ears. Clad in denim, with scars etched across his bare arms, he bore the unmistakable demeanor of a street thug. Lilith's owner. Oh, Lilith is the cat I mentioned that has been keeping me company lately. Amelia stood and approached Bond. Upon noticing Amelia's proximity, Bond's sharp gaze softened. Let's have lunch here, Amelia suggested. Very well, I'll bring Lilith over to play sometime, Bond replied, evidently fond of Lilith. All right, goodbye, Dean said as he took his leave. The sun shone brightly outside as Dean placed Lilith in the small basket of his bicycle, watching her curl up comfortably within it. A myriad of questions swirled in Dean's mind, leaving him somewhat troubled. Just as he mounted his bicycle, Bond's voice called out from behind, "Wait." Dean braked and turned to see Bond running towards him. Is there something you need? Dean inquired. How much is your cat? I'd like to buy her, Bond said, eyeing Lilith. For Amelia, perhaps? Dean asked. Bond's gaze sharpened, his expression fierce. How much? 10 guineas. This is merely an ordinary house cat. You could purchase a purebred for that price. Indeed, 10 guineas represented Dean's wages from half a month of work at the restaurant, sufficient to acquire a purebred cat. I won't sell. Lilith is family to me. Dean shook his head. Meow? Lilith chimed in agreement. Do you not wish to accept my goodwill? Bond's demeanor darkened. Dean remained unperturbed, sensing Bond's genuine affection for Amelia. You like Amelia, don't you? Dean shifted the topic. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Bond's face, followed by a surge of anger as he raised his fist in threat. Will you sell her or not? Not selling. Dean firmly shook his head. You. Bond's fist fell, his expression deflated. Just go? A smile crept onto Dean's face, finding Bond not entirely unlikable. What do you think this is? Dean produced his secret witch card. This is. Bond recognized the item, astonishment washing over his features as he regarded Dean. If you ever need assistance, feel free to contact me, Dean stated, providing his phone number before cycling away.